A Maiden's Unwanted Heroic Tale. Volume 7. The One Who Bears Their Fang Towards Reason. By Hifumi Shiguro. Translated by Snowcat at Inhumanly Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 147. Those Left Behind. The royal palace had been buzzing since morning. The unsettled vassal looked at each other until Queen Crescenta appeared in the audience room, whispering about the unusual events that had occurred last night. When someone mentioned that someone seems had been dismembered and murdered, a voice would say that it must have been a false report and saying that they had heard it was a different person that had been dismembered and murdered. No one had the full picture of what happened. Not one of them had thought that great nobles had been murdered in one night. But as the time for the meeting approached, the missing people became more and more conspicuous. It was only then that they realized what was happening. Led by Duke Arkansakos, there are 17 famous great nobles who had the status to appear in the audience hall. None of the people whose names had been mentioned in the conversation up to that point had shown up. Of course, they are allowed to take time off for various reasons such as poor health, but it is not common for them to miss a meeting in front of the Queen. Nearly half of the faces disappeared, sending a chill down everyone's spine. If you put all the stories together and look at the situation as if everything really happened, there were 17 people slaughtered in a single night. It was the biggest incident since the beginning of the kingdom's history. Just as their confusion reached its peak, a solemn trumpet sounded. Crescenta entered late as usual, proceeded down the bloody carpet as usual, and arrived at the throne as usual. A lovely, kind smile was on her face, as usual. "Good morning. It seems that everyone has gathered." Queen Crescenta simply said so. "Why, Your Majesty the Queen? I had just heard. I already know about the Dukes of Arkansakos. Led by the Duke of Arkansakos, 17 people were killed. It's a grave situation." Crescenta made a troubled face and said that this is probably the work of an assassin from another country, trying to further disturb the core of the kingdom, which was already in turmoil due to the civil war. How terrifying. Placing her hands on her cheeks, Crescenta said in a deliberate tone. A chill ran down everyone's spine. 17 people at the same time, this is not something that a mere assassin can do. If there is a country that can do just that by sending assassins to the capital of another country, that country will probably already rule this continent. But it's times like these that we have to unite. It's times like these that we have to look ahead to the future of the kingdom and move forward. As for the investigation, that's right, I'll leave it to Marquis Milkias. This was a show of restraint. Everyone thought so. Among the murdered nobles, there are those who probably had nothing to do with the recent assassination fiasco. The reason they were killed was probably because they were conservatives, people who stood in opposition to the Queen, who was embarking on a reform of the kingdom. Yeah. I understand. Your Majesty the Queen. Marquis of Milkias, the young Marquis, once a protege of Arkansakos, bowed his head, trembling at the Queen's purple eyes. He knew what the Queen means. To leave it to him meant to end it with some random appropriate reason. It's not like he was being asked to find the criminal seriously. Everyone here knows that this was a purge by the Queen. Thinking about the meaning of his former master, Arkansakos, being killed, and himself being kept alive, the young Marquis simply bowed as if to show obedience. Perhaps after this, rumors will be circulated as scandals about the royal family based on rumors uncle had spread. That's how they will disturb the royal palace and confuse people's hearts. Everyone too, please be careful. Rumors spread from trivial words, so I would appreciate it if everyone could cooperate in dealing with this. It was a blatant attempt to keep them silent. It's such a big incident. You can't tell where the spies are, isn't that right? Crescenta said that, then looked at their faces. There wasn't a single one that didn't get what she meant. But even though it was inevitable, it was not enough to only make them afraid. The head of the family is lost. We have to reconsider the management territory. Regarding that, please consider that there will be another distribution at a later date. The number is enormous for all of it to be managed by the royal family. I think we will have everyone cooperate. Take some of the land from the dead nobles and distribute it to the nobles here. After the whip came the candy. It was half hush money, but no one objected to it. 17 people in one night. In the heavily guarded mansion, every single one of them was dismembered and killed. Disobeying the queen who possessed such a pawn was just suicide. Well then, let's talk about magic crystal research first. I would like to gather magic crystal researchers who are currently doing individual research and establish a magic academy specializing in magic research in the future. About that budget. Really, even Selene-sama collapsed. Isn't taking care of one's health a basic requirement for military personnel? Shut up. Crescenta puffed out her cheeks and behaved badly. She was sitting slouched in a chair, her feet on Celine's bed, drinking tea. Lying on the bed, Celine puts the back of her hand on her forehead and sighed deeply. Not only was Bery in such a state, but Chris J had also gone off to slay the dragon without a word after killing more than a dozen nobles. Celine's anxiety reached its limit, and her physical condition deteriorated. Eluga, who was worried about the situation, forced her to take a rest. In fact, once she lay down on the bed, she had no energy to move. I'm sorry. It's not for you to apologize, Elvina. It's Bery after all. Even if someone tried stopped her, she wouldn't have listened. Elvina bowed her head, looking like she was about to cry. Elvina felt a deep sense of remorse as she felt she was the one who was in the best position to stop Chris J. You don't have to be bothered about it, Celine reiterated, and sighed. It was probably obvious that this was going to happen when Bery was stabbed. The murder of the nobles was a big deal, but even that was a minor matter now. The biggest problem is that Krish's target is the Holy Spirit, the dragon. No matter how it play out, there's nothing we can do, Crescenta. It's useless to think about it. Crescenta said, exasperated. It's not about whether Chris J can kill the dragon. The very act of pointing her blade at the dragon was bad. Dragons are the object of worship in the Ana Imperial State. Even if Chris J was able to kill the dragon, she would surely make an enemy of the Ana Imperial State. And the deeds will be known to neighboring countries. Above all, it was the best excuse to invade. If that happens, Kingdom would make enemies of all the countries to the east, west, north, south, and west. The delaying maneuvers, including the conference, would be meaningless, and the barbarians holed up in the mountains would be furious and attack. The fall of the kingdom was imminent. If that happens, we will have no choice but to seriously abandon this place and flee deep into the mountains. I think that's what Wani-sama is going to do when there's nothing we can do anymore. You know, are you really thinking about it seriously? I am thinking about it seriously. How rude. With her lips pouted, Crescenta continued. Wani-sama's first choice is Argan-sama. There's nothing we can do until that's resolved. Can Celine-sama be able to go after Wani-sama and convince her now? If you can, then don't sleep like that, and go do it now. Shut up. Celine replied sullenly. Bery is the most important thing for Chris J. Celine knew that better than anyone else. Whether Wani-sama kill the dragon or is killed by the dragon, it's all over. Though if Wani-sama becomes friends with the dragon and come back together holding each other hands, then I have nothing to say about it. You. Celine glared at her in amazement, and Crescenta pouted her lips again. I can't do anything about it either. Please don't vent your frustration on me. Her feet slammed the bed, and swaying Celine's body that is lying on the bed. Celine, who was shaken, let out a you, and looked away from Crescenta. She was certainly venting on her. Just like Celine can't do anything about it, Crescenta can't anything about it either. Thinking about the situation in case the Empire attacks, Celine-sama, please think about various things for the time being. If Wani-sama comes back safely, she will be an unprecedented dragon slayer. With that prestige, we might even be able to hold on to the center of the kingdom. It's not the time to sleep like a lazy bone. I'm not sleeping leisurely, you know. It didn't matter whether the matter was right or wrong anymore. Everything is too late. Celine and the others have no choice but to wait. And just like Crescenta said, there is nothing else to do but to believe that Chris J will come back and take some measures. There was no doubt that some of the kingdom's nobles and soldiers, who were now showing allegiance, have faith to the Holy Spirit, and they would have to think about who they could trust and make a choice. There was a lot to think about. Nevertheless, her already red-hot head was unable to think straight, and Celine's head was appealing to her to give herself a break. As Celine sighed deeply, Crescenta yawned and jumped into bed. Then she crept over to Celine's side. I've been busy lately and I'm a little sleepy. Elvina Salma, please wake me up when dinner is ready. Why yes. You. It's unfair to sleep alone. I'm tired too, okay? She tugged on Celine's arm and used it as a pillow. Crescenta fell asleep quickly, and Celine sighed again and stroked her head. The size of the beast, which was neither lion nor eagle, was 5 shaku tall at the shoulder. The griffin soared through the air with its huge wings, manipulating magic and the air at will. They were close to magical beasts, or rather, they were the existence of magical beasts themselves. Though gigantic, their wings were small and able to keep their huge bodies afloat. However, their wings use magical power to control the wind and soar through the sky. What makes them different from magical beasts was that they was to people and can only use their magical power to fly in the sky. If one were to study the principles of their fly, it was certain that one could come up with a magical formula that could be drawn in mid-air, an idea that would lead to magic, but their habitat was Kraysharana, an uncivilized area far from human habitation. At least in this era, no one questioned the fact that they could fly in the sky, and it was simply understood that they were such unique beasts. There is nothing more difficult than questioning an obvious fact. Even a small bird can fly if it flaps its wings. If so, it was not unnatural for a griffin with huge wings to fly its huge body, and even if it did not know the principle, it still can fly, so it doesn't matter. The one who looks at the logic of a phenomenon that everyone knows is the one who should be called a genius. In particular, the people of Kraysharana, who reject civilized progress and are cut off from the outside world, have no doubts about this, and to them griffins are no different than horses that can gallop in the sky. Unlike horses, they fly in the sky, their lion-like physique overwhelms that of humans, and they are not intimidated in the face of spears. For them, a griffin is such a close friend that they don't question it. A heroic male griffin. The 3 men straddling that waist, the warriors of Kraysharana, looked down and their faces were filled with surprise. Hey, this guy is Rancor. Be on the lookout, there are signs of something ate it. A forest covered the land, but only there was a large open area. There were broken trees and a huge lump of meat lying in the middle. The men descend from the sky, spears poised and alert. It's definitely a Rancor. The tall man who seemed to be the captain had a grim expression on his handsome face. He wore an iron breastplate, hand and leg armor, and a thick, riding pants that bulged at the thighs, but it was probably normal for him to wear no clothes on top. He wore nothing under his breastplate, revealing his ripped abs. Even though he is called a warrior chief, he is no different from other warriors. Apart from the red cloth tied around the griffin's tail, their armor and clothing were the same, as was typical of these warriors, who dislike unnecessary decorations. He lowers the griffin while keeping an eye on his surroundings, and the closer he gets to the mass of meat, the darker the wrinkles on his brows become. A grim expression begins to appear on his face. Not to the rotting smell of flies. It was because the body looked too strange to be the result of a territorial dispute between magical beasts. Even a Suiko wouldn't go near a Rancor that was as big as a hut. If there was, it would only be if the Suiko was very hungry, but this year the mountain was relatively fruitful. Naturally, there are many beasts. It was unthinkable for a Suiko to have trouble to eat. The strangest thing of all was the appearance of the corpse. There was a mark on the neck as if it had been gouged out by something. Clearly it's not Suiko's. And if you look at the flesh where the flies were hanging, it looks as if someone had cut it into pieces. The thick skin, mottled with blue and white body hair, had been cut by something sharp, and there were no internal organs, which had apparently been dragged out. A piece of meat placed a little farther away that seemed to be the remains of the internal organs. Traces of large fangs. The one who devoured them was probably Green Tiger. Chief Warrior, this is. It's the work of humans. Did they eat the Rancor that a Suiko killed? Probably the other way around. But there are too many strange parts. I don't understand why they leave so many leftovers. Dage, take a look around. Yes, sir. Assuming that a human killed it, and if the Suiko ate the corpse of the Rancor, the Suiko would probably spend some time here. A large amount of meat that has yet to fully decompose. The Suiko would not leave this behind to look for new prey. but the Suiko was gone. However, the reason why the corpse was not devoured by other beasts and was left as it was probably because the Suiko was here. Tigers and wolves are sensitive to the smell of Suiko. They will never go near the direction with that scent. Or the order was reversed, which is also inconceivable for the same reason. There is no way that Suiko would allow its prey to be stolen by humans. And there was no trace of a fight between a human and a Suiko, nor was there a corpse. The broken trees are definitely the Ranker's doing, and this had nothing to do with it. If there had been a fight, it would have been after the Ranker's death, so there should have been some evidence of a battle. But none of those things existed here, and it was impossible to imagine what happened from the situation. Even if you say it's the work of a human, this is a Ranker, right? If a Ranker went berserk, there should have been more damage. Even if they fight with the Suiko, the damage to the trees is too small. The wound on the neck is probably from a spear. At the very least, they must have killed the Ranker with one blow. Though it's unbelievable. No way. I can only think it's that no way. The way the belly was split open, and the meat was cut off, it was completely done by human hands. Seeing that there are only traces of battle there, I have no choice but to think so. The chief warrior Vinthril folds his arms and says so. He had once seen a live indigo deer rampaging through the trees, bringing down that with a single blow. He wonders if he can do the same thing, and immediately shakes his head. If the person who really did this was a human, they would not be an ordinary person. Chief warrior, there are traces of a bonfire in the bush over here. It's small though. Yes, probably only a few people were using it. Vinthril headed that way. A small bonfire was there. He looked down at his feet and furrowed his brows. A horse's hoof. A horse. That means it's probably a person from the kingdom. If they were from the imperial state, they wouldn't pass through this area. The people of Kreisharana do not use horses. The presence of horses means that they are definitely from the plains. He looked at the surroundings. By looking at the way the leaves and grass fell, he could tell how many people were sleeping there. The traces were for one person. Lyra-sama was probably caught by this guy. At least, I hope so. In that case, at the very least, her life should not be taken away. He had come to search for his sister Lyra, who had not returned since yesterday. Lyra has Griffin with her. There was no reason why she could not return home even if she lost her way. If so, he could only assume that she was attacked by a Suiko or something, and this search was half intended to avenge and find her belongings, but this situation was confusing him. Anyway, the tracks here are for one person. At least from the traces here. It's a bit dangerous, but I want to follow the tracks of this horse. I'm worried about Lila, but we can't leave this alone. Understood. Dage, please report once. Yes, sir. Then, Chief Warrior, a voice from the sky. Returning to the place where Ranker's corpse was, a man descended with Griffin. This is. The man on the Griffin frowns at the corpse and turns to Vinthril as he approaches. 2 Suiko were found hunted by humans, so I came to report in a hurry. How shocking. It seems that this Ranker is also hunted by that guy. I'm confused here too. There's no trace of fighting against the Suikos. One had its head smashed and a broken spear was lying beside it. Is it a javelin? No, it's a hand-to-hand spear. It's a strong one with an iron core on the tip. Even the tree behind it broke. How can I say it? It's hard to believe that a human did it. The man speaks while he himself couldn't believe it. Vinthril furrowed his brow. It was certain that that person was not normal. It seems it's not a mere tourist from the kingdom. Haha, and it's not like they're here to shake hands and make peace with us. The one in the mountains right now is a monster, above Suiko. The man said jokingly, but with a serious face. Vinthril also asked with a serious face. Is it not the kingdom's army? No, I've sent some people to see the plane just in case, but at least there's no such atmosphere at the moment. There were traces of someone staying, but they were small. Vinthril felt a little relieved. However, they can't let their guard down. I will continue to follow these footsteps. I'm sorry, but please go back and tell the Patriarch to be on guard. It would be better to secure the women somewhere so that they can deal with whatever happens. Okay. Immediately, The man went up into the sky. Two people who were perplexed by Vinthril who saw him off asked. There was some fear in their eyes. It was not that surprising. It was someone who could easily kill Suiko and Rancor. You guys should search with Griffin from above. I'm from below. Don't worry, I will be more careful. Yes, sir. The two men straddle Griffin and take to the air in low altitude. Vinthril sits on his beloved bird and pulls its reins while watching the horse's tracks. Fly as soon as you feel something, Litgund. I'm counting on you, okay? Vinthril drives the Griffin through the trees. He gripped his beloved spear, wondering what lies ahead. Chapter 148, Beautiful. Kraysharana was a peaceful land. The atmosphere is rich in magical power, which is why there are so many magical beasts. Of course, there was a lot of damage due to that, and it can be said that the environment is harsh even though there is a rich harvest. However, the presence of magical beasts is also a shield against external enemies, and thanks to them, there have been no wars for the past several hundred years, and peace has been maintained in this mountain. Lila, who was born 15 years ago as the daughter of her chieftain and has lived in this land, also loves Kraysharana. There is nothing new or different about this life, and it is hard to say that there is no boredom in it. The life on the plains, as described by the Imperial State people, is rich and full of various things. Although she admires the splendor they describe, she also feels that this was good enough. The grudges spoken by the elders, the hatred of war still spoken after 500 years. For this peaceful land to remain peaceful, it seemed an unavoidable sacrifice. She spent her days giving gratitude to the fruit of the mountains and the Holy Spirit. One day, she would marry and raise children together with her beloved partners, and everyone will weave a peaceful future together. Days so boring and without change. But she understood the preciousness of these days, and knew that it was a tranquility that should be protected and preserved. A small world closed off from the outside world. From the Kraysharana, where time seems to have stopped, more and more people were descending to the plains. Kraysharana was slowly heading toward destruction. But not today, not tomorrow, not dramatically. That's why tomorrow will be the same as yesterday. Peaceful days will continue as usual. Lyra thought so until just a moment ago. It seems difficult to reach the dragon's dwelling place by the end of the day if we had to go this far through the forest. Chrische thought it would be much closer. The fire was out and dusk was falling. The silver-haired girl Chrische stopped and looked back. Lyra nodded nervously. Her body was not even tied up. Lyra's griffin, Larnell, was also walking normally. But the girl thinks that's enough. She tried several times to escape, and each time she gave up. Her purple eyes, every time she looks into them, her body stops moving as if refusing to run away. She could use magic. She had a certain amount of skill in martial arts. She also had Larnell with her. Even so, her body understands that she cannot run away from the girl. Even demonic beasts fear Yaganausama. People cannot live in such a land. In the first place, the Holy Spirit is a creature of a different rank from people and beasts or animals. Even the most vicious demonic beasts will not approach the Holy Spirit. Naturally, there are no beasts around it, and it is unable to obtain its daily sustenance. RIC. She was guiding the girl in this way, breaking a taboo, in the faint hope that when she saw the Holy Spirit, she would understand how reckless what she was about to do was. No matter how strong she was, the Holy Spirit was of a different caliber to begin with. Even if she were a hunter who could easily kill even a Suiko, one look at the Holy Spirit and you would immediately understand that it would be impossible for her to fight. Krishsama is, why is Chrische pointing your blade at Yaganausama? Why? You said that what you want is the heart. A myth is nothing but a myth, and it's not like Krishsama us doing this terrible thing to make a name for yourself, right? It was not that there were no such people. Every few years, such people would come here. Arrogant people who overestimated their own power. Or those who come here to prove that there is no such thing as the Holy Spirit, that it's only an idol only spoken of in myth. But at least she didn't think this girl was that kind of person. Her arrogant words about slaying dragons and the ability to convince that arrogance. On the contrary, her demeanor was soft and she seemed quite calm. The same was true of her appearance yesterday when she was happily cooking, and the way she loved the horse and Suiko was also gentle, making her seem somewhat mentally young. Even after she threatened Lyra, she did not act roughly, but was very considerate. When he saw a fruit that seemed unfamiliar to her, she asked what it was and what kind of food was served here, as if she was on a sightseeing trip. The fear and wariness she had felt when she was confronted with the blade gradually faded away, and she was able to afford to ask a few questions. Lila was a little nervous as she waited for her answer. She would probably rest here today. Chrisje, who was unloading her luggage from the horse's back, glanced at Lyra and pulled out a knife. Then she threw it into the bush ahead. A dull sound and a small scream. Hiding there was a small rabbit. Chrisje picked it up and put it in front of Suiko. "Here is your meal." It was after that she answered. Chrisje heard that the dragon itself is a beast with strong magical power. Then she took the smoked meat from the back of the horse, cut it into pieces, and handed some to Lyra. "It looks like a bat-like winged lizard, but it's as tall as a fortress, and its scales are as hard as ore. If you let out a roar and emit light, you can destroy a mountain and even a city in a single breath." Chrisje bit into the smoked meat with relish, and then plucked a nearby fruit. She cuts it into pieces with a knife and hands some to Lyra. Lyra shakes her head, and Chrisje puts it down in front of Larnell with a troubled look on her face. Griffin's diet was fine. If he had to eat only fruit every day, his body would be damaged, but there's no problem going without eating meat if it's only for a few weeks. The creature called a dragon in folklore is certainly an amazing creature. It was said that the dragon's maw was split into two due to the dragon's roar that was released at that time, but it is not an impossible story when looking at the cliff section and the exposed strata, although there are dramatizations in the myth, but Chrisje thinks generally what was written down was the truth. Dragon's maw. A war once took place between the Vagsarid clan, the predecessor of the kingdom, and Kreisharana. It was a place that was considered to be an important base. Kreisharana stopped the kingdom's invasion with Griffin, and the blood of many warriors was spilled there. Despite the bravery of the warriors, Kreisharana was eventually defeated by a flanking attack through a cowardly betrayal. It was a place that even children in Kreisharana know. Lyra knew the name, of course, although she had never seen it. If that's the case, it's probably pointless to lead an army. It's a beast with enough power to easily destroy a city, so it will only be useless deaths. It's true that it's a very amazing creature. Even though Krishsama understands that much. Why? If that's true, then the dragon's body is a wonderful source of magical power. Chrisje wants that body, she continued. Body. Dragon blood and flesh are said to have the power to heal illness. Chrisje doesn't know the reason, but it's surely due to the enormous magical power that dragons are said to possess. Humans unconsciously have the power to protect themselves from miasma with magic, but Chrisje believes that perhaps there is something in the flesh and blood of dragons that amplifies this power. Her long eyelashes swayed sadly, and her once inorganic purple eyes swayed from side to side as if tinged with color. If Krish's guess is correct, it could be called an all-purpose elixir. Even if Krish's guess is wrong, Chrisje can produce it by using the enormous amount of magical power created by the dragon's heart. That's why Chrisje came to kill the dragon, she continued. It was as if she was saying that to herself. Krishsama, are you here to save someone? The girl nodded. Seeing that, Lyra lowered her eyebrows, thinking that was the reason. Like the people who seeks the Holy Spirit for the sake of fame. To help someone who is dying, people like her, who have learned the myth, have visited this mountain many times in the past. Kreisharana would not allow this, and the warriors continued to eliminate those who did so. To protect this closed world so as not to incur the dragon's wrath. I know that Krishsama is incomparably stronger than the warriors of Kreisharana. Still, I don't think Krishsama can match Yaganal-sama. Lila said that even though she knew she wouldn't just give up. The myth that Krishsama knows is not just a fairy tale. There isn't a single exaggeration in it. Yaganal-sama is exactly like what Krishsama knows according to the myth. If its scales as small as ore, Chrisje can pierce through it. If it's as big as the myth says, it won't be possible to catch Chrisje at close range. Once it can't fly anymore, that's it. She replied as if it were an undeniable fact. Her words exuded absolute trust in her own abilities. The magic power mixed with the atmosphere here is especially high, so Chrisjay will probably be much less fatigued than on the plains. It doesn't matter if it's a whole day, or how much time it takes until Chrisjay kills it. If it's Chrisjay, Krish'll definitely kill it. There was a fear that made even Lila, who knew the Holy Spirit, think that that was indeed possible if it was her. She was unstoppable. Understanding this, Lyra cast her eyes down. The warriors of Krasharana continued to eliminate those who wished for the flesh and blood of dragons. She who visited this time was also the same but different. She was the kind of person who could achieve it with just her power alone. There was no way to stop her. If they wanted the same apple, they had no choice but to fight for it. Krasharana had done so in the past, cutting off countless wishes with their sword. This time, the positions have just been switched, or was that also fate? Just as faith in the Holy Spirit was a non-negotiable one for the people of Krasharana, she came here with something she can't yield about. I understand Krishsama's purpose. This someone must be very important to her. The reason for this was not hard to understand, regardless of what she was trying to do. Krishsama has something that cannot be compromised, and I'm sure not even the warriors of Krasharana will be able to stop Krishsama. Therefore, from now on, I will cooperate as much as I can for an audience with Yaganao-sama. An audience? Yaganao-sama is not a heartless beast. That said, I can't say whether Yaganao-sama will listen to Krishsama's wishes or not. But first, before Krishsama point your blade, I'd like Krishsama to exchange words first. Lyra bowed her head deeply. If Krishsama defeats Yaganao-sama as Krishsama hoped, the people of Krasharana will lose their hearts. If not, once Yaganao-sama is angered, the village, the kingdom, and everything around it will literally be destroyed. I would like Krishsama to at least look at ways that prevent that from happening. Chrisjay looked a little surprised, but still stared at Lyra thoughtfully. Then she gave a soft smile. Lyra is very kind. Then Chrisjay told her, I'm sorry, as if troubled. Chrisjay is happy to hear those words, but Chrisjay can't make a promise by swearing on Krish's name. There's no guarantee that Krish will be able to keep it, so Chrisjay has no choice but to tell Lyra this. Her facial expressions and words. At least, it was the best she could do. Strangely, that vague answer seemed more trustworthy than an assurance of a promise. Lila nodded as she felt it was literally the best possible concession for her. That's fine. I am Lyra Shorana, the priestess of the Holy Spirit, the daughter of Krasharana chieftain, Alkerance. Chrisjay tilted her head and smiled thoughtfully again. The chieftain's daughter, so Lyra is a princess, right? Does the princess in Krasharana also work by picking fruit? It's a little embarrassing to be called a princess. In Krasharana, it is like that. In a diplomatic ritual it has some meaning, but in everyday life, I'm no different from an ordinary woman. In Krasharana, warriors were respected. The chieftain was chosen through a duel, and his daughter, Lyra, although couldn't be said to be entirely on the same level as other people, she is only the daughter of the chieftain, and there is not much difference in status. Just as a man is expected to be strong, a woman is expected to be able to obtain many fruits. Even though she was the daughter of the chieftain, it was believed that a woman who could obtain many fruits would rear good children, and she was expected to work like any other woman. It's not much different from the village where Chrisjay lived in the past. Even in the northern part of the kingdom, it was a rural area, so the origin may be closer to Krasharana. Ah, that's why Chrisjay. Lyra gave her a smile as if she was convinced. I thought it was an unusual name for a flatland person. It's a beautiful and good name. Hey, yes. It seems that Karsama named Chrisjay so that someday Chrisjay could feel as happy as she does. Chrisjay also happily smiled at her. Karsama was kind and always smiling and seemed very happy, so someday Chrisjay would like to be like that. But along the way, the words disappear. She seemed to be a little worried and thoughtful. She then looked up and turned her gaze to Lila. But Chrisjay is different from Karsama after all, it's no good. Chrisjay is still threatening Lyra, who hasn't done anything wrong, to guide Chrisjay. She then said, troublingly, this is no different from being a bandit. Then she reached out and caressed Lyra's cheek. Chrisjay knows what kind of existence dragons are like. Chrisjay knows this is a bad thing. But even knowing that Chris J still came here. So, sorry, Chris J said sadly. Chris J may not be able to keep the promise, but at the very least, Chris'll do her best not to hurt the people of Krisharana. If it's a promise like that, Chris J think Chris J will be able to keep it. Thank you very much. Lyra doesn't need to say thank you. It's just a bandit robbing someone but didn't kill them. Rather, Lyra should be angry at Chris J. She was a strange girl. The girl's troubled face was a little funny, and Lyra couldn't help but laugh. How could there be a bandit who would say something like this, she wondered. It's too late to say that. Question mark. Even if I want to be angry, I can't feel like it. Lyra had mixed emotions. In order to save the people she loves, that's the only reason she came here, and she couldn't hate her for that either. Her wish is, above all, pure. She had given up, and she was also feeling a sense of regret. That's what Lyra said to her. Let's finish the talk here. Can you tell me about the kingdom? About the kingdom? Yes. Listening to stories outside is my little hobby. And so they spent the night talking a little about each other. Chris J was interested in the unusual griffin. Lyra was curious about the kingdom. Since they had seen griffins flying in the sky several times, they did not light a fire. Chris J leaned her back to Suip, and Lyra to Griffin. It doesn't get that cold even at night, so the body temperature of the two of them was enough to keep them warm. Chris J feeds the horse, which was apparently called Barurun, and said to Lyra, "There's a lot of magical power in the atmosphere, but Chris J feels some kind of interference. The warmth around here is probably due to the influence of the dragon. Though Chris J doesn't know why. Yaga now Samas. Originally, there should be a lot of snow around here, so maybe the dragons don't like the cold. The northern part of the kingdom was covered in snow. Even though this land in the mountains was quite warm, the temperature was like summer. I've never seen snow before. It's fluffy, white, and cold. Chris J doesn't like it cold, so Chris J doesn't want it to snow too much." Chris J untied the muffler that was wrapped around her neck and carefully folded it back, and put it in the bag that Barurun was hanging, and her hat as well. While adjusting her slightly disheveled hair, Chris J stared at Lila. A cloth was tied around her waist over simple underwear, and several layers of cloth were wrapped around her breasts. Her thighs and belly were visible, and from the Krish's point of view, it didn't look much different from underwear. Are all the women here dressed like that? Ah, yes. From my point of view, I can't believe Krishsama is wearing such heavy clothes. Is it because of the local climate? Well, it is warm after all. Warriors who have to go far from home wear furs on top of their clothing, but they usually don't wear any ornaments. She stretched out her legs and looked up at the sky. Ornaments are conceited and will become a blade. The beauty of the body does not reach the Holy Spirit. That is the teaching. Teaching? Yes. A long time ago, the battle between Krisharana and the kingdom. The reason why Krisharana was defeated in the past was because of Krisharana's pride. Lyra recalled a story she heard over and over again and pointed to the earth. It was said that Krisharana used their military power to subdue the tribes around them, and took their property and made it their own. That's why, in the end, they were betrayed and Krisharana fled to this mountain. It's a cautionary tale, Lyra said with a wry smile. If one's heart is absorbed by precious metals and ornaments, the richness of form will grow into greed, which will eventually become conceit, which will become a blade within one's own body. If we spend our time with a pure heart, modesty, and sincerity, even the Holy Spirit will know our hearts. Therefore, rather than desires, we should respect a pure heart and body. That is the teaching that originates from the Holy Spirit covenant with the Holy Spirit, isn't it? It's a bit difficult for a cliché. Chris J pondered troublingly. Chris J is not good at talking about vague things like that. Is it something like if you act like a good girl, good things will happen? Foo-foo, to put it simply, it's something like that. Lila chuckled. But after all, everyone likes beautiful things, so at festivals, all the women dress up in many different outfits as if they were competing with each other, forgetting the teaching. It was the same at the time of the festival in Krish's village. Chris J didn't really understand the word beautiful in the past, but, as the girl recalled, she took a flower decoration from her tied hair and took it in her hand. Recently, Krish ve come to understand it properly. She looked at it for a while and shook her head. Then, with the hair ornament clutched to her chest, she cast her eyes down. Under the moonlight, her long silver lashes that wrapped her jewel-like eyes swayed. Her silver hair shone brightly, and her pure white skin shone somewhat dimly. She was so fragile and beautiful that even Lyra, a woman, could not help but admire her. She had a fantasy-like beauty that it was hard to believe that it was real. The girl who will destroy Krisharana was incomparably beautiful. Or perhaps destruction was such a beautiful thing. The beauty of the body does not reach the Holy Spirit. It's not like I can understand it, but... Lyra muttered. It was half unconsciously. I think it would be nice if Krishsalma's beauty could be conveyed to Yaganal-sama. The girl raised her face and tilted her head. She thought for a moment and smiled. Ahehe, Lyra is being considerate of Krische, right? Her purple eyes sparkled and showed a variety of glints. As if frozen, as if like a snake or beast. As if the eyes of a mere girl. But Krische knows someone much more beautiful than Krische, so it's no good. A beautiful person. Yes, she's called Bery. The girl said happily. A whispering, but feverish voice. Krische had received so many things from Bery, and she hadn't been able to repay her at all. So if it would make Bery delighted, if it would make Bery happy, Krische would do anything. That's why, for that reason, but... Her long eyelashes shook and she looked down again. How troubling. Killing a dragon won't make Bery happy. It might make her feel sad, but even then Krische is still trying to do such a bad thing. Surely the truth is it doesn't matter to Krische, she continued. The good and the bad, the law and the rules, the right thing. Krische learned a lot from many people, but surely within Krische, it doesn't really matter. It's good if there are people who like the Krische, and if that person stays with Krische, then that's why Krische will protect them, and Krische can't then, no matter what kind of bad things Krische do, even if it's killing dragons, even if Krische need to kill every person on the world, the truth is, it doesn't really matter. She looked up at the sky and saw the moon. A chipped, distorted, arcing moon. It was the moon that bore her name. In the end, Krische only thinks about herself. The distorted moon was beautiful like a sharp blade, shining coldly at its zenith. It is not as warm as the sun, but it is what the moon is. Krish's beauty is probably just an ornament. It's not the same beauty as Bery's. All of it, is for Krische's own sake. That's what Krish's heart is all about, and that's why Krische is probably the farthest person from what Lyra said is the Krisharana's teaching. Something that is just beautiful. As if it was only natural, it was born beautiful. And precisely because it was that way, without being aware of itself. No, at least I don't think so. Krische looked at Lyra curiously, and Lyra smiled sweetly. The moon is ignorant of itself, and your own beauty is like that. At least, I don't think that Ms. Krish's heart is ugly. Of course, I can't say that my wishes and hopes aren't mixed there, she said with a wry smile, and then cast down her eyes. Dragon is a great being. Humans are like winged insects in front of dragons. Dragons have no interest in humans. Even so, if you show respect and appeal sincerely, they will at least listen to what you have to say. At least so far, the history between humans and dragons has continued without incident. And hopefully this time too. As if praying, she intertwined her fingers and joined her hands. I believe it will be good if it's that way. Krische stared at Lila and smiled softly again. Lyra might be a bit of a strange girl. Strange. It seems like Krische is going to rewind what was said, but Lyra is in the position of being forced to guide Krische, so it feels a little strange for Lyra to say that. Krische somehow happily. But Lyra is kind. When someone says beautiful, Krische thinks they're referring to a girl like Lyra. Krische is glad Krische doesn't kill Lyra, she continued. Chapter 149, Fragile 1. Between the Krisharana and the Holy Spirit's forbidden area lies a rugged wasteland. Countless cliffs and precipices, not even trees grew around there, the air was dry. There were no rivers or springs, and the terrain was convoluted. Once lost, there is no way to return home alive, and the only way to reach the Holy Spirit is through the wings of a griffin or along a path that leads to a forbidden area. There was no gate at the entrance to the road, but the place was always guarded by 3 gatekeepers. The guardian of the Forbidden Lands was the warrior Ververs, whose skills rank alongside the chief warrior in Krasharana. Following Lyrasama's disappearance, it's an intruder now. A large man with Suiko claw marks running down his cheek. Ververs saw off the messenger who came to report from the top of the cliff and spoke to his subordinates. Below them was the cliff where they are located and a 3-kilometer path between the cliffs. It was the only road leading to the forbidden area. Skilled enough to kill Suiko and Rancor without a fight. I can't believe it. Isn't there some kind of misunderstanding? Like the number of people, or the circumstances? The news about Rancor was Vinthral's investigation. No way, that man will make that kind of mistake. Chief Warrior Vinthral. He was the son of the chieftain and was a little over 30. He was the best warrior in Krasharana, both in name and in reality, and was rumored to be the next chieftain. A ferocious man who won the title of chief warrior from Ververs after a fierce battle in the sky that lasted for 1 koku. To Ververs, Vinthral was an age that was like a son to him, but now that they had talked to each other with their spears, Ververs himself recognized him as the chief warrior and trusted him as a friend. I don't think there are people who could do that in the plains. We are driven into this mountain and live here because of the people of that plain. Don't be arrogant. Krasharana was and still is a clan of warriors. They valued valor and once believed in spears and swords. No one stood against the Krasharana, who conquered the surrounding tribes by force, and since they had the Griffins as their friends, they no longer had any enemies. A single warrior could cut through 10 men and rule the entire sky. The one who defeated them was the Dragons Maw, a former weak tribe that fled to the south and gained strength. Never forgetting the humiliation of their past defeat, they gathered their strength and turned their blades toward their enemy. The leader of that large army is the great chieftain Bazarish, who claimed to be a child of God. And the 2 arms, Muscronia and Bernaic. They built a strong fortress in a place where there was nothing, armor and shields for all the soldiers, and walls by battle lines. From far away, they used a stone-throwing machine to break down the tower and wall, launching an unrestrained offensive. They were supposed to be weaklings, but they had mastered the art of fighting against the mighty. But even so, the great heroes of Krasharana were not to be outdone. While gradually being pushed back, they risked their lives to repel their offensive. However, Bazarish realized that they could not cross the Dragon's Maws head-on. They avoided fighting the warriors, or perhaps that was the reason they were fighting there from the start. Many of the men of the tribe who had followed Krasharana had died, and their people had become reluctant to fight. The fight was not to pull out the Dragon's Maws but to disturb the tribes that followed Krasharana. Bernaic rode into the north alone, and went around the tribes in various places, estranging them, and targeting the women and children of Krasharana. The battle, which would have barely remained even if it had been fought head-on, was over. Krasharana allowed them to advance north, had their chieftain killed, and was driven to this mountain, home to the Griffins. That battle was now a lesson for Krasharana. They didn't value harmony, only respected valor, and that's why Krasharana was defeated. The smallest of emotions can cause a breakdown. It is because of this that Krasharana was defeated in the past. Remember that no matter how much you hone your spear, it is your heart that controls the tip of the spear. My apologies, Ververs-sama. Kepis was young and skillful, but his mind was still immature. But he would make a good warrior in time. While nodding at his words, Ververs put his hand on his chin and thought. If they're that skilled, the target should be Yarganal-sama. How stupid. Pointing your blade at the Holy Spirit. They probably didn't realize how big a sin it was. They didn't realize that all human activities exist because it was permitted by the Holy Spirit. Shouldn't we look around? Yeah, I've already told some people to fly around the area, but we're here. Ververs said. We'll take precautions. If it was an opponent who could easily kill a magic beast, there will always be some worrying factor. Reducing the number of people here is. Involuntarily, he gazed at the forest and recognized the shadows that danced out of it. Even from a distance, he understands who the girl who was heading this way with Griffin is, and when he saw the person behind her, he immediately said, Kepis, sound the whistle. Lyra explained that they would arrive when the sun shows the sky. It must have been around the time when the sun began to rise after advancing through the rugged bushes. They finally get out of the woods. There were fewer trees on the road ahead, and it seemed that it would be much easier to proceed. However, there was also a downside. Good visibility didn't bring much good in this situation. The thick forest was far below. As Chrisje and the others emerged, 3 Krasharana warriors astride griffins stood blocking the road in front of them, their flutes echoing in the air. They must have been waiting on the left-hand cliff. The 3 were surprised to see Lyra and turned their attention to Chrisje, her horse, and Suiko, who were following behind her, showing obvious alarm. The griffin is a ferocious beast that flies freely in the sky with its huge body, 5 shaku tall at the shoulder, and could easily leap over human bodies. Even for those riding on it, the Suiko was an opponent they should feel wary about. Ververs, the chief of the guards, gripped his spear at the bizarreness. It was Lila who stepped in front of him. "Lyra-sama, so you're safe, everyone was looking for you." But, with a glance, he asked what this means. What was being spoken was what the kingdom called an ancient language, a language once spoken in the north of the kingdom. Ververs, who had the opportunity to interact with the Princess Miko of the imperial state, was not ignorant of the words of the plains, but there was no point in using them here. The figure of the girl in the back, judging from what she was wearing, she must be a person from the plains. He had no intention of letting her hear this conversation. "Ververs, I'm sorry. Please don't say anything and let me through here. This is a forbidden area. Even if it's Lyra-sama, it is not allowed to enter without permission. You should understand that." And Ververs glanced behind Lyra and looked at the girl and Suiko. The Suiko growled, but the girl patted its head unconcernedly and just looked at them. Putting aside if it was a dog or a cat, it was clearly a bizarre sight. "We have received reports that countless magical beasts have been killed by someone who has invaded the mountain. Behind you, that girl who seems to be bringing Suiko with her. Could it be the guardians of the forbidden area where the Holy Spirit resides? Its leader, Ververs, is one of the village's best warriors. That was why he knows more than anyone else the horror of magical beasts. He had never heard of anyone capturing a Suiko alive, much less those who obeyed them. Come here, Lila-sama. Kepis, you should let Lyra-sama escape first. She has Suiko with her. I don't think that girl is what you think. First of all, let Lyra-sama escape to safety." "Yes, sir." "Lyra-sama." "Wait." Stopping Kepis, who was about to step forward, Leah told them. "She's not someone you can do something about with violence. I don't doubt Verva's abilities, but she is someone who can hunt and tame the Suik like a rabbit. Ni-san, even the chief warrior can't be her opponent." Lyra's expression was serious. They knew she respects her older brother Vinthril more than anyone else, and she of all people told them that even her brother is no match for that girl. Indeed, it's not normal. The way she stood there, looking as if she was full of gaps. There was no tension at all in this situation. The serenity of the magic power that covers her body shows the high level of her ability. A land filled with rich magic that can be said to be the blessing of dragons. Most of those born in the village of Krasharana possess magical powers, and from an early age, they learn the art of manipulating them. Naturally, many of them are skilled in handling magic, but even compared to them, the serenity of the magic that the girl clad in was magnificent. It was as Lyra said, they also didn't think she was as strong as she looked. Just being in front of her like this sent a chill down her spine. Against a girl who is not as tall as his chest, rather than her Suiko. "I'm begging you, let us pass without saying anything. I'm just asking for an audience with the dragon. If you don't try to stop me, nothing will happen." So, the Suiko, who was standing behind, snarled. The silver-haired girl strokes its forehead, soothing it again. Ververs stares at her and frowns with increasing alarm. It was certain that Lyra was threatened by her. He knew she was concerned for their safety. However, when he saw the countless melee spears hanging from the backs of horses behind them, he couldn't just nod. It was clear that her objective was the Holy Spirit. "Excuse me, Lyra-sama." Ververs thrust his 8-shaku spear forward. He then thrusts it into Lyra's side, pushing her off the cliff. Naturally, Lyra's body was thrown into the air. Larnell. Ververs immediately roared. By the silver-haired girl's side Larnell moved immediately, but the girl did not stop her. Larnell jumps off the cliff to pick up Lyra's body, and Ververs steps forward with the griffin. Please run away, Lila-sama. At least I'll buy you some time until the others come. But please run away. In any case, we can't let anyone through here. Let alone those who want to harm the Holy Spirit. Well, after all, it's going to be like this, isn't it? It was the sweet girl's voice that resounded. Lila's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the girl. Chris J. The words that came out of her mouth were Kraysharana's slightly quirky words. Sorry, Chris J heard what you said. Chris J just wants to go to the dragon. If you guys don't do anything, Chris J won't do anything either, just like Lyra said. It would be nice if Krish's word get through. Krish's only seen it in a book, so Chris J is a little unsure of the pronunciation. By the looks of it, it seems to be getting through, Chris J said, smiling. Chris J looked at Ververs, who was becoming more and more wary, and told the Suiko beside her, Guru Run, to be quiet, before stepping forward. She walked slowly, almost carelessly. Excuse me for a minute. HG. Suddenly, her body disappeared. Only Ververs reacted immediately, pulling on his reins and sending the griffin into the air. She didn't disappear, she just sank deep. A smooth step and tremendous acceleration, so smooth that even if he could see it, he didn't notice it. The distance between the 10 Ken, 60 Shaku, 19 M, was easily closed, and the target was the man behind Ververs on the right. Kepis. Leaping after sinking. Chris J kicked the cliff wall on her left and quickly and easily grabbed the spear wielded by Kepis, and cut the reins he held in his hand with a curved sword drawn from her waist. Goo. She kicked Kepis' body off the griffin and took the spear from him. To the other one, who was poised to jump up to open the distance, she thrust the tip of the spear at Riedel's neck and turned his gaze to Ververs. It's easy to kill you guys. It won't even be stalling. The griffin on which Chris J was riding went on a rampage, and she jumped off like she was troubled. Riedel, who was leaning back when her spear was pointed at him, got down from the griffin, as Chris J pushed the tip of the spear to his neck. Please stop doing meaningless things. It's fine if you just pass and let Chris J normally. With the curved sword in her right hand, Chris J ripped open both of the saddle clasps on the griffin's waist. Unlike a horse, without a saddle, it would be difficult to mount this griffin and escape. The man who raised his voice at that moment was Kepis, the man who she had kicked down earlier. He pulled a curved sword from his waist and approached Chris J. At present, all of them here were magical power holders. Was it the influence of magical power in the atmosphere? Kepis' movements were not slow and his steps were not bad. But when it comes to Chris J, everyone is alike. Chris J twisted her hips. The opponent was lightly armed, with armor on his chest and legs, and an unprotected stomach. She turns around and digs her heel into his exposed belly. Even though she only put moderate force in it, the heel of the boot was reinforced with steel. The man's exposed abdominal muscles are pierced, and he rolls over, faints in agony, and then crouches down to vomit. While frowning at the smell of vomit, Chris J looked again at the man who seemed to be the captain flying in the sky. Ververs. As you can see, it's the same thing even if you're flying in the sky like that. Chris J suddenly leaned forward. The first step is to charge, and the second is top speed. A movement optimized to the limit. It was a spear of destruction that was released from there. Even on a narrow foothold and with a spear that lacked a run-up, the power of the spear was out of the ordinary. The roaring sound that engulfed the wind and pierced through was not that of a mere javelin. Even Ververs, who had been on guard, could not even react. When the spear pierced the side of his face, he lost his posture due to the wind pressure. His griffin screamed, and for a moment the look in Ververs' eyes was one of fright. But the eyes of the warrior Ververs had not lost his will to fight even after feeling it up close. He was not someone who would back down at the slightest threat. Chris J pouted his lips and she lightly struck Griffin, who was standing rigidly next to her, on the buttocks with her spear. The griffin screamed and took off, trying to run toward Ververs. T.S. Chris J jumped as if to stomp its back. It's over a cliff. It was completely in the air, but her face was calm, Not a trace of hesitation, not even a hint of tension. Ververs was astonished to see the girl leap toward him, but he was a warrior. This is the sky. This is a world ruled by the warriors of Kreisharana. No matter how strong one was on the ground, you lose your freedom in the sky. He knew this all too well. He pulled the reins and gave the command to swoop down. The trained pet bird instantly understands its master's intentions and flaps its wings just once. With that, the girl would lose her aim and have no choice but to fall into the forest far below. The trees would serve as a cushion. He didn't think this crazy girl would fall to death. But for now, as long as he could buy some time, that was all that mattered. The girl leaping from the griffin as a foothold had tremendous speed, but that was also fatal. Overhead of the swooping Ververs, she advanced. What? Twisting herself to kick the sky, she flipped her cloak. Her feet to the sky, her head to the earth. She catches the atmospheric wall in front of her with her back, kills her momentum, and descends as if she were kicking at an invisible wall. Her aim, of course, was the fleeing Ververs below. She was alone and in the air, forcing even the skilled griffin, lion eagle, cavalry to be contained within her reach. The turbulence of the wind is caused by the flapping of the griffin's wings. Taking advantage of all that, knowing that he couldn't dodge, Ververs immediately unleashes his spear. He was a first-class warrior. No matter what the situation, he can demonstrate all the power he has acquired. However, the girl goes beyond that. She sees through the wind as a matter of course, twists herself around, and flashes the curved sword from her hip. What arises in Verver's chest is no longer astonishment but admiration for her. This girl has a different level of strength. He knew his strength, thus what arose was her awe and respect. With his certain defeat, and perceived his death, he looked at the girl. But her curved sword did not take his life. Severing the reins he held, she grabbed his spear-wielding arm and threw him far backward. Using the griffin as a foothold, she leaps after him. He rolled over and slammed into the cliff wall, his right arm held by her foot and her sharp curved sword against his neck. Ververs coughed, wrinkled his brow, and glared at Chrisje. "Why didn't you kill me?" Chrisje promised Lyra that Chrisje would not injure Kreisharana as much as possible. "Well, now you understand, right?" Chrisje said, then looked at Lyra. The body slammed into the cliff wall. "At least this guy can't move for a while. Lyra, let's go." When Lyra was called, she hesitated for a moment but soon came to her side. Chrisje quickly turned her gaze away from Lyra and looked down at Ververs. The bad guy is Chrisje in this case, and Chrisje doesn't mind if you come after Chrisje. In a way, it might be convenient for Chrisje. "Bururun, this way. You can come too, Gururun." The two animals approached their master, looking slightly wary, and Chrisje smiled. Chrisje grabbed Ververs and the other's spear and put them on the back of an approaching horse. The number of spears she could carry was limited. It was troublesome for Kreisharana's warriors to attack her, but it might not be a bad idea considering that each one of them would carry a spear like this. Thinking something like that, she nodded to herself. Even Ververs, who had heard it up close, couldn't understand the meaning of her words. Even skilled warriors were only spear deliverers for her. Her strength, which was out of the ordinary, was already beyond human comprehension. Lyra Sama, the only unharmed person. Riedel drew his sword and cried out, trembling at what could hardly be called a battle in front of him. Lyra shook her head. "I'm begging you, don't resist any longer. I'll take full responsibility. Please take care of Ververs and Kepis." "HG, yes. Ververs, she's not the kind of person who you can do anything about with violence. I want you to tell anyone who comes later that I said so. But Lyra-sama, please, Ververs. I don't want to see you killed." Chrisje looked at them and said in the common Western tongue, "Let's hurry up a bit, Lyra. No matter what the outcome, it would be better to avoid too many people gathering." "Yes." Chrisje continued to run at a small pace, and Lyra looked back at them for a moment and made Griffin run. Naturally, the two follow. When they disappeared, Lyra said, "Thank you." Chrisje said it yesterday, but Lyra doesn't need to thank Chrisje. Nevertheless, to forgive someone who pointed their blade at you, I must express my gratitude. Chrisjay runs with a troubled look on her face. Chrisjay said Chrisjay wouldn't hurt them as much as possible after all. It's only self-satisfaction. Chrisjay said while thinking a little. Chrisjay is just doing it so that the people Chrisjay loves won't hate Chrisjay. She narrowed her eyes just a little. Even though Chrisjay is trying to do something bad like this, it's too late to say that. Lyra's eyes were downcast, not knowing what to say. When I was little, I lost my mother to an illness. That's why. I can't say that I understand how Krish-sama feels, but I also sneak out at night to ask Yaganao-sama to help my mother who was suffering from an illness. She was soon found and brought home, and her mother also hit her in the cheek. This is preordained. There is no such thing as a person who does not die, and after that, she hugged Lyra, who cried, and repeated such things to her. She remembers hearing those words and not being convinced by her. She wondered why her mother, who was so good and kind, had to die. The reason why she couldn't think of this girl as a stranger was probably because she had such memories. Because the feelings she had in her childhood were still in her heart. She suddenly realized that she had left Chrisjay behind while running next to her. Bery is different from Lyra's mother. She won't die. Cold words and somehow ooze with anger. Lyra quickly realized her gaffe and she hurried to her side as she stopped. I'm sorry. It was a thoughtless word. No, LRLA isn't bad. It's just that Chrisjay is weird. Her purple eyes swim to her left and right. Chrisjay knows that people die. But, just like when Chusama and Kasama died, when Chrisjay thought that Bery would disappear, that Chrisjay wouldn't be able to see her again, Chrisjay can't imagine it. And the girl then covered her mouth. Even when Chrisjay found out that Bery was stabbed, Krish's head went blank. Chrisjay, also, doesn't know herself. Chrisjay didn't want to think about it, so Chrisjay decided to do what Chrisjay could for the time being, and then she put her hand against the cliff wall to stave off her nausea. I'm sorry, Lila said and stroked her back. The girl shook her silver hair and her head for a while as she calmed her breathing. What was there was like a statue made of sand. It was as if she touched it, it would fall apart, that kind of perilous state. The girl's back was so small that it was enough to make her forget the strength she had seen in the girl earlier. Chapter 150, God-Slaying Spear. The glory of the past was long gone. Kraysharana now was a tribe with a population of about 3,000. They had not abandoned their traditional way of life, and instead of building towns, they had scattered small villages and lived here and there throughout Arbiagle. The Griffing, Lion Eagle cavalry, which once numbered 1,000, numbered less than 100, and their world, which seems to have rejected the current of the times, is in unmistakable decline. There was no entertainment, only warriors were respected, and as the years went by, more and more people left, fed up with such a world. Those who still remain, there are those who live with their dusty pride. That was Kraysharana. Rows of stilt-style houses made of wood stand in a large settlement called village, equals Soto, village, hometown, homeland, one's origin, in Kraysharana, at the square in the center. After Suiko, now it's Rancor. An old man with a white beard raised his eyebrow at the report. Kraysharana's chieftain, Alkirance. He was the man who stood at the top of thousands of warriors who were left behind by the times and believed in the martial arts they once held. Hearing a report that came in a while ago, he went out to the plaza and directed the information gathering himself. He crossed his toned arms and looked grimly at the messenger. Yes, all of them probably filled with one blow. The chief warrior is now chasing the footprints left on the spot. At first it was a search for his daughter Lyra, but now his purpose has switched to investigating the cause of the anomaly in the mountain. Vinthril is, according to the chief warrior, in preparation for unforeseen circumstances, the women should be prepared. Hearing those words, Alkirance had an even more stern expression on his face. If a demonic beast was seen near the village vicinity, in order to avoid confusion during the battle, those who cannot fight were grouped together. This was because the confusion could be fatal when dealing with a Suiko that runs across the earth and trees in all directions. The place where the traces had been left behind was a long distance away, but even so, it was an opponent to be that careful about. Vinthril was the strongest warrior in the village, the chief warrior. He became a warrior at the young age of 13 and has killed more than 10 magical beasts with his own hands. Since becoming the chief warrior, he has not allowed a single magical beast to come near the village, and that Vinthral thought so meant there is no doubt that it's an emergency. Dratar. Gather all the off-duty Griffin cavalry. Ring the tiger bell. Yes, sir. The warrior called Dratar flies to the bell tower with his griffin. He then rings the loud bell, which echoed through the mountains. Countless bells resounded from distant villages as if responding to it. Once the tiger bell resounded, all the men, except for the griffin cavalrymen, stopped their work and grabbed their spears. The ones not selected as griffin cavalry, who were not warriors of Krasharana by profession, but called squires, were fanatics of martial arts who dedicate all their entertainment to their training. They fortify their settlements, which are scattered here and there in the mountains. The women were confined to a predetermined nearby storehouse. They, who were constantly exposed to the threat of magical beasts, were, in a sense, moving even faster than those of a trained army. The reason why their warrior society still exists and had not lost its power was because of that threat, and depravity. Corruption was a word that has no connection to Krasharana. The air was tense with the sound of bells, and men and women, young and old, rushed about in a flurry of activity. Alkirans, what is the situation? It looks like an intruder is in the mountain, Elder. It seems that they are either alone or in small numbers, but it is said that the intruder is skillful enough to kill Suiko and Rancor. A bald old man with a chest-length beard. Elder Bekirs, the previous chieftain, thrusts his staff and comes before Alkirans, supported on his shoulder by one of the warriors. It had been a long time since he had appeared in public like this. His skinny limbs seemed to tremble, but his eyes were sharp. The old man, who looked as if he would fall over if pushed lightly, still had a certain vigor. It's not the military, right? Yes. Though from the traces, it looks like they are from the kingdom. If that's the case, is the target the Holy Spirit? I can't say for sure, but it's a strong possibility. So far, no such reports have been received, but the place where the beast was found was far from the forbidden area, and warriors were already flying here and there to find Lyra. If an intruder wandered around looking for the forbidden area, he or she will eventually be located. Only some high-ranking priests of the imperial state and the people of Krasharana know where the forbidden area is. There was still some leeway if the intruder did not aim for the forbidden area in a straight line. Just to be on the safe side, let's send some of the warriors to the forbidden area first to be on the lookout. Arzlaban, take 6 men and go ahead and watch the road to the forbidden zone with Ververs. Yes, sir. Immediately. At that moment, a high-pitched whistle sounded from the sky. Looking up at the sky, they saw a warrior coming from the direction of the sanctuary. The griffin glided down in front of Alkirans. Elder, chieftain. The sound of a flute from the entrance of the forbidden area is. What? Right now, the 2 people who were with me are heading there to confirm it, but probably someone is. Alkirans widened his eyes and immediately howled. You go and call for Vinthral at once. Arzlaban, I will also come. Ditar, after gathering all the warriors, leave the minimum for protection and bring them to the forbidden area, immediately. Bery, this time Chrische is really confident. Is it delicious? Is this Felix? It's good, it has a little bit of sourness and sweetness. It's really delicious. I hope the people she likes think it's delicious. Ahehe, is it cute? Yes, it's really cute. Having the person she liked think she was pretty. A small extra effort to make her feel even a little bit of happiness. She was there to make Bery happy, and Bery's happiness was her own happiness. There was always so much happiness that it was overflowing, and it will always be there, and it will always continue. She had thought that way all this time, and when it seemed like it had suddenly disappeared, for a moment everything didn't matter anymore. She couldn't think. She had a feeling that she was going to. That's why she thought she'd make it continue. She thought about what she should do to keep it going, and turned her attention to what she needed to do. At least while she was looking at what she had to do, she could not look at everything else. It didn't matter if this was the right thing to do or not. If there was a possibility, it should be done, and as long as there was a chance, she could continue to pursue it. That was all that mattered. She knew that there was no eternal life. Someday surely that would happen. But that was in the far future, at least not now. At least it wasn't supposed to end like this. That's why it will continue. At least while she was doing so, she could only think about that. If she did so, she could believe that the usual daily life will be repeated again. Krish-sama, we're almost here. If they continue further along the forbidden path by the cliff, they will pass over the cliff and gradually come to a gently sloping hillside. It seems that the dragon was beyond this. Since then, there had been 2 more attacks. After incapacitating about 5 Kreisharana warriors, now she had 4 more spears. The 8-shaku spear looks light and slender for its length, but it has an iron core about 1 shaku inserted into the tip. It looked simple, but was surprisingly durable and of good quality. If the opponent was as the myth says, no matter how many spears she had it wouldn't be enough, and she should be happy to get an additional one here. The Suiko who has been following her so far seems to be frightened, and his pace tends to be slow. Perhaps it was because of the presence of the dragon. The temperature rose as they got closer, and this area was filled with strange magical power. Concentrated magical power that would make even Chrisje feel dizzy when she thought about the existence that gives rise to this. It is no wonder that the Suiko, a mere beast, was frightened. That said, it's fine even if it didn't follow her. You can go home, Guru-run. When she said that and left it there, the Suiko followed Chrisje even though he seemed to be hesitant. Was it because it felt indebted to her for the meat, or was it simply because it was attached to her? It was a good thing, but also troubling. It's not like she would be relying on it in battle. Considering that it might get caught up in it, it might be better to force it to leave her here. Dying even though it had no relation to the fight, she felt it was pitiful just like the Kreisharana. At least as a good boy, she felt sorry for it. Thinking that way was probably normal. But there was no longer any time to think. After crossing the hillside, Chrisje looked below her. There was a huge depression that seemed to be at least 2 ri, 800 m, in all directions. On the other side of the depression, there was a huge cliff with a great number of magic crystals exposed. In front of the shining blue wall was something that looked like a rocky hill. It was grey and as big as a small mountain. Its very body radiated blue light. That's the Holy Spirit, Yaganal-sama, Lyra said in a quiet, nervous voice. Krish's eyes widened, and she continued to stare at it without any emotion for a moment. Chrisje stayed still, she didn't say anything. Even though Lyra was puzzled, she looked at her. She wondered if she had changed her mind. No, it's not like that. Bururun, the spear. Chrisje throws all the spears on the horse's back toward the depression. Krish-sama. The slope of the depression was steep. While it could climb down, it would be a little difficult to climb up with the horse's body. It was probably just in case she thought so, but countless spears were thrown into the depression. Lyra looked at her pleadingly out of anxiety and grabbed her sleeve. If the talk fails, Chrisje seems to won't have much leeway. This is the bare minimum. Saying that, Chrisje jumps down into depression. The Suiko continues after her, and Lyra continues with some hesitation. How would one feel if something huge swallowed you whole? The magic in the depression had gone beyond the dimension of being dense, and its concentration was now as inside a body. When the two approached the body of a dragon that looked like a rocky mountain there, huge reddish-purple eyes appeared. HG. For a moment, even Krish's body felt a chill that made her body stiffen. The dragon's head, like a tower, was lifted. And as if to show the natural reason principle, it looks down at Chrisje from a far height. Like a rabbit facing a wolf. Like a frog facing a snake. Something that occurs when the instinct understands the difference in class. At least, that was the first time in her life that Chrisje had ever felt that way. A tingling sensation runs down her spine as soon as its eyes open. It becomes a gooseflesh all over her body. Even the Suiko, who had barely followed her, turned its back to keep a distance as if screaming, and curled up, frightened. Its jewel-like reddish-purple eye was endlessly inorganic. Not threatening, not mocking. Its eyes distort even the atmosphere just by looking at it. With just a glance, it stirs up all the magic around it and disturbs the harmony of this world. How much magical power was overflowing from its body? Even if there were 1,000 Chrisje, even if there were 10,000 Chrisje, it would not be possible to reach the magical power of the being in front of her. This was exactly what should be called the embodiment of divine will, providence. Like a thunderous storm, like a tsunami swallowing the earth. It is not a beast, nor should it even be called a living creature. It is the only one that sits at the unquestionable apex and is allowed to look down on all living things from birth. The only one that reigns just by its existence, the only one that is equal to God. That's the existence of the dragon. 4. Lyra climbed down from the frightened Larnell and Need. Then she dropped her head to the ground and opened her mouth with a trembling voice. Forgive my sudden rudeness, Yarganal-sama. As a Miko, Lyra had visited this place several times. But the atmosphere was clearly different. Something was clearly different from the usual. What should I say? Forgetting even what she was thinking, her body froze with terror, unable to think of what to say. The dragon raises itself up without answering. Its rocky scales begin to move, and its giant bat-like wings that were incomparable to bats spread out. When the dragon raises itself, its head almost surpasses the cliff wall behind it, and its stature was like a fortress. The myth written in the ancient books were not false, there were only facts there. Its eyes were directed at the one person who was facing it. Those reddish-purple eyes just caught the girl's inorganic purple eyes. The dragon did not move any further, nor did Chrische. There was an unnaturally long silence. It was as if two predators who met by chance were waiting for each other to make their move. If one moves, the other will surely move as well. A feeling akin to conviction. Lyra sensed it instinctively, unable to lift a finger. As if to show that she meant no harm, Lyra could not look up and could only continue to press her forehead against the ground. As if to break the balance, what resounded was the dragon's voice. Oh, there seems to be a rare visitor. Even though it is a small one, I feel a fluctuation that I haven't tasted in a long time. It was a voice and not a voice that seems to be scratching directly at their head. The dragon spoke without opening its mouth. The voice did not travel through the air, but rather it travels through the magic power and permeates directly into the skull. Just by its voice, the surrounding magical power trembled and distorted. An indescribable discomfort, as if they had entered another person's body. Those eyes are different. It is not to be underestimated. It's not conceited. It's one that, even after understanding my power, asserted that with that small body, you can kill my body. This place was already right before the dragon. It was as if they were already inside its stomach. The sky was high above and their bodies were in the outside world, but what they both felt was the helpless sense of entrapment. You think so too, right? Truly, how interesting. The dragon continues, turning its gaze to the surrounding spears. And it turned its eyes to Chrische again. Are you going to kill me with the like of that twig? It was a somewhat happy tone. Like a predator in front of its prey. If one had to express it, one should say it was joy. Chrische calmly stepped forward even as she heard those words echoing in her head. Yes, though Chrische thinks it would depend on the situation. Strangely, her body was stiff enough to tremble. That she would be killed by someone, she had never thought of that. With the exception of when she was a baby, it was not difficult for her to escape from any opponent, and now she was confident that she would be able to turn the tables on anyone who turned hostile against her. However, the opponent in front of her was an exception. Perhaps she was frightened. Chrische observed that feeling with the sensation of observing from afar. All she could think about was escaping. But the other party has already recognized her presence. There was no way she could escape from here. If she kept her distance, even the chances of victory that should have been possible would be lost. And that was only a chance to win, not a victory. She had no intention of underestimating it, but when she got up close and felt its pressure, she understood that this was a tougher opponent than she had imagined. Chrische has come to ask if you can share your flesh and blood. Despite that, she wondered why she was so calm. If it had been her from 3 years ago, she probably wouldn't have been able to stand like this. She would have run away as soon as she got close to it, before it noticed her. There was nothing she was more afraid of than being killed. That's why, please don't be reserved and always keep me by Krishsama's side. She thought of that red hair and that smile. When she thought, it would be lost. Perhaps Kei-sama might have felt this way. There was something more frightening than her own death. I'll do anything. So please, let this child go. That's probably why she stepped in front of Chrisjay that time. If that will happen then, rather than for that to happen. She may have thought that she didn't care what happened to her. Because she surely loved Chrisjay that much. At first, Chrisjay was going to kill you and get your heart, but Chrisjay thought that if you would accept Krish's request, then that would be fine. Even for Chrisjay, killing you seems to be quite difficult. She was sure that the reason she was not afraid, even though she was afraid, was because she felt that way. Believing that made her feel very happy. She felt that her distorted self had become normal, even if it's just a little. But looking at the situation, Chrisjay doesn't think you'll honestly say, yes, here you go. Even if Chrisjay was in your position, Chrisjay too surely wouldn't say yes. Chrisjay thinks it's an unreasonable request. She hoped that her guess was correct. So, on that basis, the words that Chrisjay should tell you are, if you don't want to be killed, then do what Chrisjay says. To a being who is equal to God, so the girl said. Chrisjay can't compromise, and Chrisjay will not give up. Then there is no point in asking any more questions, right? After seeing its immense magical power and majesty, her words didn't even have a shred of awe and fear. Her quiet voice was powerful to the end. Die or obey, the choice is yours. Her intention was clear. She was willing to trample on all creation and heavens, and even point her sword at them. If it's for her desire, if it's for what she wanted, she would trample down and rule over everything in the heavens and earth. One that is arrogant. That was the essence of a beast called a human. No scales, no fangs, no wings to fly in the sky. And she was the most extreme one among them. Are you threatening me with that puny body and magical power? The voice was followed by intermittent waves of magical power that did not even take the form of a voice. It somehow resembled human laughter. I see, interesting. The dragon spreads its wings wide before the fearless beast. A gigantic wing that transcends the boundaries of living creatures and was large enough to swallow a small village. Just by opening it, the wind swirls around, and a huge amount of magical power distorts and well up. Then, whether you can kill me or not, why don't you try it yourself? And the dragon flapped its wings once. What struck that calm world was a gust of wind that would knock down the trees. With a single flap of its wings, the wind gouged the earth in a storm. The undergrowth was torn up like planks, even pebbles turned into deadly weapons, fill the 2 square spaces with death in a single movement. Even then the girl was still calm. Sorry. Chrisjay thought it would be like this from the beginning. Tji. Saying that, Chrisjay grabbed Lyra's arm and threw her to the back. She won't miss. A pebble rips shallowly through her cheek. She didn't care about the pain, and just kept moving forward into the storm. Contrary to her frightened body, her heart remained calm as usual. She leaned forward as if tracing the ground with her jaw. The turbulence that occurs on the surface of the earth as if diving down through that gap. She read the movement and speed of the wind and calculated all the measurement errors caused by it. She was always the one who unravels, controls, and uses all creation in the universe. She never doubted her abilities. What was there was a self-esteem filled with madness. Deep down in her heart, she believed that nothing was impossible for her, and she executed it. She kicked the earth with her heel. Sudden braking, and acceleration, all of it to her upper body, to her arms, and to her spear. What she needed to do was the same as usual. A tornado is no obstacle in the face of the spear that she unleashed. Whether the thing in front of her is an army or a rampart, even if it was a dragon or a god. What she always released was a spear that pierced everything that was in her way. The body of the little girl. Her whole body bends like a whip, and the spear that was fired now flew toward the dragon's body with a roaring sound. It traveled nearly 1 RI in an instant, easily piercing the oar-like dragon scales. It pierced and gouged the flesh at the root of the left wing. The power of the spear, which did not stop there, shattered the cliff behind it and the wall of magic crystal there. The magic crystal that became particles mixes with the red blood smoke. The color that arises there was purple. Behind the girl. The first thing the warriors saw after crossing the hill was the god-slaying spear unleashed by the girl. Chapter 151. The Light That Tears the Heaven. Intruder in the Forbidden Area. Even before hearing those words, Vinthril flew into the forbidden area. Vinthril, who lost sight of the footprints on the way, thought that the intruders were headed for the river from the footprints so far, and there he was convinced of the existence of Lyra from the traces he found. A suiko that was torn in two and hung, and a griffin's feather that fell there. The feather was not that of an adult, but definitely that of Larnell, who had left it in Lyra's care. The intruder, at least, had spent time there with Lyra. And perhaps the target of the intruder was the Holy Spirit. There were no signs of torture, but if the intruder had been a good person, Lyra would have already returned to the village. It was better to think that they had somehow extracted information and were on their way to the Holy Spirit. After instructing one of his men to report back, Vinthril immediately headed for the forbidden area, and on his way. "You're fast, Vinthril, chieftain." On his way to the sanctuary, he meets his father, the chieftain Alkirance, astride a griffin. Alkirance took 20-odd warriors with him, and he even saw a few more flying up from the distant village. The chieftain himself, holding a spear. He was probably going to mobilize all the warriors who could move. With that alone, Vinthril understood the seriousness of the situation and lined up next to him. Lyra is probably with the intruder. Is that so? It seems the whistle sounded from the forbidden area. It's the worst possible situation, said Alkirance. The whistle of the sanctuary was only sounded when a magical beast appeared or there was an intruder. The other party was a madman who hunted magical beasts as mere prey. He knew the strength of the chief guardian Ververs, but he had to say that the guardians alone wouldn't be good enough. It was probably best to assume that the intruder had already broken through. It's not an ordinary opponent. They could hunt magical beasts as if they were rabbits. Most likely, the forbidden gate has been broken through. I haven't let my guard down since I got the report. Even if we can't make it in time, we still need to do our best. There's no other way. We can only take the intruder down as soon as possible and hope to not buy Yarganalsama's wrath. Otherwise, it wouldn't be strange if this mountain disappeared, literally. Vinthril nodded at the words that followed. The question of what about Lyra was completely overlooked. At the entrance to the sanctuary, two men were being tended to. One of them was Ververs. When he recognized them, he pushed aside the warrior who was tending to him and flew up into the air astride a griffin. His wounds did not seem to be serious. He was probably waiting for them to arrive, thinking it was impossible for him to pursue the intruder alone. Ververs was a calm warrior who did not mistake courage for recklessness. "I'm sorry, chieftain. All responsibility is. No need for excuses. Who is the intruder?" "A horse, and a girl who is accompanied by a suiko, along with Lyra-sama." "Suiko with a girl?" Ververs nodded. "She looked very young, but I did not underestimate her by her appearance. I gave it my all, and even then, I was no match for her and lost. Even if I fight 10 times, the result would be the same." He looked serious. Alkirance and Vinthril wrinkled their eyebrows. The words of Ververs, the chief guardian, were more heavy than from anyone else. "The reason I'm still alive is the consideration of the opponent. I know of the shame of showing my face in front of you with such disgrace, but please allow me to accompany you." "Pardoned. Anyway, now we need as many fighting strengths as possible. Various judgments will be made after everything is over. Show your pride as a warrior." "Yes, sir." Vinthril thought for a moment and asked, "What is the other party up to?" "I'm glad you're alive, but it's too mysterious." "I don't know. Lady Lyra, who was accompanying that girl, said that she was seeking an audience together with her. If we don't intervene, she won't bring any harm to Kreisharana, she said." "It's the same thing. What are you thinking, Lyra?" Vinthril closed his eyes for a moment. Although she is the Miko, it was still an unforgivable sin. Lyra should have known that. Lyra is a kind girl. Has she been moved, but considering the severity of the crime, he can't think of it as a sane decision. All would be lost if they incurred the wrath of the Holy Spirit. I don't think Lyra-sama would do such a thing for her own self-preservation. Considering the words and the way they spoke, perhaps the intruder threatened the people of Kreisharana. The other party has more than enough ability to threaten the entire village. How foolish. No matter how many people of Krasharana die, even if they were destroyed by the intruder, it was better than incurring the Holy Spirit's wrath. Vinthril shook his head and Alkirance announced, "It's over, Vinthril. For now, just focus on what you need to do." "Yes, sir. My apologies." Several other warriors joined Ververs and the others on the way to the Hollow of the Holy Spirit. The wounds were not deep and everyone was alive. What was surprising was not so much the fact that the intruder let them live, but the fact that they could afford that kind of consideration. In battle, it was far more difficult to keep the opponent alive than to kill them. Against the well-trained Krasharana warriors, moreover, against the Griffin cavalry that ruled the skies, to only take away their resistance without taking their lives, that would have been impossible unless there was a significant difference in strength. He let the Griffin flap its wings while thinking about what kind of monster it was. And so as they proceeded, and arrived at their destination, the Hill of the Holy Spirit appeared before them, and all they could see was the swirling atmosphere. It was already too late. Perhaps before the Holy Spirit, the monster was there. Vinthril. "Yes, sir. Everyone get ready. The battle has already begun. The enemy is no ordinary opponent. Don't get too close. The situation being the situation, throw the javelin to end it quickly, grasping the spear and pulling the reins." The Griffin, Litgund, whipped his neck up and flew up over the slope of the hill in one fell swoop. The hollow beyond the hill rising behind the magic crystal cliff wall was the figure of the Holy Spirit, which looked like a fortress. With a single swipe of its tail, it could wipe out an entire village. Even a towering castle would crumble before its claws. At the end of its long, serpentine neck was a huge jaw that could swallow a hut whole, and its icy reddish-purple eyes. He had faced the Holy Spirit 7 times before, but he had never seen the Holy Spirit rise its body. The enormous magical power and intimidation, the air in this place was all different. Even though they were separated by a distance of 2 li, Vinthril trembled with fear. Even the valiant Litgund was frightened by the pressure exerted by the Holy Spirit and wanted to leave the place. The dragon was an existence that should be called a god from mankind's point of view. Comparing the two was like comparing a human with an insect, and there was such a gap between a dragon and a human. A single whim could destroy a city, or even a whole country. In the first place, dragons and humans are different in terms of existence. It would be the height of folly to point a spear at them. The storm was caused by its wings. It was a localized storm. He caught sight of Lyra rolling toward his direction and Larnell chasing after her, perhaps caught in the storm, and recognized Asuiko, who was frightened by the Holy Spirit in the corner of the hollow. And there was only one person in that hollow. What is she? It was a bug with silver hair that confronted God. The black cloak fluttered. In front of the dragon, she grabbed a twig-like spear and defied the storm that arose. From the excessive forward-leaning step, the upper body was bent and the spear was ready, a momentary flow that even felt beautiful. But what is released from there is a torrent of power that could no longer be thought of as a spear. With a roaring sound, the spear pierced through the storm of sand that covered the eyes. Prying open the wind barrier in front of, turns the distance of 1 ri into nothing. Even after piercing the base of the dragon's wings, its scales and flesh, the spear wouldn't stop. Along with the ferocious sound of breaking glass. Behind the dragon, the cliff wall collapsed with a blue glow. Mixed with the dragon's blood, the resulting color was a purple color. The insect-like girl unleashed a blow that could kill even a god. Vinthril, Ververs, and Alkirance. All those present stared at the girl, forgetting to breathe and think for a moment. They had expected her to be no ordinary opponent. They were prepared for it. However, that figure of hers was far beyond their imagination. The girl regained her balance as she rolled, and once again grabbed her spear in her hand. Finally, Vinthril, who had been standing still, was allowed to come to his senses. "Don't hear me throw the next spear. Aim from behind." And then, he screamed, took the reins and forced the frightened Litgund to flap its wings. The scales were like ore, and they certainly didn't lie. She intended to shred the wings with a single blow, but the scales were harder than she had imagined. They were tougher than a simple rock but not as tenacious as metal. If so, a spear would be enough to inflict a wound. It would not be impossible to kill it. Without going against the wind, when she grabbed the spear, leapt behind. Even if it's Christjay, she couldn't get through all of this storm and come forward. It was troublesome. After all, it was better to do something about those wings first. There was also the danger of escaping into the air. As she had judged from the way Griffin flew, whether consciously or not, the dragon manipulates the wind by manipulating magic power without relying on magic crystals. With that much magical power, it would be easy to levitate that giant body. It was necessary to act so as not to give that opening. If it escaped far into the sky at this time, there is no chance of winning even if it was Christjay. She moved her body forward again. The dragon noticed and moved its arm as if to hide the base of its wounded wing. It clearly understood what she was trying to do. While correcting the information that its reaction is quick for the size, she shoots the spear regardless. That gigantic body, she knew from the beginning that she couldn't kill it with a single throw of the spear. The spear pierced the dragon's scales, gouged out its flesh, and thrust into its arm. It did not penetrate. The flesh itself must be tough. HG. Rolling over, she got up, and Christjay immediately jumped backwards. The dragon turned away from her. What swung was its huge tail. Plain and simple, the movement was readable. However, the tip of the tail came faster than the sound, bursting the air as it headed towards her. In front of its power, a person's body would easily be scraped off along with the earth. She avoided it by jumping around 3 shaku from the tip of the tail. However, the crushed earth crumbled and headed to Christjay. Even a single stone could be fatal if dealt with incorrectly. It had such power that it could make a human body explode even if they were covered with armor. She kicked away only the ones that would hit her from among the countless bullets, then roll upright. The dragon was a huge body that was beyond common sense, but it was faster and sharper than she imagined. Considering its apparent weight, it was an incredible speed. Aim. Kraysharana's words resounded from behind Christjay. They must have caught up. The spears were being fired at her. The sound of the winds, the number of spears was 12. However, the storm caused by the dragon still remained. The trajectories of the spears were disordered and distorted, and only 2 of them would hit her. As if she had eyes on her back. Christjay grabbed only those 2 and without turning around and threw one. It was a simple task, and there was only one thing to do. Grab the spear, throw it. Repeat. Even if the wound was as small as a needle's hole to the dragon, it would eventually become impossible to ignore it as the wounds multiplied. From forward-leaning acceleration, she kicked her heel to the ground in front of her and suddenly stopped. She seized the power of the rampaging force and transmitted it to the spear in her hand. A true, full-force throwing javelin, it doesn't matter if her stretched muscles and joints hurt. It was the same as having no pain as long as it didn't pop off. The spear pierces the long neck, its base. From the bottom jaw to the tail's ventral, there were no scales. The skin was thick, but she expected, its strength was only that of tanned leather. The spear bursts through the flesh, and a large amount of magic-filled blood sprays out. She had thought that if it went well, she would be able to penetrate it, but it didn't go that well. She continued forward, trying to grab the second spear. I won't let you. A shadow descends from overhead. A young man astride a giant griffin blocked her view as if shouting. The living hero of Kraysharana, Chief Warrior Vinthril. His hand wielding a spear that had killed many Suiko. But the girl easily avoided the blow by leaping backward and keeping her distance. I can't allow any more blasphemy. I'll take your life. A surprise blow from overhead, a blind spot. But it was still not enough. Reaction speed, athletic ability, and breadth of vision. Vinthril once again understood that all of them were far above his own. Silver hair that shone like the moon. The beautiful girl's eyes, devoid of any sense of reality, seemed to see nothing. But the color that captures everything was purple. It was the eyes of the Absolute, similar to those of a dragon. The mere sight of her sends chills down his spine. He instinctively understands that someone like him would never win. The arrogance, filled with madness, unafraid to point its blade at the dragon, even to the heavens. Even though she is a human being, she stood outside of human domain. The wind stopped and there was silence for a moment. Along with the command of the chieftain, Alkirance, countless wind noises rained down on her. The girl danced in the storm of spears that could easily turn even a Suiko into pieces of meat. As before, she did not even look back. She captured everything around her with just the sound of the echoes. Twisting her body, she glided across the earth in an arc. As if in a dance, she easily grabbed one of them. Without even letting her cloak scrape against it, it was a celestial dance beyond comprehension. There was a beauty that made him forget that he was in battle and become captivated. Litgund. Litgund lowered its stance and flapped its wings once. It leapt as if to strike the girl with its entire body, and then attacked her. As if to cover her vision, Vinthril also leaps and turns from the side. A moment of defenselessness and time. He didn't even think about winning, prioritizing stalling time over killing her. If he could inflict wounds and even steal the time to shoot the spear, this girl would eventually reach her limit. With Litgund as a wall, passing through the side, what he found there was a forest of spears thrusting the earth. In it, he catches the figure of a girl jumping behind and charging in. What she unleashed was a thrust with all her might that pierced even rocks. Exclamation point. But the girl no longer even looked at him. Twisting at the waist, she ducked Vinthril's spear at the back and grabbed the hilt as if pinning it between her left armpits. And without killing her momentum, she spun around and draws Vinthril in. Ooh! The impact that occurred was instant. The girl's right heel pierced Vinthril's flank as she accelerated. A moment later, a severe pain runs through him, and his thoughts stop. Vinthril's body was lifted by the impact and slammed into Litgund's body. The extreme pain cuts off her thoughts, and the edge of her vision that even loses her color. Looking helplessly at the girl running towards the Holy Spirit, Vinthril couldn't hold back and vomited. In this world, to think such a warrior existed. The roaring sound that continued to echo was the sound of the Holy Spirit, the spear that broke the scales of Yarganaus and pierced the flesh. Facing the countless javelin as if it didn't exist, and easily dodging Vinthril's desperate blows. Naturally, the spear that she shot with aberrant power pierced even the Holy Spirit. There was no one who could blame Alkirance for his weak mutterings. Even as it was in front of him like this, he couldn't believe it was real. As Krasharana's warrior who spent his entire life in training, he knew the limits of humans. The girl's physical ability certainly didn't surpass theirs. Even so, the girl toyed with dozens of warriors and even set her fangs against the Holy Spirit. It was a foreign object that could not be described with common words such as monsters. Throwing a javelin would be meaningless against such an opponent. Rather, it was a big advantage to the opponent. Huff! From now on throwing spears is prohibited. Us our flesh and blood as a shield for Yarganaus. It was not his own volition to stop talking. It was because the atmosphere suddenly changed into something different. Yarganaus flapped its wings once. A storm erupted again, and the body of the girl who was close to it floated in the air. What was different from before was that, the dragon as if pointing it to the heavens, its maws were wide open. A radiance like the sun had risen in front of its maw. Everyone, get out of the way of the front and into the sky. He only knew this from the myth. He had never seen it before. But he understood that this was exactly what was happening right in front of him. It tore up the mountains and changed the terrain. A roar of doom that destroys even nations. It was called the Dragon's Roar. The violence was undoubtedly directed at the lone girl who was still up in the air. At the training ground in Albanaria, the royal capital, Selene and Eluga were there. Don't push yourself too hard. If Selene-sama also collapses, what will Krish-sama think when she returns? I'd be more at peace if I work when I'm a little tired, Farron. When I have free time, all I can think about is bad things. Selene sighed and said. Outside the ramparts, the second building of the military academy was newly built in this training ground. A building owned by the kingdom in the first-class town was used as the school building, but as expected, only classroom lectures could be conducted there. For practical operations, it's better to learn how to make use of soldiers, so a simple school building was built beside the training ground, which was to be used as a place for practical education. A chess exercise on the board. Tactical education as knowledge. All of them take shape only with practical operational experience. Whether it's a war with the Holy Empire or a civil war. Celine, who felt her own helplessness more than anyone else, knew this better than anyone else. If she could set up a solid training facility and conduct thorough training, she would be able to reduce the possibility of a fool like herself leading the troops on the battlefield. Among the tasks assigned to her, Celine placed an emphasis on the military academy. Even Crescenta is being considerate to me. Really, I can't just stay like this. Crescenta wanted to spend time with Serene for one reason or another. No Chrische, no Bery. One of the reasons was that she simply wanted someone to spoil her, but she also had the intention to see how Celine was doing. She rarely shows her face in front of Celine unless she has something to do, but recently she has been showing her face in front of Celine saying she had something to do. Cuckoo, Her Majesty the Queen's atmosphere is quite different from that of Krishsama, but they are very much alike in their kindness. Celine smiled wryly while looking at Aruga's evil face, exasperated. Crescenta did not particularly care about other people's faces. Naturally, the same goes for Eluga's face. Don't tell me this old man throws all people who aren't afraid of his face into the kind category, right? It's not like Celine did not think of such a thing, but as expected that would be rude. As Assistant Marshal, Eluga and Crescenta have had their fair share of contact. She also knew how Crescenta cleaned up the aristocratic massacre that Chrische caused. At the very least, he would not be misunderstood, thinking that she is a kind and pretty queen like she looked. For the time being, I have spoken to the Corps Commander Arjand, and have also sent a letter to General Vereich. These two men should be fine. Eluga suddenly said. Well, General Garka is a pure war lover. He's like an innocent child. He doesn't look like a devout person who reveres the Holy Spirit. I think you can rest assured, too. What about General Keithreton? I talked to him a little bit before he headed west, but he really liked Krishsama. He said that as long as she didn't make a big mistake, but I'm a little more worried about the massacre of the nobles the other day. It would be nice if that didn't change his mind. The slaughter of the great nobles, although it was not spoken of openly, there was no one inside the kingdom who didn't know about it. The criminal killed 17 people and left no evidence behind. The crime was so extraordinary that it is impossible to judge by law. However, because of its anomaly, rumors spread. The name that came up there was Chrische, and the Black Flag Special Forces led by her. Of course, only those involved in the military know the power of Chrische herself. For the masses, rumors were nothing more than rumors. Because the incident was so extraordinary, the general view was that only a few people were actually killed, and the rumor that 17 people were killed by having their limbs torn off was a false rumor. Crescenta moved Dargries. Starting with the attempted assassination of the Queen, several malicious nobles fought behind the scenes and several of them died. She was dealing with it by spreading such rumors, trying to deceive from the eyes of the masses. This was more plausible than the truth that 17 people had been dismembered and killed in a single night. Crescenta's maneuvering had worked so far. However, if Chrische were to return after killing the dragon, it would undoubtedly have a further negative impact on the current situation. For a human capable of killing a dragon, it wouldn't be strange for them to be capable of that. If public order were disturbed by fear of Chrische, it would surely spread to the whole masses. There was a good chance that someone like Felworth would make a move. We should be wary of the north and the west. Interior, too. Whatever happens, it will be difficult. The battle between Princess Crescenta and the royal Prince Guildenstein, it was not a royal power struggle like the previous civil war. Whatever the reason, directing the army to the royal capital in the current situation was a high treason with no excuse. Though it would not be easy for soldiers to gather in a place of rebellion, the discord in the current situation, where the neighboring countries were all trying to destroy the kingdom, was quite fatal. Assuming the worst, I can't see the victory. I intend to do as much as I can, but if that happens, it'll be partially dependent on Krishsama. Half of this situation is her fault. You don't have to feel responsible for it. Celine said, exasperated. Will the Dragon Slayer become infamy or fame? They wouldn't know until they see the results. There are so many possibilities for it to go in both a good or bad direction. No matter what, at least I hoped that Chrische would come back safely. War and everyday life. At least that's where Celine's future all begins. What is that? What's wrong? Elugor turned his eyes to the sky and narrowed his eyes. Celine tilted her head to look at it. A blue sky with sparse clouds. Was it north-northwest from there? Something like a glowing line faintly rises from far beyond the horizon toward the sky. When she was thinking about what that was, it suddenly started to move. It tore through the clouds above the royal capital in an instant. From far beyond the horizon, beyond even the mountain range. The light passing over the royal capital, Celine, a little late, sensed that it was a torrent of power created by an unbelievably large amount of magical power. She knew about the dragon myth. So she tried to understand it, but her heart refused to comprehend. Even those who had been training around them stopped their hands and looked on in amazement. Celine does the same. She stumbled, and Elugor immediately supported her body. A vortex of magical power tearing through the clouds from thousands of Ri away. It was an anomaly that made her want to refuse to comprehend. However, only the two people present at the scene were aware of what kind of being had caused the event, and the existence that would have been the trigger. Chris J. While being held by Elugor, Celine simply called out the name of her beloved girl with a trembling voice. Chapter 152, Heavenly Spear and Shield. The light faded and the haze cleared. What was drifting in the air around them was a crater-like heat. The hills they crossed had already lost their original shape, and in its place were scorching rivers that flowed from the hollows. There was no longer a single shadow in the land where the girl had been running around on. It had transformed into an extreme region that did not allow humans to survive. And this was not the only abnormality. The mountain that should have been visible in the distance has been scraped away, revealing a strange outline like a chipped, wan moon. The ridiculous sight was unbelievable to anyone's eyes, yet only those present were forced to comprehend it. At the end of the magma, when they looked at the dragon standing there, they felt the heat that was still scorching the air. When they remembered the light that was emitted from the dragons more earlier, it was self-evident what had happened. This is the dragon's roar. Alkirance muttered in a daze. Before the warriors pull the reins, the griffins instinctively choose to dodge. Perhaps because of that, it was fortunate that none of the warriors seemed to be caught in it. Some were unable to control the griffin and fell to the ground, some were burned by the hot air generated by the roar, and some were unable to control the runaway griffin and turned their backs, but the damage was light. Even if some were caught in it and died, it would only be 1 or 2 people. Vinthril was also in the air holding Lyra. It was a blessing among the misfortune. However, this did not mean that Kraysharana had escaped the crisis. It no longer mattered whether the people here lived or died. If everyone here gave their lives, and if that alone would have been enough to be forgiven for this rudeness, then that would have been something to rejoice over. Just a single roar. With just that, the very landscape that had existed since the distant past was rewritten. Easily changing the terrain and destroying a country, they could no longer be called anything other than a natural calamity. No matter how one is a hero, no matter how large one army is, they are nothing but insects in the face of a dragon. It's not an opponent that people can fight against, nor is it an opponent that humans are permitted to point their blades at. Dragon is the absolute. Innumerable myths often speak of these beings as equal to gods. Sometimes some people might be referred to as being like a storm. They might be described as a monster whose blow could shatter mountains. Much of it was an exaggeration, however. When it comes to dragons, there is none. If they wanted to destroy something, they surely must be able to destroy even an entire continent. Possessing power turned capitals into lakes, mountains into plains. If they wielded their power to the fullest, there would be no such thing as impossible. Like a child crushing an ant's nest, like breaking down a sand castle. It must be that easy for them. Human activity is merely permitted according to their whims. Everyone who was there was mad to understand it once again, and feared it. But these prologue. Don't let your guard down, she's still alive. Only apply if one excluded the only exception. Along with Vinthril's cry, a roar echoed through the mountains. It was the sound of an aberrant spear that pierced and gauged through the absolute. Really, Gururun is an idiot. It's dangerous, you know. If it was only a mere human being, it would have been unavoidable. Their body alone stirred the air, and what was released was something that pierced even mountains, the dragon's roar. Christie considered manipulating the wind with her magical powers. However, whether or not it can be avoided is a gamble. Only by employing that she managed to bring the odds to 50-50. It was extremely difficult to create a wind that could levitate a single body and can manipulate it at will. Krish's magical power is fundamentally insufficient, and it was doubtful whether it can generate enough thrust to enable the evasion. She would be able to assert that it would be possible if she used the enormous magical power around her, however it would take time to grasp it. Unlike magic power that simply floats around, the magic power that exists there was magic power that originates from the dragon. The time lag was too long to turn the dragon's colored magic power into something pure and make it her own, and the roar emitted by the dragon, which had already accumulated enough mana, would have been just a little bit faster. Magic is like paint. Each individual has a different color, and only one color can be drawn by one individual. If it is too colorless and transparent like the magic power in the atmosphere, it was enough to simply dye it with your own color. However, to use paint of other colors, you need to take steps to make it colorless and transparent first. Like when she sucked the magic out of Crescenta, if she was concentrating solely on that alone, it would be fine, but it would be difficult even for Christie if she was both using the imaginary muscles and manipulating the wind with magic all at the same time. The magical power that came out of the body naturally tries to return to a colorless state. Drawing magic in the air, the most difficult thing when dealing with it is how to use it while maintaining one magical power as their own. Create a canvas with your own magical power to substitute for the magic crystal, and engrave the desired formula on it. The technology of magic created by Christie required such a process, and as a result, a huge amount of magic power was wasted, even if the formula was for something trivial. A griffin can fly by manipulating the wind, using magic power far beyond that of a human to fly. Perhaps it was the same with dragons. With that much magical power, it would have been easy to keep its huge body afloat. Krish's magic manipulation is far more precise than theirs. If she had the same amount of magical power as them, she would certainly be able to fly more efficiently even without wings. The only problem was that Christie did not have the magical power to perform such a feat. She had wondered whether the principle of griffins flying in the sky would give her any new ideas, but griffins do not use magic power to expand their bodies unlike Suiko. They were only able to fly by focusing their magic power on a single thing, and as expected, it was not helpful a reference for Christie. Thus the result was a situation where she had to take a 50-50 bet. The one that jumped at that time was the Suiko, who should have been frightened in the corner. Gururun flew at Christie, who was hoisted up in the air and rammed into her with its body. Thanks to that, Christie managed to avoid the dragon's roar in the nick of time. Good boy, now please stay away. It's dangerous, okay. Christie was a little surprised when she was rescued by the Suiko, who she thought was useless at first. Smiling in the midst of the battle, she lightly patted it on the head and made it go far away. Even though it was so fluffy and Christie liked it. The cloak that had been scratched was in tatters, but at this point, it couldn't be helped. Her lips pouted a little, but without any anger, she threw the spear she had grabbed. The fact that she was able to dodge the blow just now without getting hurt was more important than anything else. Christie narrowed her eyes, feeling the magic around her. Several spears were caught up and disappeared. A scorching river had arisen and the footing was getting worse. But she could fight. She had a general idea of most of the dragon's power with what she had just seen. The rest was an endurance battle, whether the dragon would create a fatal opening, or whether she would arrive at her limit first. Diving through the storm created by the wings. The storm whipped up the lava, creating countless pillars of fire that crushed bones and melted bodies. Dodging fatal wounds to get through it, she grabbed and fired spear bullets, scraping the dragon's scales and piercing its flesh. Simply repeating that process. The heat of the lava consumed her body. She was thirsty and her whole body felt heavy with sweat. The change in terrain conditions drained her stamina more than she had imagined, and she could feel her thoughts slowing down. The storm created by its wings had increased in power. In this place where scorching heat was flowing, the flapping of the dragon's wings was now completely deadly. With this much magical power, It was literally not difficult to fight for 2 or 3 days in a row, but before that, however, there was no doubt that she would be deprived of her physical strength here and reach her physical limits first. It was impossible for a human body to cope with this extreme region against a dragon. The end is near, but there's still meaning in buying some time. Overcome human while being human. Capturing all spheres and terrains, sees all things in creation. Calculating all futures from everything caught in sight. Overworking and making her brain, which even if one unite 1,000 or 10,000 people still wouldn't be enough, red hot. The placement of the spear, the surrounding griffins, the single grain of sand and the particles of magic that the wind stirs up, capturing all of it and ruling it. If she could imagine it, she could understand it. If she could understand, she could even capture the future. She, just through her wisdom, transcended even time and space. She read and dodged the valiant griffin cavalry approaching from behind in the storm. She dodged the waving tails and dove through the storm of flames. The spear always pierced the dragon's body. She ran freely across the land while avoiding scorching rivers. Although she had a body that could be blown away with a single hit, she is not lacking against the dragon. This is a human, you say? Vinthril mutters at the sight below him, sending shivers down his spine. What was there was a reality that should no longer be called a myth. It was equal to battles in myth where dragons and dragons vie for supremacy. The ultimate product of human history, the crystallization of a warrior force that was no less than a dragon, was taking shape. The sun shakes from its zenith. By that time, even the men who had turned their blades toward her revealed unmistakable reverence. As if they were worshipping a dragon, a being with the power to be called a god. Or perhaps even more than that. They were in awe of her, the embodiment of the ultimate they were aiming for in human flesh. Diving through raging firestorms, and pointing her blade at the embodiment of providence. Even the impossible, even the reckless and meaningless things, the girl will change them to something significant. Their reason only wanted to kill her, but at the same time, their emotion refused her death. That contrary things raged in their hearts, and they only hoped that she would stop, but the end was near. The dragon's body was covered with countless spears. Its blood stains the earth red, but as compensation, there were only 3 spears left thrusting at the ground. It would be impossible to finish it off. The girl breathed heavily, and blood-red sweat dripped from her chin. The tattered cloak and the one-piece dress underneath it, bleeding red, could be seen. Even if she avoided direct hits, there was no way she could dodge all of them. Countless flying debris and small wounds piled up, and she was about to reach her limit. Still she moved, moving her body to the new spear. Vinthril, with a variety of emotions in his heart, raised his voice. 20 warriors responded to his voice and alighted in the distance to surround the girl. Each dismounted from their griffin and took up a curved sword. The spear, her only weapon, was left with the young warriors remaining in the sky. The other 2 spears were already about to be recovered. That was her bottleneck. The dragon soared into the sky in response to them. Its maw raised to the sky, where it accumulated a vortex of unimaginable magical power. Vinthril opened his mouth as he felt the sun-like power gathering there. As a warrior, I admire your power from the bottom of my heart. The dragon's roar from earlier, if one looks at its power, it's over the moment you can't prevent it from going up into the sky. No matter how strong this girl was, the dragon will make her disappear along with this terrain. The ones here were the suicide squad for that. If he thought of the aftermath, he thought it might be a good idea to help her and point her blade at her spirit, but that would not be permitted. Kraysharana had once been allowed to live by the Holy Spirit. Even if it was a long time ago, it was unforgivable to return that favor with harm. For the tranquility of Kraysharana had been preserved by the mercy of the Holy Spirit. Such was faith, even if there was ruin ahead. Such a despicable act against you, who alone confronted the Holy Spirit. I do not ask you for forgiveness. We have oaths to keep and favors owed to Yaganal-sama. The girl turned her gaze behind her. When she saw the Suiko and the horse, she smiled and nodded to herself. Chrisjay is not angry, and Chrisjay doesn't think it's despicable. The girl put her left hand above her head as she said that, pointing it at the dragon soaring in the sky. Before he could ask what are you, An enormous amount of magical power swirled around her. It was concentrated and released, creating countless blue lines in the heaven. The blue light intersected between her and the dragon in the sky, bends, and began to create a multitude of geometric patterns. Exclamation point. What was accumulated there was the residue of the roar released by the dragon earlier. Magical powers that failed to convert into pure energy gather at the girl as if seeking an owner. From a dragon's point of view, it's a trivial magical power. But to a human being, it was an enormous amount of magical power. The conclusion of the battle, start now. Throwing spears and running around, what the girl had in her hands was power. Using the dragon's magic power to build the heaven a huge canvas covering the sky. What was drawn was a geometrical pattern, a canopy against the dragon. Stunned by the scene beyond their comprehension, and they looked up at the sky in a daze. They intuitively understood that she was the one who created it. They also knew what she was going to do with it. However, she was going to face the dragon head-on. Because Krish's victory still hasn't disappeared. She was trying to counter the dragon with pure power. What was there was, after all, nothing else but pure madness. As the dragon roared, it directed its power like the sun toward them, as if countless thunderclaps bursting forth. The light that was emitted as a light that pierced even a distance of 1,000 ri. A vortex of overwhelming violence that wipes out a city, a mountain, distorts the terrain, and mows down everything in front of it. What stopped it was the beautiful moon mirror floating in the sky. Its enormous power was blocked by the girl's geometric lens, and the light bursts, dissipates, and scatters. What is? The afterglow bounced back, piercing only the sky and clouds. The dragon's roar, which was supposed to annihilate the surrounding area, did not cross the canopy created by the girl, the gap that should be called the world, and vanished as if reflected in a mirror. The girl did not stop there. She reached out her right hand as if thrusting it out, accumulated magic power in it, and carved a circuit. Again, a geometrical pattern that was beyond their comprehension was created on the spot. As if it was the wrath of the heavens itself, bringing forth thunder itself. What she held in her hand was a gigantic spear of light bursting in the atmosphere. Once she stopped the dragon's roar, the girl leaned forward while holding up a giant spear of light. Her run was short, but the speed of the spear was nothing compared to what it had been before. What she unleashed was truly the roar of a small dragon. The wall of the atmosphere, the distance was nullified. The spear, which pierced the dragon's body like a flash, burst with a furious roar. The sky was covered with light for a moment, and the huge flame generated scorched even the heaven. Like a bird pierced by an arrow, the dragon covered in flames and fell. Its gigantic body crushed the magic crystal cliff, and ore-like scales splattered around it. The dragon's giant body was swallowed by the crumbling rock wall. Just like this. Seeing that, Vinthril put his hand to his mouth and let out a voice. So did the other warriors. A gap in the rubble, the burned body of the dragon billows smoke. Its graceful wings were tattered, its scales mottled. Stunned, they dropped their swords. Dragon Slayer. Despite being human, she twisted reason and logic itself. Seeing what the girl did, some even kneeled down. But among them, only the girl who breathed hard never loses her fighting spirit. The wings swayed and the rubble stirred. It was buried in the rubble of the magic crystal, but it raised its sickle like a neck. Its abdomen looked scorched and gutted, and its wings were pierced. Its scales were shattered and peeling here and there, but its majesty was still there. Its reddish-purple eyes still carried a certain light. The pressure didn't even fade, and she couldn't see the bottom of its enormous magical power even after letting out such a roar twice. Even though it's covered in scars, it's a monster that reigned over the heavens. That was the existence called dragon. Chris J her brow and once again produces the thundering spear in her right hand. What she had in her hand was, after all, the remnants of the magical power released by the dragon. It's like fetching water from the lake, it would not make up for the difference between them. There was still an absolute difference in power. How many more times can she block that roar and release this magical spear? Would it be possible to kill this dragon? Even after all this, victory was still not in her hands. How to kill this dragon? Chris J only thought of that and organized her thoughts. Once again, silence fell over the place, and intermittent waves of magical power distorted the surroundings. It was a fluctuation that resembled humans' laughter. Chris J frowned slightly, and the dragon narrowed its eyes slightly. I see. It seems I'm the one who looked down on you. Inorganically. I can't believe I feel death from that small body. But it uttered amusedly in a voice that was not a voice. The girl thought about piercing its skull right there, but unlike its belly, the scales there were thick. It wouldn't be killed with one blow. It was not a bad idea if it wanted to have a conversation. Time was of the essence to her, so she could gather the magic power. At least the surrounding warriors didn't look like they're going to attack her now. Name yourself, little one. Chris J hesitated for a moment and then opened his mouth without moving. Chris J Christand. The dragon shook its head in satisfaction and looked straight at Chris J. My name is Regal Ave of Arbiagle. Good, Chris J. The intimidating, yet somehow intelligent eyes looked at the girl's small body. There is no lie in your words. Despite your diminutive size, you, solely through your wisdom, possess power to equal mine. Thus, you are equal to me. As if laughing, the magic waved intermittently. If you wish, I will give you the right to call my true name. Everyone present there gasped when they heard those words. Chapter 153. The dragon laughs at the young child dancing around. Yarganaus is not a name, but a title once given by man. A dragon's name is what humans call true name, and it was used only when a dragon made a pact with another dragon who was also their equal. Naturally, it was never permitted for a human to call a dragon by its true name. That's why all of them stared at the girl with astonishment. The girl heard the words, but did not erase the bizarre spear. Furrowing her brow, she looked up at the dragon. Tension ran through them. With this girl, any reaction was equally possible. Even if it's pointing her spear to the Holy Spirit again even after hearing those words. Human beings were like worms in front of the Holy Spirit. That human being was thus forgiven for his rudeness and won the true name from the Holy Spirit. This is the greatest honor, and choice shouldn't have existed there. But, precisely because even as she's a human being, she's outside the human realm, it was doubtful whether she could understand what should have been obvious. It was impossible to measure her by the logic of common sense, and that was why the men were on high alert. That this girl kills the Holy Spirit. That the Holy Spirit kills this girl. Whichever way it turns out, it was not what they desired. Whatever the case may be, they now have the same reverence for the power of the Holy Spirit and for the warrior who faced it. That was why they hoped that those words would put an end to their hostility. But the girl, contrary to their hope, kept a grim look on her face. In her right hand, she held a spear like thunder, and she did not let her guard down. The sight of the girl made sweat trickle down their chins. Silence fell over the place. After a while, thank you for your polite self-introduction. But, Finally, she opened her mouth with a serious face. What Chris J wants is not the right to call Regalavsan by name. Chris J think Chris J said it properly at the beginning but. And such, she answered the dragon, appearing to not quite understand the dragon. Then once again, silence reigned over the place. An amused, intermittent wave of magic resounded for a while. The one who broke the silence was the chef warrior, Vinthril, who knew the language of the plains. He sheathed his curved sword and kneeled before the girl, who tilted her head in puzzlement. Yarganaus Sama has recognized your power and has indicated wished to exchange friendship. Whatever your desires are, they will be granted as long as they are in moderation. That's what I heard what it means when the Holy Spirit allowed Mina. Equals name of God. The warriors who saw Vinthril kneeled as if following suit. Even though you were fighting just now, have Regalavsan changed your mind? Chris J looked up at the dragon without putting aside the spear. Any more and it will be until one of us dies, right? There is no benefit to you in death, and neither there is to me. Furthermore, I see no benefit in killing you. That's certainly true, isn't it? She traced her cherry-red lips with her fingertips. After a moment's thought, Chris J let go of the spear in her right hand. The thunder-like spear dissipates into magical power and disappears. I had planned to kill the fool who didn't know the difference in power, but now that I know how difficult it will be, I'm just going to honestly let you threaten me, is what I'm saying." A wave of magical power shook and resounded as if laughing. "Rejoice, Chris J. Even if you look around the world, you are probably the first small creature to frighten a dragon and make it swallow its demands." Thank you very much." Chris J. tilted her head troublingly. Suddenly being threatened, being pierced with a spear. Isn't Rigalev-san angry? Compared to you, pain is a thing or nothing. It's a trivial thing. The first pain in 1,000 years is rather pleasant. It reminded me of a life that I had almost forgotten. Chris J. wondered idly if it was like having her cheek pulled and pinched, and nodded to herself that it was fine as long as it wasn't angry, and that the one that gives that pain is not the same dragon but you. Rather, it was quite pleasant. "I'm tired of most things, but now I'm intrigued. You say what you want is in my blood, right?" "Yes." Depending on the situation, Chris J. also wanted the heart, but if Rigalev-san will cooperate, then it's fine. Those who know the language of the plains had chills down their spines at Krish's absurd words. However, at Krish's words, the dragon only shook its magical power as if laughing again. "What do you desire with my blood?" Chris J. wants to save someone important to Chris J. She was stabbed, her body was poisoned. And Chris J. saw in a book that the dragon's flesh and blood contains enormous magical power, so Chris J. thought that if Chris J. used it, maybe Chris J. could help Bery. It's trifling. It should be possible. Krish's eyes widened as the dragon spoke. "Really? But it's too much for you guys. There are some who can't bear it. It's too much power to dwell within that small body. That's... If they are the descendants of those who once ate our flesh and blood, then perhaps. Does that person, like you and these people, have learned to handle magic to some extent?" The dragon's words probing its intentions, Chris J. nodded. "In that case, yes. Regardless of whether she is a descendant or not, Bery is a person who is good at handling magic. Then there shouldn't be a big problem." What a relief. Her silver hair shook and she smiled happily. Then she bowed her head politely and looked up. "Then let's go right away. If you're going to fly, then directly to the royal capital. Chris J. also wants to ride together. It's quite a distance if you go down, so it's hard." The people around her were taken aback by his fearless words, but Krish's body shook. Vinthril immediately supported that body. Sorry, Chris J. Strength relaxed. Clothes soaked in sweat and blood. The girl was full of scars and her gaze was hollow. Her fatigue must have come all at once because she was relieved. The battle that had just happened was just that intense. From the corner of the hollow, the Suiko rushed to jump down from the top of what used to be a hill with a large horse with a load on it. Then it snuggled up to her side. "You should rest a little. Treat her. It is not well to let the one to whom I gave my name to die without fulfilling our pact." Yarganau-sama. Vinthril called for Lyra from the sky, and Lyra descended with a grim expression straddling Larnell. As she descended from Larnell, she bowed her head against the dragon. "Thank you, Yarganau-sama. I have resolved myself. As soon as this one is treated, this rudeness, with my life. No need. Do you think it will please me to destroy a life like yours? No, that is. Both then and now. I have no interest in how you little ones live and die. If you are concerned about the contract we made in the past, then this time it's good entertainment. I won't take it as disrespect and I'll forgive you." A promise once sworn by the people of Kraysharana was to not disturb the dragon's peace. Dragons had no interest in their activities in this world, and it was like insect repellent to avoid troubles. This was also the reason why Alberon's founding king accepted the Holy Spirit Conference, the Holy Spirit Covenant, and for this reason, the first that was written on the Holy Spirit Pact was somewhere along the lines of "Never point your blade at the dragon." What the people of Kraysharana feared more than anything else was breaking that covenant. Passage of time is such a funny thing. Even among small ones like you, something like this that could threaten our lives appeared. Thousands of years ago, it was unimaginable. The magic power shook intermittently, and those who were there looked at Chris J. Chris J., who was listening, separated from Vinthril and sat down with her back leaning against Gururun reluctantly. As the dragon said, she was too physically drained to leave, at least right now. And if she went home in this dizzy state, Bery would be worried when she woke up. She didn't want to worry Bery too much. She didn't want her to think that she had pushed herself too hard to help her. Chris J thinks it's normal to get angry if you get stabbed like that all of a sudden, but somehow Reincarnation seems to be having fun. That would be normal because you are so frail and live such a short time, like a blink of an eye. This feeling would not be understood by the likes of you. Chris J pondered this for a moment. This dragon seemed to be quite happy even though Chris J had thrown a spear at it and almost killed it. Wani-sama, it's perverted to be happy when someone pulls your cheeks or hurts you. I don't know what Argan-sama said, but please understand a little more that it's obviously strange. She recalled Crescenta's words. Pinching cheek is a form of affection. Chris J didn't think it strange to be happy about it, but this dragon's statement is clearly different. Chris J had malicious intent and threw the spear with intent to kill. On top of that, this dragon was happy. She felt something click and clapped her hands together. I see, Krish's little sister said it. Reincarnation is the so-called pervert. That's what you call someone who is happy when they're pain. Dragons roar, a battleground where the heat never cools down. Those who understood the content of the words froze at Krish's words. Cuckoo, only intermittent waves of magical energy echoed through the place. What she uttered went beyond a joke and was merely an abuse. The dragon showed no anger at Krish's words, which were no joke, and Lyra and the others who knew the language of the plains were relieved. For the time being, the treatment, Lyra begins to treat her in order to seal her mouth while her voice almost cracked. Chris J, who was reluctant to take off her clothes in front of others, uses the body of the Great Holy Spirit as a partition, cleanses her body with the water she brought, and asks her to wrap her in bandages. Binthril and others who saw the girl's condition thought it was dangerous to leave her by the Holy Spirit's side and suggested to Regal Ave that it would be better to take her back to the village for medical attention, but Chris J told him that it would be better here, where the magic was stronger, and Regal Ave himself agreed. As a result, only Alkirans, Binthril, Lyra, Ververs, and others who knew the language of the plains, the leading figure of Krisharana, remained to take care of Chris J, to monitor her words and actions. They feared that the disaster, which had seemed to be under control for the time being, would be shattered by the girl's unprovoked remarks. After a while she fell asleep, but if left alone, do all dragons look like lizards like Regal-Ave-san? She was an abnormal person who repeated remarks that go beyond slips of words against the Holy Spirit. At first glance she looks like a pretty, polite, quiet girl, but she's crazy. Was she trying to get the world caught up in this test of courage? She's originally a madman who points her blade at the Holy Spirit. They couldn't let her run wild. It was after evening when Chris J, who had fallen asleep, woke up. The heat of the molten earth had subsided, and the warriors had already done their miscellaneous tasks such as making campfires and fetching water. After waking up, Chris J bites the smoked meat of a suip and pulls out a piece of spear stuck in the body of Regal Ave. Perhaps due to the concentration of magic power, her body had begun to heal considerably after a short sleep, and new flesh was already rising from the small wound. At least there was no problem in moving, and among the warriors of Krisharana, Alkirans, Binthril, and the few who remained here timidly rode the dragon to help. Alberon's first princess, is it? Yes, Chris J suppose that's the way it's supposed to be in a manner of speaking. Since Krish's younger sister, Crescenta, is the queen, it might be correct to call Chris J the royal sister, but Chris J doesn't really know what's going on in that area. Chris J is not really interested in it either. During that time, Lyra had a random conversation about small talk so that Chris J wouldn't blurt out strange things about the Holy Spirit, but there was a lot of strangeness in what she said. It was the name of her sister, a person named Crescenta. It seems that the person named Crescenta was this girl's younger sister, but she seemed to be in charge of national affairs at a young age, and she was Queen Alberon. When asked in detail, Chris J naturally explained that. Then who is this girl? The words that naturally come up were that. She sounded as if she did not have any interest in it, but it was true that she was a member of the royal family of Alberon. In short, even though she was a member of the royal family of the great country of Alberon, she took her own sword and came to slay a dragon for her servant. Here lies madness at its peak. They were puzzled when they heard about what kind of country Alberon was. Alberon, a descendant of Bazarish? If Rigalavsan is referring to the founding King Bazarish, then that is probably the case. Regardless of the fact, it seems that we are related to each other by blood according to the record. Those purple eyes and silver hair, the atmosphere is very similar. Compared to you, she was a little clever, but... Regal Ave narrowed its eyes happily. If you're a descendant of that, then I understand. Even though it was small, it was arrogant, much like you. It was a pleasant thing, wanting to trade with me. It's too much to support only Krasharana. You should make a deal with us as well, then, unlike these barbarians, I can promise you in the name of Bazarish that you will not be bothered with such matters for hundreds of years to come. Regal Ave remembered that figure and its magic waved as it laughed. Is it about the Holy Spirit Covenant? Is that what you call it? It's about that silly arrangement. The little ones, who afterwards came to claim the earth as their own, after every dragon got bored of fighting each other. They were one of the beasts that came to gather the carrion of dragons, but at some point they acquired wisdom and formed a herd, and Bazarish was, among such a race, the slyest individual among humans. Humans didn't get involved with dragons, and dragons didn't get involved with humans. That's all she proposed, and that's all she asked of Regal Ave. In any case, it wouldn't be a bad thing for Regal Ave to not have its sleep bothered with such a beast for the next few hundred years, and Bazarish used such Regal Ave to make a rule for the surrounding world. The Holy Spirit Covenant was born that way, and we remember well how Bazarish even used dragons for her own benefit. Although it is a powerless beast, it is a clever one with a good head. Someday our era will end, and it may be yours. That's what I think when I see someone like you. Yarganal Sama. Chieftain Alkirance shook his head in bewilderment at Regalave's cheerful words, and Chrisjay jumped off the dragon's back and thought a little. After all, Regalave-san is a strange person, a dragon, isn't he? Do you enjoy being killed? I told you right. The way we perceive things is different from yours. If you live a few thousand years, you will understand our hearts. Regal Ave turned to Chrisjay. Things that cannot be seen when living in a moment become visible. Your horizons will expand, and you will gradually be able to enjoy the changes in the world. When we were young, we lived in the moment like you, showing off our power and getting land. Repeat that kind of silly play. Chrisjay stands up and takes a chunk of smoked meat out of Barurun's luggage. She dangled it in front of the Regal Ave and waved it from side to side, but the dragon only laughed. Lyra and the others were terrified of Chrisjay, who treated the Holy Spirit as a pet, but Regal Ave had no anger, and seeing how happy the Holy Spirit was, they couldn't stop her. She was free. As time passed, everyone got tired of it and began to spend their time looking at the world like I did. Most dragons probably feel the same as I do. Chrisjay doesn't really understand. If everything is temporary, you will eventually get tired of it. You are just young and don't know it. Isn't that just because Regalave-san doesn't know what fun rally is? Chrisjay smiled and waved the smoked meat. The feeling of having fun probably comes from growing up, progressing, and that kind of change. In that regard, cooking is a lot of fun. Chrisjay wants to eat something different every day, and every day Chrisjay makes something different and delicious. Fumu. Bery said that, said Chrisjay, holding up her finger. It would be nice if Chrisjay could teach Regalave-san the joy of cooking, but it seems a little difficult with such a big body. In the first place, we don't even have to eat anything like you guys do. Anyway, I don't think I'll ever understand the pleasure you're talking about. But I don't think it's very healthy to have such a perverted hobby just because it's boring and painful. K. Krish-sama. Of course, Chrisjay is happy that Regalave-san has forgiven Chrisjay, but, from Krish's standpoint, it might be better for Chrisjay to be glad that Regalave-san is perverted. While completely misunderstanding Lila's desperate voice, she made a supplement that didn't serve as any follow-up. It was as if she was probing the dragon's reverse scale. Everyone was afraid that this dragon, which happily shakes its magic, might actually be angry, but she was the only one who ignored that atmosphere. She may have no malice, but there was only malice within her words. If it were possible, they would have gagged this girl long ago. But still, Alberon. Chief Guardian Ververs put his hand to his chin to bring the subject back on topic and looked at Alkirance and Vinthril. Vinthril also looks thoughtfully at Alkirance, the old man with a pure white beard. The royal family of Alberon itself broke the inviolability and turned its blade against the Holy Spirit. Considering the history of Alberon, what she had done was never forgivable. However, she had won the true name of the Holy Spirit, whom they believed in, with her power, and they had exchanged friendship. It is impossible to accuse her of the sin, and if they look at her as a single individual, she should be treated as a friend of the Holy Spirit, a guest of honor next to the Holy Spirit. If they were to look at her simply as an individual, that would have been fine. When it was all said and done, there was little or no damage, including to Kreshorana's warriors. At best burns and broken bones, at least none of them had life-threatening injuries. There were some who were caught in the wind, or who they were not sure if they would be able to return as griffin riders due to the outburst of the griffin, but they were only wounds of honor sustained in battle. It was force majeure. They targeted her, but she did not take theirs. Looking at that fight, they couldn't criticize her. In spite of her tremendous skill, she went to great lengths and displayed unquestionable loyalty to fulfill the personal promises she had apparently made to Lyra. As a warrior recognized even by the Holy Spirit, it was perfectly natural that she should be treated as a respected guest, and they have no objection to that. But if the opponent was royalty, then it was now political. Regardless of her own perception, she should be treated as Alberon royalty. To pay her the kind of respect that one would pay to the Holy Spirit, even privately, would be politically tinged, no matter what one thought. If she's someone of the imperial state, it's still fine, but Alberon. It was a country that Kreshorana had been hostile to for hundreds of years. How to handle it was left to the will of the chieftain. I will talk to the elders later. Whatever they think of it, it is someone that Yaghan-al-Sama has approved of. Then we will follow that will. Chrisje tilted her head and the dragon shook the waves of magic. You people are always worried about trivial things. Even though there are no individuals left who were alive back then. Unlike Yaghan-al-Sama, we are weak and we are one in a flock. Kreshorana and Alberon are still living like this, just like Yaghan-al-Sama spoke of in the old days. I see, so there is such a view. Chrisje made a more and more puzzled face, and Lyra, who was next to her, answered the question. As I said the other day, diplomatic relations between Kreshorana and Alberon have been severed due to an old grudge. If Krish-sama is treated as an individual guest, we must decide what to do about that as well. I see, it's hard. Spoken like someone else's problem. One who I have allowed my name to is Chrisje, only for this small one. What you do with it is none of my business. Thank you for your kind words. However, as Yaghan-al-Sama acknowledged, no matter what, Krish-sama is a warrior we should respect. Should that name be crowned with Alberon, I thought we should forget about the trivial things just as Yaghan-al-Sama said and just prioritize her as warriors. From now on, I will decide the future of the village with that in mind. Do as you please. In the first place, there is no one to force you to do anything. Thank you. Alkirance kneeled and bowed his head, and everyone present followed suit. The only one who should be in the center of the topic, Chrisje, was petting the horse and green tiger, saying something like, "It seems a lot of work," and Alkirance looked at her, astonished. There has been a rift between the kingdom and the kingdom for a long time. Even though we have maintained peace without interfering with each other for a long time, if you who has formed a friendship with Yaghan-al-Sama is a member of the Alberon royal family, the current relationship cannot be said to be fine. Is that so? If it's been peaceful up until now, then that's fine. Well, if we can get along well, even Chrisje thinks that's better. Cliché looked troubledly at Alkirance. It kinda gets unsettled, but aren't you guys angry too? Chrisje has become friends with Regal-Avesan, so it might be hard to say, but Chrisje kicked you guys and did a lot of terrible things, like those people over there. Then she looked at Vinthril and Ververs. Vinthril laughed and shook his head. It's a battle. We're also aiming to kill you. Now that it's over, there's no one to hate you for having fought such a battle and for being recognized by Yaghan-al-Sama for your ability. All we have in our hearts right now is respect as a warrior. Vinthril pointed to his chest and then to the side where Cliché had kicked him. There was a bruise. Of course it hurts, but that's just my lack of training. It's not your fault. Watching the men agreeing with him, Chrisje pondered. After a while, she bowed her head politely and turned her gaze back to Alkirance. Krish'll let Crescenta know. Anyway, making up isn't a bad thing. Thank you. We will officially send a messenger at a later date. Then it might be better to do it as soon as possible. Or maybe in a few years. The kingdom is in a dangerous period right now. It's likely to attack the surrounding country, so as not to get caught up in it. Attacked. The civil war has just ended and it's unstable. It would be a disaster if Kreisharana were involved even though you guys are living peacefully, so Chrisje thinks it would be better to send a messenger from the kingdom after things calmed down. Alkirance played with his white beard and looked at Vinthril and the others. Seeing them nod, Alkirance replied, "We'll take that into consideration, including how to conduct ourselves in the future." Yes. Though it's not Krish's place to say something like this since Chrisje herself made trouble for Kreisharana, but peace is something that should be cherished. Hearing those words from Chrisje, the waves of magic shook happily. The dragon narrowed his eyes. "I don't know if you're smart or bad, Chrisje. Chrisje is very clever though." She furrowed her brows dissatisfied, put both hands on her waist, and stared at the dragon. The girl behaved like a child through and through. "But I guess it's only because you're like that." What a pleasant one. Only the voice of the laughing dragon continued to echo in that place. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 154, Royal Capital and Dragon Princess. There was not even a castle wall. In the watchtower of Fort Perke, surrounded by a high fence, stood two men. "I wonder what was that thing yesterday, Merksan." "Don't ask me, Big. How should I know?" Fort Perke, which was built facing the mountains in the northwestern plain of the kingdom, was a historic fort that existed hundreds of years ago to keep an eye on Kreisharana. However, it was only a surveillance. It was too vulnerable to stop the enemy's invasion. Even if the opponent was Kreisharana, which was now more like a tribe than a country, the fort would fall in less than a day if attacked. This fort exists only to raise the signal and announce their movements, and it was more correct to call it a messenger station rather than a fort to hold off an enemy's invasion. There is no particular movement except for the occasional sighting of Kreisharana's Griffin cavalry flying over the mountains, who are probably here to check on the situation. This was the least busy fortress in the entire kingdom. It had never been involved in a battle in the past several hundred years. The unprecedented incident that attacked this fort was yesterday's flash of light. Scraping away the mountains, piercing the sky, the humans who know the unknown power of magic cried out in terror, saying that it was a mass of magical power or something like that. They told them that it must be the dragon's roar, and panicked that the ancient dragon Yarganaus, who had been silent for a long time, had awakened. Certainly, looking at the destructive power capable of carving out a mountain, both of them could understand that it was an extraordinary situation. However, it was too much of an event for them to really sink in. Although they've been standing watch since morning, the mountain was silent even at noon. In fact, they were vaguely thinking that yesterday's light was just an imagination, and that a landslide had simply occurred. The two jumped on their shoulders at the sound coming up the ladder and straightened their posture. It was too early for them to shift. However, the number of people who can climb this ladder is limited. "Is there anything unusual?" "Why yes, sir. Marquis Giterns." What appeared was a nobleman with his black hair slicked back. Argosh Wickle Giterns. He was not a military nobleman who fought with a sword, but he was the head of the old Giterns house. He was a noble who settled in Peels, a town not far from here, and ruled over this area. He was thin, but his eyes were sharp. Known for his shrewdness, he was not a military noble, but there was something about him that could make his opponents shrink. The two men nervously put their hands on their chests and saluted. "Nothing for now. Yesterday I saw the Griffin of Kreisharana flying a few times, but today there's no sighting of it. Yeah. I think it's been reported, but I've been seeing Griffin a lot in the last few days. I don't know the cause and effect of this, but..." Argosh looked glaringly at the mountains of Arbiagle. "Something may have happened in Kreisharana. Don't let your guard down. I've talked with the fort manager, Coles, and we've decided to increase the number of guards. Keep up the good work for a while longer." Yes, sir. Argosh smiled cheerfully and patted them on the shoulder. I've arranged for some liquor to be sent here. You can drink it after your shift. Watching is a particularly stressful job. Thank you, Marquis Giterns. Don't need to thank me, but be careful to not drink too much. He softened his stern face. A serious and shrewd man, Marquis Giterns, who was such a person, was likely to be hated by the soldiers and the people, but there was no one around here who disliked him as a noble. He tightens his grip when he has to, but at the same time, he also makes an effort to understand their various dissatisfactions and puts effort into resolving them. The head of the family himself ran around to various places, and no one said anything bad about him, and his reputation was high. The two soldiers look at each other, pleased at their good fortune to be assigned to this fortress. Argosh smiled at them, but then looked up at the sky and frowned. That is. Something is. Where Argosh looked up, something seemed to be flying above the mountain. It was not a griffin. It was far away and looked far more massive than that. And as he looked at it, the figure was getting even bigger. The three people who were there and those who had climbed the other towers stiffened. When something beyond their comprehension appears before their eyes, human beings freeze. A giant wing that could swallow an entire village. The huge body that was like a fortress. A dragon? Argosh muttered dumbfoundedly. No one answered. Everyone was thinking the same thing. It didn't pass by this place, but slowly descended. 1 ri away, the turret shook with the flap of its wings. The accumulated snow fluttered up like a storm. In front of that huge body, this small fortress looked like a sand castle, and even soldiers could be seen falling on their back. Tell everyone not to move. I'll go. But tell Coles that too. That's not an opponent you can manage with force. Argosh's legs were shaking as well, however he was a noble. If it wanted to, it could blow up this little fort with a single flap of its wings. And yet, they had gone to the trouble of landing a ri away, perhaps it meant no harm. Feeling as if he were clinging to that speculation, Argosh jumped down from the tower onto the snowy plain outside the fence. He had mastered the art of handling magic, and as a noble, he has had the minimum amount of training. However, it's meaningless in the face of the dragon in front of him. To show that he meant no harm, he left his heirloom long sword in the snow and walked forward alone. The dragon shook the earth just by landing. Argosh was half prepared for death. Otherwise, he would not be able to walk. The closer he got, the more he realized the extent of its massive size and that he would never be a match for it. Its long neck was taller than the towers built in the fortress, and its jaws could swallow a hut whole. The figure of a dragon that was only known through myth. Should he be happy that he was able to see it before he died? Even from a distance, the enormous amount of magic power was apparent, and he understood that it was definitely this dragon that scraped away the mountain. As he got closer, he could see that its wings were torn here and there, and its scales were covered with patches of flesh. It seems to have been wounded in some way. However, this did not make him feel that this dragon was weak. Rather, he was growing fearful at the possibility that it might be irritated increased. Argosh froze completely when he saw something leaping down from its back. A girl with silver hair swinging left and right like two tails came down. It's a bit of a tough and uncomfortable ride, that's a bit of downside. If you think so, you should have peeled off the scales on my back a little more. Well, that would have stained Krish's clean clothes with blood. Then a huge tiger followed after her. Green body hair, that huge body. At first glance, he understood that it was a Suiko, but the information in front of him had already exceeded Argosh's processing limit. He remained rigid, looking at the back of the girl talking to the dragon at the fur cloak. Also, Regalavsan mustn't say things like that, even if it's a joke. That's maybe Regalavsan's hobby, but Regalavsan should take better care of your body. Intermittently wave of magic, the girl told the dragon to wait a moment and then turned around to face him. Purple eyes peeking out from her silver hair. She approached with a trot and spoke to Argosh. "NN, you look like a noble." "Hello. Why you are Chrische Albarinia Christand." Chrische stopped by for a little request. "Christand." Argosh repeated dumbfoundedly, and immediately fell to his knees and lowered his head. "It's an honor to meet you, Albarinia. I'm Argosh Wickle Giterns." Giterns. Ah, could it be Anne's? Come to think of it, Anne's parents' house was in Peels, it's right nearby. Thank you for taking care of my daughter. What a coincidence, to meet in a place like this. Nice to meet you, and yes, she's doing her best. Why was he greeting her daughter's employer, a hero of the Civil War, in a place like this? Why did this girl come down from the dragon? Why was a Suiko here as if it's normal? What he had here was a barrage of information that even the shrewd Argosh could not handle. Shivering, the Suiko scattered the snow from its body and rubbed its nose against the girl in front of him, who was petting its head as if it was a cat or something. The fur cloak she wore, and the dress inside it, was tattered. Bandages were wrapped here and there around her body, and the dragon, also covered in scars, and the words that echoed in his head earlier. That flash may have been caused by this girl. His brain was deriving the correct answer itself, but his confused head couldn't even put together a sentence to ask it. Thank you very much. I was worried that that poor girl was causing trouble for Her Majesty the Queen, Albarinia, and Margrave Christand. Why yes, it's okay. She's really doing her best and she's doing her best. What came out of his throat was social pleasantries that didn't fit the occasion. What came to mind in her confused head was a letter from a silly girl who boasted something like, I made the right choice to leave the royal territory, and now I'm becoming a first-class servant, and sometimes I'm even entrusted with the care of Her Majesty the Queen. He understood that his head was spinning out of control with confusion, but he could not get Anne's face out of his mind. He didn't even notice Krish's indescribably subtle reaction. That's good to hear. I know she's a clumsy girl, but please take care of her too from now on. What was he talking about in front of the dragon? He wanted to punch himself in the face, but it was Krishj who responded in a normal manner. In the face of such an unbelievable threat, Argosh was afraid to cut in on the conversation, and the words just came out of his mouth. Krishj was the first to change the subject. Well, we can greet each other at some point when you come to the capital. Krishj has a small favor. What is it, Albarinia? I will risk my life to do your bidding, whatever it takes. No, you don't need to risk your life, but... Krishj pointed to Mount Arbiagal, from which the dragon flew. The people of Krishorana are supposed to bring Krish's horse to here at a later date. Krishj would like someone to take it to the royal capital from here. Yes. Argosh was willing to accept whatever it was, but the words he heard brought new confusion. He quickly reacted with a dumb reaction and held his mouth. Krishorana added to the already numerous questions. Krishorana was a country with which we have a non-aggression treaty, and even diplomatic relations have been severed. Why did the word Krishorana come up there? Krishj, who tilted her head, clapped his hands to Argosh, whose head was filled with such questions. Look, this guru run. Suiko can ride on the back with Krishj, but it is difficult to ride on the back of a dragon with a horse's body, so Krishj had no choice but to go back separately. At first Krishj thought of having it hang on Regalavsan's hand or something, but... Barurun transportation plan. The plan was to hook Barurun on the fingertips of the Regalave and transport it to the royal capital. It was an air transport plan that was drawn up in Krishj after only a blink of an eye to solve the difficult problem of how to get it back to the royal capital, and was almost implemented. Krishj was trying to make a hanging cloth to hang Barurun from, using the blankets and other materials she had brought with her so as not to burden the large Barurun's body. However, the moment the plan was discovered, Lyra and the others stopped her and she had to abandon the project. That the Holy Spirit had allowed it. They were willing to look the other way and let Krishj and Suiko ride on the Holy Spirit's back, but they begged her to at least pardon them seeing the Holy Spirit in such a silly way. Neither Regalave nor Krishj particularly cared about it, but they seemed to be very concerned about it, so she reluctantly responded to it. As a result, it was planned that they would carry Barurun all the way here. She came down here on purpose to tell him that. Even though she was trying to make it as comfortable as possible for Barurun, who had worked so hard to carry the spear all the way up there, she was disappointed that her lips pouted. They said no, so it became this. And no, more importantly, why are the people of Krishorana? ? Krishj thought again for a moment and clapped her hands again. Oh, right. Since Krishj had become friends with Regalavsan, Kraysharana wants to reconcile with the kingdom. It's a good thing. Yeah, she nodded and put up her finger with a straight face. Ah, but it's still a private matter, so you can't spread it around here and there. If Kraysharana decides on their relationship with the kingdom, decide on the banner they will wave equals decide their affiliation, it would be terrible for them to get caught up in the future battles. It seems that they will send some messengers at a later date, but the details will be after that. The magical power rippled intermittently, and Argosh looked up at the dragon behind her in fear. Even though the banner they will wave is already obviously decided. You're really not very perceptive, Chrisjay. It even makes me think, I understand you, the human race more than you. Mew. As expected, Chrisjay thinks Chrisjay has a better understanding of human society than Rigalavesan, who is of a different race. That's just what you think, right? Disgruntled, Chrisjay puffed out her cheeks and glared at the dragon. Argosh stiffened at her and the dragon, a bizarre relationship. What did it mean to be friends with a dragon? Why would Kraysharana propose such a thing now? His doubts kept growing. Calm down, Selene-sama. But, in the mansion, Selene, who heard the dragon's attack with Crescenta, immediately grabbed her sword and went outside the royal capital to go to the training ground where the dragon descended. The dragon that appeared in the royal capital had its scales peeled off and its wings torn. Why did the dragon appear in the royal capital, and why was it injured? She knew the reason. This was probably what it means to have one's mind go blank. The enormous amount of magic power, the huge body that rivaled the royal castle itself. Serene drew her sword against that opponent, who she had no chance of winning, and just by looking at it made her feet tremble. She was stopped by Eluga, who had also come out from the royal city. While all the soldiers were frightened and stiffened, Eluga held back Selene, the only one who exudes hostility and hatred. The flash that pierced the clouds the other day. Chrisjay was probably killed by this dragon. Selene's feelings were painfully understandable, but Eluga was not young enough to surrender to his emotion. A dragon that left the densely packed area and landed on an open training ground. Eluga, who thought that the dragon had no intention of burning the royal capital right now, held back her desperate rampage. At least he had to avoid her being the trigger for it. The dragon's intentions should be investigated. No, rather than that, calming down Selene, was what Eluga thought. But, Ellie. The girl and Suiko jumped on the dragon's shoulders and descended through its arms. Seeing that, the two stiffened. She trotted through the snow and tilted her head as she saw Selene being held down by Aruga. What are you doing? Wearing her fur cloak, her body covered in bandages. Silver hair wrapped in a white hat and a muffler. Chrisjay asked the two curiously. Could it be, before Chrisjay knew it, the two of you became really good friends, Ugu? Chrisjay. Eluga's strength loosened. Serene immediately threw away her sword and pushed Chrisjay down onto the snow. You idiot. I was so worried. You left so suddenly. What if? Despite the strong pain from the pressure on her injured body, Chrisjay stared at Serene dumbfoundedly. Her shoulders were shaking and her eyes were downcast as Serene pressed her face against her own chest in a tearful voice. Sorry. If you think you can get away with just that, you're making a big mistake. Geez, really. Chrisjay stayed like that for a while, stroking Selene's head as she hugged her and cried. Two soldiers, including the Black Flag Special Force, were staring at the dragon from afar, but without worrying about the gaze, Chrisjay hugged Selene's head and raised her body. Sorry, if Chrisjay told Selene, Chrisjay thought Selene would definitely stop Chrisjay. Of course, you idiot. What do you think of your body? Really, you don't think about anything. You idiot. Hearing Selene reply, Chrisjay stroked her back as if to soothe a crying child. Selene, whose face was crumpled with tears, glared at Chrisjay. Chrisjay troubledly wiped Selene's tears with the sleeve of her dress and repeated, I'm sorry. Do you think if you say, sorry you'll be forgiven? Is it no good? Even if I apologize, I will be preaching all night today. You. Selene finally smiled at that reaction and pressed her forehead against hers. She stared at her purple eyes, almost her nose, and repeated, idiot. Then she wiped her tears with her sleeve. She hid her face in her hands for a while to catch her breath, and then finally looked at the dragon behind Chrisjay, furrowing her brow and looking at Chrisjay. Ha! For now, I'll leave my anger for later. So, what does this mean? Hey, yes. You see. Should Christian start from the beginning or? Christian pondered for a moment, and then a wave of magic resounded. That person single-handedly challenged me to battle and demonstrated her power. Thus, I have allowed her name as one who is equal to me, and exchanged a covenant. I am here according to that person's wishes. It was that strange voice that echoed in their head. A strange sensation that shook the magic in their body. Just by uttering a voice, just by being, there was a strange intimidating feeling. I have no interest in the world of yours, little one. I will only respond to the covenant with that person, and once that is done, I will leave here. There is no need to be frightened, there is no need to panic. Oh, Christian nodded satisfactorily and looked up at the dragon. Rigalev-san is quite good at explaining things. It's just to the point, and from Christian's point of view, it's an easy-to-understand explanation. It wasn't easy for others to understand, but Christian nodded and looked at Celine for the time being. It's like that. Christian asked Rigalev-san to help Bery, and Rigalev-san accepted. Rigalev-san said that if Rigalev-san use its own blood, she'll be fine. I see. She understood that there was no malicious intent when she saw that the dragon was bringing Christian, but it went beyond her expectations. Celine agreed for the time being while feeling indescribable. So Christian is thinking of bringing Bery here, but you are really? ? Enough. Go ahead. Yes. Christian started running happily, riding sideways on the back of the Suiko that was chasing her, and ran towards the royal capital. Not only soldiers, but also many people gathered in the distance, and there was a commotion in the surroundings. After all this commotion, there is no need for a gag order. Serene sighed. Behind her, more murmurs spread, and when she turned around, she saw Crescenta with Killick and the others. As if troubled by her dress, she pinched her skirt and ran. She looked left and right, stood next to Celine, and she looked up at the dragon and whispered to Celine. As expected, even if it's Wani-sama, I never thought that Wani-sama would really come back and become friends with a dragon. Who would have imagined that, really? Even though Crescenta looked stunned, after just saying that, she took a step forward. As she swayed her white dress on the snow, she bowed her head politely. It's an honor to meet you for the first time, Holy Spirit Yarganal-sama. My name is Crescenta Fana Vera Alberin, Queen of the Kingdom of Alberin. With a graceful bow, she raised her face to look at the dragon again. Purple and reddish purple intermingled, shaking quietly as magic rippled through the air. You look more like a bazaarish, though different in appearance. O Chief of the Little Ones. It's an honor to be compared to the great founding king. Crescenta smiled and tried to continue her words, but the voice of the dragon preceded her. Like I said earlier, I have no interest in you guys. As promised in the past, you don't intervene with me, and I don't intervene with you. I'm here now because of the covenant with that person, Christian. As long as you understand that you can spin whatever words you like. While waiting for that person, I will play along with you as much as you want. Crescenta tightened her smile a little, and then she deepened her smile even more. Of course, I understand your position, Yarganal-sama. I just wanted to say a few words of thanks to Yarganal-sama, who came here for my sister's sake, just out of friendship. Celine looked suspiciously at Crescenta. It was clear that she had expected the dragon to be in favor of Alberin, but even before they exchanged a word, this vicious queen's true nature had been seen through. She didn't know what kind of person the founding King Bazarish was, but the dragon's words of her resemblance was definitely not a compliment. No need. The covenant was exchanged between me and that person, an individual named Christian. No more, no less. That's what the covenant is. This was what it means to have nothing to cling to. Crescenta's inner self, who continued to smile, was the complete opposite of what she looked like on the outside. If she were inside the estate, she would have puffed her cheeks out and behaved like an indignant child. Just with those generous words, you can know the depth of Yarganal-sama's heart. Nevertheless, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. With a smile on her face, Crescenta lowered her head. Serene endured a wave of laughter that came unexpectedly, as Crescenta quickly changed from indignation and tension. There was public attention. She couldn't let herself burst into laughter here. But what resounded was an intermittent wave of magical power that was indescribable. The echoes echoed around without a voice. Was it the laughter of a dragon? You're the complete opposite of that person, which is fun in its own way. Even though you're quite similar, you're also quite different. It's quite interesting. Is it okay if I take that as a compliment? Take it as you will. You little ones, is like that, isn't it? By her side, Celine could see Crescenta eyebrows twitching. But she never loses her smile. The thickness of the skin on her face always impresses her. I will do so, Yarganau-sama. And one more thing. For the third time she repeated. Again Crescenta bowed her head and sighed quietly. This is just for me as an individual. No matter what kind of covenant was exchanged with Wani-sama, Yarganau-sama granted that wish. As an individual, I would like to thank you for that. Anyway, Wani-sama's wish is also my wish after all. Celine looked at Crescenta with a bit of surprise. She smiled quietly and bowed her head, and Eluga followed suit. The soldiers around them had no idea what her words meant, but as long as Her Majesty the Queen was bowing, they could not ignore it. The shaken soldiers finally got on their knees and lowered their heads. Crescenta looked up and smiled. As a mere individual, would you accept my thanks in this way? If that makes you happy, do as you like. Even if you call out to a stone, it won't respond, but if there is someone that would be satisfied with it, I won't deny it. The beautiful golden eyebrows glittering in red swayed with a twitch. Crescenta kept her smile. I won't say thank you to a stone. Words only have meaning when they are communicated with each other, and now that we understand each other, I don't think it's meaningless. Magical power shook intermittently. The dragon narrowed its eyes and looked at her. After all, you're quite similar. That's right, if you really want it then. Then he brought his large face close to hers. Before you die, if you don't change your mind, you should show up with that person. At that time, I will accept your gratitude. I'll take it as entertainment. In short, he wouldn't receive it now, and he wouldn't have anything to do with it. Words with such connotations. Crescenta's intention to somehow borrow the power of the dragon was completely seen through. Yes, Yarganau-sama. Thinking about it normally, it was the most honorable invitation for the people living in this world, but there were two exceptions. As long as she can get through it now, she didn't have to care about this unpleasant lizard-like Crescenta. The dragon's lure was of no great benefit, and all she could feel was discomfort and trouble. Magical power rippled intermittently as if seeing through Crescenta, who seemed to be deeply displeased with a smile on her face. Chapter 155, Dragon's Pledge, Contractor. The dragon's voice was transmitted throughout the surrounding area. A strange voice that echoes inside the head rather than what the words mean. The people, who were panicked by the appearance of the dragon, became even more confused, and the castle town was in chaos. The appearance of Suiko, who was taller than a man, would naturally intensify the chaos. The Suiko was driven through the crowds, along the rooftops, and into the royal territory. Chrisjay grabbed its fur as she rode sideways, using her voice and magic to tell it where to go. Despite being in an unfamiliar land, the Suiko read Krish's intentions really well. In front of the royal territory, the soldiers of the guard stiffened at the sight of the psycho and were alarmed, but when they saw the girl riding on top of her, they quickly gave way. In the royal capital, there was no one who did not know her name. Once they had flown in through the gates of the royal domain, the estate was just a short distance away. Krish, Sama, Elvina, it's been a while. Elvina, who was waiting for Celine and the others to return in front of the mansion, almost collapsed over by the huge green tiger that suddenly appeared in front of her and leaned against the door. And she stroked her chest in relief at the sight of Chrisjay jumping off the Suiko's back. I'm glad you're safe. Ah, the injuries. She lowered her brows slightly, noticing the torn dress and bandages peeking out from her furry cloak. Seeing Elvina like that, Chrisjay stretched, stood on tiptoe, and gently stroked her head. Chrisjay is fine. Sorry, Chrisjay caused Elvina to worry, but everything has been resolved properly, so please rest assured. Why yes, no. There's nothing Krish-sama should apologize for. Even as she said that, her tears flowed, and she frantically wiped them with her fingers. Chrisjay stared at her and smiled. Thank you for taking care of the mansion. Yes. Elvina also smiled and nodded. But, we'll continue later. Chrisjay has to go to Bery. Can you watch this child for a moment? This child. It's called Guru Run. It saved Chrisjay from a dangerous situation. Is it called Krish's favor cat? Is that so? Despite its quadrupedal gait, it was considerably taller than Elvina. From the shoulders to its arm muscles, it was as big as Elvina's waist. It is a fierce beast that can be recognized at a glance. That was not the kind of explanation she wanted to hear. But the reality of being left in front of such a ferocious beast, she could only nod in terror. No matter how she explained it to this girl, she wouldn't understand the fear she felt, and she seemed as if she had finished the explanation. Guru Run, you can't eat Elvina, okay? Stay still. Whether or not it understood that it's going around, the wild beast groaned grr as if responding. The words she said while pointing her finger at it stirred up Elvina's fear even more, but Chrisjay naturally didn't notice. Leaving Elvina in front of the Suiko, she leapt upstairs. The destination was the balcony of her room, where Bery was sleeping. She unlocked the lock from the outside using her magic power, and inside she found and standing in front of the door on the corridor side, holding a frying pan. She didn't even notice Chrisjay as she entered, both hands clutching the frying pan tightly. What are you doing? Hi. Anne's shoulders jumped and she turned around and slumped to the spot when she saw Chrisjay. Krish-sama, she said miserably, and answered Krish's question idiotically. When I heard that the dragon had come, I thought I had to protect Argan-sama just in case. What was she going to do with that frying pan against a dragon? What did she intend to do while standing guard in the hallway? Why was it a frying pan in the first place? Please return the frying pan. That's Bery's favorite. Really. If you use it violently, Chrisjay will get angry, okay? There were many things she wanted to say, but she finished it with just that and approached the bed. Red hair, a well-defined face. Bery, whose time had stopped, looked the same as when she left. She didn't think anything would happen to her in this state, but she breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of her. She turned her palm to her and drew a geometric pattern. Compared to creating it, the magical power required to release it was small. The invisible walls that separated the worlds disappeared, and Bery's slightly rough breathing echoed through the room. She quickly pulled down the sheets and held Bery, still in her negligee, in her hands. Her brow was furrowed a little painfully and her body was terribly hot. Chrisjay furrowed and put her cheek against her head. On, the door. Why yes. In a panic, and opened the door and ran to the entrance, followed by Chrisjay. She ran down the hallway, trying not to shake Bery's body as much as possible, and then went through the stairs. Once out front, she told them both. Then Krish'll go for a while, and makes sure to return the frying pan. Without waiting for an answer, Chrisjay ran. The Suiko passed by her and looked back strangely several times at the slow-running master. Guru Run is rough, so no. When Chrisjay said that, it raised its voice and kept pace with her. A dragon that appeared in the royal capital. And Suiko, running leisurely through the city. Just like when she came, the commotion was terrible, and it was a little troublesome. With Bery in such a state, it was impossible for her to walk along the rooftops. She wondered what she should do, but it gradually stopped once she passed through the first-class city. Krish-sama. There were men in black armor. The Black Flag Special Force is making way for Cliché on the main road in the center of King's Landing, appeasing the people who are on the verge of chaos. Dagra appeared in front of them and ran alongside them. As expected of Bald Eagle. A little further ahead she could see Mia, Aleha, Taggle, and Corinth were leading the way in organizing the crowd. Chrisjay ran down the road, honestly impressed. No, it's a matter of course. I would like to ask for post-facto approval for this as a special mission. Yes, Chrisjay will forgive you. But this time aside, you shouldn't do this too much. It will be bad if we get scolded. Ha. Of course. If not, I won't be an example for my subordinates. Despite being rude, Dagra saluted as he ran. It was not permitted to move the core under the guise of anything other than training without permission. Given the circumstances, it would have been possible to use an excuse under the pretext of suppressing the confusion of the people, and it would have been fine if only ex post facto approval was obtained, but it was not a desirable thing. It was a rare act for the serious man, but now Dagra saw her not as a soldier, but as someone who he served for the rest of his life. He knew the servant Bery was stabbed. He imagined that was probably the reason why she disappeared after that, and then when he heard the dragon's words he understood more or less what was going on. Then it was his role to help her. That was why Dagra arbitrarily moved her troops to pursue immediately. But I was surprised to see Krishsama return on the dragon's back when I thought Krishsama had suddenly disappeared. Even though I am already used to such surprises. Dagra looked at the girl-like woman Chrisjay was holding, then looked at the green tiger, and frowned. That was the main cause of the increased confusion around them. It was his job to care about what Chrisjay didn't care about. Turn left down the alley. I'll lead the way, we've already cleared the area. No, Chrisjay, leave it to you. Chrisjay, led by Dagra, joined Kalua at the gate, where they were clearing the area. Fufu, Uzaja-chan always surprised us. She walked through the crowds with the usual light-hearted comments. And then once again in front of the dragon. Dagra and Kalua stopped a little earlier. Chrisjay stepped in front of Celine and Crescenta and showed Regal Ave, Bery who she was holding. Regal Ave-san, this is the person Chrisjay wants you to save. Regal Ave brought his face closer and stared at Bery for a while. Then he slowly brought its left arm, one of its fingers closer. Everyone in the room held their breath, thinking that she might be crushed, but the dragon's movements were surprisingly relaxed. Open her mouth. Yes. Chrisjay gently lowered Bery and supported her neck. Then, holding her chin, she opened her slightly pale lips. The dragon used its right hand and clawed at its own left arm. The magic showed a blue glow, and the red blood turned purple. The blood bled and ran down from the tips of its fingers to the tips of its steel-like claws. A drop fell onto Sleeping Beauty's mouth. The blood mysteriously disappears into her lips as if it had a will of its own, as if it is absorbed. 2 drops, 3 drops, that was all it and the dragon to withdraw his arm. The blood has already stopped, and the droplets turned into a blue mist and disappeared. When Chrisjay looked up at the dragon curiously, it was the voice of magic that shook and echoed. I told you, it's too much for you guys. The dragon showed the tip of its claw. Many of the little ones who once devoured our dead flesh with grease have died because they could not stand the blood. Any more would be too much. Is it like medicine that is too strong? Chrisjay pondered those words, and the dragon narrowed its eyes. Even though it's a body that has become accustomed to blood after repeated crossbreeding, our body is different in the first place. If you want to test it on that person's body, I don't mind giving her more blood. It's fine. How mean. The magic ripples intermittently, as if having fun. Krish's lips pouted. Suddenly the body in her arms moved. Bery held her chest painfully, and blue magic power arises and envelops her body. Chrisjay immediately hugged her body, stabilizing the overflowing magical power. The seizure-like movements gradually abate, and Chrisjay strokes Bery's back and pressed her cheek against Bery's. No one opened their mouths. In front of the dragon, only looking at the 2 figures there. After a while, what resounded was, Chrisjay, Sama? For Chrisjay, it was a voice that sounded more familiar than anyone else. Bery, good, properly. She separated a little and looked at her. The big, dreamy eyes opened slightly, but surely, and looked back at Chrisjay curiously, as if looking into the void, as if slumbering. But she smiled, and put her hand around Krish's back. I can't believe I can meet Krishsama even in the afterlife. Bery isn't dead, she's alive. Curiously, Bery tilted her head and looked to her left and right. Her dim eyes were still in her dreams, and it seemed like her head wasn't working. But surely she opened her eyes and spoke to the cliché. Is that so? Yes, that's right. Ahihi, She should have been happy, but suddenly her vision blurred. Confused, Chrisjay wiped it with her hand. She wiped her overflowing drops many times and looked at it curiously. Bery pinches Krish's cheeks between her hands and carefully wipes it away for her with her thumbs. But, either way. Then, she brought the tips of their noses to each other, Slowly, their lips come together. Softly, gently. The same sensation of a kiss. That didn't change, as usual. After doing so for a moment, Bery smiled happily away and traced her thumb over Krish's lips. If I could meet Krish-sama again then. She hugged Krish's body and closed her eyelids, her long lashes swaying. I'm Finn. And there her words stopped. Instead, only her calm, quiet breathing echoed, and Chris J gently hugged her body, smiling at her in relief. Hey, good night. Like holding something dear, she stroked her red hair, pressed her cheek and wiped her eyes. The soldiers watching from the side probably had understood what had happened. The same goes for the soldiers right behind Celine and the others. Celine and Crescenta were impressed by the scene, and then it changed in an instant. Celine blatantly, and even Crescenta slightly, their cheeks twitched. Your wish has come true. If you have no further need for me, I'll leave with this. Yes, thank you very much, Regalave-san. Actually, Chris J would like to give something in return, but there is no shortage. The fun for the first time in hundreds of years, the price is trivial. Chem. But you and I see things differently, we measure things differently. I told you so, right? There is nothing for you to worry about. Chris J tilted her head as if troubled, thought about it, and nodded as if something had clicked within her. Ah, then Chris J will give Regalave-san Nick Mugu. Stop it. Celine immediately covered Cliché's mouth with her hand and let out a sigh. Chris J glared at Celine with a little dissatisfaction. Mew. It's not Mew, right? Yaganao-sama said there's nothing to worry about, right? That's forcing goodwill on other people, Chris J. Even if you say you don't want it, if Chris J was given 10 or 20 pumpkins, wouldn't Chris J be troubled? Krish's eyebrows furrowed in thought at Serene's words, and Celine sighed again in dismay. She looked up at the dragon and opened her mouth. Thank you, Yaganao-sama. I will never forget this debt for the rest of my life. I hope this relationship with Chris J will continue in the future. As long as the person doesn't change her mind, there's nothing to worry about. It will naturally continue. Chris J, who seemed to be satisfied with the explanation of the pumpkin for the time being, looked up at the dragon and smiled. Regalave-san aside, Chris J is extremely grateful. Really, thank you very much. I'm going to rest my body too. In the future, if you feel like it, come and show your face. Yes. After saying that, the dragon turned its back and started walking toward the north. The earth shook, snow flurries, and a distant blizzard rolls in as it flies away. The fluttering of the powerful wings, even with holes, was somehow graceful, the dancing snow scattering the sunlight, the melting drops creating a rainbow. Chris J saw it off, as she pressed her cheek against the sleeping Bery, just happily seeing off the dragon's back. Chapter 156, Dragon's Blood. The 17th Civil War in Christ and began when Bery woke up the next day. Chris J immediately tried to hug her, but because Bery's own body was frozen in time, only 2 days had passed since she was stabbed. Even with the blessings of the great dragon, the wound in her abdomen was naturally still not closed. Her movements were stopped by Celine Christand, the head of the Christand house, and Krish's attempt to get into bed and hug Bery had to be abandoned. Then, what should be done? The one who came forward here was Queen Alberon, an honorary Christand, Crescenta Alberon. She indicated a chair, saying that Wani-sama should sit over there, and planned to create a position for herself above her sister's lap. However, it was Celine Christand who rebelled against this. Using the pretense that Chris J was also injured, she declared that Chris J deserves to be on her lap. The situation becomes extremely chaotic, and in the end, Chris J sat on top of Celine, who was sitting next to Bery on her bedside, and Crescenta hugged Chris J from the front, constructing a strange object dar on the bed. Did you understand most of it? Bery nodded as Celine patted Krish's head while hugging her. What happened while Bery was sleeping? Although the content was relatively serious, the gap with the composition of what Bery saw was intense. I'm sorry, Bery said as she lay there with a vague, troubled smile on her face. Because of my carelessness. Really. Because of your carelessness, the kingdom almost faced destruction. It's not a problem that can be settled just by apologizing. Crescenta, the next time you say something like that, I will be angry, okay? Chrische pinched Crescenta's lips with her fingers. Celine reached over and lightly tapped Bery on the forehead. Don't be so sullen. You're simply a victim, and if there's anyone that will hold you responsible for being stabbed in the stomach and nearly dying, bring them to me. Rejoice with confidence that your life was saved, and give thanks to this idiot and the Holy Spirit. Bery held her slapped forehead and looked at the exasperated Celine. She laughed like a little girl and deliberately folded her hands. Oh, dear, to think even Oju-sama would say something like Nae-sama. You. With Chrische on her lap, Celine pinched Bery's soft cheeks and brought her face closer. You look quite energetic, I wonder, did I make a mistake in being considerate? Foo-foo, my stomach hurts a bit, but my physical condition itself isn't that bad. That's so. Well, I wasn't worried though. I mean, you woke up and boldly kissed Chrische in public. Her face turned bright red in an instant and Bery let her gaze swim. And then she looked at Celine. You see, that memory is vague. You don't remember. Chrische, Bery forgot about kissing you. It's a lie, I remember, but I thought it was a dream. Bery looked embarrassed and her eyes watered. Celine smiled wryly and patted her on the head. Really? So, are you really okay? Yes, I'm a little hot. Could I have some water, please? Yes. Chrische reached for the jug and poured the water into the glass. Bery frowned as she tried to get up, and Celine helped her up. Slightly feverish and flushed skin. The line of her breasts and hips peeking out through the thin negligee had an indescribable sex appeal, and Celine stared at her in amazement. It's really a waste, isn't it, in various meaning? ? The way she tilted her head is also very sexy. Celine sighed and shook her head from side to side as she sighed that she must be really overwhelmed. No, it's fine. You've been drinking a lot of water. How are you feeling? How about eating some? Yes, I've calmed down a lot. Chrische stirred the honey in a cup and handed it to Bery. Bery, who received it, looked at it for a while and slowly put it to her mouth. She lowered her eyes as if to savor it slowly, then smiled at Chrische. Thank you, Krish-sama. Then it might be better to prepare a meal early. It was then that there was a knock at the door and Anne entered. As she gazed at the three-tiered beautiful girl objet d'art in puzzlement, what Anne brought on the silver tray was racula in honey. Chrische looked at Anne with a little admiration. It was as if the timing was deliberate in fact, and was standing in front of the door with the tray in her hand, waiting for the right timing. Anne, it's as if Anne is a normal servant. Thank you very much. That word also indicated that she was usually not a normal servant. Anne was slightly hurt but... Don't say it like that. She's been working hard while you are gone after all. She looked at Celine with tears in her eyes as if moved by her words. Crescenta looked at Anne with suspiciously filled eyes, but showed interest in the honey-dipped racula on the tray. Crescenta has a sweet tooth. Why yes. I made the honey-pickled racula that Argan-sama taught me before. How is it? Even if you don't have an appetite, I think it will be easy to eat. And was there when Bery woke up. She naturally tried to take care of her, but when Chrische did it, she was kicked out of the room. But Anne is also strong. That didn't stop her, and she had her secret plan. These racula, which she had been soaking since last night, in honey. The white peach-colored fruit was covered in amber honey, giving it a beautiful glow. It was a simple dish that could not even be called a dish, just dipping the sweet racula in honey after peeling the skin, but the result was not bad. Chrische stared at the honeydew and looked back at Bery. Bery, can you eat? Yes, I'd like to try it. Good. Foo-foo, I'm quite proud of today's result. I made it just as was taught by Argan-sama. Foo-foo, thank you. Chrische took a plate from Anne, picked up some racula in honey and stared at it. The fruit was cut with an incision, which was Bery's way of doing things. Putting aside if they are soaked for several days, usually the sweetness of the honey will not permeate all the way through to the inside if they were just soaked overnight. So cut a slit with a kitchen knife and let the honey permeate the entire fruit. Chrische nodded and looked at Anne. It's quite good for Anne. It seems that Anne remembered what Bery taught. Yes. I've tasted it, and I think it's the best I've ever made, but I'm sure everyone will be satisfied with it." Celine laughed wryly at the appearance of Chris J, who acted all big and the happy Anne. It was an extremely simple meal for the sick. It was something that even a child, let alone the clumsy Celine, could make, but it made her wonder what kind of reputation did Anne have in Krish's mind. Except for the fact that she was extremely clumsy, and was a servant who can do everything reasonably well, but Chris J and Crescenta's evaluation of her was extremely harsh. Chris J smiles contentedly, cuts a piece with a spoon, and brings it to Bery's mouth. "Here, open wide." "Ah, ha ha." Bery opens her mouth a little embarrassed, tastes the racula and freezes just a little. When Chris J tilted her head, Bery shook her head, smiled and said to Anne, "It's very delicious, Anne-sama. T.S. Ahihi." Then Chris J too. Chris J said and brought the racula to her mouth and her cheeks loosened. The racula has a slightly sour taste. It's delicious, though. I thought Argan-sama would prefer it, so it's not overly ripe. It's already sweet enough pickled in honey after all. Thank you. It's a little crunchy and has a nice texture. To think and could even properly select the ingredients. Chris J looked at Anne in surprise, and Anne smiled embarrassedly. "Fufu, please leave the cooking to me while you two are resting." While the two of you were away from the kitchen, I was secretly training. How surprising. And was able to make a proper effort. And stiffened, and Bery reprimanded her with a bitter smile, saying that is no good. Crescenta, who was watching the exchange with some envy, looked up at Chris J and opened her mouth. Crescenta sure is a spoiled child, isn't she? Her moo. Crescenta savored the given racula and relaxed her cheeks, then glanced at Anne with a serious face as if suddenly realized something. "It's okay. It's not bad." "Why yes, thank you very much." Celine smiled wryly, received the plate from Anne and picked up a racula. It's not without problems now, but she smiled, relieved that at least this everyday life would continue as before. The racula fruit was sweet enough to please Celine's taste buds. "Bery, what would you like for lunch? Is soup okay?" "Yes." "Can I leave it to you?" "Yes, Bery to get well soon after all. I'll make a soup that is full of nutrition." "Yes." Chris J grabbed Crescenta by the waist and lowered her onto the bed, then stood up. "Then Chris J will prepare lunch." Chris J is a little worried about whether Anne properly cleaned the kitchen. I cleaned it." Anne's gaze swam, and Bery seemed somewhat troubled. Crescenta, who was put down on the bed, stood up. "I'm going too. You have a meeting, don't you? Are you keeping them waiting?" And tried to follow Chris J, but Celine grabbed her by the neck. Crescenta glared at Celine, pouting her lips. "The queen being a little late is just right." "Really, no. I also have a meeting later. Chris J will be back at noon, so please make some for us too." "Yes." Chris J climbed into bed, kissed Bery, said goodbye, and left the room. Celine smiled wryly and stroked Bery while looking at Chris J, who seemed to be in good spirits even though she was injured here and there. "I can't say that there aren't many problems, but for the time being we were able to avoid the worst. So don't worry, take it easy once in a while. I'm glad you're fine." "Yes, I'm sorry, making Oju-sama worry. I'm the one who always makes you worry, so it's even." Celine smiled, and Bery nodded back at her smile. "When you're healed, will you let me eat your delicious food again?" "Yes, of course." Bery's gaze drifted slightly, and Celine tilted her head. She smiled wryly, holding her sides, and then laughed quietly, as if troubled. "No, I was trying to lie down, and my stomach is. Geez." Celine puts her hand on Bery's back and she lets her lie down. "I'm sorry," Bery said shyly, and Serene glared at her exasperated. "I'll call the doctor again later. Should I get some painkillers?" "Yes, I'm sore. That kind of thing is prohibited. Once in a while, please let me take care of you. You stubbornly stick to your position as a servant, but before that, we are family." Celine presses Bery's cheeks with both hands. Bery stared at Celine and lowered her eyes. Oju-sama? What? Geez, Celine-sama, how long are you going to keep me waiting?" The voice came from the door. Crescenta puffed out her cheeks and glared at Celine and Bery. I'm going on now. Bery. No, nothing. Please go. Tell me if you have something to tell me. I'm curious. Now. Celine raised her eyebrows and put her hands on her hips. Bery shook her head and smiled. I'll talk again when things settle down. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Ha. Understood, okay? Anything is fine, but you can't think about this and that alone, okay? Yes. I'll be careful. Then Celine also left her room, and Anne, who was left alone, tilted her head and looked at Bery to see what was wrong. Bery shook her head and smiled. Ansama, I'm sorry, but could you bring me some fruit? Yes, of course. What would you like? Something refreshing. Fufu, maybe I'll get my appetite back after eating a little. I'm glad to hear that. Please wait a moment. Bery saw Off and who was leaving the room in a hurry and smiled wryly. Bery was alone in the room and she quietly got up. She scooped a spoonful of honey from the side table, dropped it onto the back of her hand, and looked at it. Feeling the faint fragrance, she sipped it. She rolled the thick honey around on her tongue as if checking something for a while. Then, she turned her eyes down. Chapter 157, Kingdom's Brave Woman. The next day, Chrisjay also had work to do. She had to check on Jerea Gashia, whom she had neglected, as well as attend a meeting that she had not been able to attend for some time. Of course, she did not always attend every meeting, but this time the topic being what it was. Chrisjay obediently responded to the words of Crescenta, Celine, and Eluga, who said that it was better to show her face on official setting. Of course, she wanted to spend time with Bery, but still, even though it was for the sake of saving Bery, what Chrisjay did was way too selfish. As expected, Chrisjay felt sorry for Celine and Eluga, who was swung around because of that, and she was thrown into the bath on the day of her return, where she was lectured by Celine for a long time. Crescenta, even if she didn't show it on her face, was pleased to see Chrisjay showing a serious intention to participate in political affairs, something very unusual in the world. Crescenta was overjoyed when she and Chrisjay showed up together for the council meeting that day. The nobles lined up looked at the usual Chrisjay wearing a shirt, skirt, and overcoat, and fell to their knees while looking at each other. There are many who have seen the light that pierces the sky above the royal capital, and many who have seen the dragon itself, albeit from a distance. She slaughtered 17 nobles without leaving any evidence, challenged the dragon and returned alive, and was allowed to use true name. Once they realized that she was the queen's sword, a monster without question, they had no choice but to stiffen up and beg for forgiveness. The queen was happy seeing them like that. If she just assassinated nobles, that would still be fine, but now Chrisjay was someone who had made a pact with a dragon. The flying lizard was a very unpleasant creature for Crescenta, but its prestige itself could be well utilized. Good morning, everyone. Please make yourselves comfortable. Crescenta called out to them, and they stood up from their kneeling positions and put their heels together. It was a more polite gesture than usual, as was customary in such ceremonies. Crescenta had simplified the etiquette around it because it was troublesome, but she nodded that this was not a bad thing if it was done voluntarily. I think some of you had heard about it, but for some reason my older sister, Anu, was away from the royal capital. I am sorry for not informing everyone of the situation and caused unnecessary confusion in royal capital. Of course it wasn't like she really felt sorry, but if it's just saying it, then it's free. Public attitude, official stance, has always been important. However, as you know, my older sister, Anu, has been allowed the name, Mina, name of God, by the Holy Spirit Yaganal-sama, and several hundred years after the past war she has also returned after forming a friendship with Kreisharana, who had broken off relations with Alberon. The relationship between the two countries will also become more brighter in the future. A commotion spreads. They were all astonished. None of the nobles present here were unaware of the relationship with Kreisharana. For Alberon, who could be called a victorious nation, this happened in the distant past. However, the hatred held by Kreisharana, who was driven into the mountains, still did not disappear, and for that reason, the severing of ties continued after the conclusion of non-aggression. If it suddenly became like this, it's not surprising that they would show an astonished look on their faces. As an Alberinia, originally, my sister, Anu, who was worried about the turbulent situation around the kingdom, headed to Arbiagal alone to investigate the movements of Krasharana. But if you just look at what my sister, Anu, had achieved, it is exactly what you would call a heroic act. For the kingdom, I think it's something to be proud of. An inspection that doubles as a messenger to Krasharana. Kreskenta decided to handle the matter in that way, ostensibly. In the process, she had an audience with the dragon and built a friendship. Of course, the dragon's appearance and remark made it impossible to hide the fact that Chrisjay had turned his blade against the dragon, but this was only a rumor. Truth is a mere trick of words. People don't care what the truth is, and they just believe in what they want to believe, being swept along by words that seemed certain or true. They have no way to confirm the truth, so they who think without any brain would take the most plausible information as the truth. Compared to the Holy Spirit coming to the royal capital with one who pointed their blade to it on its back, it was much easier for them to understand that they have established a friendship through an audience. My sister, Anu, is the kingdom's symbol of martial arts, Albarinia, and Krasharana is a culture that respects martial arts above all else. Although there is a gap of several hundred years, there must have been something in common. Coincidentally, it overlapped with their festival, where she showed off her sword and competed with them. It just so happened that Krasharana was in the middle of a festival. Chrisjay suddenly showed up there, but even though she was a member of Albarin, with whom they had a bad relationship, she was invited to the banquet by them as an individual, and there she showed off her swordsmanship. Well, what a strong person, to think there is such a person in Albarin and getting along like that, then performing a sword dance in front of the dragon, and so a fictitious story such like that was. Kreskenta glanced at Chrisjay. Yes, that's right. A sword, or rather, a spear and a leg. Fufu, my, Wanisama. It's the same thing. Kreskenta nodded with satisfaction. After that, my sister, Anu, performed a sword dance in front of the Holy Spirit Yaganal-sama. After that, it's as you all know. She looked around. Everyone was confused, but at least there was no sign of defiance. It was only natural, because Chrisjay killed all the people who rebelled. However, whatever the reason may be, considering the Holy Spirit covenant, I can't say that what my sister, Anu, did can be fully praised. My sister also said that she wanted to take responsibility for this turmoil, and although this achievement was a great contribution to the kingdom, the reward and punishment would be deducted. There's no reward, that is to be the punishment for this disturbance. If the situation was right, it would have been enough to hold a parade, but so far the kingdom was in turmoil. Kreskenta wielded great force of the state after the purge. It was appropriate to refrain and punish, even if only formally. Kreskenta wanted to seize absolute power, but she believed that it must not be a mere grip of fear. Ideally, she wanted a system in which all would be willing to even give their necks on their own. A world where people bow down in allegiance, obeying her word with all their heart. That was the kind of world she seek, and it was only through reward and punishment and discipline that she could create it. In order to create such a world, she need to at least make them think that she judged things properly and fairly. The injustice of dictatorships and terrorism becomes a breeding ground for hostility and rebellion. It is important that Kreskenta herself punish Chrisjay, who that they as a puppet of the queen, otherwise the same thing will happen again and again. Inequality in the power structure is not the same as mere injustice. Kreskenta wouldn't mistake the two. The older sister standing next to her was the same as usual. She stood there with a face that understood that if she did something wrong, she would be punished for it, but Kreskenta smiled at her in satisfaction when she saw that foolishness. For the time being, she is free from all kinds of worries, and Chrisjay was by her side. That was enough for her. That's all from me. If there is nothing else, Duke Lakos, I would like you to give me your report. Ha! Your Majesty the Queen. Then from me. Kreskenta was in a very good mood that day. On the estate, the carpenters were busily working next to the stables. They were driving stakes very quickly, and they were building a shed a little too big for it to be a stables, and what they occasionally glanced at was a wild beast yawning in front of the mansion. It was a suiko that was half let loose. The house, which was used as Kristan's estate, was originally fenced off to some extent, but what they were working on was the inside of the fence. And the beasts inside the fence were not just mere tigers or lions. Its gigantic body at shoulder high was 8 shaku. Its jaws were that of a demonic beast that could rip off a person's upper body. Working alongside such a ferocious beast, they were uneasy, and the work, including the expansion of the fence, was being carried out at a very rapid pace. Standing in front of them were 2 beautiful girls of gold and silver. And there was a man with a good physique and a face like a rock, and an old man with an evil face like that of a skeleton. Ahihi, it's Gururun, Meow Meow's companion. Over here is a 2-legged Meow Meow. The green tiger growled, Gururu, while its head was stroked, looking sleepily at Chris J, and at the 2-legged Meow Meow and Kolkis. Celine and Eliaga exchanged glances at the existence of a new victim they knew for the first time, and Kolkis scratched his cheek with an indescribable expression. So, that nickname is already decided? ? No, it's fine. Let's just give up. Kolkis literally dropped his shoulders. Celine looked at this rock-like man with pity, while Eliaga's cheeks lift up in amusement, wickedly. Cuckoo, that should be fine. Any fierce being is useless in front of Krishsama. I feel. I'm the one who's getting the short end of the stick though. If bald eagle, vulture, and skeleton were interpreted very favorably, they could somehow be caught as an alias. Granmeld is Woof Woof, although it's close to Kolkis. It's clearly more pathetic when comparing Woof Woof and Meow Meow. Why me, he thought to himself, but it was Chris J who is dealing. She transcend beyond normal common sense. He had no choice but to think that it couldn't be helped. The meeting with Crescenta was over, and now it was time for the military meeting. Before that, Colchis asked to see the Suiko that Chris J had brought home, so the 4 of them had gathered. Kolkis sighed and crouched down in front of the Suiko, careful so as not to irritate it, and looked at it. The Suiko being stroked by Chris J was as quiet as a cat. If not for its bizarre physique, it would have been cute. Just when I thought Krishsama was riding on the back of a dragon and returned home, Krishsama even tamed a Suiko like this. I don't know what to say. I've hunted about 3 of them so far, but they didn't seem like beasts that could be tamed. NN. Chris J. couldn't eat all the rancor, so Chris J tried feeding them, but it was pretty easy. This kid is pretty quiet, you know? Quiet. Is it okay if I get a little closer? Yes. Elvina had just given it its meal before. Ha, how pitiful. Celine thinks and sighed. When she came back earlier, she had just watched Elvina feed Iz, and she was frightened and almost cried. In her hunched position, she timidly took the lump of meat. Jiu Gururun Sama, it's you meal here? It's not me, okay? And like that, she put it in front of this Suiko. The smile on her cheeks twitched, and when the Suiko pounced on the meat, she was so surprised that she fell on her buttocks. Seeing that, Celine was so worried about her that she suggested that Chris J take care of it, but no. It's a child who will be raised here from now on, and as Krishsama's servant, when I think of Bery-sama, who is currently recuperating, I can't complain about something like this. Elvina was truly admirable. She was trembling, but she held her hand tightly, her eyes full of determination. She was so admirable that it was pitiful. She too was a victim of clichés. Oh, it's certainly quiet. But when you look at it like this, it sure looks cute. The impression you get is quite different from when seeing it in the forest. Kolkis nodded with a childish smile. Do you like animals? Meow meow? I'm sure it doesn't suit my appearance, but I do like animals. I have several dogs at home. It's also my wife's hobby. Dog. Ahihi. Chris J also a dog, or rather, playing pretend doggy as Mugu. Please stop spouting stupid things. Immediately, Celine covered Krish's mouth and sighed. Kolkis and Eliaga tilted their heads, and Celine shook her head, telling them not to worry. Bery. That's when Bery appeared from the second-floor balcony. Unusually, she was wearing an one-piece dress, not an apron dress. She was supported by Elvina, who was holding a blanket over her shoulders. Please excuse me being like this, Argan-sama, Farron-sama. Good morning. Oh, Bery. I'm glad you're doing well. How is your body? Yes, it's fine. Kolkis smiled, and Bery also smiled and bowed her head politely. Chris J jumped up, went to the balcony, took Bery's arm and rubbed it against her cheek. Celine put her hands on her hips and glared at Bery exasperated. Bery, you. Foo-foo, don't worry. It's just for a little bit. She smiled and strokes Krish's head, but Celine sighed, holding her temple. In your case, I'm afraid you'll be working normally tomorrow after saying that. I tell you, don't work until the thread comes off. I don't know how effective the dragon blood is, but the wound in your stomach isn't closed properly. Yes, I will take it to heart. Do you understand or not? Like a little girl, she smiled happily and looked at the green tiger. I heard a happy voice, so I'm a little curious. Look, it's not good for my health to be cooped up all the time, right? Even though it's such a nice weather. Hey, Bery, do you want to see it up close? Yes. Is it fine, Oju-sama? It can't be helped, geez. With the support of Chrische and Elvina, but Bery seemed a little troubled by the treatment of the sick. I'm fine, she said with a wry smile as they went out into the garden and stood in front of the Suiko. My. Barurun was also quite a big child, but this one is even bigger. Yes. Ahehe, it's a really big meow meow. It is said to be a Suiko. It can use magic, so it can runs faster than Chrische. Faster than Krish-sama. Even as she was surprised, she folds her skirt behind the knees and squatted down. Look, Guru-run, this way. Then she beckoned as it was a cat. Guru-run glanced at the next cliché, stood up while yawning, and slowly approached Bery. If the small Bery squatted like that, the Suiko's big mouth will be exactly where her head was. If it opens and closes his mouth without thinking about it, Bery's upper body will immediately fit in the Suiko's stomach. Elvina turned her face pale and took a step back. However, the Suiko brought his face to Bery's head and smelled it. Exploring Bery's body in that way, it stared at her for a moment, and then it lowered itself down. Slowly, Bery reached for its head, and it closed its eyes, absent-mindedly, and obediently letting its head stroked. Foo-foo, it's big, but it really does look like a cat. It's cute. Yes, it's a good and obedient child. What happened to Elvina was astonishing. Celine looks at Bery in amazement while looking pitifully at Elvina, who seems to be in shock. No vigilance against the fierce beasts feared by the savages. Bery was as usual. Ah, but it's no good if you stroke it against its coat. It's pretty sting. That's true. I wonder should I use a stiff comb when grooming it? Chrische also squatted next to her and started stroking Guru-run. Lined up like that, they looked a pair sister, and the red-haired girl was a girl no matter how you look at her. Her apron dress makes her look a little more grown-up, but when she changes into a dress, she looks just like a girl. It's been more than 10 years since they first met, and the three of them, except for Elvina, were half exasperated at the unchanging appearance of the beautiful girl, beautiful woman, and Kolkis scratches his cheek approached Guru-run. However, Bery, you sure are fearless. Even if you look around the world, the only women who could say that the Suiko is cute when they see it for the first time are probably just you and Krish-sama. As expected, even I wouldn't be so bold about it. While saying that, Kolshis timidly reached out and stroked Guru-run's back. It was the first time for Kolshis to caress the back of a living Suiko, and he let out a voice as if he was moved. Bery pressed her fingertips to her lips and tilted her head. Is that so? But even dogs and horses can kill people if they feel like it. The only difference is whether they have a rough temperament, docile, or affectionate, right? Elvina, who was listening, widened her eyes in surprise behind her. Of course, if I had crossed the green tiger with the spear like Argan-sama, my impression might have been different, but just because I was bitten by a dog, that doesn't mean all dogs are like that, it's just one among many is like that. I think the point is how you perceive it. Bery smiled while holding her finger up. Kolkis was becoming more and more astonished and raised both of his hand. I can't compete with her. It's really a waste to keep her as just a servant. If you had used her talents to her full advantage, you would have become a famous lady of the court. Foo-foo, I'm glad to hear that, but that's too much of an overestimation. I'm in my current position is appropriate, and working as a servant is all I can do. That's right, meow meow. A servant's job is very difficult. It's not as easy as a sword or a spear. You're the only one who thinks swords and spears are easy. Yunya. Celine pinched Krish's cheek, and Eluga laughed happily. Cuckoo, no, but isn't Bery now a servant who supports Christ and Her Majesty the Queen, the greatest noble in the kingdom? Even if there is no brilliance display there, from the point of view of the kingdom, it can be said that she is the #1 shadow contributor. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she is the backbone of the kingdom. Please let me off, Farron Salma. If you say that, I will be so embarrassed that I won't be able to raise my head. Bery's face turned bright red and her eyes moistened. The way she held her cheeks with both hands was endlessly cute. Aruga is even more amused, and Celine looks at her with indescribable eyes. Even though she should have been twice as old as herself, she looked incomparably more lovely than Celine. There should be a limit to the falsification age while giving up on the fact that she would never be able to compete with her in that area. She flicks Bery's forehead with her finger. Ouch, what are you doing, Oju-sama? Just somehow. Don't say stupid things anymore, it's time to go. Come on, Chrisje too. Ah, moo. Celine grabbed Chrisje by the waist and lifted her up, tearing her away from Bery's side. Chrisje pouted her lips but didn't resist and smiled at Burr. Then Bery, Chrisje is going now. Yes, please take care. Elvina, the food is ready, so when it's noon, go to Bery. Yes, understood. Ahahi. Chrisje tried to dissolve a lot of ingredients so that Bery would heal quickly. Let's get well soon and cook together. Bery's eye swam around for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Yes, of course. ? Chrisje tilted her head and Bery shook her head, stood up, and dropped a kiss on Krish's forehead. Take care, Krish-sama. Yes. Chrisje wrapped her arms around Celine and waves her hand as they walk away. Bery waved her hand and looked away, silently lowering her eyes. Be Bery-sama. It was Elvina who grabbed Bery's hand with both of her hands. Bery, startled, leaned back and tilted her head, puzzled by Elvina's face. What's wrong, Elvina-sama? No, I was impressed by what Elvina-sama just said. I was just afraid of this Gururun-sama. I was afraid in my heart, and was reluctant to take care of it, but I was wrong. This will disqualify me as Kristan's servant, I apologize. Elvina bows her head in the most apologetic tone, and Bery stared blankly at it. There's no need to worry about it that much. Everyone has things they're not good at, so it can't be helped. No. I have to do my best in exchange for Bery-sama's too. Up until now, I've spent my time surrendering myself to the circumstances I was given, but I'm sure this is a fortuitous meeting. From now on, I will do my best to assist Bery-sama. Beneath her dark hair were twinkling eyes full of respect. She's smart, serious, a hard worker, has a good personality and gentle. Bery didn't have any complaints about Elvina, but rather thought she was trying too hard, but it's hard to answer when someone looks at her like that. Thank you very much, but Elvina-sama is working hard enough. You don't need to. Yes. Please, your continued guidance and encouragement. Bery scratched her cheek with an itch and Elvina found something to aim for. Ansama, I understand your concern, but no matter how one think about it, you put in too much honey. Why yes, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I'll immediately. It's enough, geez. I wonder why Ansama is always so extreme. Later, and was shocked by the awakening of her rival. Chapter 158, Unity of Will. As if sandwiching the kingdom, Marshal Celine Christand and her assistants Eliga Farron, Albarinia Chrisje Christ and sat in the back middle seats. Behind them stood a map of the kingdom pasted on a steel plate, to which a number of magnets had been attached by Galen. A strategic map for the upcoming defense of the kingdom. This was one of several meeting rooms in the royal castle. As usual, the squire were Black Flag specials. The content being discussed here was an extremely important military secrets. Even in the royal castle, not a single servant was present there, and apart from the 3 corps commanders under Chrisje and Kines, the head of Eliga's independent corps, the only people gathered here were basically only the generals and their adjutant. If anyone inadvertently leaked the contents of what was said here, even if it is a general, they will be dismissed from their post, and if it is malicious, their head will literally roll off their shoulders. Everyone here was serious except for Chrisje, who was enjoying the tea. The seriousness of the central generals, who had not joined either side in the civil war, was even stronger than that of Celine and the others. To be allowed to attend such an important meeting also means that a certain amount of trust was placed on them. They were also relieved. Although the punishment after the civil war was lenient, Crescenta was surrounded by people from the former Queen's faction. For those who thought that they might be left out of the loop considering the recent purge, their participation in this conference was a very big deal. This was a chance to regain her trust. There was no way they will be absent, and all are very motivated. The above is the basic strategy for the defense of the kingdom. Any questions? Serene was also satisfied inside as she watched their expressions. The attempted assassination of the Queen had led to the whip being used too much. She was concerned that it might give them too much fear. However, looking at their condition, there was no need to worry about that. It seems that their gears had switched, and they were here to fulfill their duties and to produce results here. Serene was secretly relieved that her first concern had been resolved. Your Excellency Marshal, may I? Please, General Gokuls. The man with the blade wound over one eye and the tiger mustache was a man of good physique and manly appearance. He was probably the man with the most say among the 5 remaining central generals. Gokuls stood up, saluted, and said while looking at the map, "It seems that Your Excellency Marshal only envisioned a simultaneous invasion from the 3 countries. I understand your intentions and concerns, but isn't this response too timid? What was planned this time was to reduce and rebuild the defense line focused on the central area of the capital, and conduct an internal line operation through that. By temporarily abandoning the eastern, southern, and western territories of the kingdom and shrinking the defense line, the plan was to strengthen cooperation with the center of the kingdom and to endure against enemy offensives. The kingdom of Alberon is relatively rich and can be said to be economically and militarily powerful, but it does not have the strength to take on 2 countries simultaneously. Even if they could gain the upper hand against one country, they would be at a clear disadvantage against 2 countries, not to mention 3 countries at once. This was the reason for giving up on the defense of the entire region from the very beginning. The other parties must also have different motives each. It is a relationship that cannot be said to be on good terms, even if it is a flattering statement. Even if they form a temporary alliance, I don't think they will necessarily take a complete joint step forward. I think it would not be a bad idea to first completely crush the invasion of one of the countries. As he said, it was not a bad suggestion. At least Gokuls was not a stupid general. General Vereich to the east, General Garka to the south, and General Keithraton to the west. They are all intelligent and brave men. If we can support them with a force from the center, it will not be impossible to defeat any one of them. Celine smiled and nodded. His words were brave and full of motivation. With her elegant golden hair swinging, Celine nodded and opened her mouth. You are brave. It is reassuring to have a general like you on our side. Yes, your proposal is very attractive. What you are concerned about is that the kingdom will be driven into a corner due to the decline in national power due to the loss of territory. Right. You're right, Your Excellency Marshal. Celine's beautiful face was satisfied. Her look was too young to sit on top of the table, but her air of grace more than made up for it. Of course, if we can have a head-on decisive battle, the method General Gokuls proposed is wonderful. However, if the opponent does not accept the invitation, there is a possibility that much of our force will be nailed there while holding a vast defense line in that direction. In this situation, we can't take any measures without certainty. Concentrate on one country and invest your strength in it, then it will be a decisive battle. If they could defeat one country first, then that choice would bring the best results. However, if the opponent did not respond to the decisive battle, in other words, if they withdrew their troops and went into an attrition war, that would be a major problem. The other side could show their willingness to attack and stuck their forces there, and wait until the remaining 2 countries attack the other 2 directions and break through, or until our endurance reaches its limit. Or they could ask the other 2 countries to cooperate in launching a flanking attack. If it comes to a battle of endurance, it will be 3 against 1. The advantage will go to the other side. The objective of this operation, the first step, is to drag the enemy's forces completely into the kingdom's territory. Galen. Yes, Behind Celine, Garin moved the magnet that indicated the enemy on the map, to lure them all into the kingdom's territory. Since the other side has stepped into our territory, they will have no choice but to inevitable to use a part of their force to occupy it. At least they won't be able to choose to withdraw easily. Officers would be dispatched from place to occupy the enemy territory. Merchants and officers running around to establish local logistics. The reason they gave up their vast territories was to bind the enemies to the land. Once in motion, there was no way they could withdraw their troops just because the situation is a little bad. Without a fight, we've taken possession of the territory, and Alberon is nothing to be afraid of. Both the enemy's soldiers and the populace will shout for further invasion. That's what we're aiming for. People are not so quick to let go of their gains. The wise may be concerned, but many are not. And the collective cannot resist the flow. General Gokuls, you said that our response was a bit timid, but in fact it's quite the opposite. As brave as you think you are, this is a strategy that will surely entangle the opponent and surely return the favor. Only the means are slightly different. Christ's proposal for an internal line strategy. Based on that, Celine, Eluga and the others spent many days working out this idea. To retaliate. Yes, in the end we will regain all the lost territories. Against the three countries. The Marshal's arrogant smile was somehow cute, yet powerful. This is surely a major battle that will go down in the history of the kingdom. No, this great decisive battle will remain in the records of all the surrounding countries. Your names here will forever be engraved in the war history of each country. As the heroes who led the cornered Alberon to victory. As a soldier, she was a young girl of 15. However, she continues to look at the skilled warrior as if challenge them without being afraid. Fufu, what do you think? Are you interested in the continuation? Beautiful, yet wild like a bird of prey. The mismatched appearance was somewhat similar to that of the now deceased hero. Gokuls also responded. He smiled pleasantly, saluted, and nodded. Cuckoo, the name of thunder never dies. What a beautiful blow. Are you saying that my careless remarks have already been taken into account since the beginning? Celine's smile deepened, and Gokuls did the same. But what you say is really intriguing. Will you continue, you Excellency Marshal Christand? Yeah, of course. Farron. Yes, Eluga smiled a smile that was etched on his evil face and stood up. Celine's role was to grab hold of them. Against the three kingdoms, it was necessary to hit them with everything the kingdom had, but the problem was the rift created by the civil war. Unlike Christand, who fought alongside Crescenta, they were neutral. There was no doubt that they felt that the queen did not trust them, and if they saw Celine, who was appointed as a general by her own people, they would felt that they were being slighted. Naturally, they would not place their trust in Celine. The wounds created by such an awareness would become gaps, and in a state of war, these gaps could become decisive ruptures. The reason why they deliberately created a gloomy atmosphere in the meeting and made the respond look weak was to invite them. The reason for this was to make them realize that they were part of the same royal army that was participating in the meeting, and to turn that awareness to the young marshal, Celine. Gokuls was a great speaker in that respect, and Celine caught the air beautifully. Eluga nodded with satisfaction that it was a good flow, and from here on, to compensate for her youth. As an experienced assistant, Eluga opened his mouth to confirm her words. Just as Her Excellency Marshal said, this is a law. It's a trap to ensure that the opponent is killed. They will inevitably use it as a foothold to invade the royal capital, and in order to block our movement, they will build a strong shell around the road to the royal capital. The line of defense that protects the royal capital Eluga showed 3 areas that will be the entrances to the royal capital area, including Wolfenite. We will have to break through that shell before we can make our move, but conversely, this means that we can definitely drag the enemy's main forces into a decisive battle. Each city outside the royal capital area was bait. Even if the occupied areas could be occupied without bloodshed, there is always the danger of rebellion. It was absolutely impossible to leave them unattended. They need to disperse their forces and public order through force. If they crushed the army that made up the shell that is right in front of them, it would be possible to annihilate them by defeating them one by one. Naturally, they will also be afraid of this, and therefore will strengthen their shell. And the stronger they make their shell, the greater the blow they could inflict to the enemies when they break through it. The kingdom's central army will be divided into two. One is an army whose only purpose is to break through the enemy's shell, led by Krishsama, and the other is an army whose purpose is to maintain and defend the front line. You guys will first deal with this side. Are you saying that all we have to do is maintain the front line? Gokuls and the other generals frowned, wondering if they were still not trusted. Maintaining the front lines, that alone is a very bland job, with no honor whatsoever. But Eluga distorted his evil face. You are jumping to conclusions, General Gokuls. First of all, it will rather be you guys who will be the ones to do the fighting. Us. Yes. The four armies under the direct control of Albarinia and the east, west, and south. The four armies aim only to break through the enemy's main force and release the shell. You will quickly break through the hole so created and penetrate the enemy's rear, at once destroying the enemy's rear forces individually and extending the military gain. Your role is to deal a fatal blow to the enemy invasion force. Rather, in this battle, the supporting attack will be made by Krishsama, and the main attack will be made by all of you. The exact opposite of before. Ooh, the generals looked at each other, but only Gokuls made a frown. It's an honorable role, but is that fine? So much. In times of national crisis, we must be united. I am sure that Serene and Cliché, who are here, will agree with me. There is no more rewarding work than expanding the military gain. In addition to always having the upper hand in the battle, a defensive battle such as this one will bring the admiration of the liberated city to them. The fame and honor gained from the populace is not something a warrior could easily discard. Gokuls was therefore perplexed and looked at Eluga. All we want is victory. We are the sword of the kingdom, of Her Majesty the Queen, and that is all the honor we need. First and foremost, we will do our best to win and take it. For that reason, the size of the achievement is trivial. Everything is about winning, that's just the official stance. Eluga laughed and looked around. You all must be very dissatisfied with the post-Civil War appointments. Before the Civil War, I, a mere corps commander, am now a vice-marshal, and the marshal is still only 15, and I'm sure that even though you think it's inevitable, on the inside you're still unconvinced. Right. General Gokuls. Cuckoo, you sure speak frankly. Like Eluga, Gokuls, who was questioned, looked at his surroundings, the central generals, and nodded at him. I would be lying if I said I had no feelings for you. I have no doubts about your ability to lead Her Majesty the Queen to victory against Her Royal Highness. I even admire him, but reason and emotion are two different things. At least I regretted why I didn't take part in that civil war. Gokuls jokingly opens his hands, and Eluga nodded in satisfaction. Then he continued, We are more than happy to be trusted by Her Majesty the Queen due to the civil war, and she is tempted to monopolize her favor, but what we have gained is too much. We should not be arrogant that we alone can shoulder the future of this kingdom. For the future of the kingdom, we need companions who will take the sword together with us. Eluga said, matching his gaze with each of the central generals. The eyes sharp and intimidating. The old man with the evil look was filled with a vigor that belied his old age. This is a contract for after the war, for the purpose of inviting you all to join us on the same ship. If you prove your power in this battle, we won't question your position during the civil war in the future. And I ask Her Majesty the Queen to treat as such in the future as well. I swear by this name, and promise to reward you guys. Saying that far, Eluga lifts his cheeks. It was an endlessly wicked and powerful smile. Originally, noble is a warrior, not a political position, respecting and valuing martial arts above all, and competing only for beauty as a sword. Some may suspect that there is more to it than meets the eye, but it is simply a matter of restoring what has become distorted and deranged over time to its original form. At least that's all I expect, and I hope you guys believe it. How about it? It was Gokuls who once again answered. Gokuls closed his eyes slightly, then saluted. Certainly. At least until the end of the coming war, I will forget the trivial matters and serve Her Majesty the Queen as a selfless sword. I swear by this name. Eluga returned the salute and turned to the others. The other generals also stood up, one by one, unevenly, some looking bewildered, but eventually saluting. Serene, who had been watching the scene, nodded in satisfaction and stood up to salute them, followed by the corps commander, with only Chrisjay sitting down with a cup of tea, looking at Eluga with admiration. Unity of will is the most important thing in a military organization. It is the common conception that connects each individual that maintains a world where even lives are turned into numbers. In particular, the biggest problem this time was not so much defeating the enemy as it was internal, but from what she saw of the Central General, that area seemed to have been resolved to a great extent. Considering that they jumped over their heads and got promoted, they couldn't be in a happy mood. They were dissatisfied with many dissatisfied elements, but both Celine and Eluga seemed to have done well. While thinking that it would be nice if Chrisjay could do something like this well, she sipped her tea without joining in that atmosphere. She filled her cheeks with sweet tea. Mia and Kalua, who were watching her from the side, looked at her exasperated, wondering if the day would ever come when she would be able to do this kind of interaction in the future. From there, they explained the general movements and the division of forces, talking about what should be emphasized in which situation, and then they ended the meeting for the time being. At a later meeting, they would probably have some suggestions concerning strategy. Many of the generals in the center have little experience on the battlefield itself, but they were all from great noble families that have received a rigorous military education from an early age. Their knowledge and wisdom were not something to be scoffed at, and she had some high hopes for them. After the event was over, they left, and their faces were not bad. Celine nodded her head in satisfaction, and then she sat down on her knees and pinched Krish's cheeks, playing with them from side to side. While things are calm, I'd like to pack up measures to deal with various situations. Right. Let's work out the details for the assumed situation at the next meeting. However, I underestimating him as a central general, but General Gokuls is not bad. He's someone you can rely on. Yes. Thanks to you, I was saved. Gokuls was a general who had never been in a big battle. However, he had a stable war record. Although he had been dominant in many battles, he had won countless victories in minor battles. Although there were still doubts about his ability, Eluga nodded his head and said that he was sure he could handle the situation. I hope he will be able to lead the center. I hope so. Shall we talk to him directly at a later date? Please. Celine said and lifted up Chrisjay. And Galen called out to her. Celine, can I borrow Chrisjay for a bit? Yes. I don't mind. Celine tilted her head and Chrisjay asked Galen, what is it? I need to talk to you. If you don't have anything to do, please come with me. Yes, Grandpa. Are you talking about the military? Well, including that too. Galen answered, and Celine frowned worriedly. I couldn't afford to take care of Celine, but recently Garen has always had a difficult face. Celine had no time to spare and could not pay attention various things, but Galen always looked difficult these days. Galen-sama, what happened this time? Once again, I just want to talk to Chrisjay. Don't worry about it. Chrisjay. Yes. Galen walked ahead, and Chrisjay followed, staring at Garen. Celine quietly whispered, I wonder if it was all right troubledly. Galandono seems to be strict with himself and others. Well, I'm sure it's fine. He loves Krish-sama very much. I hope so. He have known Krish-sama longer than anyone else. Don't worry about that. Lightly tapping Celine's shoulder, Eluga gently distort his evil face. Mia, who saw it, leaned back. Dagra hit her on the head. Chapter 159, One Who is Watched Over. Without saying a word, Galen walked down the corridor to the snow-covered balcony. Chrisjay followed behind him and looked up at Galen. Regarding the dragon incident, he heard the general details from Celine and the others. It's not that I can't understand the situation or your feelings. There's another thing I want to ask you about the nobles who died in the capital the night you left. Galen looked at Chrisjay, his eyes sharp. In Krish's memories, it was the first time he had ever looked at her that way. Did you kill them? Yes, Grandpa. Then, close your eyes. She closed her eyes as was told. Even with her eyes closed, she somehow understood what he was going to do. The sound of a hand swinging, she restrained her body, which immediately tried to avoid it, and endure it. HG. But she didn't feel the pain she expected. Galen's hand only gently touched Krish's cheek. She opened her eyes timidly, and Galen looked sadly at Chrisj. Why don't you avoid it? It should be easy for you. Chrisj did something not good. If Ojasama gets angry because of it, Chrisj thought Chrisj should put up with it. Galen sighed, rubbed his brow, and leaned against the door. Did you do it understanding it wasn't good? What followed was a gentle voice, like a grandfather asking his grandchild. Yes. But Chrisj doesn't think it's a bad thing either. Chrisj simply eliminated the people who Crescenta would one day judge first. Chrisj looked up and stared at Galen. If you see a wolf near a village, kill it before it causes any damage. Even if it's a baby, if you don't do that, the wolf will eventually attack the village and kill people. Ojasama taught me that long ago. I did say that. Because Chrisj neglected to do that, Bery, who had done nothing wrong, was stabbed. It's not a good thing, but Chrisj thought it was necessary because the rules weren't followed, and Celine and the others were also worried while Chrisj was away. Chrisj thinks for a moment, her gaze flicking from side to side as if searching for the words. Even when the village was attacked by bandits, Chrisj released them as bad people. If Chrisj had dealt with them quickly, Kasama and Chusama wouldn't have died. Chrisj actually thinks that would have been the best thing. There should be exceptions. Shouldn't we eliminate such dangers as soon as possible? There's nothing good about putting it off. As Crescenta said, it was a theory. Things are irreversible. Chrisj wants to be a good girl, but Chrisj still thinks we should do what is necessary before it becomes irreversible, rather than what is right or wrong, or what the rules dictate. But Chrisj also thinks it's natural to be angry because, and that it's something Chrisj has to put up with, so Chrisj also thought that if Ojasama got angry, then Chrisj should take the punishment. Galen listened to the words in silence, closing his eyes. Chrisj was silent as well, and silence filled the room for a while. Galen was the one who opened his mouth first before Chrisj, who was hesitant. If you think it's right, I don't mind. I don't think it's wrong, and my personal thoughts aren't that far off from yours. ? When you see a wolf, kill it. Like you say, in fact, we lost a lot of lives in the village by neglecting to do that. Even with Bogan, it might have been avoided if I had firmly held the side. Though it's all in the past, Galen continues. When Galen returned from the battlefield, he discarded his sword and became a mere hunter rather than a vigilante. Or, if he had listened to the words of the vigilante leader Zal and made himself the center of the vigilante group, he might have been able to deal with the situation better. Such regrets were piling up on his aging body. However, these were nothing but regrets, and they were the result of his own actions. Regretting now would not bring anything back to him. I believe that sometimes there is more right and wrong than rules and social right and wrong. If you understand all this and come to a conclusion, then I have nothing to say. That's one way to be a powerful noble. Galen looked up at the sky. The sun was shining dazzlingly, but it was not enough to melt the snow. Nobles are one who stands above others and sets the norms of things. Society and its right and wrong are merely what many nobles have created in the past. However, there was no great distortion in the structure, and the people were convinced of the nobles' actions, and thus the society was maintained. Understand first that society is based on such understanding. In essence, it is no different from the rules that existed in the village. The village rules. Yes. Countries and villages have different scales. Therefore, their mechanisms and rules may seem to be very different, but they are essentially the same. It's something that everyone agrees on. Galen said, "Let me see," and started walking, leaning against the railing. Chrisj, try to forget your existence once. For example, imagine you are Grace. You're not smart, you're clumsy, and you can't even swing a sword like now. You wouldn't even be able to defend yourself. That's right. It's impossible for Kasama to do that. What did he want to say? Chrisj tilted her head but did as she was told. Chrisj nodded thoughtfully. Laws and rules are, in the end, meant to help the weak spend their days in peace. The reason why the powerless are happy to be bound by them is because they believe that as long as they abide by them, they will be given peace of mind, relief. It may seem bothersome to you at times, But that is only because you have the strength and wisdom to resort to such measures. Chrische approached Galen, and Galen stared at Chrische and petted her. Galen bent his waist and matched the height of his gaze with Krish's. If you kill someone, they say you're evil. But if you kill someone in battle, you're a hero. Don't you think it's strange? What do you think is the difference? A justification for protecting the community or not? Taking it to the extreme, that's how it is. Everyone is afraid of being killed, so killing someone is defined as evil. This is the logic of the weak, for example. If everyone had enough strength to not be killed, it would not be treated that way. No one wants to be killed, and no one wants their relatives to be killed either. That's why killing is considered evil. At least that's one answer, Galen thinks. Right and wrong, good and evil, is like that, no such thing as compassion. It is caused by a selfish mindset. But in war, the enemy wants to threaten our society, so it is rather just to kill them. Good and evil are simple things, they are made to suit the weak, and because they are convenient, they are accepted by many. Chrische remembered the village of Kalka. Bery's word. Galen's words were probably close to that. This time it's the same. You broke the law and killed many nobles in order to protect the small world of Christ and the weak people around you. You are certainly just on one side. It protected Christ and from foreign enemies. It sounded like he was praising her, but his tone was not in a complimentary way. But if you look at it in the big world of a country, you're still evil after all. You must be a terrifying existence to many powerless people, thinking only of your small world and punishing those who cause you harm. At least many of the weak, the nobles must have felt their peace of mind, relief, threatened by you. Squinting his eyes sadly, Galen continues. And fear will always turn to hostility. They fear you now, and they will follow you. But it may become a root of disaster that will threaten you and your surroundings again in 10 or 20 years' time. That's what it means to deprive the weak of the security of being protected by the law. Are you going to repeat the same thing every time? That's... Chrische wavered her gaze as if lost. Thud, as if touching her. Galen hits Chrische on the forehead with his fist. That's a stupid thing. You know that much, right? Yes. It's stupid. There was no pain, but there was weight in it. The feeling of being hit for the first time made her head dizzy. The fact that she was scolded by the gentle Galen was very shocking. At least, the shock resounded dully within her. Bery was stabbed and the situation being what it was. At least I don't blame you. But don't look at things short-sightedly. At least because of what you did, Her Majesty the Queen, Celine, Ferrandono, various people were worried about your safety, and suffered various hardships on your behalf. That's why the capital is so calm. First of all, be grateful for that. Yes. Good girl. Galen smiled and stroked her smooth hair. He then raised himself up and put his hand on the railing. 5 years or 10 years from now, anyway, I won't have long to live. I want to watch over you forever in place of Grace and Gorka, but life expectancy is the one thing you can't do anything about. Oja-sama. Galen laughed, thinking that there wouldn't be much of this kind of nagging. Then, when my lifespan comes to an end, I want to depart without any regrets, thinking that you will be fine even without me. Many people, including Bery, care about you and support you. I don't have that many concerns now, but... Then he looked firmly into Krish's eyes. He gently cupped her cheek with his hard palm. Regardless of whether you want it or not, you are no longer just a village girl. From now on, think about things from a wider and longer perspective than just your surroundings. Also, take care of those close to you. That's what it means to be an adult. Yes. You are fortunate to be surrounded by many people to learn from. They will all be good examples for you. After saying that, Galen stroked Cliche's head again. Chrische looked up at Galen and wrapped her arms around him. Well, it's not something that will happen overnight. Your life has just begun, so you should take your time and think about it. Ahehe, yes, Oja-sama. That figure of his granddaughter was far from that of an adult. With a wry smile, Galen started walking with her. When they returned, Celine looked relieved. After exchanging a few words, she went to her work. It seems that she stayed behind because she was worried about Chrische, and when Galen pointed it out, Her face turned red and she ran away. The Black Flag Special Force personnel had already returned to the training grounds, and Chrisje then went with Gallen to look around the place, which had been left unattended for a while. In addition to the first Jerea Gashia that had been left alone, 2 more had been assembled. Nagel, who told Chrisje that Bery had been stabbed, seems to have been worried about her absence for quite some time. He repeatedly muttered thank goodness, and looked completely relieved after such a reunion. He put on his military face and enthusiastically showed the mass-produced Jerea Gashia, which had been stripped of its unnecessary parts. With the current workforce, they could manufacture at most 2 units per month. Regardless of whether or not an increase in personnel was necessary, they told her that there was a limit to the underground laboratory, and that it was necessary to allocate new workshops. It seems that Celine has already dealt with this, and it seems that the tower where Chrisje was once imprisoned, the warehouse nearby, will be used as a temporary workshop. It may eventually become too cramped there, but that's for the future. In the future, a large-scale manufacturing plant will be built in Royal Capital, but it has not yet been used in actual warfare. That was enough for a while. After that, they headed to inspect the various corps and went to the Black Flag Special Forces training site surrounded by trees. Aleha, it's no good, you know. Chrisje is wounded, so Chrisje shouldn't be doing any training for a while. Hat on, scarf wrapped around, and gloves. Fully protected from the cold winter, Chrisje put her hands on her hips and glared at Aleha as soon as she saw him. Maybe she really doesn't like it, but it was a very rare line for Chrisje. Aleha smiled wryly while brushing his brown hair and shook his head. Ha ha ha. Of course, I would never do something like asking an injured person, Krish-sama, for help. Then that's fine though. After your injury is healed, please have a bout with me. But Aleha is a strong person. He took a step closer and said that. Chrisje took a step back. Krish is pretty badly injured, so it might be far in the future. Then that means you can join us as long as the injuries are healed. Because I missed the opportunity the other day. It's been a long time since then. It's partly to make up for that time, and even though injured and couldn't train, the kingdom's model for warriors, Albarinia, Krish-sama, surely have been concerned about it. That, if it's like this, it won't set a good example for the subordinates. The members of the Black Flag Special Forces look in amazement at the exchange that has become a regular occurrence since he arrived. Albarinia, who usually swung around the people around her, is weak against rational pushes. That's certainly true, but once Krish-sama injuries have healed, I'll be your partner to your heart's content. Please call me when you do. Adjutant Aleha, don't pick on Uzaja-chan like that. It's a Chrisje that could be sold who knows somewhere the next day if caught by a bad-natured pedant. Kalua sends out a rescue boat even as she was exasperated, hugging Chrisje from behind and glaring at Aleha, saying such a scandalous thing. It's just a normal conversation between a subordinate and a superior. It looks really very criminal to me, though. Hey, Uzaja-chan, let's leave the scary Oni-san here, and let's go over there and reapply the bandages. Kalua, the bandages were just changed this morning. Chrisje tilted her head troublingly. Okay, stop there. Arg. If anything, Kalua is the one more criminal here, geez. Mia tugged at Kalua's hair and sighed. Like I said, don't pull like that. It's because Kalua always says stupid things. Mia raised her eyebrows and tugged at the horsetail-like hair. Chrisje looked at Mia in wonder. Mia, how is the squad doing? Yes, Krish-sama. The current number of personnel is 247. The selection for training archers has been completed, and a total of 67 people, 13 of whom are former hunters, are continuing to train as they are qualified. Most of them are new recruits, and based on Gallen-sama's suggestion, Commander Dagra decided to mix it in with hand-to-hand combat training and continue archery training in parallel. It takes time to become proficient with a bow. 1 month is enough to learn how to shoot arrows to a certain extent, but it takes a long time to improve one's skills. After a certain amount of intensive training, it was necessary to continue training in parallel with hand-to-hand combat. It would be better to have them draw the bow every day, especially when it comes to rapid training. At least until the sensation becomes ingrained in their bodies. Chris J knows why me and Gorka went into the forest every day, right? Gallen, who had been talking with Dagra, said. The Kalka hunters would go into the forest at least once a day to draw their bows, even if they were not hunting for prey, unless there was a storm. This was so as to make their senses dull, especially in the darkness of forests covered with trees and in the darkness of night when there is little light. In such places, an optical illusion causes the aim to shift slightly above the target. It was necessary to make the body memorize this sensation, which was different from that of the planes during the daytime, and it was necessary to develop the habit of capturing the target not with a point, dot, but with a plane. Yes. Chris J doesn't really know how to adjust that, so Chris will leave it to Bald Eagle and the Ojasama. The first time she picked up a bow, she could hit the center of the target within the day. Chris J did not understand the difficulty of the bow. The same goes for the sword. Chris J never touched the planning of basic training, leaving everything to his subordinates. She would present the minimum standards required, give them what they needed for that training, and that would be the end of it. If it was Dagra and Gallen's decision, she would not interfere. What about throwing spears? In particular, long-distance throwing is improving steadily. Everyone is working hard. Fumu. Javelin throwing is supposed to be done at the end of training and in a state of fatigue, especially when throwing metal training spears. The so-called Nightmare 10 throws was particularly unpopular with new recruits, but the training was highly effective. Kaluwa was really surprising. Last week, she threw an ordinary throwing spear almost 1 RI away. Ihei, now Uzaja-chan, praise me. What's the average? About 70 to 80 ken, 125-145 m. The effective range of the bow is at most 100 ken. If it's an elite longbow, it's about 120 to 140 ken. A soldier's throwing spear average is 20 to 30 ken. If it's a specialized light skirmisher, it's a little over 30 ken. Nearly 1 RI. It's not bad if she could throw 200 ken. That's more than double the average of the Black Flag Special Forces, and was more than a longbow. Chris J reached behind her head and patted Kaluwa appropriately while thinking about it a little. That's a passing score. Chris'll praise you. Well, I'm no match for Uzaja-chan though. It's no good if Kaluwa is satisfied with that. Kaluwa is taller than Chris J and has more advantages, so Chris J needs to be able to throw farther than Chris J. Kaluwa still has a long way to go. Chris J said to Kaluwa while patting who rested her chin on Chris' shoulder. Considering the physical ability of a magic possessor, it is only natural that they can throw twice as much as an ordinary person. And for Chris J, the definition of a good thrower is a complete theoretical value that utilizes toes to fingertips. Kaluwa's throwing spear, which was unimaginable for ordinary people, was still SOSO for her. The new recruits who were listening to the conversation looked at her in bewilderment. They had heard that she, who looked very small, could throw a spear that could collapse the castle walls, but after seeing Kaluwa's spear, which made a roaring sound that could not be thought of as a spear, it was hard to imagine a more powerful spear. Mia, that's not a bad number, but as Chris J said before, Krish's hope is to average over 100 ken for the time being. It would be much easier if you could aim with a throwing spear from outside the archer's effective range, and you could incorporate it as a tactic even in a head-on decisive battle that does not rely on ambushes. Please make them work harder. The reason why the bow cannot strike a fatal blow in a frontal curved fire is because of its weight. If the arrow is made heavier, range is compromised, and if it is made lighter, penetration is compromised. Arrows inevitably had their limitations. However, if it were spears, it would be able to inflict fatal blows beyond the limits of what the common soldier's armor and shields could prevent, killing an opponent unilaterally without taking any risks. That was always the only result Chris J was looking for, and what she was looking for was the means to achieve it. Hey! Bald Eagle always tells you not to talk back, right? Mia, are you sure you're doing everything you can? I'm pretty good at it. I'd say it's above average this time. I'm a pretty good thrower, okay? No. Kaluwa, you have to properly train Mia. This kind of thing won't show unless the person instructing the training does it properly. Mia has a habit of doing things by force. Kaluuya, shut up. It's fine if it flies. Let's do our best, Adjutant Mia. No matter how slow and dull Adjutant Mia's motor skills are, I, the head of the Kaluuya Special Operations Team, will teach her everything she needs to know. You can say, please teach me Kaluuya-sensei, you know. Usaja-chan, Deputy Mia says she can't follow Usaja-chan's orders. She can't ask her subordinates to teach her ugh. I told you not to do that. Krish-sama will take them seriously. Mia pulled Kaluuya's cheek and glared at her. Chris J was a little annoyed by the exchange going on behind her head, but nodded, thinking that it's a good thing that they get along well. In Krish's mind, the tugging cheek was an affectionate gesture. Well, things are going well in general. We've added more people to training. The Piririn team seems to be doing their job seriously too. Bald Eagle. Yes, as Chris J said before, this time we will take out the escort team Killick and the others, and there will be up to 300 new Piririn. As soon as Piririn is finished, please give the Piririn team a suitable vacation. Cliché will give you another job. Chris J will give them other duties, so please be prepared for that. Understood. The selection team no, I'll contact team leader Piririn, Daz again. Chris J, who was dissatisfied with the name of the sorting squad, looked at Dagura, who rephrased and nodded in satisfaction. The official name is Piririn Squad, right? We allow people to call them that outside of the squad, but Bald Eagle have to be proper in these areas. It would be a problem if there were any misunderstandings about the name when giving orders, wouldn't it? My apologies. Unable to endure it, Kaluuya turned her face away and shook her shoulder, while Dagra glared at her. Noticing this, Kaluuya immediately grabbed Krish's slender waist, lifted her up, placed her between herself and Dagra, and hid behind her. A shield against Dagra. Even the Dagra cannot glare at Kaluuya, who was right behind Chris J. He rubbed his eyes and sighed. Well, for now, please always use the official name when giving orders and reports. It's a Piririn team, so the official name is New Piririn. Yes, I'll be careful from now on, Master Cliché. Gowlen smiled wryly at Dagra's state, and Mia pitied the Piririn group Daz and the others. Chris J seems to like the name Piririn. In the end, from now on, they will always be called that by her. How pitiful. If you understand, that's fine. Guess that's about it. Chris J moved her lips and leaned against Kaluuya. The sun was already beginning to set, and after walking around and looking at everything, even though it was an inspection tour, Krish's wounds were not fully healed. There was a little lethargy in her body. Kaluuya patted her head and asked her if she was okay. Chris J is fine. But Krish VE finished what Chris J needs to do, so Chris J will go home today. I see. Well, Usaja-chan had just recovered after all, so should I send Usaja-chan home? It's okay. Chris J says happily and smiles. Usaja-chan should have gotten some dragon blood too. Oh no, I guess that would make her too energetic. It did say something like it's too strong. What about Bery-san? Better. She was out in the garden today, but, yeah, Chris J didn't think about it too much. Bery said she's feeling better, so Chris J thinks she's okay, but... Chris J said worriedly, and Kaluuya was deep in thought. She's probably the kind of person who's going to bear it and be considerate to others whatever happens, so Usaja-chan should take a proper look at her. If she's really fine, then that's fine, but... Yes. There's a lot more fluff on her body than before, so there may be some strange things about it. That was probably the only visible change. The magic power is slightly different from the previous Bery. Maybe it's because it mixed with the dragon's magic power. She didn't think there was much of a problem with the increase itself, but there might be a sensory issue. Especially since Bery's body is not very strong, she uses magical powers on a daily basis like Chris J and Chris Genta. If there was a change in magical power, it would have some effect on that part, but Bery didn't say anything. Was it only an error or discomfort, or perhaps because she did not want Chris J to be worried? Bery, as Kaluuya said, seemed like she wouldn't say a word if something like that happened, and Chris J needed to be more careful than usual. Thank you. Chris J was just told by Oja-sama at lunch that Chris J should be more aware of the surroundings. Come to think of it, Chris J was too happy to properly care about Bery more than anyone else. Chris J said and lowered her eyes. Kahlua smiled bitterly and pinched Krish's cheek. Look, you can't make that face. I'm just a little worried about her, and it's more likely that we're worrying too much. It's a big blow to Bery-san if Usagi-chan makes that kind of face. Look, smile. Kahlua smiled while forcing the corner of Krish's mouth to turn up. Mia looked at Kahlua completely exasperated. No matter how much Chris-J was a person who did not care about formality, she was still royalty and a military man with a rank second only to that of marshal. She was essentially a being above the clouds. Yet, she was completely treated like a child even though it's as usuals. Is that really okay? However, that is one of the good things about her, she thought. She giggled and looked at Dagra and Galen. Commander, Galen-sama, is there anything else for Krish-sama? No. Anyway, it's true that Krish-sama's wounds haven't healed. It would be better for her to take a rest for a while. Krish-sama, at present, there are no problems and everything is progressing smoothly. If anything happens, I'll contact you again. Please rest until your wounds heal. Yes. Bald Eagle should also take turns with Mia and Aleha and take a proper rest. You can't overdo it. Bald Eagle had also been stabbed after all. Dagra laughed happily and patted his side. Haha, that was a long time ago. Don't worry about it, however, I'll keep it in mind. Galen also looked at the situation and nodded with satisfaction. It's part of the job to rest. Please tell that Bery next time you see her. Yes, Oji-sama. See you next time. Yeah. After Chris-J finished, Kahlua immediately took her hand. Then Princess, I will accompany you. Kahlua? Chris-J is fine. It's okay. Usagi-chan is an injured person after all. Kahlua said that and tried to pull Krish's hand. Dagra called to Kahlua in a low voice. Kahlua, I have a lot of things to say to you later. Don't think you can always get away like that. Really, why are you so? Well, it's fine. For now, I'd like you to Krish-sama and go see your little sister's face. I'll leave the sermon after that. Yes. Brief answers, you idiot. Yes, Commander, squad leader of the Black Flag Special Forces Squadron, I will now be assigned to protect Albarinia. When Kahlua clicked her heels and saluted him, Dagra rubbed his temples and sighed. If it weren't for this, he would have nothing to say about her, but he had a headache looking at her. She was outstandingly talented, but this was a source of concern for Dagra. Then let's go, Usagi-chan. I'll ask Elvina to make some tea for me. Yes. Kahlua is really cunning, isn't he? Fufun, I hope you call me smart. That's what they call cunning. Mia also let out a sigh, just like Dagra, and smiled at the sight of Chris-J being led by her hand. Chapter 160, A Coward. It's not that she was particularly fond of cooking. It's all the same as long as it goes in the mouth and fills the stomach. Nutritious or not, easy to eat or not. That was about it, and it wasn't something she was interested in from the start. To pay Argan's debt, Christand gave up most of his personal fortune. At the time, Christand could not afford to hire servants, and since she was going to be taken care of, she wanted to at least get those chores done. It all started with a simple sense of duty. The old estate, which had just been bought, was spacious enough for the three of them to spend time together, but Bogan had sold off most of the furnishings, except for his books. There's just the bare essentials, vases and paintings with no value. It wasn't that difficult to manage such a cold estate, and one person was enough. For Bogan, who gave up a lot for her sister, she tried to at least make a living as before, and that daily life went quite well. Her older sister helped Bogan, who had just been promoted to Corps Commander, with paperwork and other duties. Bery took care of things inside the estate. Seeing her happy sister was the most important thing, and there was no question about such a life. Doing laundry, cleaning. While tending a small orchard and vegetable garden, she picks affordable items for dinner. Usually around that time, her sister would appear in the kitchen. Bery, are you making dinner already? Take a break, geez. I need you to leave a little something for me to do. I mean, if I leave it to Nae-sama, it will be a lot of trouble, especially the cooking. You. Her silky red hair swayed, her hands on her hips disapprovingly. Her face was somehow full of charm, and Bery smiled sweetly. Lazura Argan was always beautiful, and was always a woman who Bery adored. I'm scared because you'll get a fever right away when you say that. Unlike in the past, my health is better these days. Since Gatushu-sama taught me body enhancement, I've been less tired. Ne-sama is worrying too much. In your case, worrying too much is just right. She hugged her from behind and put her chin on her head. Her silky hair tickled her neck and her shoulders, and she loved that sensation. You're still a child, so let Ne-sama pamper you. It's already enough, I'm too spoiled. You're not spoiled enough. Rajala Wani-sama is not satisfied, you know. You can be stickier and clingier, you know. What are you making today? It's a tomato-based soup. Since Ne-sama liked it. The older sister, somewhat happily, picked up the ladle and sipped the soup. Delicious. Fufu, no matter what you do, you're the best little sister in the world, but when it comes to cooking, you're a great genius. Ne-sama always praises me excessively. No matter what I make, Ne-sama always says it's delicious. Bery works very hard to make it match my taste. How can it not be delicious? She looked at her as she cupped her cheeks. She looked away in embarrassment and her sister amusedly. Because I look forward to the food you make every day. Making that face again. Has Wani-sama ever lied to you before? There are a lot just by remembering a little. Forget that. It's just your imagination. The only thing that matters is now, Bery. Always going with the flow like that. Don't say that. What a foul-mouthed child. The trigger for it was probably something as trivial as that. It might be a compliment to her servile sister, or maybe not. Just, she was happy to see her smile like that when she cooked for her. She made an effort to make her happy like that. Probably, she came to love cooking because it gave her confidence that she could make someone happy. She was unable to do anything, and cooking just happened to be the thing that she picked up. In truth, anything was fine. At least at that time, her life was to achieve revenge. In the meantime, she thought it would be nice if she could return the favor to the two of them, and that was one of the ways to do so. In the meantime, I thought it would be nice if I could return the favor to the two of them, and that was one of the ways to do so. Did you think that the nice and fine Wani-sama that you respect can't see through the fact that you're thinking about stupid things? I will tell you, that's just self-satisfaction, Bery. If you think that it's for me, you're mistaken. I wouldn't be happy even if you stabbed Roland to death. But, No but. Her older sister put her hands on her hips and pointed angrily at her. I'm not happy about it either. I wanted to tear Roland to pieces. But it's over and done with, it's in the past. I'm happy now that I met Bogan, Celine was born, and that I get to eat my little sister's delicious food every day. I want to thank Roland for that. Such a thing. It was just that kind of fortuitous meeting, Bery. At least right now I'm the happiest person in the world. If you are doing it for me, or for my sake, or for such a silly reason, please stop it. Her older sister stared at her and she looked away. Her sister always had a triumphant and kind smile on her face at such times. If you, as a noble, cannot forgive the humiliation you have suffered, then I won't stop you. But if you, as my family, say it is for my sake, I assure you it is not. I don't need to tell you why, right? But, look, don't cry. Don't talk back. I'm so glad you feel that way. As your older sister, I'm proud that my little sister loves me that much. Whenever she cried, her older sister would wipe it off. She hated herself for being so spoiled. But if you feel that way about me, I'd be happy if you worked hard to keep me happy. You are my proud sister, and your happiness is my happiness, just as you think of me that way. Do you dislike your life now? Is it unhappy for you? No, that kind of thing is right. Fufu, your Wani-sama knows everything about you. She kissed her forehead and told her not to cry. Tears spilled helplessly, and her older sister laughed as if she was troubled. I know all about your mean-spiritedness. I know all too well how you think you're worthless and that there's only so much you can do. Her sister glared as she fell silent. I may have what you lack, but you also have what I lack. But you also have what I lack. You are my other half. You do the housework for me. You cook for me. I would be in trouble without you. Is that what you want, to annoy your beloved half, You're Wanisama. She shook her head and her older sister hugged her and stroked her head. Her tears flowed more and more. How miserable, pathetic. It's a fortuitous meeting. Just like me, I want you to be grateful for such a fortune and to find your own happiness from now on. You're the best little sister in the world after all, her older sister said with a mischievous laugh. I need you to be the happiest person in the world. Such idiotic words followed. Her sister always repeated those words to the point of being excessive. That makes me happy, and so does Bogan. If you're good with knives, don't think about stupid things and cook delicious food, understand? Are you sure you're going to feed my sweet Celine some of my homemade food? I'll get angry if you say that, okay? Nae-sama, handmade food. Certainly I can't let her eat that. Yes, absolutely. I will be troubled if you won't cook for me. Her sister proudly said something shameful. She loved that sister of hers and, I love you, Bery. So, can you promise me? Until another happiness comes to you someday, you'll always stay by my side and do that. Yes, Nae-sama. Fufun, I'll take your word for it. I won't let you go back on it, okay? Yes. I swear by this name. That's why, it was a means to an end, but before she knew it, it had turned into something irreplaceable. Pretty. The rain has stopped and the moonlight shines through the clouds. She looked at Chrische and Crescenta sleeping next to her and stroked their heads. Silver hair and gold glittering red hair. Their hair was beautifully mixed together, and their sleeping profiles looked exactly alike. She gently stroked their hair and smiled. Then she slowly got up, gently put on her shoes and went out into the hallway. She walked down the stairs to the kitchen and looked around for a while. She looked at the cooking utensils lined up in the spacious kitchen and squinted. There was a memory in each of the tools that she collected over the years. She smiled wryly, remembering that she spent a lot of money to challenge various dishes. It was half a hobby, half a waste of money. Bery, how do you use this? But she had no regrets about it, and she was okay with that. Because she could always remember her happy face. She looked at the condiments, took out each one, and tasted a little bit. From mere flavoring to secret seasonings, the number of ingredients she has collected was probably as large as those in the palace's kitchen, as well as the variety of cooking utensils. But all of them were like sand to the current Bery. Texture and aroma, that's about all she could tell. She took each of them out of her memory drawer and understood it as she looked at them. 2 weeks after waking up, she cooked the same food as before, with nothing but anxiety in her chest. She only made dishes that she was confident in and familiar with. And one she won't make a mistake with the seasoning. But she wasn't sure how long that would last. Day by day, the slightest deviation piled up, and in a few months, it will undoubtedly become a deviation next year. When that happens, Chrische will no doubt notice it. She didn't dare try a new seasoning, and as she looked at Chrische, who was happy, what's in her head was terror. Maybe tomorrow she will be cured. If not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Even as she thought like that, she didn't even have the courage to speak out. As I thought, I can't become like you, Nae-sama. She thought she had grown a little more than before. A trivial thing saved her life, so it's fine. She shouldn't ask for more than that. Because of her own fault, Chrische even challenged the dragon. Chrische, who never gets hurt, even on the battlefield, was covered in scars all over. Even though she did not know how powerful the dragon was, she could understand just what that signified. It was thanks to that she was still alive, and she didn't want to make Chrische, who had gone to such lengths to save her, sad. No, wrong. It was probably not that, but that in the end she was just afraid. She was afraid that the connection between her and Chrische, cooking, would disappear from inside her. She was just afraid of what Chris'll think of her who was without sense of taste. Surprising her, making her happy. She wondered where the value of such her would be if she could no longer do those things. In the end, what she feared was her own interest. She was terribly afraid of letting go of the one thing that connected her the most with Chrische. She knew Krish's kindness and her affection. She knew that she would never do such a thing, but she was afraid that she would be disappointed with her. That's why she couldn't tell her and kept putting it off. She was hopelessly pathetic and weak. Bery, hearing the voice, her shoulders jumped and she turned around. Chrische in a negligee looked a little sleepy and was looking at her from the entrance curiously. Krish-sama, what happened? No, when Chrische woke up because of Crescenta's sleeping position, Bery wasn't there. What is Bery doing? Relieved that she had put the condiments away, she smiled. I got a little thirsty. So, I thought of making some hot milk. Chrische stepped closer to her and leaned in close. Her body was warm, probably because she was just asleep. Even in the dark, her purple eyes shone in the moonlight shining through the window. Her sparkling, jewel-like eyes turned toward her, and she asked, Bery, are you okay? Well, the magical power inside Bery's body has also changed, and Chrische thought that Bery might actually feel pain or discomfort somewhere. Chrische heard that the blood Bery got from Regalavsan is very stimulating, so Chrische is worried after all. Chrische said and lowered her eyes. Like I said before, the body is in better condition than before. It's true that I feel a little uncomfortable when manipulating the body, but maybe because I have gotten used to it, it's easier than before. As she said that, she felt pathetic and wanted to sigh. Even after all this, she was still afraid to say it. At that time, it might have even been better if she had confided in Celine. Day by day, her heart seems to grow frightened, and as the days pass, she loses her courage. I'm okay. She stroked her head and she nodded quietly. She felt guilty for lying to Chrische, but she couldn't bring herself to tell her. The worst, she thought to herself. Well, if Bery feels something strange, tell Chrische immediately. Chrische will do something about it. Yes. Would you like to have a drink too, Krish-sama? Yes. Chrische nodded and smiled. Bery smiled too and went to get some cold milk from the fridge. As Chrische turned to pick up the honey, she looked to the condiments right next to it. She froze, and Bery, with her back to her, didn't notice it. Chapter 161. Cookie. Already. Bery-sama, Celine-sama's room is done. Thank you, Elvina-sama. Since Elvina-sama comes here, Elvina-sama finishes everything first, so I don't have much to do either. Bery, who was supposed to be doing laundry, was looking around, and she was already in the kitchen making a meal. By the looks of it, the soup was already finished. Elvina stiffened and thought over her work. After gathering underwear, nightgowns, and laundry together, Bery did the laundry. Elvina was in charge of cleaning the room. She cleaned the assigned room and Celine's room. When she went to clean Krish's room, which in effect also both Bery and Crescenta's three-person room, the cleaning was already finished. A neatly arranged bed compared to the morning, which aroused confusion. Bery should have been doing the laundry. There must be a good amount of laundry because it had rained yesterday and they couldn't dry it, and even though they had done it carefully, it was unlikely that she had finished in the time Elvina had spent cleaning the two rooms. But when she hurried to the courtyard, she found that the laundry was already hung on a string to dry. No matter how she thought about it based on the water on the laundry, it had been hung for a while. It must have already been hung to dry around the time Elvina started in the second room. Elvina was increasingly puzzled as to what was going on. For the time being, she picks up a mop to clean the entrance and back door she saw earlier. It had been raining all night yesterday, so the entrance was a little dirty. But there was already no trace of dirt to be found anywhere. It should have been there before she went out into the courtyard earlier, but what was there was a polished floor. Where had Bery disappeared to? She rushed out into the yard and went to Suiko Gururun's place. Sleepy and content, Gururun was relaxing in the special hut that had been built. No matter how she looked at it, it had already finished its meal. The horse was also munching on some hay. At this point, it was no longer just a confusion, but a chill down her spine. It was not even noon yet. She looked at the kitchen from outside and through the window she noticed that steam was already rising. When she ran into the kitchen, the soup was already ready. Is something the matter? Elvina-sama. No. She was a young woman, perhaps even younger than Elvina, depending on how one saw it. Smooth red hair. Her head was a little lower than Elvina's and her large eyes were that of a young maiden. She looked young, with her voluptuous breasts and slender waist combined with her atmosphere. She seemed to be a calm lady, and she was a truly mysterious woman. Dressed in an apron dress and tilting her head slightly, she was mature, sexy, and pretty at the same time. But don't let appearances deceive you. Despite her appearance, she was a superhuman no different from Christie. Since coming here, she has basically been helping Cliché. She has only started working on the mansion on the side after Bery was stabbed. Taking care of the Queen and taking care of the mansion she divided the duties with Anne and worked hard in Bery's place, but that's probably where things started to feel strange. This estate was too large. Come to think of it, the mansion was in almost perfect condition no matter when Elvina returned. It was no different than when she was at Roland's mansion with its large number of servants. Moreover, Bery also worked a lot as the Queen's attendant, so there was no way she could have spent her days just managing the estate. She was also supposed to have worked on it on the side. On top of that, she was entrusted with managing Kristan's books, and she also calmly helped Christie and Celine with their paperwork. Considering that she could come up with any number without a pause when asked, her brain must have recorded most of Kristan's affairs. Krish's dubious tale of her taking care of the Kristan's estate in Gargane alone. She should have understood it the moment it wasn't a mere dubious tale. She was the servant among servants Bery Argan. The current Elvina is an opponent who couldn't even reach her shadow. Is something the matter after all? Bery blushes slightly, and her gaze wanders all over her body, confused by Elvina's serious face. Suddenly, Elvina noticed and shook her head. Oh, Bery-sama, there's hay on your head. That's true. How embarrassing. She picked up the hay and put her hand on her cheek embarrassingly. It was lovely, but she could not admire it. She must have been the one who fed the horses and Guru Run. The slight possibility that they might have been fed by Christie or Serene when they went out was now gone. Well, when I saw Bery-sama's work again, I realized once again that I and others still have a long way to go. That's not true, you know? Elvina-sama is more than... No. If you compare the amount of work, mine is only 1/3 of Bery-sama's work. No, it's less than 1/4 or even 1/5. I realized how naive I had been until now. Elvina sighed, as if to say that she is truly pathetic. Bery approached her with a wry smile, looking troubled, and she gently stroked her head. I just know how I should do it, and have mastered how to cut corners. The cleaning is minimal, and the amount of effort I put into each one will vary considerably. Elvina-sama seems to be working a little too hard, so I think it would be best if you relaxed your shoulders a little more. Her gaze slightly downward, but the smile on her lips was soft and graceful, full of feminine charm. When she stroked her head, she felt no discomfort. All she felt was a sense of security. Only a beautiful person. What is needed where it is needed. What takes up a lot of time, do it parallelly. The logic is simple. If you can relax your shoulders, get used to the work a little more, and be able to grasp the overall flow, I'm sure Elvina-sama will be able to do it right away. Yes. Thank you very much. Is it okay if I go around with you for a while tomorrow? That's right. Let's go around together for a while. Bery said and separated from her, took her ladle and poured soup into a small plate. May I ask you to taste it? Yes. Elvina smiled and nodded, accepting the small plate. The rich aroma of dissolved vegetables tickles the nose. The ingredients were tender, syrupy, and when you put it in your mouth, the rich flavor will delight your taste buds. How did she do this while accomplishing the housework? It was an artistic piece that was so carefully made that she couldn't help but wonder. The ingredients are blended together and today's dish is also very tasty. Is that so? I'm glad it's delicious, she said with a somewhat relieved smile. Elvina chuckled. She wondered what she was still worried about after making this delicious food. Her cooking was more delicious than anything she ate at Roland's mansion. Each vegetable, each meat. Was it because everything was processed carefully, because the seasoning was exquisite, or was it a combination of them? Just one simple grilled dish is a work of art. If asked what makes such deep soups and other dishes so delicious, Elvina's tongue had trouble explaining. But even with such skill, she was not satisfied. Perhaps she perceived things in a dimension that Elvina doesn't understand. Perhaps in the morning? Yes, but I just set it up and set it on fire. Soak the laundry in water with soap dissolved in it, it's after that. Alvina finally understood where the difference between her and Bery lay. One by one, not serially, but in parallel. Bery must have a bird's-eye view of the whole and handle her work as a plane. It's a fundamentally different way of looking at things. She thinks of everything, not just cooking, in the same way that she prepares food before the water boils. See, if you ask me, it's simple, isn't it? It's not that difficult once you get used to it. Make arrangements for how far you want to go today, and build your schedule accordingly. It's just a repetition of the small things, like cleaning the house while the laundry is hanging out to dry. I see. It was easier said than done, but when she said it, it sounded as if it were a very easy thing to do. So don't overdo it. Take it easy. Just think of it as a little bit of playing with building blocks. To me now, Berisama looks like a fairy godmother, wizard, in a fairy tale. Saying things like that again. Foo-foo. But Alvina-sama will soon realize that the fairy godmother, wizard, is just a magician, sleight of hand. I'm not quite there yet. While looking a little embarrassed, she laughed mischievously. That part was a lot like Chris J. According to both of them, it was natural to be able to do it this well. Alvina was sure both of them have far too high standards for themselves. Oblivious to what others think of them, always looking only for the best, and therefore, helplessly insensitive to what others think of them. Whenever they received compliments, they both looked embarrassed and laughed vaguely. The two of them must surely be attracted to such aspects of each other. Even though it's okay to be proud of their abilities, both were still extremely modest. Chris J praises Bery and Bery praises Chris J. They would probably never be satisfied with themselves in their lives. Their way of being is now that of a seeker, equals one who seek the way, and when she thought about it, Celine and Crescenta both have that aspect. Christand was a group of such seekers. Alvina sighed as she realized what the insurmountable wall she had been vaguely aware of was. There was nothing she could do about it, because that wall kept running. Although she was half resigned, she smiled forcefully. Then, I would like to begin by becoming a magician, sleight of hand. I look forward to working together, Berisama. Take it easy. Yes. I will do my best to reach that state as soon as possible. Even if she couldn't surpass it, keeping up behind it. That should be possible, and for that, it will need to work hard. In front of her, who looked troubled, she was only being serious. At noon everyone returns for a meal. Soup, bread, a light lunch, and cleanup. For now, today was the same as usual. There seems to be no problem with cooking. Chris J seemed a little lethargic and not feeling well, which worried her a little, but she couldn't stop her from going to work. She said she would finish it early, so she wondered if it would be better to eat less meat today and make something easy to eat and nutritious. From noon, she and Alvina would take care of the mansion's business, and she would think about such things as opening the account books in her room. Would you like another drink? Thank you. It's okay to take a little break, you know? No. Today I plan to take a look at you work, Berisama. Alvina stood next to her in a proper posture. Her well-groomed features were sharp and alert, and her hair was glossy and carefully styled over her shoulders. It was perfect, and was exactly what a servant should be. Bery smiled and scratched her cheek. And was a diligent worker, and so was Alvina. She was even more serious these days, which made her feel a little troubled. That's probably in her nature. But still she was trying too hard, and she was at a loss for what to do. Being full of motivation is a great thing in itself. However, she was worried that she might fall ill, and it was kind of itchy to be looked up to in such a sparkling and respectful way. She sipped the tea that was poured for her and took a deep breath. Even if she didn't know the taste, the warmth and scent will heal her somewhat. Alvina-sama, please come here. Ah, yes. She stood up and took a teacup for Alvina and put it on the desk. She poured her a cup of tea, asked her to sit down, and closed the ledger. She thought to make some small talk to distract herself, but that was Bery's weakest point. Are you used to life here? Yes. Everything was new. At first, I was a little confused. But there's no problem. I see, that's good. Conversation breaks off, and her gaze wavers. Putting aside talk for greetings, work, cooking, or manners, small talk was quite difficult. Conversation without business or business, what should she talk about? Is it appropriate to talk about the weather? I'm glad it was sunny today. Certainly. The weather is pleasant. No, that's not good enough. The talk would end there. However, Elvina's past is not a bright one. She couldn't possibly about the old days, and that area would be taboo. Today's work was finished. In that case, talk about tomorrow's work. No, wouldn't that make her even more nervous? Elvina was staring at Bery's face curiously. Seeing that face, a thought occurred to her and she nodded. Ka Kaluwa-sama. Next time, I would be happy if you could tell her my thanks. Tane-san. Yes, the gift I received the other day. About 2 weeks ago, while sending Chrische on the way to the estate, Kaluwa chose some fruit and gave it to Bery as a present. From there, some kind of conversation might continue. Bery thought so. But Elvina stared at Bery, thought for a moment, and smiled. Understood. I'll relay it to Tane-san. Why yeah, thank you. Contrary to Bery's plans, silence once again. Elvina quietly looked at Bery while sipping the tea, and Bery flicked her gaze from side to side as if searching for something. For Bery, it was a very awkward atmosphere. But it was only for a short while. What changed the atmosphere was Elvina's laughter. Fufu, I think it's rude to say something like this, but… Bery-sama is such a lovely person. My apologies for being a bit mischievous. Elvina laughs happily, looks at the gaping Bery, and wipes the tears from the corners of her eyes. It's okay, Bery-sama doesn't need to be that considerate of me. I'm very happy just for the feelings. Bery blushed as she finally realized that she had been teased. Then it became more and more amused. Elvina looked at Bery with a smile, and Bery opened her mouth shyly with her eyes downcast. Sorry. I'm not good at this kind of conversation. No. Rather, I feel relieved. There are things that even Bery-sama is also not good at. It's just that Elvina-sama is overestimating me. I'm just good at pretending, and there are many places where I'm lacking. Fufu, if Bery-sama's is just a pretense, then what am I? When Bery was at a loss for her answer, Elvina's smile deepened and she let out a laugh. Once again, sorry, she said as she smiled wryly. But really, Bery-sama is very similar to Krish-sama in that aspect. Both of you are too modest. Putting aside Krish-sama, perhaps if I ask the same question, Krish-sama will say the same thing as Bery-sama. You. Bery's embarrassed face was very much like that of a maiden's. Contrasting to her usual calm demeanor, Elvina calmly observed that expression as her eyes were healed. Both the master and servant were two people who stirred her mischievous hearts to no end. Forgive me. Looking at the two of you, I feel a little envious. Envious, is it? Yes, because you both look very happy. Bery blushed more and more at the words she said. She had no way of hiding how she and Chrische usually spent their time together. They were witnessed on a daily basis, and her senses were somewhat numb, but she felt an indescribable embarrassment when it was said again. I am not teasing. I mean it. It's not about romantic feelings, but that such a relationship itself is a wonderful thing. Elvina smiled bitterly as she said it herself. I'm a little embarrassed too, but I'm very envious of a relationship that is fulfilling like the two of you. How should I say it? I feel that it is very fateful that I have met a pair who is such a perfect match in this wide world. Guess, I'll never be a bard, Elvina said shyly. Although it was the flow of the talk, it was still an itchy phrase to say. But Bery thought deeply and looked a little uneasy. Is that how it seems? Don't tell me, Bery-sama isn't confident. Elvina was confused by the unexpected words. Bery averted her eyes and opened her mouth. No, I, of course, love Krish-sama. More than anyone else. It was an affirmation. Elvina, who had seen their daily life up until now, had no doubts about this now, but when it was said like this, she felt an indescribable shock. Elvina blushed, her eyes watering, even though it was a topic she had brought up herself, and she remembered the time when she had asked Chrische about Bery. Krish-sama loved someone like me. I have no doubts about that feelings. I have vowed to dedicate my life to Krish-sama. Why yes. Both master and servant were too similar. But the real me is a very pathetic person, and I sometimes wonder if this kind of me is really the best for Krish-sama. I'm afraid that one day she'll be disillusioned. Elvina had heard similar words from another person before. Terrifyingly pure. In that respect, both of them are similar to each other. Why, you know, Bery-sama? Question mark. As Elvina was about to speak, a knock sounded. Holding Elvina, who was about to stand up, Bery stood up and opened the door. Welcome home, Krish-sama. I'm home, Bery. Elvina too, taking a break? Yes. We're having a little chat. Chris J leaned against Bery as if pressing her face, and Bery embraced such Chris J. Elvina is a little dumbfounded as to what she was worried about. She looked at the two of them, took a new cup and poured a cup of tea. Then, noticing that Chris J was carrying a bag, she tilted her head and asked, Krish-sama, that bag is? These are the cookies Chris J made as a snack over there. Chris J made some to give to Nagel and the others. It's the leftover. So Chris J bought some for Bery and Elvina. Fufu, thank you very much. Elvina-sama, let's eat it together. Bery smiled, let go of Chris J and tried to pull her hand away. Before that, Chris J took out a small, bite-sized cookie from her bag and without looking up brought it to Bery's mouth. Bery was puzzled by the situation. Yes. Looking shyly sideways at Elvina, Bery opened her mouth as if giving up for the moment. Then put the cookie in her mouth, chew it and swallow it. Today's cookies are very crisp. Does it taste good? Yes, very. The moment Bery said that, Krish's body stiffened and the bag was dropped. The cookies inside the bag made a crushing sound. Chris J, Sama? Bery also stiffened seeing such Chris J. Chris J took a step back and looked at Bery, as if frightened. Her beautiful face seems to be distorted with sorrow, and her purple eyes are wet and swaying like the surface of water. She shook her head over and over as she staggered. She only looked at Bery, HG, Krish-sama, and then she turned away and disappeared into the hallway. Bery immediately tried to chase after her. But soon she stopped and fell to her knees and covered her face. Her delicate shoulders tremble and shake. Bery-sama. Not knowing what happened. Elvina was puzzled as she approached and stared at Bery, who did not respond to her voice. Then she suddenly saw the bag of cookies on the floor and picked it up. She took one of the crushed cookies out of the bag, looked at it, and put it in her mouth. Gah! She almost choked and held her mouth. She found there almost none of the honey sweetness she had imagined. It just tasted like a salty cookie. At that moment, she understood everything. She just stared at Bery, who was lying on the ground, dumbfounded. Chapter 162.1, Celestial Maiden, Dancing in the Palm Part 1. You idiot. What do you mean it's nothing serious? My apologies. After a while, the sun went down. Celine comes back to the estate with Crescenta and Anne. Then, she immediately heard about the situation from Elvina, and then sighed deeply after hearing the story directly from Bery, who was sitting on a chair with her face down, and looked unable to sit still after hearing the story and left the room to find Chris J. Crescenta wrinkles her brow and sighed as she looked at the two, exasperated, with her chin resting in her hand while Elvina makes her a cup of tea with lots of honey. Argan-sama is in some ways even more annoying than Uncle Oja-sama. The one who is endangering the kingdom the most right now is Argan-sama, even more than the three kingdoms. Do you understand? My apologies. Bery simply replied. Without even looking up, her shoulders trembled quietly. Seeing Bery like that, Crescenta's eyes swam around a bit. This isn't the time to apologize. What I want to say is, Crescenta, either shut up for a while or go to another room. Are you giving me an order? If you don't, I'll get angry for real. Being glared at by Celine, Crescenta fell silent while looking dissatisfied. She sipped her tea and put it down rather roughly, perhaps because it was too hot. Celine turned away from Crescenta and looked at Bery, sitting down on a chair and keeping her face down. Her petite body looked even smaller and her slender shoulders looked even more delicate. There was none of her usual composure. But this must be Bery. She was a small woman who always tried her best to put on the face of a guardian. Celine went behind her and hugged her from behind. She stretched out her arms encircling Bery's body as her shoulder jumped and pressed her cheek against hers. Her golden hair flowed freely and slid down Bery's neck. While looking at it, Celine quietly opened her mouth. I wonder why you are like that. I told you to let me to take care of you once in a while and let me look after you, didn't I? I wonder if I'm still that unreliable. It was the same when her mother died. She was always there to comfort Serene as she cried, while doing various things as usual and arranging the funeral. She was always a splendid servant. Bery spent more time with her mother than anyone else, and Celine's sure she was the one grieving the most. When Bery spent time with her mother, she seemed to be just a little bit spoiled. She looked just a little bit younger. She must have left all that behind a long time ago. If you keep being so silly, stubborn, and force yourself, you'll become a child like Bery who can't be spoiled honestly. Children should be like children and let their mother take care of them, really. Nay Sama, I don't want to interfere in your daughter's education, but could you please stop using me like a bad example? It's very tough for me. Because it's the truth, isn't it? Fufu, you're welcome to prove me wrong, you know. Absolutely not. Celine recalled the two of them and narrowed her eyes. I don't know how painful it would be to lose your sense of taste for someone who loves to cook so much, but I know that's not the reason why you hid it. If it was just painful, she would have told them rather matter-of-factly, saying it's not painful, that she's okay. As if as usual, with a troubled smile. She's that kind of person. The reason she didn't do that must be something else. You were afraid Chrische would be disappointed, weren't you? Bery's shoulders jumped as she said that. Celine sighed in exasperation. It's you after all, of course I can see through you. Do you know? I've been watching you ever since I was born. If it was her mother whom she respected more than anyone else, then it was her whom she admired more than anyone else. She had the talent to do anything, she is a hard worker, and yet she is neither arrogant nor conceited. She did everything with ease, as if it was a matter of course. She's the same as Chrische. She never once won against her at anything, and even when it came to problems that Celine would twist her head around, she would solve it without a second thought. Unlike her mother, who was somewhat gap, she was a perfect superhuman. She would answer anything she asked, and if she wished for something, she would make it come true. A different existence from her, she probably had nothing that worry her. Even if there was, it was something that Celine couldn't comprehend. There was a time when she thought that, but it wasn't until Chrische arrived that she realized that wasn't the case. After Chrische came, something seemed to be peeling off, she seemed in tatters. I hope we will continue to be together like this for a long time to come. As they were heading to the royal capital, she heard the words, and she remembered well the earnestness of the words. She looked like she has everything, but she looked like she doesn't have anything. By Krishsama's side. I suddenly realized that my meaning was there. In that case, I thought my name belonged to Krishsama. That's what I'm for, that's what I desired. She and Chrische were similar in a way. She's troubled by something she couldn't find an answer to, and seems to be drowning in it. That was probably because she had the ability to obtain anything with just a little effort. As far as I'm concerned, both of you is the same, Bery. You think you can solve everything by yourself, that there's nothing you can't do, and that's the only way you think about things, and that's why you can't tolerate such trivial things, you idiot. That kind of thing is. That's what I think. Both of you, together both have high self-confidence. They don't have a single little setback and they don't even know any limits. That's why the smallest flaws within themselves stand out so much. They couldn't tolerate it, afraid, and a coward. Even though they were more skillful than anyone else, but they were more clumsy than anyone else. Does your worth disappear just because you lose your sense of taste? Does that mean that Chrische will be disappointed in you and no longer love you? That's... Really, what an idiot. If that's what you're saying, then what am I? Can't cook, can't do housework, and even when I did my best at what I'm good at it's just a SOSO noob to Chrische. Celine spits out words like a storm and glared at Chrische. If you say too much, I'll get angry, okay? I won't. Unlike you, I can at least read the air. Crescenta, who was about to quip in, hastily averted her gaze. Celine sighed sullenly and hugged Bery tightly. Even though you're usually acting so high and mighty, lecturing us, I wonder why you're so timid when it comes to your own affairs. You have a habit of saying that you don't care about Krish's flaws, Crescenta's flaws, or even mine, but you can't forgive yourself for your own flaws. Are you saying that other people will never accept or forgive that side of you? HG. Crescenta looks dissatisfied as she tried to say that she has no flaws, but Celine glares at her and silenced her. Bery kept her face down and silently listened to Celine's words. Are those words you say a lie? It's. In that case, please give me a little more trust. I think your cooking is wonderful, but your value to me goes beyond that, and no matter how many flaws you have, you're still my beloved family member and a sister I look up to and. Don't you believe me? Bery shook her head slightly and grabbed Celine's arm. It's the same with Chrische, you silly. Do you think she went somewhere because she was disappointed in you? You were stabbed, she risked her life to save you, and she cared about you so much that she even challenged a dragon. If you seriously think like that, then even if it's you I will slap you, Bery. Bery's hand, weak as a child's, gripped Celine's arm. Geez, Celine smiled, closing her eyes and leaning against her cheek. Once you've calmed down a bit, let's go look for her together. If you say you won't go, I'll comfort Chrische gently in your place, then I'll sleep with her, saying all kinds of bad things about you. Is that okay with you? That way of saying it is cowardly. It's because you won't obediently let me spoil you. Just so you know, I'm a little angry, okay? Celine said and untied her arms. Then, crouching down, she wiped the teardrops that were dripping down Bery's cheeks. Is it really that humiliating to be comforted like this by an unreliable Oju-sama? Maybe so. Why you? But just a little bit. Oju-sama looked like Ne-sama. Celine presses her forehead against hers with satisfaction and looked into her light brown eyes, wet with tears. Fufun, whose daughter do you think I am? Ne-sama's and Gatushu-sama. Fufu, Oju-sama is similar to Wani-sama. Really clumsy. Bery smiled and pulled away, wiping her eyes. But acting all big despite that, really very similar. You're the one who's always acting big towards your master, Bery. What a foul-mouthed servant. Her peach-colored lips softened into an innocent, girlish smile. I mean, it's not a bad thing. After all, the part Oju-sama is similar to Ne-sama is all the parts one love. Her red hair swayed freely. She kissed Celine's forehead. Her young face had become somewhat mature, and there was the usual Bery face there. Crescenta, bad-manneredly rest her chin in her hand, let out a sigh. Just when I thought you're a little better, you're also a crybaby just like Nora. I wonder if you're not embarrassed. My apologies, Crescenta-sama. I showed you something embarrassing. If you think so, you should reflect on it, really. I don't care if you cry or scream, but I'm worried that Wani-sama might do something stupid because of it. You should reconsider your position and role. She crossed her arms dissatisfaction, puffing out her cheeks, and rocks her chair. And, I wonder what you're going to do with my dinner. No matter what the circumstances, it's dereliction of duty if you don't do it. Playing with her gold glittering red hair, Crescenta said while glaring at her. If you're done talking, go find Wani-sama quickly, and once that's done, cook my meals and take care of my bath. It's only after that you're allowed to waste time like that. Really, what a poor servant, that you won't understand unless I tell you. Bery widened her eyes a little and looked at Crescenta. She then giggled and smiled. Yes, my apologies. It was disqualified as a servant. If you're aware of that, then fine. One useless servant is enough. I hope you won't expose your incompetence any further. Elvina, who was standing next to her, looked at Bery anxiously after hearing the harsh words of the queen, but she just nodded strangely and happily. Then she stood up and bowed politely to Crescenta. Yes. I'll be careful. Bery aside, you're the one acting big the most, Crescenta. You don't seem to know, so I'll tell you. I'm the greatest queen in this country, and your role is to serve me wholeheartedly so that I can spend my time comfortably. I'm not acting great, I am great. Celine smiled wryly and patted Crescenta's head. True, I forgot. I hope you will forgive me, Your Majesty. Are you making fun of me? I am doing my best to serve you, my beloved queen. Serene laughed and hugged her. Crescenta snorts at her in dissatisfaction, but she didn't resist. At that moment, the front door was opened roughly and the sound of footsteps could be heard. Understanding who it is even before she opens the door, Bery quickly opens it. The one who jumped in was on and, a little later, Nagel, the craftsman squad leader, saluted. Sama. I'm sorry for your concern, Ansama. She bowed her head to and who looked relieved, and hurriedly shook her head from side to side, and Bery smiled and turned her gaze to Nagel. So, Nagel-sama. Yes, Giterns-sama told me that you were looking for Krish-sama. She showed up at our place a while ago, so I'm here to report it. Is she there now? No. Krish-sama is now in a room in the basement of the palace that she used to occupy. Thank you. Oju-sama, may I excuse myself? Celine laughed exasperated. Asking me that. And it's already night, so it's dangerous to be alone, so I'm going too. Nagel, I'm sorry, but could you please tell Dagra that it's time to search the surrounding area? Yes, Your Excellency Marshal. Maintain standby. If there's no follow-up order, disperse in one koku. Nagel saluted again. After hearing about the situation, Celine immediately informed Killick and the others who were guarding Crescenta, and sent them to search for Chrisje. I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused. If you think so, then let's go right away. Yes. I'm sure you understand, but please don't take it too big of a matter. Crescenta said grumpily, and the two of them nodded. Then, as they were about to leave the room, Elvina called out. Bery-sama, what's the matter? Elvina nodded as she thought for a moment. I was just continuing the conversation we had before Krish-sama left. Then she smiled. Then they went to the royal palace. After confirming with the sentry soldiers, they entered the basement and proceeded through the dark corridor illuminated by the light of the constant magic lantern, and after a while, Celine stopped. Oju-sama, go alone from here, Bery. It's going to be complicated if I go. Celine folded her arms and leaned her back against the wall. In the end, I think the problem is inside your mind. I've said all I have to say, it's up to you how you want to take it. That's the way it is, isn't it? She played with her golden hair and stared at her. Celine smiled wryly. Honestly, I'm so jealous of you, Bery. You can do so much more than me, and you're loved so much by Chrisje, even by Crescenta. Easily accomplishing things that I probably wouldn't be able to. I respect you enough that if I could I wanted to be like you. Oju-sama, I'm sure you'll say that you're just pretending, but unlike you, I don't lie. You know? Celine smiled mischievously and looked at Bery. Bery nodded quietly. That's right. Fufu, that part of Oju-sama is different from Ne-sama but is similar to Gatushu-sama. Celine looked at her with satisfaction and pulled out the sword from her waist. She held it upright and held it out. But no matter how jealous I am, I can't be you, and I can't be like father. You too can't be like mother, and you are you and I am me. After all, we are different people, leading different lives and learning different things. It's your words, Bery. Yes. I think you need convincing. And I'm sure that's all you're missing. So I have no fear, I leave it to you. Celine sheathed her sword. As she approached Bery, she stood on her tiptoe just a little. She gently kissed her forehead. You gave and Chrisje receive. To me, this matter is as good as over. And you're stubborn anyway. You've never listened to me, so you can do whatever you want. Celine glared at her and smiled. I'll do my best to protect you. Do whatever you want. Then she turned her back. Bery looked at it for a while and lowered her head. Yes. Celine-sama. She whispered her name. She stayed like that until Celine was out of sight. Then she too moved forward. Chapter 162.2, Celestial Maiden, Dancing in the Palm Part 2. She walks a short distance down a dark, deserted hallway to an underground laboratory. There she prepared herself and knocked on the door. The faint sounds that had been heard became quiet for a moment. After a while, she heard quiet footsteps coming towards the door. She knew who it was by the way she walked. Krish-sama, may I open the door? From inside, instead of Krish's voice, there was a rat's voice. Please wait a moment. Yes. The sound of footsteps echoed again, and the sound of cleaning up something. The rat's small voice continues to echo, and then fades away. It was then that the door opened. When she came out of the room, Chris J immediately hugged Bery and told her she was sorry. Chris J deceived Bery. "It's okay. I don't mind it." Chris J pressed her face into Bery's chest and nods, then looked up at her. There was a smile on her face. I'm sure Bery didn't want Chris J to worry, but it's okay. There's nothing to worry about. Chris J will heal Bery's tongue properly in no time. So, give Chris J a little time, then Bery will surely be able to cook as much as before. A rat's squeak came from the other side of the door. Frowning, Bery looked through the doorway into the laboratory. There were several wooden boxes lying around, and sharp medical knives and scissors neatly lined up on the table. Is that a mouse over there? Yes, Chris J just collected them. Chris J thought it's better various things on the rats first. It seems like they'll multiply quickly, and they're the best for experimenting. Bery might feel a little sorry for them, but... Chris J looked troubled, but headed inside. She took a mouse out of the box and showed it to Bery. The mouse looked surprised and let out a shriek. Chris J smiled. But it can't be helped because it's a bad mouse in the pantry. It's not a good mouse, it's a bad one, so, It was common to use mice in experiments. However, wondering what he was going to do with it, she turned to the knives and scissors, other tools. What are you going to do with it, Krish-sama? Chris J saw it a long time ago, but it seems that there was an attempt, for example, to attach a severed arm. That experiment ended without going well, but the theory itself had an advantage, so Chris J decided to apply it. Chris J grabbed another mouse and showed it to Bery. Look, swapping the right hand of this mouse with the right hand of this mouse. If you think about the theory that the wound will heal properly, Chris J think it's quite possible. It should be easy, Chris J smiled. Then she put them back in the box. Well, maybe because of the dragon's blood, Bery's tongue has become strange. But, in that case, it's fine to just replace the bad part. Krish-sama. It's okay. Chris J won't do bad things to other people, and Chris J also won't make any trouble. It will be just exchanged with Krish's. Chris J was smiling as she said that. Chris J think it probably have a good sense of taste. Maybe it aren't as good as Bery's, but it shouldn't be a problem for cooking. Holding up her finger, and she nodded. Look, this might alleviate Chris J gluttony, and Bery doesn't need to be worried at all. Chris J also have been thinking for a long time that Chris J need to fix that part of Chris J. Chris J was strangely cheerful as she said that to Bery. Bery's eyes were downcast, and Chris J shook her head as if in a panic. It's true, okay. Bery doesn't need to care about anything. Chris J also wants Bery to continue to make a lot of amazing dishes. Her tone of voice was higher than usual. Chris J just put her smile on her face as if saying she had nothing to worry about. Chris J wants to help such Bery, HG. Bery said nothing and hugged such Chris J. She tightened her grip and pulled her closer. Bery? Just embracing that body as if being afraid. As if panicked, after a while, as if in a daze. Only the rat's cry and the two's breath echoed in the quiet room. Krish's heart beats rapidly, like after a marathon, like a frightened bird or something. Bery quietly closed her eyes. Sorry. Then she said that one word. Krish's body stiffens and she shook her head repeatedly, tousling her silver hair. Bery shouldn't apologized. Krish, Bery's tongue. Why did it become Krish-sama's fault? The little body was trembling and seemed to be trying to escape from her arms. She held it tightly as to not let it go. Still she shook her head. Chris J heard it properly from Regalave-san. But Chris J didn't care as long as Bery was cured. Then, her voice was shaking, almost like a cry. Krish-sama tried to save me, right? In fact, I was saved like this, so why is it Krish-sama's fault? Maybe there are other ways to do it. Maybe, even if Chris J didn't do anything unnecessary, Bery might still. Mixed with her sobs, shaking, her shoulders shook. Timid, insecure, and afraid. Bery closed her eyes, thinking what an idiot she was. All Bery could think about was herself. That's in hindsight. That said, Why is Krish-sama talking like that? Even if I could replace it, if Krish-sama ended up like this. Chris J, even if Chris J can't eat delicious food again, it's fine. She should have known, she should have understood, there shouldn't have been no room for doubt. Bery is like this, and yet, Chris J, saying delicious, 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 like an idiot. But she was just cowardly, obsessed with trivial things, and afraid. Even though Bery suffered, Chris J, without paying Bery any attention, just having fun. That's why she ended up telling it to this beautiful girl in the most hurtful way. So, Arari, cries, Bery, please don't cry. It's not your fault, Krish-sama. I won't think Krish-sama unpleasant, much less hating Krish-sama. She was a helpless idiot. The world's stupidest person is probably Bery Argan. I'm more distressed than anything else that my beloved Chris J should be saddened in such a way. But when Bery pulled away from Chris J a little, she could see Krish's crying face reflected in her eyes. Her silver hair shone like the moon, her violet eyes peeking through the silver cracks filled with tears. The neat beauty, like a work of art that is beauty itself, looked distorted to the point of being unseemly. She looked as ugly as a sobbing child, and therefore looked endlessly beautiful. Where on earth could there be such a happy person? The most beautiful girl in the world loved her enough to make a face like this. If you don't notice that, after all you're the world's stupidest person. She brought her face close to hers and kissed her crying face. There was the softest feeling, and it is certainly right there. Then everything seemed to be sufficient and she closed her eyes and savored it. She pulled away a little and repeated it, wiping her tears with her fingers. At least right now, she was the only person in this world allowed to do that. She hugged the girl who couldn't stop crying and smiled. Krish-sama, let's cook together. King? Yes. Dinner isn't ready yet, so let's do the cleanup for this place tomorrow. Oju-sana and Crescenta-sama are also waiting for us. Chris J didn't answer. Bery repeated. Cooking. Or can I no longer cook together with Krish-sama? That's not HG. Then. Fufu, let's go. Forcibly picking her up. Bery just smiled. The sun had already completely set and the moonlight was spilling through the clouds. As they walked on the snow disturbed by the rain and headed towards the mansion, I said a few words to and who greeted then. They entered the kitchen, turned on the everlasting magic lamp as usual, and put down Chris J. Today, shall we have your favorite pumpkin gratin and soup, Krish-sama? With that, Bery got on the stand, and what she took out from the shelf was the winter pumpkin. Unlike the ones that are harvested from summer to late autumn, they are a little smaller and fewer in number. It's a little more expensive than regular pumpkin, but it's very sweet. They were Chris J's favorite, and she always kept some in the kitchen when it came in. But Chris J never looked up and repeatedly wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Bery smiled wryly, bent down a little, gently wiped her tears with her handkerchief, and kissed her cheek. When Bery looked into her eyes, she averted her tear-filled purple eyes were as if frightened. Bery stared at her for a moment, then she smiled, washed her hands, and gets to cooking. She poured water into the pot and took out the other vegetables. For a while, only the crisp sound of kitchen knives resounded. There are pork bones in the pot. Some vegetables. After a while, adjust the magic crystal to weaken the heat. She took her time and relaxed a little more than usual. If you ask me if it's okay, I'll say it's okay. But if you ask me if it's difficult, to be honest, it's a little painful. It's really hard when you can't taste it at all. Bery honestly said to Chris J, who was crying and unable to move. I have a lot of things in my head, like trying new flavors and combinations, but I'm scared if I make a mistake. The more I challenge myself in that way, the farther away I am from before, and before I know it, I'm afraid I won't be able to cook even a single normal dish. Bery said self-mockingly and checked the aroma of the ingredients that soaked into the soup. What kind of flavor is in these bones? What kind of flavor is oozing out of these ingredients? What kind of flavor is in this soup? The dishes was prepared only by experience and familiarity. Maybe Oju-sama and the other will say it's delicious even if I make a dish like that. Even though I failed, it still tastes delicious today. Without me knowing they being considerate of me, but I'm being convinced of that. Maybe that's how the days will go. When I imagine something like that, it's very scary. She scooped the soup into a ladle and took it to Chris J. Let it cool down a bit and bring it closer to her cherry-colored lips. Chris J sipped it without saying anything, savored the soup, and swallowed it. Chris J think the flavor comes out well. Chris J doesn't think it's bad as a base. Chris J nodded. Bery smiled bitterly when she saw this. If Krishsama says it's good, then let's remove the pork bones and add the pumpkin. Hehe, this is what it is. It takes a little more to get the real flavor, right? Chris J looked up, flicked his gaze, and nodded again. Right now, I can still clearly understand what it tastes like, from its aroma and appearance. But I'm sure I won't understand it eventually, and at times like that, I won't know it if everyone is being considerate of me. I can't cook by myself anymore. HG, Bery. But I'm sure it's a trivial thing. Bery continues to remove the scum that floats on the soup. She repeated it carefully, until it becomes crystal clear. Once it gets into your stomach, it's all the same. There was a time when I thought that way, and I still think that way. In a sense, cooking delicious food is a luxury, but also a waste of time. Don't Krishsama think so? That's waste of time, waste of food. But Bery went on, there was no doubt there. It's wasteful and meaningless, but I think it's not meaningless if there's someone who would be happy with it. I'm happy when someone tastes my food and says it tastes good, so tomorrow I want to make something even more delicious. Even after the scum disappeared, she slowly stirred the soup. The aroma of the pale-colored soup gradually became stronger and tickled her nose. Cooking is like that to me. I'm happy that I can make someone happy in this way, so I've been doing it like an idiot. I felt that my value was there, and that as long as I could create that value, it was okay for me to be there. She needed a reason to even live. Because she was a weak human being. They say they look alike, but in reality they are the exact opposite. If Chris J and Krasgenta were stronger than anyone else, then she was an infinitely weak creature who had to cling to something in order to survive. It makes me happy when my loved ones say from the bottom of their hearts that it's delicious. I will continue to do so. So Krishsama's suggestion is a thankless inconvenience. Anno, Yance. Yes, it's really annoying. I want to see Krishsama say it's delicious more than anyone else, so the most troublesome thing is that if Krishsama's tongue becomes stupid. I wonder if Krishsama likes to trouble me. Bery puts down the ladle and smiled mischievously. Chris J shook her head, still unconvinced. But I understand that Chris J is blaming herself. If it were the other way around, I might have said the same thing. So, I'll punish Krishsama to convince you. Chris J looked up at Bery and nodded. She had innocent eyes, like a newborn baby. I want to cook a lot from now on, and I want to continue. But, after all, I'm in trouble if I don't know the taste. So, Krishsama. She thought it was the worst, but she also thought it was okay. There was something more important to Bery today than cooking, and it gives Bery more value and meaning than cooking. Humans are selfish creatures, and she herself is human. She can't become a saint, she's no different from anyone else. From now on, please be my tongue. It was also her own fault that she had been lured into her hand. When Krishsama is by my me, help me cook every day, test taste for me, and savor it for me. This is Krishsama punishment, so even if you say no, we will be together forever. It's a life sentence for the rest of Krishsama life. With a puzzled look on her face, still red around the eyes, the girl who is more beautiful than anyone else looked up at her with a beautiful and unguarded look on her face. As if puzzled and a little troubled, she then opened her mouth. It's not a punishment at all. Oh, if Krishsama say that, I'll take more and more, is that all right? After trying to think a little about the teasing words. Yes. If Bery want it, Krish'll give all of it. She was so beautiful that Bery wanted to look away from her when she calmly told her that. Chris J is Bery's, Krish'll give Bery whatever you want. Chris J gently leaned closer. Swear by this name. From now on, Chris J is Bery's. She said this in a whisper. So, from now on, please stay with Chris J. A meltingly sweet voice. It was a temptation that was irrevocable and impossibly hard to refuse. Was it Bery who lured her in, Or was it her who was lured in? Even that sounded as if it would dissolve into obscurity. Bery smiles wryly and bends her back just a little. I've said before, but I'm glad that Krishsama isn't a merchant. ? The way Krishsama set their prices is so clumsy that it looks like Krishsama LL end up losing money on business. Even now, it is a transaction with a huge loss. Cupping her cheeks, she brought her face closer to hers. She looked into her jewel-like eyes and drew closer to her, brushing the tip of her nose with her. But what a pity. I'm an evil customer, so I don't care if Krishsama loses a lot. Taking her thin, soft lips, she smiled. Krishsama is already mine. As I said, even if Krishsama hates it, we will always be together from now on. Krishsama might regret it someday if you get bought by a bad customer. Krishche won't. Krishche said and kissed her too, happily leaning in. She rubbed her cheek, hug her tightly and close her eyes. Ahehe, Krishche is bought by Bery. If you're happy about something like that, Ojusama will call you an idiot again. Krishche might be okay being a little stupid. Fufu, I see. Her eyes were still red, but a soft smile appeared on her cheeks. Her smiling face was always the best. Now then, the first Krishsama is to help with cooking. First of all, it is a hard labor. Cut the pumpkin in half and have hollow out the inside. Yes. Naturally, her cheeks soften, and Bery entrusts the pumpkin to her. Then there is the tasting of the gratin sauce that I make. This is also difficult because you have to tell them exactly what it tastes like. Be sure to answer honestly, because when you're tasting it, it's not enough just to say it's delicious. Yes, Krishche will do her best. She liked cooking because it makes people happy. She thought that was my worth. But that doesn't mean you need to put a stiff face on your face. Cooking is fun, and with that kind of expression on your face, even I might get nervous. The most important thing is your smile. Ah, yes. But before she knew it, she started liking the process more than the final product, and that alone made her happy. Compared to that, things like that had become trivial. Think about the people who will eat it, imagine it, and make an effort to be skillful. With a person by her side who thinks about the same thing. As long as she have that, it's a trivial matter. Cooking is a means to an end, not a value in itself. We're going to use Krishsama special pumpkin, after all, so let's make the best dish ever. That's right, today, let's add some chopped herbs to the gratin as well. Everything is here, at least to her. Then, that, nerib, it's a little spicy. I see, it might be interesting. Let's chop it up finely. Yes. She was convinced of that, and that was enough. There was no doubt in her mind that this is what she was born to do. Fufu, today is a very good day. I realized that I'm the happiest person in the world, and for the first time in my life I felt proud. Thanks to Krishsama. Bery continued, leaning her shoulder towards the girl next to her. Chapter 163, Viewing Party. A gigantic beast with a body that far exceeds the height of a human. Black lines on its green fur. Its limbs, which were as long a woman's waist, easily mowed down trees. It could easily leap over the height of the trees and close the gap of 10 ken, 20 m, with a single step. The speed at which the giant beast moves around, snapping the huge trees it uses as footholds, it is no longer something that an ordinary person can react to. The thinly fallen snow was scattered, and the branches and leaves that hit its body did not pose any obstacles to its body. The moment it makes eye contact with you, it is all over. Once it roars, its voice echoes into the sky, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. The target of this magical beast, Suiko, was a girl with silver hair carrying a stick. She twists her body and uses the branches of the trees as footholds, undaunted by the rush of the beast that attacks her. She used all of the poor terrain to jump around freely. Even with her imaginary muscles that have been streamlined to the utmost, the Suiko's speed was even faster. But she is safe and didn't even let a nail scrape her black cloak. Even if the tree she leapt from was snapped off at the base, she would not lose her stance. She dodged its next charge by jumping backwards, and then jumps on top of its giant body. It's over. Pon, she patted its head. About half a koku had passed since the first roar of the tree trunk and branches breaking began to echo here. The Suiko instantly quieted down and Chrische lowered the stick. Ahehe, you're in a good mood after being able to run around for the first time in a while, Guru run. At the end of the stick in her hand was a lump of meat the size of a human head. She CYT the string with a curved sword and drop it in front of the Suiko Guru run. Its huge jaws devour it in a single gulp, and it rolled over contentedly to reveal its belly like a kitten. Chrische jumped down and sat on its stomach. Stroking the back of his chin with the back of his chin, the adorable magical beast rubbed its back against the snow while making a meow but instead a frightening sound. Recently, Gururun only eat and sleep. Gururun need to exercise once in a while. Guru the Suiko squirms around happily, and the cheerful Chrische. The men, who were watching from a distance, looked at them as if half terrified. One of the purposes of the event was to relieve the lack of exercise for Gururun, who is constantly sleeping around, but it was not the original purpose of the event. It was a briefing about magical beasts. Gathered at this Black Flag Special Force training site at the corner were the corps commanders, battalion commanders, and centurions under Albarinia's direct control, in addition to Celine. For the captains and below were only those who wanted to attend, but quite a few people had gathered, and they formed a large circle and watched the scene from outside the group. Well, Gururun, the abilities of the magical beast called Suiko are roughly as you have just seen. It uses a large amount of magic power at this size, so its leaping and athletic abilities are more amazing than Chrische, and records show that every time a Suiko appears, it causes quite a bit of damage. The only ones who seem to be able to defeat it by themselves if they try hard enough would be Meow Meow and Bagil. Chrische guess? With so many people gathered around, she called out Meow Meow. Kolkis, who had already given up, let out a sigh and opened his mouth while glaring at those around him. Certainly, it's not like it's impossible, but Kolkis was wearing a military uniform, bursting with muscles. He looked at Chrische and scratches his head, exasperated. Honestly, I don't really feel like it. The risk is quite high, as Corps Commander a Grand Army said. Besides, if unlucky, I'll probably get eaten alive. Ex-1st Battalion Commander of the 1st Corps, currently Commander of the 3rd Corps. Bagil followed up Kolki's words and spread his hand exasperated. Kalua's face contorted and her lips pouted at those words. Bagil, who was once Grunmeld's adjutant and has been trained for many years as a light infantry captain, is still a superior opponent to Kalua. Kalua, who had been wondering whether she could beat it, heard Bagil's words and realized that she probably still couldn't do it on her own. Aleha, whose name was not called due to various circumstances, was looking at the Suiko with a grim expression on his face, just like the two of them. I have also defeated one in the past, but the century I was leading at the time was half destroyed. It would be difficult to deal with them, considering that most of the battles are not head-on battles but surprise attacks. Kalua seemed dissatisfied, but there were probably only a few people here who were thinking about how to defeat a Suiko like she was. Countless trees were torn down in the short battle. Mia and others were looking at Midoriya with pale faces, and many of them were showing similar reactions. Most of the people who had never seen a magical beast before were frightened by the Suiko and Chrische, who had easily defeated it, and their thoughts did not go beyond that. An extraordinary monster called a magical beast and a girl playing with it. The shock was so strong that it stopped their thought. As you heard, even Meow Meow and Bagil, who are fairly strong in this army, are like this. Even if there were people among you who said they were confident in their skill, Chrische think they would have the same opinion. Chrische holds up a finger, satisfied that she is attracting the attention for now, and continues. Most of them had not recovered from the shock, but Chrische was not familiar with the subtleties of such emotions. She was pleased to see the stupefied gazes directed at her and the Suiko, and she was pleased to see that they were listening to her. It's best for both sides to not encounter each other, but if there is a battle with Eldorant in the future, Chrische think there's a pretty high chance that we'll encounter a child like Gururun. That's why Chrische showed Gururun today. First of all, Chrische wanted people who didn't know what kind of creature a magical beast is to gather to see it. There are quite a lot of forests in the western part of the kingdom, and if Eldorant invades from the west, there was a high possibility that those places will be the battleground. Eldorant is mostly covered with forests, and all of its soldiers are more familiar with forests than theirs. There was no reason why they would not choose it as the site of a decisive battle, and one of the problems that could arise in that case was magical beasts. There are more magical beasts in the forests of the western part of the kingdom than anywhere else. While marching or fighting, there is a great possibility of encountering magical beasts. Well, that's all from Chris J. Next is Ojasama. Chris J. stroked Gururun's chin, who was in a good mood with his belly showing, and looked at Gallen, who had come to her side. Gallen nodded and looked at them. When you encounter them, it is usually a surprise attack, as Corps Commander Sandika, Bagil Rinia Sandika, said. Don't think that this kind of violence, mowing down trees, is all there is to a magical beast. They are intelligent and surprisingly cunning beasts. They will creep up to your side without a sound. Gallen especially turned his gaze to the centurions. It was not they, the corps commanders or battalion commanders, who faced these threats. And it will take reap of lives in a single breath. I hate to say this, but it's something you can avoid. It's an accident of sorts. What's important is what happens after that, how to deal with the chaos. Being attacked by a demon beast is just bad luck. It is impossible to avoid it unless you are very careful. Finding the beast that killed its presence is more difficult than spotting an enemy's ambush. Gallen looked at the faces of the centurions, one by one, and continued. The loss of troops due to a surprise attack, the situation is the same as if you were ambushed. Run a messenger to the next unit, raise your voice and keep the unit in order and maintain control. Of course it's not easy in that situation, but first of all, look at what you need to be done and what you can do. The centurions listened to those words with serious expressions and thought about it. Gallen nodded his head in satisfaction, seeing they seemingly had recovered from the shock. Gallen had never been directly attacked by this, but he had seen a neighboring unit being ambushed by a magical beast in the past. He was an excellent centurion, but it seemed that he was unlucky. He was the one who was targeted. With the sudden loss of their commander, the sentry were scattered and consequently destroyed. Gallen was able to handle it without a hitch because of the presence of Bogan, Nozen, and his men including Kolkis and Granmeld, but most importantly it was because the first surprise attack was the neighboring unit, and he was able to maintain his composure. As long as they can work together, even though it's brutal, it's not impossible to kill. If you don't lose your composure, you can do it. With its huge size, athletic ability, and hair that protects it from blades, if you meet it in the forest, you might think it's a monster that has no choice but to use someone as a decoy and run away, but it's a creature with the same blood as us. If it bleed, it will die. The fear that comes from the intimidating appearance and the confusion from the surprise attack. That was the most terrifying part of all. This body hair is strong against line slashes, but not so strong against point attacks such as spears. Even arrows can bite into flesh at point-blank range. The same goes for throwing spears. If you use a sword, you should use it as a stabbing tool, and even an old man like me will be able to kill it. The point is whether you can handle it correctly or not. The flesh is hard, but if you put your weight on it, you can pierce it. It was an opponent that could be dealt with by a sentry alone, if they cooperated calmly. A formidable opponent, but if you all understand, you won't just run away. And if you defeat it, a great reward is promised. If you do encounter one, take it as a kind of opportunity rather than bad luck. There is no way you can escape from a magical beast, and if you run away in fear, the damage will only increase. We have no choice but to fight, so it's better to hold resolve yourself. Gallen's stern face broke into a smile. If you encounter one, kill it first and think about not causing damage to your allies. Even if the mission fails, if the reason is to kill the demon beast, everyone understands the situation. You'll even be praised as a hero. At those words, Kolkis remembered his son Gran and lowered his eyes. Encountering a green tiger while taking a flanking detour, falling into confusion and making a mistake in dealing with it, that's how it all began. Gran, who was undoubtedly excellent, lacked only the determination to accomplish something. A commander who stands at the front line needs a kind of insanity, a kind of self-discipline. Like his mother, his delicate temperament was his fatal flaw as a warrior. Kolkis looked at Gallen, bowed lightly, and turned to the men behind him. If you are in a situation where you cannot kill them, you can stick out your spear and throw it at it to make them wary and buy you time. Your opponent is wild beasts. They won't take any action that is not worth the risk. If you buy time in this way, the neighboring unit will soon arrive. If the enemy is close by, it would be better to just rush in and put them to the ground. Then, as a corps commander, he lifted his cheeks. Efforts to be able to laugh no matter what kind of adversity you face. As long as you have calm in your heart, you will have an infinite number of options. The point is whether you win or lose because of your own cowardice. As Galandono said, there is no one who can criticize courageous actions. As you can see, a Suiko is an opponent that even I have no choice but to challenge with everything I have. There is no shame in being afraid. But to smile despite that is true warrior. Colchis said, pointing his palm towards the Suiko. You guys are lucky. Thanks to the one and only Krishsama, you can calmly see such a Suiko alive. You probably know this already, but normally you can't get this opportunity even if you want it. Take a closer look at your future achievements neck. And when you meet them on the battlefield, show them a laugh. That magical beasts are nothing more than a mere beasts. At those words, Chris J got off the top of Gururun and nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Meow Meow said a good thing. The point is it's just a big meow meow a cat. Gururun rolled its body, which was too large for a cat, clinging to the snow and rubbing against Krish. She patted such Gururun, and it rose up. This child is quite quiet, so it's fine. Well, then, let's start from over there. Chris J said with a smile. Chris J showed Gururun to each of the men, and once they realized that he or rather, she, Gururun, was really quiet, they became more interested in her. The animal lovers were surprised to find her surprisingly adorable, and after asking for permission, some of them stroked her body. The Suiko viewing party ended in a great success. The fear of magical beasts is widely spread throughout the military, but not many people have actually seen them. There was no doubt that that was causing even greater confusion. That's why Kolkis suggested showing off the Suiko when she saw Chris J bringing Gururun along for a walk. The plan was a success, and after the Suiko viewing party was over, Kolkis and the others returned to their work with a satisfied look on their faces. Those who remained at the scene were Celine, Gallen, and the members of the Black Flag Special Force. Krish, it was quite tiring, so today is. I see, so tomorrow will be fine. You. Chris J, who was sitting on Gururun, looked to the left and right as if asking for help, in order to escape from Maleha. Ah. She stood up quickly as she recognized the red-haired servant walking toward them. If she had ears, it would have stood up straight, and if she had a tail, it would have swung from side to side. Chris J rushed out and hugged her as if jumping on her. Hey, Bery, what's the matter? Hey, I have something to deliver to you. I just received a sword from Korsama, Bery said and lightly lifted the bag wrapped around it. The two soldiers guarding her looked at it with a wry smile, saluted her, and headed over to Dagra. It was the first time in a long time that the members of the escort team had met Dagra in person like this. Did you come all the way here to deliver it? Celine stared at Bery exasperated. There was quite a distance from the royal territory to this training ground. Yes, I thought it would be fine later, but I heard that Galansama is also here so. I see. Celine nodded as if she understood. Chris J, who was in a good mood, has her arm wrapped around her, and as she watches her seem happy, she suspects that she has simply made up an excuse for her to come see Chris J. As expected, after the incident the other day, the two were very clingy wherever they go. She was invited by Chris J, here, and sat in a chair. Gururun, who acted as the chair, she smiled wryly, and the way their shoulders were pressed together was indescribable. However, they had kissed in front of the dragon. The relationship between the two had become a tacit understanding in the military, especially in the Black Flag Special Force. No matter what was said, it was too late to say anything, and Celine rubbed her eyebrows while looking sideways at Gallen. She doesn't really know what Krish's grandfather thinks of these two, but judging by his kind expression as if he's looking at something that makes him smile, he might not be too concerned. No matter what, Celine sighed because she didn't feel like nagging in front of this elderly. Maybe it's because Gururun was able to go outside, she's in a good mood today. Maybe it's better to let her play like this from time to time. She seems to be gaining weight from eating all the time. Bery smiled troubledly while looking at the broken trees behind her, and stroked the yawning Gururun on the head. The servant, who looked like a little girl, was sitting and chatting with Suiko, which even a big man would be scared of. The picture was indescribable and caused some embarrassment to the men, but the person in question cared much and happily unwrapped the package. There is a letter, too. The sword was double wrapped. The first one was a letter, rolled up and stamped in wax with the seal of the scribe's company. Shall I read it first? Yes. Bery breaks the sealing wax, untied the string and looked inside. A beautiful handwriting. Many artisans were literate to some degree, and some can write. Cause was no exception to this, but when sending a letter to a nobleman, unless one was extremely confident, it was normal to ask a scribe to write it. Even if it was a simple letter, there was a certain etiquette for writing letters, and if you want modified grammar, fixed phrases, and accuracy, one need a certain amount of education. Inside the letter was an apology for being a little late. It seems that the decoration, craftsmanship, and accessories took a lot of time. The finished product was unquestionable, the best one yet, it said. Although it's meager, I hope that this will be a contribution to the kingdom and to Krishsama. I wish you good luck in the future. Blacksmith Cause and all the craftsmen of Gargane. That's it. Seems promising. Celine, who had been peering into the letter, said, and looked at Bery's lap, the rest of the package. Bery nodded and handed it over to Chrische. The surrounding men were also frightened by the Suiko, but they seemed to be interested and closed the circle. Chrische, open it. Yes. When Chrische unwraps it, it reveals a curved sword wrapped in a unique sheath. And there was a belt with a little metal fittings. The first thing she picked up was the curved sword. The wide black leather scabbard was engraved with a soaring hawk and thunderbolt, and the hard, dark Arjana handle was also engraved with a camellia, perhaps to prevent slipping. The pommel was also dark grey. It was a silverwork falcon. Unlike Chrische, who looked at the sword with admiration, Celine frowned, and Bery and the other men widened their eyes a little in surprise. Chrische pulled the sword out of the sheet. The solid weight of the sword, thick and sturdy, but with the graceful curve of a woman's body, bends sharply forward from the middle and curves back at the tip. A coulisse was cut into the waist of the sword, and along it were thin engravings of Albarinia and ancient characters. At the base, a chipped, arcing moon was carved on both sides. The balance of weight was the same as before, and although it was solid, it felt strangely weightless. Although it was elegantly carved, it was not conspicuous as a whole, and the reflection was dull. The practicality of the sword was sufficient for her. It also seemed much stronger than the previous one. It's a really good sword. It looks like it's easy to use. It's not just really good. Taking the sword from Chrische, Celine looked at its workmanship. He must have asked for the help of craftsmen all over Gargane as he forged the blade. The carving was more than superb. It was too good to be done for just 6 gold coins. From leatherworkers to craftsmen, just how many people put their efforts into this one piece? All of it were exquisitely crafted and artistically produced. If this were an ordinary sword, even if it's not, some would be willing to pay dozens of gold coins for it as an ornamental piece. All the craftsmen of Gargane. So is this what he mean? Bery said in surprise, and Celine nodded. Probably. How surprising. The best sword. There was no lie in those words. This sword was created by the best craftsmen in Gargane. It's not just a sword made by Cause, but numerous Gargane craftsmen made it for you. It's a sword that's worth not just 6 gold coins, but dozens of gold coins, so take good care of it. Dozens. It would take about that much to have it made normally, Celine said exasperatedly to Chrische. Chrische, who received the sword again, looked at the sword with a troubled look and looked at Bery. It means that everyone at Gargane made it for Mr. Cliché, ignoring profitability, and not for business. I am sure that Korsama and his friends will be grateful if Krishsama accept their kindness. Yes. Chrische smiled and handed it over to Gallen, who was watching from the side. Gallen raised his eyebrows and groaned quietly, looking at with Dagra who was next to him as if glaring at it. The craftsmanship is wonderful, but above all, The body is good. It's a splendid sword. Certainly. He was a man who was good with his hands even when he was my subordinate, but blacksmithing must have been his calling. I never thought that that brat would be able to create something like this. Kors was originally the only son of a blacksmith. After quarreling with his parents, he became a soldier, suffered a serious leg injury, returned to his parents, and took over the store. In his younger days, he was exactly like a kid general, head of a group of kids, but this one sword seemed to convey everything he had been through since then. After he left the army, he had visited him several times, and the sword he was using now was made by Kors. The workmanship was also splendid, but this sword could be said to be the culmination of his life. It's a one-of-a-kind sword, made with all of his might. People change. I feel like I'm getting older. Haha. But what makes me happier than anything is that his subordinates who quit the military are now mastering some kind of path. Oh, I'm sure. Next time if I have a chance to meet him, I'll have to bring some good sake with me. Galen said happily and handed the sword back to Chrisjay. Chrisjay looked at it with satisfaction and muttered that it looks like it will be a little difficult to take care of because of the carvings. Celine sighed when she heard this. Decorating a sword for Chrisjay is like giving jewelry to a dog. Celine rubbed her temple, but that said, she was happy for his thoughtfulness. Kors probably knew that Chrisjay was only looking for practicality in his sword. But even knowing that he'd gone to all this trouble to give her what she deserved, he was surely not looking for anything in return. This was a sword made with his dignity. That said, it's also awkward if they didn't do anything even after receiving such sword. I'll write you a thank you later, Bery. Yes, Oju-sama. I think I will allow a simple Christian emblem on their signboard. I think that would be better than money, but certainly. At least Kors-sama won't accept the money even when I give it to him. There are several crest, coat of arms, but simplified crest are those that can be used externally. Such a crest indicates that they were artisans or merchants recognized by that noble, and the noble's name vouches for their skill and quality. Bogan, who believes that skill is better than name, doesn't like it, and he had never allowed anyone to wear Christen's simplified crest, but that's precisely why the brand was significant. If you have the simple crest of Christand, who could now be said to be the kingdom's #1 noble, at least you won't have any trouble eating from now on. Kors, a genuine craftsman, was not a person who would be conceited because of it. Listening to their conversation, Chrisjay picked up the belt from the package and looked at it. It looked sturdy, and on the inside is a thick patch that seemed excessive. The belt had more metal fittings than a normal belt, and the leather hung halfway down over the hips. Chrisjay tilted her head and thought for a moment. I see. She get down from the top of Gururun, removed her waist belt and put it on top of Gururun. What's wrong, cliché? Chrisjay thought it was a very strange shape, but it looks like it can hold 2 swords. The first one is the same as before, with 2 points on the left and right of the back waist. The other one has 3 points, 2 in the front of the hip bone and 1 in the center of the back hip. The weight of the second sword is distributed to the front as well, and the back is painless because the leather that matches its roundness presses the buttocks with its surface. It seemed that it was supposed to be worn without armor and with ordinary clothes. This was probably why the cloth lining looks excessive. Wrapping it around her waist, she lightly jumped around. Even when carrying 2 of them, it didn't feel that heavy, and the noise was low considering the amount of metal fittings. When she ran around, the sword would sometimes hit her buttocks and the belt would rub against her waist, which was sometimes painful, but it was not too bad, as it had been subsided to a great extent. The ability to draw the sword with both hands at the same time, right and left, was also very attractive. Ahehe, how is it? Does it suit Chrisjay? Chrisjay rolled up her cloak and shook her hips, and Celine let out a sigh. He probably custom-made the pants with the idea that they would be worn over regular clothes, rather than pants made of sturdy fabric. She felt very indebted. Yes, you look good. How's the waist? Even if Chrisjay carried 2, it might not hurt as much as before. It's a little better. I'm glad to hear that. However, I still want to do something about it. Sometimes it rubs against the hip and it looks painful. It's all a matter of dressing properly like a soldier, really. Maybe I should just make you wear a corset. The idea of carrying a curved sword in a skirt or dress was odd to begin with. Celine glared at Bery and patted Christie on the head as she approached her, saying it looked good on her. Anyway, there were 2 swords. Considering that she would be on the battlefield with only that thin curved sword, Celine felt a little relieved. A corset. Ah, that's kind of a reversal idea in a way. Maybe it would be a good idea to have them make something like special underwear or underclothes so that it doesn't hurt from rubbing against the belt. Ha. I guess you can do whatever you want. Foo-foo, let's do that. I have to order Krishsama socks again. Perhaps because she wore heavy boots outside, Christie's socks always torn quickly, and the consumption was intense. It's also a cold season. Bery thought about getting her some long socks as Christie was sensitive to the cold. Waistcoat and long socks. No one could have imagined that a month later, this idea would lead to the birth of the garter belt, which would become all the rage among noble women. Chapter 164, Snow Waiting for Spring. From triumphant celebration to conference. An assassination attempt on the Queen and assassination incidents on a nobles. Furthermore, there was no shortage of various topics being talked about in the royal capital, such as the dragon's visit, and this one also probably wouldn't lose to any other incident. The 5 tall body of the majestic lion. Its long tail wagged in the air. Its body hair similar to that of a lion, its color yellowish-brown, however the head resembles that of a bird of prey or an eagle. The huge wings that sprouted from its shoulders were almost indigo, giving off an indescribable luster. It was a lion-eagle, a beast called Griffin. And astride them were men of valor, covering themselves with thick furs. They carried 8 spears on their shoulders, and countless spears were bundled around their waists. The line of 30 riders, in an imposing, not elegant, but rugged and dignified appearance that could be called a warrior, advanced toward the royal castle. 1 person is 1 griffin. However, there were 2 people straddling the first griffin. A young man with good features and a good physique, and sitting in front of him as if being embraced by him was a somewhat adorable girl with short black hair tied in a braid behind her ears. The girls were holding not the griffins but a quite large horses as she looked from side to side. Amazing, Ni-san. All the houses here are made of rocks. Don't act like a child, you idiot, you're Kraysharana's Miko. Despite this, the young man Kraysharana's chief warrior Vinthral's face was kind, and his sister Lyra smiled and replied to her brother, I'm sorry. Compared to Kraysharana, which had only wooden houses, this scenery was truly magnificent. Lyra looked around with her large eyes shining. It was around that time, a little after entering the royal capital, that the cavalry leading them stopped. When Vinthral recognized the girl running from the front, he raised his left hand to signal to stop the march, then got down on the spot and knelt down on one knee on the cold stone pavement. Lyra followed suit, and so did the warriors behind her. There was a murmur from the crowd around them. The fluffy girl wearing a hat up to her ears and a scarf wrapped around her stopped when she reached them, shook her silver hair, and tilted her head. Vinthral opened his mouth to her. It's been almost 2 months since then. It's been a long time, Krishsama. Yes, it's been a while, but, aren't you cold? If I'm to answer without shame, a little bit. It seems like the plains are pretty cold. You don't have to worry about formality too much, okay? Kaira Siachi just came to greet you. Ha. Thank you. With a wry smile, Vinthral stood up sends a signal behind him. They stood up all at once, and Christie, looking troubled, patted the large horse on the neck. Hey, it's been a while, Barurun. Lyra too. Yes, it's been a while, Krishsama. Barurun rubbed the tip of its nose to Krish's cheek. Christie smiled, and climbed on its back. Then she saw the warriors following behind the 2. Even so, you brought a lot of people with you. Well, we're also going to have a look at the plains, but we'll see how it goes after THR audience with Her Majesty the Queen. Well, it's okay, it's cold, so let's go. Ha. Vinthral and the others again straddled the griffin, and Christie called out to the noble who had been leading them. It's been a while, Marquis Giterns. Did you come to see Anne? Oh, it's been a while, Albarinia. As they're going to have an audience with Her Majesty the Queen, and I'm to be their guide, of course, I'm also going to see my daughter. Argosh Giterns replied, his face stiffening. The people of Krasharana will bring Krish's horses, so Krische wants someone to guide them to the royal capital. That was all she said to him, but when the Krasharana's people come, it shocked him. They told Argosh that this was a request for an audience with Her Majesty the Queen from Krasharana. A sudden situation without any preparation. However, the fact that the pass had Krish's name on it made it clear that they were telling the truth. In that case, there's no way he can assign guides without a certain level of status to guests from other countries. However, that area was in the remote northwestern part of the kingdom. The only people there were low-ranking aristocrats at the level of small officials, and there were no nobles of the rank who could guide guests from other countries. Normally, someone would have been dispatched directly from the royal capital to act as a guide, but it was too sudden. When 30 Lion Eagle cavalrymen suddenly arrived at Fort Perke without prior notice, there was no way he could send them back just because there was no preparation. It would be a major crime to be disrespectful to a guest from another country, and in some cases, it could even result in the head of the person being beheaded. It was also a messenger from Krasharana, with whom the kingdom had broken off relations a long time ago. Inevitably, he decided that there was no one else who should act as their guide but himself. If the pinnacle of peerage for military officers is Margrave, then Marquis is the pinnacle of peerage for civil servants. If the guide was the head of the famous Giterns family, it would at least not be a disrespect to them. However, it was essentially an act that went against etiquette. Sending messengers back and forth, deciding on a date, normally, an audience would be a tedious process. The permit they have may seem legitimate, but it was Krische who wrote it. Thinking of the girl who seemed to be so ignorant of politics, society, and diplomacy, she wondered if it was really okay to guide them to the royal capital, and with a sick feeling in his stomachs, he sent 1 letter of confirmation to the capital and 5 other letters to his acquaintances there. This was to ask their cooperation in case something happens. While welcoming them, he deliberately delayed his trip due to the bad weather and poor road conditions, but it was only when he arrived at Gargane that he finally felt relieved. It was only after he received a reply to his letter from the capital. Hey, I see. And must be happy too. However, what comes to Krische that plunged Argosh into the depths of fear was truly a smile of a little girl. True. Argosh was unable to even make a single sarcastic comment to her, as she seemed to be quite pleased. Practically speaking, she was a member of the royal family, an existence above the clouds that was crowned Albarinia, and on top of that, his daughter's employer. Now that she has formed a friendship with the dragon, and that the men behind him, the Krasharana, have personally sworn their allegiance to her, Argosh had no choice but to smile. Thank you again for guiding us so far, Giterns Dono. It was a much more peaceful journey than I expected. Enno, Vinthril Dono. I'm not used to things like this. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Haha, please don't be humble. We are ignorant of diplomatic protocol and etiquette and cause you trouble. Even then you chase away any danger and entertain us as much as possible. Your thoughtfulness is greatly appreciated. Fortunately, perhaps because their efforts, they seem to have made a good impression of him, which was a relief. He sighed quietly, trying to accept that for now. Argosh Wickle Giterns. He was a man born under the star of hardship. Red was the most noble color in the kingdom. The audience hall basically, only members of the royal family were allowed to step on the red-colored carpet, and it is usually replaced with a different color when welcoming guests from other countries. Especially in the audience chamber, the red carpet represents the blood shed for the kingdom. Only the royal family is allowed to stand on it, and only the nobles of the kingdom with whom they have allowed blood to intersect. It is not often that people from other countries were allowed to enter there, and currently the only exceptions are the emissaries of the Ana imperial state, which has been an ally for several hundred years. They won't walk on the same road as us from here on out. They came to the kingdom with that intention, and so do I. I have no intention of perpetuating a centuries-old grudge. From now on, I think we should forget the past, join hands with each other, and hope for a bright future. Naturally, it was assumed that they would follow the same old custom this time, but Queen Crescenta had decided to welcome them with the red carpet. She would make Krasharana, with whom the kingdom had dispute with for many years, a friend of the kingdom from now on, just as Ana was. It was a declaration of intent, and there was no one who could refute it. The trumpet sounded, and the first to enter was Chrische. Behind her was 2 men and women, Vinthral and Lyra, followed by several men. The situation in the country and the incident the other day. The nobles obediently accepted Crescenta's decision, but when they saw these rustic-like figures dressed in fur and the bare minimum of cloth, some of them frowned blatantly. To think that such a barbarian would pollute the historic path of the kingdom. Some of them lamented that the authority of the kingdom was being undermined. Chrische, however, paid no heed to this atmosphere and went to the front to stand next to Crescenta. The nervous-looking girl Lyra stepped forward and got down on both knees on the red carpet. "Thank you for granting us this audience, Your Majesty Queen Alberon." She then lowered her head and placed her forehead on the floor. The nobles were stunned and looked at each other, kneeling down and pressing one foreheads to the floor. In their eyes, even for Kreshurana's manners, it was much too subservient. They knew the culture of Ana, who sit directly on the floor instead of on a chair, but they would never sit outside. The men behind her were also sitting on the carpet with both knees on the carpet, and the sight seemed strange, comical even. Some looked at them condescendingly. There was a clear difference between kneeling on one knee and kneeling on both knees, at least in the kingdom. Kneeling down on one knee is considered the top of a standing ceremony, but kneeling on both knees is considered seated ceremony. At least in the kingdom of culture where people sit on chairs, this is something that is only done under extreme circumstances, equivalent to touching your butt directly on the ground. If they were to press their foreheads on the floor on top of that, it would seem that they had no semblance of nobility or pride. It might be fine if they were a commoner, but they were a messenger who is the face of the country. It is no wonder that they think it is so unbecoming of them to get down on both knees in a place where one would walk with their shoes, even if they were trying to be courteous in their own way. The people of Kreshurana had never visited other countries. Naturally, they were unfamiliar with diplomatic etiquette and manners. Normally, it would have been normal for the guide to mention some of the etiquette and manners so as not to embarrass the guests, but Argosh, who served as the guide this time, was neither a diplomat nor a civil servant in the royal court. They had only interacted with people from Ana imperial state and were ignorant of the diplomatic protocols. This could be said to be the result of some kind of bad luck. As for who was the worst offender, it was not Argosh, but rather 80% of it was because of Chrische. But it was Crescenta who moved more quickly than anyone else. She stood up from her throne, lightly descended the small staircase, and dropped to her knees in her dress and bowed her head. A stir spread through the room, but she didn't seem bothered by it. "Hehe, I wonder if it's Kreshurana's etiquette to kneel down on both knees. Please raise your head, Kreshurana's Miko-sama." "Why yes." Lyra looked up in surprise and looked into the violet eyes of Crescenta, who was sitting on her knees. Elegant gold that sparkles in red. She looked like she had reached the peak of beauty, but a smile appeared on her young face. The white dress and ornaments she wore give the illusion of revealing her features. "I'm happy for your feeling, but even though it's carpeted, it's a hard transmuted rock floor. Don't worry about it and stand up." Even if Miko-sama would be fine with continuing the talk, like, I who is not used to it, would end up be the first to stand up. The young queen said jokingly as she stood up gracefully and holds out her hand towards Lyra. Lila was surprised and a happy smile appeared on her face, and she took her hand and stood up. The men behind her, who were aware of their blunder and were uncomfortable with the gazes of those around them, also stared at the queen in amazement, and before they knew it, their anger had dissipated. "Please make yourself comfortable, your companions too. Welcome to Alberon. As its queen, I welcome you all." They looked at each other for a moment, then followed Vinthral's lead as he shifted to a kneeling position. The tension in the group eased slightly, and Crescenta nodded in satisfaction. "I am truly happy that the relationship between our two countries, which has long been severed due to a sad past, has been approached in this way for the sake of a new future. I sincerely hope that we can move forward hand in hand. I believe that this time will surely make up for the long years that separated us." She looked at Lyra, looked at the men. Crescenta spoke in a sweet voice. "Today is the first step towards that milestone. Let's take a few days to talk to our heart's content. I'm sure there are a lot of things we need to talk about." "Thank you, Your Majesty the Queen." Crescenta smiled back at Lyra and returned to the throne. It was completely a breach of etiquette, However, etiquette is nothing more than a tool. By being coercive, or like this, ingratiating herself, she put herself in an advantageous position, and all subsequent negotiations would be more favorable. No goodwill or pity existed in her heart for those who had exposed their stupidity, but at least it was not meaningless if she could seize the air by doing so. She preferred nothing more than to appear like a good person if it meant result will follow. She glanced proudly at her older sister, and Chrisje smiled at her and reached out to pat her on the head, looked at the surrounding and stopped her hand. Crescenta was satisfied with that. She whispered, "Please give me lots of compliments later," and sat down on the throne. I had heard about the circumstance from my older sister, Anu. Although I am glad that we were able to get off to such a wonderful start, the fact remains that, although it was as an individual, a member of the kingdom's noble had set foot in your country. First of all, as the kingdom's queen, I would like to apologize for any disrespect towards your country. Don't worry, those words are completely meaningless at this point. Although human, she surpasses humans, and even the Holy Spirit recognizes her bravery and will. For those of us who adore the Holy Spirit and respect warrior, Krishsama is a respected warrior on par with the Holy Spirit Yaganaus. Lyra smiled, sensing the closeness between the Queen and Chrisje from the momentary exchange. The kingdom places a lot of importance on family origins. There was some concern about that, but at least the two of them seemed to be on good terms in public and private life. Feeling a small sense of relief, she continues her words. Standing before the Holy Spirit with no ornament, exposing your body and mind, without being ashamed or afraid. Just the way one is, her figure seen from my own eyes was exactly the ideal that we aspire to. In a place like this, it may be seen as disrespectful to Her Majesty the Queen, the leader of the great power of Alberon, but we are loyal to Krishsama, who is an ally of the Holy Spirit. This is something that is not bound by the framework of a country, but is something for each individual. The restoration of diplomatic relations was decided at a meeting of influential people in Krasharana. The words of the warriors who were present at the meeting, including Chief Alkirans, were significant, and the understanding of the elders who listened to them led to this decision, but naturally there were many who were reluctant to accept it. Even though Krasharana showed respect and loyalty to the individual Chrisje, who had made a pact with the Holy Spirit, it was not towards the kingdom this time. She was given a strict order to never compromise on that one point. Naturally, we will not hold your country responsible for this. Of course, the reason why we asked for an audience this time is to Krishsama. However, that has nothing to do with the future relationship between Krasharana and Alberon. The fact that they were allowed to open diplomatic relations with them, despite the deep-rooted ties that still exist today, was a remarkable thing and something to be celebrated. However, she had been having a hard time deciding what to say, which could literally be taken as disrespectful, but the sight of the Queen eased her fears. She surely wouldn't take such words as rude, and would understand the situation. I understand, Lila-sama. This is just a chance, a long-broken relationship between Alberon and Krasharana. As a nation, we are about to move forward. However, I hope that this opportunity will be a sign of spring, melting the snow that has piled up between the two countries. Even the season is perfect, right? Crescenta said, pointing her fingertips to the sky. I've been looking forward to the spring when the snow thaw. It's right about that time of the year. I'm not good with the freezing winters. How about you, Lyra-sama? I'm ashamed to say this is the first time I've seen snow up close. At first it was a bit of a novelty, however now your majesty word of longing for spring to melt the snow, now I really empathize it. Lyra smiled wryly, and Crescenta smiled. The snow is still piled up so much that we need to look up at it. But as I said before, I am sure that we will be able to deepen our relationship, if not immediately, then eventually. I believe so. Yes. I feel the same way, your majesty. Hehe, I'm glad to hear that. I hope that more and more people will share our feelings in this way. Crescenta's somewhat dignified smile was different from Krish's, and was infinitely powerful. Although she was a young girl of only 12 years of age, she already had the appearance of a king. She knows a little about the situation in the kingdom from her interactions with Anna. She knew that the princess faction, which had seemed to be losing ground, had defeated the royal prince faction and won the battle for the right to succeed to the throne. After learning of Chrisje's existence, She thought it was only natural, but should she as expected of the older sister of that kind younger sister? Queen Crescenta was far too accomplished considering her age. She was strangely convinced that everything was led by necessity. Let's start with exchange. Think it would be a good place to start by sending expatriates to each other and deepening mutual understanding. But today, it's just after a long trip. Let's continue talking about practical politics tomorrow, today as a face-to-face greeting, and we will continue our discussion at another time. Crescenta shook her graceful hair and asked as she broke off the conversation easily. I heard that the people of Kraysharana don't like to have very fancy or noisy banquets due to religious beliefs. But, what do you think? We are preparing a small meal. I would like to express my gratitude as her little sister, and if you would like, I would like to personally invite you all but. If that's the case, I'd be happy. Thank you for your concern. However, we came with quite a large family, so you don't have to worry about it. It's worth it for both me and my sister, and you, to have so many people. Everyone present, whether Alberon or Kraysharana, looked surprised at the Queen's words. Only Chrische and Crescenta laughed happily. Even though I look like this, I'm pretty confident in my skill. It would be great if it suited your taste, but it would be the greatest honor to be able to enjoy the home-cooked food prepared by Her Majesty the Queen and Krishsama. Everyone will be very happy with this arrangement. Then it's decided. Crescenta clapped her hand and nodded to Lyra. Then, I'll send someone to pick you up later. We have a lot to talk about while we eat. Until then, please take your time and heal the fatigue of your journey. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you for your consideration. Lyra bows her head deeply to Crescenta, then turned her eyes to Chrische. They exchanged a secret smile as their gazes met, and Lyra bowed her head to her as well. Chapter 165. Cooking. Crescenta-sama, could you pass me some salt? Which salt is it? Ah, my apologize. The one on the right, please. There were more than 30 visitors, and it goes without saying that this was the largest number of guests that the Krystand has welcomed since Bogan and his ancestors. As expected, with this many people, the kitchen was running at full capacity. Innumerable cooking utensils that utilize magical crystals. What Bery created was a crystal kitchen that could almost be called a workshop, adding Chrische and Bery, and on top of that, Crescenta, it was busier than ever. Kraysharana hates luxury and seems to usually live like a rural villager or something. She thought of holding a banquet in the glorious halls of the royal castle, but that wasn't to their liking. And there was also the problem of the noble. As was shown in the audience chamber, the nobles were concerned about dignity and appearance. It can be imagined that having them eat in the same place would only have negative effects, which is why Crescenta personally invited them. However, even though the circumstances was what it was, the treatment was exceptionally high. Overwhelming national power. It may be a mystery to many why the Queen welcomes these people, who can now be described as just a tribe of barbarians, and spared no effort for them. Of course, Crescenta had no childish desire to walk hand in hand with them. She is a calculating being to the end. Her goal was the magic crystal they possessed. When she heard about the dragon from her older sister, the first thing she focused on was the magical crystal cliff wall that existed behind the dragon. The theory that dense magical power crystallizes over a long period of time and becomes a magic crystal was widely known as a plausible theory, and Crescenta was of the same opinion. Like any other metal, a mine of magic crystal will run dry if it was mined. Even if they don't know the mechanism of the crystallization, at least it was certain that it didn't suddenly appear one day without any warning. A dragon with that much magical power. And Arbiagle, where that dragon resided for a long period of time. It was easy to imagine that, with high probability, many veins of magic crystal would lie untouched in the land of Kraysharana. Kraysharana hates luxury and was currently submissive to her older sister. If they deepen the friendship between the country, she'll be able to obtain the mining rights to that vein in a deal that rarely happens. Magic crystal, like other ores, is a limited resource. If the value of its use increases rapidly through future research, it was likely that various veins of ore will dry up and the supply would no longer be able to keep up, and there was no doubt that in the future it would become a precious ore with a price similar to that of jewels. The one who wins at that time is naturally the one who monopolizes it. Economic victory make the need for menial tasks such as war unnecessary. Sprinkle money into obedience, and then siphon off more than what was given from the subjugated country. Take away their power to resist and makes it impossible for any nation to exist without Alberon. War is just another means of diplomacy. It may be necessary for some to destroy countries that are as intelligent as club-wielding barbarians, but all of that is based on economic power. It is the abundance of money that maintains a strong army. What she seek in the future was a vast territory where the sun will never rest. A superpower that rules all of this world, where the sun never sets. One of the ingredients that would ensure this was Crescerana, and that was why she went to such lengths to welcome them. Crescenta, it is coarse salt for grilling. If the particles are too fine, they will absorb moisture and dissolve quickly. I see. Ahihi. However, that was only for the future. Everything she wanted was currently housed in this estate, and to be honest, it didn't really matter to her, because that goal was infinitely closer to her pretense as a wise queen. As a young girl, Crescenta's primary goal was to be praised by her older sister. The figure of her leaning close to her sister and smiling happily, there was no queen's intelligence to be found there. Since the audience, her older sister praised her endlessly, saying great, great, and she was in an extremely good mood. Even though she was busy cooking, she was very satisfied. Although Chrisje never praised her for her political work, as she took it as it's only natural she could do it, she always strongly appreciated her attempts to make others happy. The purpose of her hospitality was the magic crystal, but now her head was full of rewards from her sister. Using all of her high-spec abilities to please Chrisje, she was cooking more enthusiastically than ever. Looking at that Crescenta, Bery happily and skillfully sprinkled salt onto the skewers. Hihi, it looks good. What do you think? Chrisje was oven cooking. Crescenta was making soup. And what Bery was making was grilled foods. She grabbed 2 sticks and handed them to Chrisje. Since the guests not be accustomed to using knives and forks, the main focus today was on dishes that can be eaten with hands, with the exception of soup. After receiving it, Chrisje handed one to Crescenta and looked at the skewers. It's chicken tail meat with a sticky amount of fat. However, the meat was grilled with a wire mesh, and the excess oil fell, giving it a golden sheen. She opened her small mouth and took a bite of the first piece. The oil that oozes out from the meat was high quality. The lightly sprinkled herbs reduced the weight of the oily meat, and only the flavor of the meat was extracted. After eating one, she quickly finished one more, and swallowed it down. Placing a hand on her cheek and smiling, Chrisje hugged Bery. It's very delicious. As usual, the seasoning is exquisite, and it's really amazing. Bery smiled, picked up one of the skewers and looked at it. And bite into it. The grill is good. However, I feel like the oil is a bit sticky. Is that so? Chrisje feels it's good. I wonder if it's because I can't taste it, so the oil feels heavy. If I were to eat all this, it would definitely feel greasy, but if I'm just eating 1 or 2, this is enough, it's SOSO. Crescenta, likewise, told Bery after finishing the skewers. Bery's SOSO rating for the food she cooks mean the best to her. Bery thought about it for a moment and nodded. My senses doesn't seem to be reliable. It's going to be a little difficult until I get used to it. Chrisje's body twitched as she hugged her, and Bery shook her head troubled. It's a light. It seems like I can feel the spiciness, and I can grasp if the oil is too strong or not. If I match my senses against Krish-sama's and Crescenta-sama's, I'm sure I'll get used to it, and things will get a little better. Chrisje, however, shook her head at those words. Chrisje will restore Bery's tongue to its original state, so Bery doesn't need to get used to it. She tried medicinal herbs and used magic to accelerate healing. She had tried all possible methods at the moment, but the results hadn't been good. She thought that a detailed examination of the tongue might reveal something, but the tongue itself is unique to each person, and its structure differs between Chrisje, Celine, and Crescenta. Whether the tongue itself is normal or not, she didn't know how to judge that, and maybe even if the tongue itself was normal, another part was affecting it. There were so many things she didn't know at the moment. Why do people die and why do they get sick? Even that was uncertain. All of the current medical care was nothing more than vague rules of thumb. It would take an enormous number of trial to determine this, and there was not enough manpower or time to do so. Chris J was confident that she could easily figure it out if she used human, but she knew that Bery would not want her to do so. She had no choice but to do it steadily. Definitely. Bery smiled at Chris J, who said that, and Fufu, yes. To Bery, this seemed like an unavoidable price to pay for her life, and it was too much to hope for more. She had no hope that it will ever heal on its own. Such expectations were painful. But if she was like that, then it was her role to believe in her. Maybe it will be 10 years, 20 years, or maybe it will be a long time in the future. It might be when she became an old woman. Whatever the case may be, she would spend her time believing that she will make it come true. Bery was more than happy with that. But there's no point in worrying too much. As I said, I'm fine, and considering that I got Krish-sama thanks to it, it's a cheap purchase. It will be a great loss for me if Krish-sama gets so worried your health deteriorates. She smiled jokingly and hugged her delicate body. Working, cooking with me, taking a bath with me, pampering me, and be my pillow when we sleep together. Hey, since you have such a busy schedule, I need you to prioritize that first, my Krish-sama. Hey, yes. Waniyama is not Argan-sama's. Besides, is it okay? The meat will get burnt. Ah. Bery turned the meat over in a panic. Crescenta wrapped her arms around Krish's waist from behind and hugged her, puffing out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. It's already been decided that today Wani-sama is mine. To think you would take advantage of her Wani-sama's kindness. What a servant. Crescenta, if you say something like that to Bery, Krish'll get angry, okay? Besides, it's not like Chris Che promised Crescenta anything like that. Sister, a promise is not something that can be determined by words alone. Just like a written contract, it can also be determined by the flow of events and the atmosphere of the place. Crescenta held up her finger and calmly presented a farcical argument. At least, that's what Wani-sama promised me in the audience room. Chris J was obediently surprised by her little sister's words, and Bery smiled bitterly at the nonsensical word Crescenta said. In any case, she knew that the reason Crescenta was showing such hospitality was to be praised by Chris J. The sight of Crescenta trying so hard to get her sister's praise is so adorable and heartwarming. She had a distinct and harsh personality, was jealous and a bit selfish. She was also endearing in every way, both similar and dissimilar to Chris J. She smiles bitterly as she remembers that there was a time when her sister was saved and became attracted to by Bogan, and that she was jealous of him as well. Wanting to get her attention, she thought about this and that but gave up without actually putting it into action. Compared to herself, Crescenta was probably much healthier. Bery giggled and bowed her head to Crescenta without any sense of guilt. Fufu, I ended up pulling ahead of Crescenta-sama. I'm sorry. Crescenta glared at Bery as she teasingly said that. I'm telling you, once your tongue heals, you have no right to restrain Wani-sama. The agreement between you and Wani-sama will no longer be valid. She puffed up her cheeks like balloons. She is strong-willed and doesn't hide anything. At least Crescenta is free from her spiteful and gloomy thoughts, which was why Bery didn't have any particular reservations either. That's what makes it so much fun. And maybe this was what the so-called love interest in the story was like. Bery liked this kind of silly exchange with her very much. Once this situation calms down, the kingdom will develop even more. Technology, and medicine too. If that happens, such silly after effects will be gone in no time, right away. Even though they were far apart in age, they were people who liked the same person. Their personalities seemed to be polar opposites, but there were some similarities between them. And they value the various things they share with each other, or perhaps they are closer to something that could be called friendship. If she said that, Crescenta would probably get furious, but the kind of gentleness that she showed from time to time was just as beautiful Krish's. Thank you, however, I may not be able to think about losing Cliché-sama, who came into my hands. You should understand that showing weakness and trying to make Wani-sama yours is an extremely nefarious and fiendish act to begin with. Such a transaction is invalid from the beginning. Surrounded by such people, I'm probably the luckiest person in the world. She thought about this while smiling and showing an air of surprise. My, calling fiendish. Did you think otherwise? From now on, you'll have to understand more about what kind of person you are. I see. But if you think that you could get Krish-sama by just going astray, maybe that's not a bad thing. Bery reached out to touch Krish's cheek, but Kriskenta stopped her by hugging Krish's body. Krish, who was pinched by her sister's cheeks from behind, looked at Kriskenta troubled. Kriskenta is really a foul-mouthed girl, That's what we call a bad mouth, you know. Kriskenta should have more respect for Bery. Krish is Bers after all. Please come to your sense, Wani-sama. That is the result of a vicious deception. ? Kriskenta said while rubbing her cheek. Argan-sama is very good at making up nonsense. Wani-sama is just being deceived. Nonsense. Even so, Krish was convinced. Krish doesn't have any problem with. I see, so let's assume that this is a legitimate trade. In exchange for the tongue, Wani-sama sold yourself. If that argument is true, then if Argan-sama's tongue is cured thanks to me, Wani-sama will naturally be mine. That's what it means, right? That logic seems kind of strange. Kriskenta smiled as she tilted her head in thought. It's not strange. It means that Wani-sama find equal value in herself and that of Argan-sama's tongue. Isn't it logical that if I heal her tongue, I'll get Wani-sama in return? Now that you said it, certainly that's. And in the future, Argan-sama's tongue will be healed thanks to me. It's an established fact. In other words, Wani-sama is already almost mine, and the servant Argan-sama is also mine. This isn't nonsense or anything like that. As her gaze flickers from side to side, Krish made her brilliant mind spin rapidly. But for her, farcical reasoning, sophism, was a blind spot. There was no flexibility in her mind to deal with changing the subject. Somehow Krish isn't convinced. But, Krish does feel like it makes sense. Don't worry about trivial things, Wani-sama. It's my job to think about such things. Bery, watching that unfold, shook her shoulders and smiled. You shouldn't do that, manipulating Krish-sama into something that suits you like that. I don't care who else in the world says it, I don't want to hear that from you. Kriskenta furrowed her brow, looked back at Bery, and whispered to Krish. You should think logically, Wani-sama. You should not be fooled by vague things such as emotions. This is the fair reward that I deserve. Fair. Was Kriskenta who tried to deceive Krish strange? She still covered her mouth and glared at Bery, who continued to shook her shoulders, and Kriskenta smiled as if trying to pounce. Enough of your nonsense leeway now, Argan-sama. Then Argan-sama will be just a servant, doing nothing but cooking and watching me and Wani-sama with her fingers in the mouth. If Atgan-sama devote herself to us, then maybe I'll let Argan-sama touch Wani-sama once in a while. Bery amusedly and approached them. She hugged them both and patted Kriskenta on the head. My, Foo-foo. Your Majesty, how kind. As your subject, I am highly honored. You're just an extra. And if you're saying that, then you should stop treating me like a child like this. I'm much better than you can comprehend, you know. Kriskenta glared at her, but Bery couldn't stop her cheeks from loosening. Bery laughed even more happily and kissed her forehead. My apologies. My hands seem to move on their own when I'm happy. You are also sick in various meaning, I think it would be best to find a cure for your head before fixing your tongue. I'm sorry, but it's something I'm born with. It may never be cured. It's called laziness if you don't even try. I'm tired of thinking that someone like you will be stuck at Wani-sama's side from now on. Bery was still smiling and looking happy. Krish, who had been listening to the exchange, reached behind her shoulder and squeezed her cheek. Krish doesn't really get it, but in any case, Krish think Kriskenta has a bad mouth against Bery, so Krish think that should be corrected. Even if Krish becomes Kriskenta's property, it is the older sister, Krish's role to raise Kriskenta to be a good child, so we need to keep things like this separate. Hey. As expected of you, Krish-sama, you say a good thing. I also think that having an older sister lead her younger sister is socially beneficial and truly admirable. Argan-sama, that's cowardly. That's not good, Krish said, turning back to Kriskenta, and pressed a finger to her lips. Krish always thought Kriskenta wasn't honest enough. Even though Kriskenta must love being petted by Bery, The mouth only let out bad word. Be a little more honest. Ah, right, from now on, the rule is that Crescenta will turn into a dog whenever she spends time with Bery. Ah, Wani-sama, it's almost time for the oven. Ah, it's still early. We need to bake it a little more, Crescenta, don't change the Defen. I'd like Wani-sama to taste the soup one more time. Taste. The Oita pumpkin should have melted better than before. I am sure Wani-sama will enjoy this pumpkin soup. Crescenta glared at Bery as she told her to not talk. Bery playfully shook her shoulder and covered her mouth, sending help to the desperate Crescenta. Right, Fufu, I would like to start arranging the dishes soon. Krish-sama, would you please give it a taste? Yes, if Bery says so. Chris J is still worried about Crescenta's. Chris J needs to check properly. Chris J, fooled by the sound of taste, approached the pot. Behind her, Crescenta glared at Bery from a position that cannot be seen. Her expression was truly vexed, as if to say she had just been sent salt by her enemy. Bery smiled back and patted her on the head again. It was an unchanging happy time for her, and everything was in it. Chapter 166, Hospitality. It was the parlor, not the dining room, that was to be used for the dinner party. The sofas, etc. that had been inside were moved to another room, and the cold floorboards were covered with a carpet with no gaps. Today, the guests were to sit directly on the floor for the meal, in accordance with Crescerana's tradition. Bery said that if they were going to show them their welcome, they should first try to adapt to their culture. Crescenta said that anything was fine, and the suggestion was fully adopted, and the food was more like country cooking than anything intricate. Pumpkin soup was a must, of course. A stew of beef stewed until tender, and a light, salt-based seafood soup made with fish and shellfish imported from Anna. 3 whole chickens were roasted. They have been marinated with herbs and salt since last night, and butter was carefully applied to the surface during grilling. The chicken, with its candy-colored luster, was like a jewel, almost like amber. Its belly was bright and colorful, filled with ingredients, and a gorgeous aroma wafted from inside. Bone-in thigh meat covered in oil was arranged in a circle on the plate as if it were a decoration. Toppings such as cheese and bacon were piled up on a flat plate so that they can be eaten with bread, and various skewers such as chicken, pork, sheep, and beef were arranged like a mound of needles. It was truly a warrior's feast. There was so much meat that it looked even more primitive. The vegetables seemed to be served in the soup, and the salad served as a complimentary addition, but the star of the dish was the meat. Wow, amazing! Lyra, guided by Alvina, instinctively raises her voice and covers her mouth in embarrassment. Vinthril and the warriors who followed also looked surprised. A dinner party invited by the queen. And probably the queen herself held the knife. Any fears about how elegant the dishes would be were instantly blown away by the heat of the meat filling the room, which made their saliva seep out and their stomachs rumble. Although there was a huge difference in cooking techniques, the food was close to what was eaten at Crescerana's banquet. A carpet covered the entire surface of the room, and a low table was set up, probably in consideration of the fact that the guests sit directly on the table instead of using chairs to eat their meals. Even the queen was already sitting on the floor. They were well aware of the fact that the people of the kingdom use chairs in their culture, and they understand that sitting on the floor as it is was unbecoming for them. And the leaders of a major powers did it to match them. In terms of reception, it was different from that of all the nobles' place they had stopped by so far, and it could truly be called a heartfelt welcome. The journey so far had not been bad thanks to the efforts of their guides, but it was not without its unpleasant moments. There was also the matter of dress. There were few who looked favorably upon the fur-clad people of Crescerana, and some of the nobility, while professing to welcome them, treated them with the same contempt as they would have treated filthy things. From the kingdom's point of view, Crescerana was just a barbarian. They were nothing more than country savages living in the mountains. Of course, they did not expect to be welcomed with open arms, and they were fine with that. Crescerana's loyalty is to the dragon's contractor Chrisj, not the kingdom. The state of diplomatic relations should be resolved because it was the country in which she lives, and it was not essential to decide whether or not to form a friendship with the kingdom itself. They didn't mind if it becomes a relationship that lasts only during Krish's lifetime. There were many people who think so, and naturally, some of them were among them. However, the audience room and the hospitality they received gave a slightly different impression of them. At least, the Queen's words in the audience hall were not false, and the care and attention to detail proved it. The Queen of this country must be different from the like of them. The way she sat with her shoulders close to Chrische on her left was completely different from the way they saw her in the throne room, and she seemed to be a pure and lovely girl to all intents and purposes. The softness of the atmosphere must have been intentional. She was implicitly conveying that this was just a dinner party without any formality. The woman sitting to her right looked like a girl, with her shining golden hair and clear beauty. She was conversing with an evil-looking old man, and another long-haired old man, as she gave a slight nod to them. Further to Krish's left was a man of large stature, a clearly skilled warrior. His face was like a rock, his military uniform was taut, and he looked intimidating just by sitting there. He was no ordinary warrior. The man looked at them as if he were observing. "Meow meow, you have a bad look in your eyes. Why are you glaring at the guests?" And no, I guess you could call it a warrior's instinct. That warrior was being scolded by Chrische like that. The warriors were guided to their seats one by one from the back, with Lyra and Vinthril in the lead, and sat down. When everyone was seated, Crescenta clapped her hands. Standing up, they were first was a banquet greeting. After confirming that sake had been poured for each person, she ended the formalities simply and held up the sake cup. While there were minor differences in the toasts, the basics were the same. The toasts were performed in the same manner, with the Queen the hostess drinking from a cup of sake filled with fruit juice to the point it can't be called sake anymore, and after that, there was no reason for the others not to follow suit. The warriors also gulped down their drinks with gusto, leaving only Chrische to sip and sip as she watched. As expected, the party started with a wait-and-see attitude. They talked about their journey to the royal capital while giving their impressions of the food. Surrounded by warriors, the guide, Argosh Giterns, who was looking uncomfortable at the end of the table, was drinking a tasteless drink while being scared inwardly by the story. He was their guide and also Anne's father. Thanks to Krish's suggestion that he should be invited along, he was asked to attend the banquet hosted by the Queen, and while on the surface he was smiling a nobleman's smile, he was sweating cold sweat on his back. He was a marquis. His status as a noble was not low, but in reality he was just a noble who manages and operates a region in the countryside. In short, he was nothing more than the head of local officials. He was fundamentally different from the noble in the royal capital who run the country and politics, and if possible, he would like to live quietly in the territory entrusted to him. The reason Giterns was able to continue their lineage so peacefully for such a long time was because they remained independent of politics, regardless of the royal palace. For Argosh, the very idea of being invited to the Queen's banquet was painful. The climate and life are different, and I would be lying if I said that there was no inconvenience, but thanks to Giterns' Dono, there was no shortage. We had underestimated the cold, so he arranged blankets for us, prepared a thick tent for us, he took care of our meals, our personal needs, and everything else. Without him, the trip would not have been as enjoyable. Lyra and Vinthril just single-mindedly lifted Argosh up. It must be true that they were grateful to him. It was as if they wanted to tell Argosh's master, Queen Crescenta, about his accomplishments and ask her to take care of him. Crescenta sways her golden hair that sparkles with red, and turns her violet eyes to Argosh. "That's right. I'm glad that you did a good job despite not being an official guide, Marquis Giterns. I'll have to give you a reward later. Etcha. As a subject of Her Majesty, I only did what was expected of me, Your Majesty. The special consideration given is much too excessive. Kraysharana, along with Anna, are friends of the kingdom. That such people praise you so much and I didn't reward you anything, it would makes them question my character. Please don't hesitate to accept it." It was such a beautiful smile. A haughty spirit that seemed to say she won't accept any objection was emanating from that small body. Or perhaps it was the dignity of a monarch. It was something that only a person who is born to reign over others possesses, something without form. Although her appearance was beautiful, and one could call her a child, at least no one would doubt that she was the queen who ruled the kingdom. She had such a mysterious atmosphere. Although there was nothing glamorous in the northwestern part of the kingdom, I know that you are keeping a close eye on your territory. Tax revenue has increased slightly every year since you took over, and things seem to be going much better since the road maintenance. It seems that you are currently trying to focus on livestock farming, but how is the progress? Argosh stiffened. It was as if the Queen was talking while looking at document. The northwest region can be called the countryside even in the kingdom, and there were no notable special products. They were certainly looking at livestock farming as a new industry, but they had only called in experts and completed a survey of suitable land. In fact, nothing had begun yet. They send a report to the government every season, but it was mostly a list of numbers. At least, it's not something the Queen would look at carefully, and unless she scrutinizes the numbers for that purpose, there's no way she'd have any idea what Argosh was trying to do. It is unlikely that she would have bothered to find out when she learned that Argosh was coming to the banquet. His participation had just been decided shortly before. Suddenly, Argosh saw a silver-haired girl next to the Queen, chewing on a bone in thigh and looking at her. Dragon's Contractor, hero of the Civil War. What they had in common was an ability that belied their age and purple eyes that resembled jewels. This Queen, is she aware of the entire kingdom's land financial situation and its detailed movements? His doubts were now close to confirmation. Yes, so far it's going well. We have found several candidate sites that are suitable and are in the process of attracting livestock farmers. We will start from there and slowly expand. As he answered, he frantically searched through the materials sent to the kingdom to see if there was anything wrong with them. Even though he knew there shouldn't be any, seems he couldn't help but get stomachache against this person. Is that so? I hope it goes well. She was the queen of the kingdom, Crescenta in existence above the clouds. Considering that she was someone who could make his head fly off at the slightest whim, there was nothing but tension there. From now on, the northwestern region will also serve as a contact point with Kreshurana, so I would like to send some nobles to work under you. It feels like we don't have enough personnel for what we're trying to do, so don't push yourself too hard. Ptah. Thank you very much for your consideration, Your Majesty the Queen. It would be a shame if someone as talented as you collapsed from overwork. It would be a loss to the kingdom. Argosh bowed deeply as she sat down and thanked her. Anne, who was behind Crescenta, asked her permission and then took a trotted off as if moved by the sight of her father being praised so highly. She went to her father's side and held up the wine pitcher. Here, please, Marquis Giterns. You, really. He accepted it, sighing at the sight of his daughter with a big, happy smile on her face as she poured the wine. Her had so much to say to her, but it seemed true that she was doing well here. Argosh smiled, relieved to see that she seemed to be in good health. Although the dinner party had many diplomatic intentions, both parties avoided the main topic for a while. This was probably because the food was so delicious. Then, after drinking a little and everyone's tongues became lighter, it was Kolkis, who was talking with Vinthril, who caught the gaze of Gallen and Eluga. But even for a nation of warriors, there were quite a number of skilled men here. They seemed to be the elite of the Kreshurana. What is this about, Vinthril Dono? There were too many of them to be mere messengers. It's not like he was worried about being attacked by bandits who rode a griffin that could fly. The atmosphere changes at Kolki's words. The warriors lowered their voices, and Vinthril smiled. It's a little bit awkward to hear such words from a warrior like Argansama, who is so recognizable at a glance. It is fine if you use it as you normally would. Kolkis turned to Crescenta. Today is just a dinner party. If Vinthril-sama says so, I don't care either. I will leave the affairs of the warriors to you, fellow warriors. Thank you. Bowing his head deeply as he sits, Kolkis turns his gaze to Vinthril again. To tell you the truth, I don't really like this kind of formal tone. I thank you. But if that's the case, then it's the same for me. I think it's strange that I'm the only one with an informal tone towards the guests, Vinthril Dono. I'm the one who should say thank you. Unlike Lyra, I don't have much confidence in the Plains language. When it comes to serious conversations like this, I'm afraid of misunderstanding the meaning of the words. I'm glad to hear you say that. That's good, but I'm impressed by how fluent you are. I can't even speak the language of another country, even if it's just a greeting, so I honestly respect that. Kolkis let out a sigh and poured some wine into Vinthril's cup, then poured it into his own cup as well. They took their cups and clinked them together, and Kolkis urged him with his gaze. I heard from Krishsama that the kingdom is in a situation where it is inevitable that it will be invaded by other countries. What is the reality? It's as you heard, there's no doubt about it. We are being targeted by 3 great powers, each with equal national power, in the east, west, and south. Kolkis said, moistening his tongue with wine. The 3 countries will probably come at us in unison. Even putting it mildly, the situation is dangerous. I don't doubt victory, but, he said, as his gaze turned to Chrisje. Chrisje's cheeks were flushed with alcohol and she was uninterested in such talk. She was pulling Bery's hand to sit between him and Kreskenta. The beautiful red-haired servant looked troubled by the atmosphere in the room and chided her, whispering in her ear, but in the end she obeyed her beloved master and sat down like that. Albarinia was in a good mood, her arms wrapped sweetly around her. That figure of hers lacks the power of persuasion to say that he doesn't have any worries as long as she was here. Kolkis rubbed his temple. Cuckoo, don't worry. I understand Krishsama's ability. Sigh, that's a blessing. However, it's true that some soldiers are anxious. The situation is so bad that under normal circumstances it seems like there is no way to win. He stirred his drink and took a breath, which Vinthril saw and refilled his cup. Kolkis thanked him and continued. According to diplomatic custom, we think that the war will probably start in 6 months, but there was a possibility that it will be earlier. We are preparing our military, assuming that there is a good chance that the enemy will move from the spring when the snow thaws. In fact, there was a high possibility that this would happen, but the reason was not stated here. A dragon had visited the royal capital, the rumor has spread and has probably already reached the 3 countries. It can be used in any way as an excuse to start a war. I see, it was right to come early. Vinthril put his hand on his chin and narrowed his wise eyes. We generally understand the situation in the kingdom. However, we cannot suddenly offer full cooperation. The rift between the kingdom and Kreshurana is deep on our side. There are many who don't want to be friends with the kingdom. He stirred the sake cup and looked at the empty vessel. Although he spoke to Kolshius, his words were meant to be heard by Kreskenta and the others. Kolkis was simply a starting point. Both sides knew that. At least on our side, the majority opinion is that we should avoid a situation where Kreshurana itself would be exposed to hostility. We shouldn't be the ones to bear the brunt of it. Of course. There's no benefit to Kreshurana after all, Kreskenta said while Bery poured the juice from the fruit. From those words, Kreskenta already understood most of it. However, you cannot afford to do nothing for Wanisama who is in dire straits. Is this supposed to be a military exchange or an inspection? Vinthril opened his eyes and then smiled bitterly. Chrisje tilted her head and looked at her sister and Vinthril, while Kreskenta smiled. What you're looking for is a good cause for participating in the war. That what you're dealing with is a rude person who invaded the kingdom without paying attention to Kreshurana during exchanges with the kingdom. I wonder, is that what you are aiming for? Exactly. What is necessary is a situation where our side don't have any choice but to accept it, Your Majesty. Forcing the warriors of Kreshurana to shed blood for the sake of Albaran. Naturally, there were many who were reluctant to do so. In the normal course of events, it would be appropriate to remain quiet even if it's for the sake of Chrisje. It would be foolish to get involved in this war, risking the very survival of Kreshurana itself. However, it was not a matter of profit and loss alone. There are people who are dissatisfied with lending a hand to the kingdom, but it's a different story if Kreshurana itself is being scorned. You can say we came here to create a reason for that. I'm grateful, but is it okay? It's not my intention to involve Kreshurana, who has been living peacefully for a long time. She had heard that the population of Kreshurana is about the size of a city. It was true that the situation is such that they would like to borrow even a cat's hand, but it would be a bit of a problem if Kreshurana were to be destroyed. The same goes for mining magic crystals, but in the future she want to breed their griffins on a large scale in the kingdom. The possibility of losing that know-how is a huge blow. If many of them die in the war, Kreshurana will have no choice but to rely on the kingdom, and this would remove a lot of friction in terms of subsequent mining, but that was not an urgent matter. The fact that they are willing to participate was not a bad situation. However, her true feelings were that it would be okay if they would just sit back and watch. Peace and peace are things we should respect, but first of all we are warriors. We believe in martial arts and dedicate our lives to improving ourselves. Krish's valiant figure, who showed off her might alone in front of the Holy Spirit, is still etched in my eyes. Vinthril said and looked at Krische. Despite being hindered by us, she fought on equal terms with the Holy Spirit and became its contractor. She is truly worthy of respect, and the image of a warrior we should aspire to be. It is contrary to our ideals to watch things like that and just sit back and watch, fearing the loss of peace and well-being. If we overlook this, we will lose our pride as warriors. Krische looked at Vinthril in confusion and then looked at Celine. Celine was exasperated, and she returned her gaze as if to tell her to give up. I'm betting on this pride, however small I may be. The numbers are small, and I wouldn't say it's a match for 1,000, but let us show that each of us is a match for 10 or even 100. If it doesn't cause any inconvenience, please allow us to fight side by side with the kingdom. And this is what Alkirance, the chief of the Krasharana clan, hopes for, as well as a proof of our continued friendship. Vinthril bowed his head on the spot, and the warriors watched. Crescenta looked at him inwardly exasperated. There was no political maneuvering or anything. Plain and simple, this was what the country would be like if a military man whose mind was made of muscle was entrusted with the helm. Please raise your head, Vinthril-sama. In fact, it should be me who is requesting it. To say the least, the country is in danger of extinction. I have no choice of saying no when you are willing to lend Alberon your strength. I swear on my name that I will never forget this favor. However, wouldn't it be nice if the person was someone who was easy for her to control? At the very least, it will serve as a check on Eldorant in the west, and the ignorant people who don't know that Krasharana's national power was only about the size of a city will be very happy with that support. Even if it had rotted, the fact that a country would lend its power was more effective than what is in practice. It's not like she could expect much from them as a military force, but it's meaningful enough just to discourage them, and it's also valuable in terms of alleviating the anxiety of the people as a whole. Crescenta didn't doubt his sister's victory, but she thought that if it could make her sister feel at least a little bit more comfortable and reduce her burden after the war, it wouldn't be a bad thing considering the risks. Thank you. However, it's hard to even say Krasharana is a small country now. It cannot make any major moves, and basically the only area we can cooperate with is to the west of the kingdom, which is Eldorant. That's enough. Just removing Eldorant's consciousness will be a great power. The mountain range that extends from Mount Arbiagel extends far to the west and touches the northern part of Eldorant. If Krasharana were to participate in the battle, Eldorant would also consider the possibility of being threatened in the rear. In such a situation, it is difficult to concentrate only on the main attack. The small amount of help they received was more than enough considering their national power. Vinthril nodded. As I said earlier, our purpose is to create a pretext. He looked back at Kolkis. However, it's just as a Grand Dono has guessed. What we have here is the very best of Krasharana. Their purpose is to follow Krishdono as her bodyguard until the end of the war, and fight as her blade. The warriors of Krasharana here were all volunteers. Some of them have a sense of reverence for the warrior who was even a match for the Holy Spirit called Krische. Others are interested in fighting on the plain, and there are many other reasons, but of course they are all the most elite warriors in Krasharana. Although they were few in number, Vinthril had confidence in them. On a battlefield made up of 10,000 soldiers, we are at most 30 horsemen, but everyone here is a skilled Griffin cavalry. I have no intention of falling behind even against 1,000 soldiers. I am confident that we will be able to be of some help. Vinthril declared, and Kolchis laughed happily. These are very brave words. But what's most reassuring is that they don't sound like nonsense. It's an honor to be praised like that by a warrior like you. If you don't mind, we can also interact with each other, and I'd like to arrange a meeting at a later date, but I have no objection. Rather, I was just about to request it. Kolkis poured sake into Vinthril empty cup, and then they put together a glass of sake. Krische, who was watching this, opened her mouth while hugging Bery's arm. Is it really okay? Krische think it's best to be peaceful after all, And even if you doesn't force yourself to cooperate, Chris J feel like bit bad to involve Kraysharana too. Now, it's not like it's just for cliché Sama. It's a bit of a rough cure, but fighting together isn't a bad way to bridge the gap with the kingdom. At least that's what I thought after my journey to date. The same goes for the others. Vinthral looked at Argosh, who looked nervous, and smiled. The relationship between countries cannot be said to be good. However, if you look at each person individually, this was not the case. If they look at each of these small concerns, the things that are conveyed through each of these hospitality, those bad feelings would eventually disappear. The beauty of the body won't be conveyed to the Holy Spirit. If you look at it without the robes of country and without being bound by preconceived notions, you can see that we are the same people who can drink together and laugh together. As Her Majesty said, Krishsama is just the trigger. We just decided to take up the spear for the sake of the future of the kingdom and Kraysharana. Krishsama has nothing to worry about. Krisjay turned to Lyra. Lyra smiles and nods, following Vinthral's words. It's just as Onyi-san said. A heart dwells in this kind of hospitality. We are truly happy with that. All of the dishes on display were easy to eat for them who were not accustomed to using knives and forks, and the kingdom took the trouble to move the chairs and spread out the carpet so that they could sit directly. The truth lies in the consideration that was taken as a matter of course, and it was of great value. This is not because we were involved, but because we wanted a future with the kingdom. From the beginning, we were given the discretion to decide it here. Just because it turned out like this, no matter what the outcome is, Krishsama shouldn't be worried by it. Is that how it is? Yes, that's just how it is. Chris J nodded with a look as if unconvinced, as if she understands it and no understands, and looked at Bery next to her. Bery also silently nodded and smiled happily at her. Chapter 167, Cultural Exchange. On top of a thin layer of snow, two men fought in the center while hundreds of soldiers watched. Over 6 shaku tall and muscular. Dressed in military uniform, the spear wielded by the large man was surprisingly delicate considering its appearance. With the slightest movement, he parried and avoided the opponent's spears, and naturally unleashed blows that would have been a certain kill for a normal person. At times, he dared to create an opening, inviting the attacker to deliver a counter. The 8 shaku spear, made of heavy Arjana wood. The sound of the wind was like the swing of a club, and the thrust was like that of an arrow, punching holes in the air if swung wildly. Even the handle of a spear could become a deadly weapon. On top of that, there was a solid set of theories supporting it, and all of these things were within a well-calculated set of principles. However, the tall and beautiful man was just as skilled as he was. He also freely manipulates an 8 shaku spear, and his movements were fluid and dreamlike. Like water running through rocks, or wind rushing through the gaps in trees. The spear he manipulates is lean, evasive, and slips through the opponent's guard. He continued to dodge the spear that would normally have been deadly, and even had enough time to counterattack. On a day when not even the wind was blowing, the scene was like a storm. Powdery snowflakes flew up and down, tracing a silver on the trajectory of both spears. Kolkis Agrand, the best warrior in the kingdom. Vinthral Shorana, the best warrior in Kraysharana. More than half a koku passed, with both sides lavishing their superhuman skills. The one who lost the will to fight from the tip of the spear was the large man Kolkis. My, it seems that I was unconsciously underestimating it as spear, that doesn't know anything about the battlefield. At this rate, it doesn't look like we'll be able to settle the spar. At this rate, we both will continue to wield the spear until we're both exhausted. That seems to be the case. Although it's only a spar, a match is a match. I was determined to win, but it seems like I need to train even more than I do now in order to break down your defenses. Vinthral also released his stance, shouldered his spear, and said that amazed. Putting aside the like of Krish standard, if it's an opponent other than that, he should be able to win easily. But such thought must have been a conceit. Kolki's Agrand spear had an air of a skilled veteran, reminiscent of the spear of his father, Chief Alkirance, and at the same time, it also possesses a surging ferocity. Vinthral was giving his all in the fight, but he was not confident that he could corner Kolki's. Underestimating, that's our word, Kolki's Domo. I had assumed that people of the plains accustomed to would-be affluence that Krishsama was special, but I had no idea that there was a warrior like you in the kingdom. Vinthril called Kolkis by name. In Krishsarana, it was courtesy to call a warrior worthy of respect by their name rather than by their family name. If you were born in Krishsarana, it would not be surprising if you were in the position of chief warrior. The world sure is vast. I must admit it's quite embarrassed to be praised so directly. Kolkis scratches his head and smiled bitterly. Cuckoo, but there's something disgusting about complimenting each other like this. Let's stop here. Indeed. More than words have already been conveyed. Vinthril approaches him with a manly smile on his handsome face. Kolkis also strides up to him and holds out his right hand. Kolkis Dono, your abilities are sufficient. I could not ask for a better friend to stand side by side and fight under Krishsama. I think the same thing. I'm more than happy to have met a warrior like you, Vinthril Dono. From now on, I would like to work with you for a long time while honing our spear skills together. The two men clasped hands, and cheers echoed around them. Although Krishsarana's warriors were not well received by the royal court nobility, this was not the case in the military, where military prowess and honor are held in high esteem. Since ancient times, strength as a warrior has been an object of respect that transcends rank and status. If one become warriors worthy of 1,000, few would make fun of them and say that they are barbarians. A warrior who competed on an equal footing with Kolkis, who could be said to be the best warrior in the kingdom, excluding Krishj. Vinthril was, at the very least, someone that many soldiers should respect. Kolkis put a hand on his shoulder and roared for all to see. As you can see, the strength of Krishsarana's greatest warrior, Vinthril Sholana, is equal to Kolkis Argand. Remember that by making fun of this man and his subordinates, you are also making fun of me, who fought him with spears like this. And then, he looked at Krishj, who as usual was sipping tea in a special seat while watching the match, not but at Celine, who was sitting between Lyra and Krishj. Seeing Celine nodded, Kolkis invites Vinthril to his seat over there and told the soldiers. From here on, it's exchange session, so anyone who is confident in their skills can come forward as they please. From what I see, even if you exclude Vinthril Dono, all of the warriors of Krishsarana's skill are excellent. If you underestimate them, you'll be embarrassed, so be aware of that. At the sound of his voice, a skilled warrior from the kingdom steps forward. He was a member of Kolkis's second corps, and one of the Krishsarana warriors too stepped forward. While looking at such a scene, they sat on the prepared chair, picked up the wine that had been poured, and exchanged glasses with Vinthril. Thanks to you, I saw a good fight, Vinthril Dono. Thank you, Your Excellency Marshal Christand. With one exception, Kolkis is one of the best warriors in this vast kingdom. Even though it's called a warrior nation, I can't believe that there's someone in that mountain who could stand up to him on an equal footing. Celine said amazed and spread out her hands. In terms of population, it would be less than 1,000th. Even though Krishsarana was a nation of warriors, it was surprising that its chief warrior was as powerful as Kolkis, who was near the top of the kingdom. It's not like Kolkis cut corners to make him look good. As a matter of fact, Vinthril stood in a domain extremely close to Kolkis. Vinthril laughed and shook his head from side to side. In the end, it's just a match. If it was a serious duel, it would have been a different story. He looked behind Kolkis, his adjutant standing there, holding a full-body steel war spear. Kolkis was dressed in a light military uniform, and the spear was similar to those used by soldiers. Since it's a match, he's not in perfect condition either. No matter how you look at it, if he wear armor all over his body and get to wield that spear, I'll lose. We won the previous move, and now we can finally see victory. If it were a head-on battle, we wouldn't be evenly matched, but it would be my lose. I still have to work hard. If it's a serious battle, you'd probably wear light armor that allows me to straddle a griffin. In the first place, from the beginning our side is at an advantage since it's a fight with foot on the ground. In the end, we won't know who will win or lose. Kolkis would probably win in a battle where he was fully armored, using his armor as a shield to forcibly step in and use that to forcibly decide the match. A horse is just a substitute for transportation. In the kingdom, those possessing magical power mainly engage combat on foot, and were equipped with heavy weapons and martial arts geared to that purpose. For example, if it was Nozen or Guildenstein instead of Kolkis, the outcome would be the same, but Kreshorana's warriors mainly focus on fighting while riding griffins. Hence the light clothing. The means and purpose of fighting are different, so there is no way to compare them in a simple battle. Will you be able to use Griffin as a shield and take advantage of that opportunity to stab me? If we're going to fight each other seriously, that will be the deciding factor in the match. Then that would be 2-on-1, Kolkis Dono. If we don't know the outcome of the match even with that, then I'll probably lose. Vinthril said happily. Was it because they were two people who could be called genuine warriors? The two of them got to know each other at a dinner party the other day, and their relationship has become like that of friends. Lyra looked on happily and took a delicious bite of the cookies placed on her table. She have had a lot of delicious food since she came here. Although she was afraid that she would not be able to endure it when she returned to my hometown, the temptations were too strong. Is it delicious? Lyra. Yes, very much. I should refrain from being extravagant, but somehow, I'm embarrassed to say that I can't stop. I see. If you'd like, Krish'll teach Lyra how to make them next time. Cookies are pretty easy, and Krish sure you can make them over there too. Is that true? Yes. It's true. Lyra happily nodded and thanked her, as she bowed her head. Krische also smiled with satisfaction and looks at Vinthril. Vinthril, are you okay? Yes, of course. Lyra, don't get too excited. I know. In the center, a man came out from Kreshorana, and the two men began to fight. The sound of cheers echoed, and it's hard to decide which side to support. Cheers echoed and filled the place. Krische, who was thinking about making cookies, turned her attention back there. Just as Krische enjoyed cooking, they enjoyed the art of killing each other and the exchanges. It seemed unhealthy, and it didn't seem right, and that was somehow strange. Did they enjoy hurting others? Was it fun to show that they were superior? If it were the latter, it would be understandable, but now it seems that it was not healthy either. Anyway, why does everyone like this? What do you mean by this? Fighting. Krische answered Vinthril, who asks curiously, while looking at the men competing with each other with her somewhat inorganic eyes. Krische can understand why risking your life to pick up a sword in order to protect society is praised. Krische can understand it in the sense that there is a competition for professional ability and superiority. But perhaps there is more to it than just that. Krische thinks everyone thinks it's fun. There are a lot around Krische too, but she continued, remembering Kalua. Fundamentally, hurting people is bad. However, improving one's skills is rather praised. To protect themselves from external enemies, she could understand the logic that Galen said. However, that might not be all for them. Just like Krische enjoyed cooking. Krische think everyone somehow thinks that killing each other is fun. Granmeld was like that too, and she had seen many people like that. Do they enjoy hurting people, or was there another reason? There's a joy in them that Krische don't quite understand. Especially, don't all the people of Kreshorana spend their whole lives training to fight? Krische a little skeptical about what's fun about living like that. Krishsama sure asks something difficult. Vinthril smiled bitterly, and Kolkis and Celine next to him looked at Cliché with exasperated faces. What do you people enjoy about life? A question that was, in some cases, much too rude. But well, the truth is, it is probably fun. However, there was no sign of any discomfort. After thinking about it for a while, Vinthril easily answered. Otherwise, wouldn't the world already be a peaceful place without conflict? Humans are creatures that compare themselves to others and hope to gain advantage over other. Those who are envious, jealous, and feel pleasure in looking down upon other. I too can't stay away from those feelings. Is that so? Yeah. I'm just trying not to feel it or pay attention to it. I think it's instinctual to want to be a superior being. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have become a chief warrior like this. He indicated by tapping the curved sword he carried on his waist. To demonstrate excellence. In that sense, strength is very clear. It's simple and easy for anyone to understand. I think that's why so many people enjoy it. That logic is understandable even to Krische. But to Chrisjay, it doesn't really, in the end it's a technique for killing people after all, and Chrisjay doesn't think it's a very good to enjoy it, and so, Chrisjay is a little confused. Don't hurt people thoughtlessly. This was a rule that everyone was taught when they were children. For military personnel, being strong is an essential part of their raison d'etre. As a soldier, she could understand it if it was for training, but she didn't understand how they could enjoy these battles as an event in of itself. Enjoying it as a spectacle like this is not very peaceful in itself. It feels like it's violent, somehow it's hard to express it. Chrisjay crossed her arms and tilted her head in thought. Vinthril smiles bitterly. Strength is a clear indicator. Because of that clarity, being strong can lead to conceit, create arrogance, and as a result, disturb the peace, and as Krishsama said, it can become dangerous. That's why many of the rules of Kraysharana forbid this. Then he looked at the two fighting in the center. It is the nature of beasts to want more than others. We may have wisdom, but we are imperfect creatures just like beasts. That's why I heard that it can only be completed when ethics, law, and reason are in place to govern it. Complete. Competing and wanting more is the irresistible nature of people. I know that abstinence alone has its limits, so we sometimes comfort ourselves by letting it out like this. The skill of killing each other is truly idyllic when it comes to comparing skills with rules set like this. If it becomes a pastime, a harmony, and a source of fulfillment like the food and other things that Krishsama says, then there's nothing wrong with it. He tipped his sake cup and let the high-grade sake roll on his tongue. The sake too was delicious and comforting. There was definitely a desire for more. Without a disciplined heart, one will endlessly seek more and more. If one seek beyond one capacity for anything, it will eventually lead to collapse. Nature is nature. It is natural that it exists, and there is no point in thinking about it. The important thing is to control it, to know that it is sufficient, and to have the peace of mind to enjoy what it is. What humans aspire to is the Holy Spirit Yaganaus. Regalev-san? Vinthril nodded and poured sake into the sake cup. If desire is a drink to be poured into, then reason is the vessel. If you seek beyond your limits, it will inevitably overflow and become uncontrollable. However, if you keep it within the vessel like this, there will be no problem. I can't drink the spilled sake, but as long as it's in the cup, it's mine. Shaking the sake that was halfway poured, he sipped it again. He smiled as he tasted the sake. You could say that the reason we train every day is to expand this vessel. For over 1,000 years, Lord Yaganaus has been living quietly on that mountain. He just watches things change, doesn't interfere, doesn't ask for much in a sense. What Yaganaus-sama holds is a vessel like a lake. This was an analogy that she was particularly bad at. Chrisjay listened to it with a frown on her face and a difficult look on her face, and Vinthril continued with a wry smile at her. Even though Krishsama has the power to have everything, Krishsama have learned that the trivial days are more than enough. Kraysharana's predecessors believed that the secret lies in Yaganaus-sama's strength. If I train my mind and body, I will someday be able to possess such a skill, so I train every day. It's still a long and difficult road, though Vinthril puts down his finished sake cup. Chrisjay muttered, how difficult, still thinking. It's very difficult. Ha! You're supposed to be smart, so why are you so stupid? Celine pulled Krisha's cheek from next to her and sighs. Just because you like being spoiled by Bery, if you spend all day being spoiled, you're just a stupid spoiled baby. The Chrisjay who is spoiled after doing what needs to be done is a Chrisjay who is a good girl who can restrain herself. Then I won't have to nag you, and the estate will be peaceful every day, and the world will be safe. Do you understand the logic? I see, not. Maybe you should learn a little more from the people of Kraysharana. It's been especially noticeable lately. While pinching her soft cheek, Celine raised her eyebrows. The kingdom marshal calmly scolded a girl who was not afraid of even dragon. Vinthril and the others looked at the two, half stunned. If you can hold back properly, you'll feel much happier when you're spoiled than if you're spoiled all day long, and I won't get mad at you either. Look, which one is better? It's better if Celine is not angry. That's right, I don't want to get angry either. She waves her elegant golden hair and smiled. She gently pat Chrisjay on the head and looked at Vinthril. That's a wonderful idea. I would like to emulate Kraysharana's way of thinking. It was an excessive amount of play to be carried out in front of guests, but she didn't really care. Although she was hidden in Bery's shadow, she too was completely numb to her sense of distance from Chris J. Hearing the Marshal said that, it makes me feel a little relieved. Vinthril answered while feeling a little confused by the Kingdom Marshal's appearance. From the perspective of people from the plains, our culture may seem strange. Is that so? Training is harsh. There is no entertainment. However, it is precisely in this harsh life that you can be satisfied with small pleasures, and as long as you think that is enough, such a life is certainly not bad. He spoke while looking at the royal capital behind, thinking deeply. However, there are still many people who don't fit into that lifestyle, yearn for the outside world, and go out to the plains. When we see the kingdom like this, we are left wondering if our teachings are absolute. Days dedicated to training. There were times in the past that seemed difficult, and he could understand the feelings of those who left their villages. Everyone who visited Kraysharana for the first time looked at the world of Kraysharana with strange eyes. From an outsider's perspective, this was probably the world. Nowadays, we don't pursue those who leave. However, there was a time in the past when people who tried to leave were severely punished. We don't know whether it's a good thing to impose something they don't want, or what is the right thing to do. Well, it's just a way of life for practitioners. It's admirable, but the fact is that not everyone is that strong. Celine continued, unconsciously playing with Krish's cheek again. If diplomatic relations are opened and more people come and go, is there something a little scary about it? There may be things that are scary. However, if we think about what we should aim for, it is something we should accept, and I also believe that it's unlikely that we won't be able to accept change and lose everything. Even if it's not in the form it is now. Vinthril smiled bitterly and showed the curved sword at his waist. At the very least I'm satisfied with my current life and accept it. No matter what happens to the next generation, if this is the right thing to do, it will take root and remain, even if it's tapering off. I think that's fine. And that is the way to imitate the Holy Spirit. Then he looked at Krishche. I've gone off topic a bit. In response to Krishsama's question, it may not be clear, but guess this is what I personally think. Thank you. Krishche is sorry that Krishche also a little vague about what Krishche wanted to ask. She thought and tilted her neck again. Krishche is just that the world is full of people who enjoy killing each other, so Krishche thought for a moment that there would never be peace. So Krishche asked the question before. Vinthril words were very similar to what Bery and Gallen said. Regardless of whether it was right or not, it feels like it's the right way to do it, so they worked hard for it. Although the ideas and methodologies were different, the goals were still similar. When she thought about it, it was true that an event like this cannot be called barbaric. However, Krishche feel like that is a somewhat extreme conclusion, and it is somehow difficult. Krishche smiled when she said that as if trouble. But it's true that if everyone was a pervert like Rigalavsan, the world might become more peaceful. Krishche feel like that's one solution. That way of saying it is somehow, but at least it can be called an ideal world. Vinthril laughed and Krishche nodded. Well, it doesn't seem like we'll get an answer right away. Let's think about it later. Hoping that someday there will be no more wars. That every day is peaceful, but she's sure it's not that easy. The reality is that one can't even be satisfied with oneself. Changing the world must be much more difficult. At the very least, it would be pointless to think about it until they have had enough time. First of all, we have to do something about the enemy outside. Vinthril, Krishche would like you to visit Krish's private army Black Flag Special Force later. Yes, as Krishsama wish. Griffin is convenient because it can fly, so Krishche thought we could use it together with the Black Flag Special Force. Celine, wouldn't that be nice? Do as you like. There are 30 cavalry, and all I can think of is having them fly as bodyguards or messengers. Celine stretches slightly and pulled her cheek with her fingers. Although they were skillful, 30 people were still insignificant compared to the entire battlefield. There are limits to what they could do. However, if it's Krish who had it, she could use it as much as she like. She was the strongest warrior in the kingdom, and she had no shortage of limbs. Yes. Krishche, Just thought of something better. Something better? Celine tilted her head, and Cliché nodded. 30 cavalry should be enough. If things go well, even if the opponent has double the strength, we might be able to win with almost no damage. She showed a beautiful smile. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 168, Kingdom of Ostentation. It was the reception room of the royal castle, and stood attentively diagonally behind Crescenta with, and the moment she finished drinking the tea, a new one was poured. Lyra had obsession about drinking drinks was offered to her before it got cold, so she accepted it while thanking her and took her 4th drink. Between the wrap around her chest and waist, her supple abdomen was exposed. The inside of it was full of tea. Argosh, who was next to her, looked confused as to what to say, and looked at Lyra and Anne. Anne, who seemed to want to show herself as a splendid servant in front of her father, seemed to be in high spirits, and Argosh was wondering how he should chide her and whether would it be fine to do that in front of the queen. Crescenta also looked indescribable and opened her mouth to Anne. "Ansama, could you please make me some cookies?" "Cookie is it?" Bery's cookies were already prepared on the desk. She tilted her head and wondered what the reason was for this cookie. "I'm in the mood for something a little refreshing. Something with dried fruit would be good." "Yes. If that's the case, I'll do it right away." And leaves the room looking strangely nervous, and Crescenta massaged her temple. As she requested for it to be with fried fruit, it would have taken some time. She won't be coming back for a while. Seeing and leaving with a full of motivation, Argosh stood up in a panic and bowed his head. "My apologies. She wasn't considerate enough." "No, Fufu, please don't worry about it. Since her father was here, it's no wonder she's more excited than usual. I quite like Ansama, including her hard work." "I'm glad to hear your highness say so." Argosh was worried, but Crescenta spun words to reassure him. "She has bad timing, is inconsiderate, or cares too much on, is an extremely clumsy woman with a rainbow of flaws." Feeling displeased was now commonplace. She was already used to it. However, she was useful in that she could be entrusted with things around to a certain extent, and Elvina, a safe servant who should have replaced her, was also used for Christjay errands. The evil servant who has no respect for the queen is mainly responsible for Kristan's work, so she cannot usually use her, so she had no choice but to settle for it by the process of elimination. Her lack of intelligence wasn't a bad thing if she considered that she could feel at ease, and although it wasn't correct to say that she liked it, it was fine from appearance standpoint. "Please don't be so careful, Lyra-sama. Excessive hospitality is a welcome etiquette in the kingdom. It's different from the culture of Kraysharana, so you might be a little confused though." "Why yes, thank you. Hehe, I think your stomach is bloated after drinking so much." Crescenta giggled like a little girl and Lyra blushed on her cheeks. When Lyra heard that she was the queen of the kingdom, she had to make sure not to disrespect her. That's what Lyra thought, but she was much more friendly than she had imagined. She must also be concerned about Lyra, who was nervous. Despite being young enough to be considered a child, she was being considerate of her and has the grace and dignity of a queen. Lyra bowed her head, feeling that she had much to learn from her. "Well, let's continue the talk. Once Marquis Giterns' inspection is completed successfully, we will start with simple trade. I think there are places we can cooperate with regarding crops. Regardless of whether it's a luxury item, it's better to have a lot of fruit. In terms of climate, I think something that comes from the south would suit the area perfectly." Even when she spoke, she could clearly felt her intelligence. Her sparkling red golden hair, how much information is being processed in that tiny head. "Thank you very much, but what we can bring out from here isn't that great. You can exchange it for the magic crystal you have over there. It probably won't be worth much in trade with Anna, where there are good mines, but high-quality magic crystals can fetch a reasonable price in the kingdom." Crescenta said troubledly. "Of course, there are mines in the kingdom, but if it's good quality, you can't get much of it these days." Then she pointed to the everlasting magic lamp in the room. "If it's just this, it's enough. The quality of these things is not so important to people like me, but there are many people who are very particular about the quality of these things. We send seeds and you good quality magic crystals. I think a good place to start would be something really simple. like trading between merchants. Yes. However, since I cannot decide on trade matters on my own, would you mind if I ask deliver respond at a later time? Of course, I am willing to work on it positively, but, of course, I understand Krasharana's situation. Crescenta smiled beautifully and nodded. Especially, there is a deeper-rooted problem there than in the kingdom. Regarding this trade, it is okay to start from here. Depending on the situation, we may consider dispatching someone knowledgeable about agriculture beforehand. Please convey that. Thank you for your concern. No, if you think about the future, it's a trivial investment. If it will brighten the relationship between our two countries, then I'd appreciate it. Her intelligent purple eyes softly narrowed, indicating the table, indicating the room. Then she looked straight at Lyra. I think it is most important for people from both countries to have this kind of conversation. Trade is simply an exchange. It's just a rationale for us to feel closer to each other, and what's really valuable is that, not the product. Please forgive me, Crescenta said with a mischievous smile. I know that the people of Krasharana don't like this kind of pretense and ostentation that hides true feelings. No, he, I wouldn't call that kind of consideration a decoration. I'm sure Her Majesty's feelings will reach others as well. Lyra also responded with a big smile. I am truly happy to have been born in Your Majesty's reign and to have become the Shrine Maiden of Krasharana. I'm sure this is my role. I hope I can do my best and be a bridge to that. I am most happy that the ties between our two countries are once again on the verge of being established. Standing up, she bowed her head, and Crescenta smiled bitterly. It was a laugh with great elegance. Please lift your head. Fufu, Krasharana's people is being so frank, it make me impressed. When Lyra looked up, Crescenta was beside her, tilting her head slightly shyly. You shouldn't get too worried. As the ruler of the kingdom, I will cooperate as much as possible. Let's join hands and do our best, okay? The young queen spoke in a voice as sweet as the ringing of a bell. She held out her small right hand to Lyra. Lyra took her hand in hers and smiled. She thought from the bottom of her heart that she was glad that this young girl was the queen of the kingdom. That evening, after finishing talking with Crescenta in the morning, she went to Kristan's estate where she had been invited. She learns how to make cookies from Chris J and Bery, and after a light tea party, Chris J invites her to take a bath, and they end up taking a bath at the mansion. Bery's skin is really soft and feels good to the touch. Chris J wants to wash it all the time. I see. Thank you, Krish-sama. A large bathtub and a spacious bathroom made of transmuted rock. Chris J straddled Bery's body, and as she carefully washed each other's bodies with a thin towel, she turned to Lyra. Ahehe, should Chris J wash Lyra too? It was as if innocence was pasted all over Krish's body. Although she did not feel that the washing each other that she and her servant had was truly like that of her child, there was nothing inappropriate about it, however. The beautiful girl's body had womanly curves, and the naked body of the red-haired servant, the woman named Bery, was also voluptuous, embodying feminine beauty with abundance of sex appeal. Although she had a childlike face like a young girl, her every gesture was that of a woman, and the way she seemed somewhat embarrassed by Lyra's gaze was indescribable. The two women were lathering up their bodies and washing each other in close contact. What she imagined was an impurity that cannot be imagined from the word washing each other. Was there something wrong with Lila, who was surprised by this and feels impure? No, maybe this kind of excessive skinship was normal in the kingdom. In any case, she was a country person to say the least. She never believed that she could accurately measure things with her own scale, and she knew that people of noble rank bathed with their attendants. Based on her knowledge, this seemed reasonable. From what I've seen so far, her servant, Bery, is a very polite lady, and her every gesture is beautiful, exactly like that of Princess's servant she imagined. There is no way that she would show any semblance of intimacy with her master in front of her guests. After all, wasn't it a normal thing in the kingdom? While trying to wash her own body, Lyra froze at the sight in front of her and get lost in a maze of thoughts. Ever since she arrived here, she had been most grateful for their care. They must have studied more than a little about life in Krasharana. On top of that, they welcomes them as well. Considering that, It's her turn next. She didn't think this was the time to be fixated on shame. She was invited to another country and received much hospitality. Naturally, she should come to terms with it, and if this was the kingdom's standard, then she should follow it and accept it. What's more, the person who made the proposal to her was the same person to whom she should pay the same respect from now on as she did with the Holy Spirit Christ. She also knew her personality. She didn't think there's any malice in it, and it seems like it's a suggestion made with good intentions. No matter how she looked at it, there was no reason to refuse. Except for the emotion part. Perhaps it's not good for people from Krasharana to wash each other. No, there is no such rule. Krasharana didn't have this kind of culture, so I was just a little confused. Is it okay? The bathroom was warm, but Lyra's face was blushing for another reason, and she made up her mind. Yes, Bery is really good at washing, so it might become a habit, you know. Christ stood up from Bery, took her hand, and moved to Lyra's side. Bery's gaze flickered from side to side, troubled, but she gave her a vague smile. Then, excuse me, may I? Lyra-sama. Why yes. Then Christ, going to wash Lyra's hair. Thank you. Since her mother was alive since she was a child, she never had people wash her body. How many years has it been since then? She suddenly thought to herself and lowered her eyes. She crouches down and Bery comes into her field of vision. Lyra's breasts are rather large, but hers are bigger than that. Her breasts were well-shaped and full. The line from her surprisingly narrow waist to her well-fleshed thighs was indescribably curvy. From the viewpoint of Krasharana's feminine beauty, a little more flesh would have been nice, but the imbalance between the slenderness and the richness in perfect harmony was still a kind of perfection. Although she lacks the glamour to be called a sharp beauty, her somewhat childish face with large eyes was, however, very well formed. Even if it wasn't Christ, perhaps they would still be willing to challenge the Holy Spirit for this woman's sake. Even though Lyra was a woman, there was something about her that seemed to arouse her desire to protect her. When Lyra was looking impolitely at her, their gaze met, and Lyra panicked and looked away from her. Bery just smiled wryly, a little shyly, and took her hand, saying, "Don't worry about it." She wondered if the smooth feeling that slides over her skin was silk. The fiber was very fine, and the overly gentle touch was a little ticklish. The comfort seemed strange to Lyra, who used to scrub her skin with cotton towels. It was as if she were carefully polishing a piece of jewelry from the tips of her fingers to the spaces between them. Krish's words that she was very good at washing seemed to be true. It was a far cry from the way she was washed by her mother when she was a child. Probably that's what it is to be a royal servant, she thought. The politeness was so great that Lyra were almost intimidated of it. She couldn't mentally bear the thought of receiving service like this every day. A situation where her body was washed without a word. Immediately unable to bear it anymore, Lila opened her mouth to distract herself. Thank you for teaching me how to make cookies. I'm not good at cooking, but with that, I think I'll be able to do my best even when I go back to the village. In addition to the special cookies made with 2 types of wheat, she learned about cookies based on forest nuts, which are easily available at Krasharana. The main points were explained in an easy-to-understand manner, and the explanations, including examples of failures, were broken down in a manner that was easy for Lyra to understand. The process itself was simple and didn't seem to require much skill. They probably knew that cooking was not her forte, so she taught her a simple recipe. Fufu, I'm glad to hear that. But I also learned about nut cookies from Krishsama, so if you'd like to thank someone, then thank Krishsama. It's mostly Bery who did it. Bery couldn't make such delicious nut cookies until Bery taught Christ. Christ said, as if to cover her, and begins to lather Lyra's hair from behind. Bery is Krish's teacher. Bery is very good at teaching, and she can also do a lot of other things. Even though Lila can't see her face, she somehow knew that Christ had a boastful face. Bery laughs a little shyly and said, "Geez, Krishsama, you shouldn't do that. No matter what I do, I get compliments right away. If I keep getting compliments like that, I might end up getting carried away. But it's a fact. And isn't that a good thing? Bery is actually, in a sense, Krish's master muff." It was a somewhat pleasant conversation, but suddenly she heard some disturbing words. At that moment, what covered Lyra's field of vision and swayed were a bountiful twin spheres her breasts. I am Krishsama's servant. I understand what Krishsama is trying to say, but, well, it's confusing and can cause misunderstandings, so you can't say things like that, do you understand? Yes. Big. Truly, it's big. Lyra's vision was obscured by the breasts, and what occurred to her was sudden confusion. Bery's excuse-like words spoken above her head flow from her right ear to her left due to the impact in front of her eyes. We'll talk about that again after the guest leave, ooh-ah. Did she finally realize her position? Bery panicked and crouched down, clutching her breasts as her face turned bright red. Her well-shaped breasts seemed to be squished. In fact, it looked more sexy when she hid it that way, and Lyra blushed as she looked at her. My apologies for being so rude. And no. The way she looks shy was like that of a young girl, which was completely different from the calm appearance of a servant. Chris J also looks bright and childlike, much different from the quiet demeanor she had when she saw her before. She suddenly burst into laughter and shook her shoulders. Both of you really get along well. Fufu, I'm really glad that you've recovered. I've heard a little about Bery-sama from Krishsama. Lyra said and looked at Bery. I can understand why Krishsama cares so much about Bery-sama. I'm sorry to show you something embarrassing, but… No. In fact, I felt relieved when I saw it. That the people of the kingdom are just normal people, just like us. When she decided to go to the kingdom as a messenger, she was a little nervous. This was because the humans of the kingdom were talked about as if they were malicious and evil people in Krishsarana. When she heard the story of the plains told by a messenger from the imperial state, she thought that such a thing would never happen, but she had no idea what the reality was. Krishsarana had lived a long and peaceful life despite the harsh environment. As someone who grew up there, she had the impression that the kingdom was a bit barbaric due to its repeated wars. My impression of the kingdom told in Krishsarana was not very good. After all, it's better to touch than to hear. You can't understand things unless you feel and see them yourself. That's a good word. But I'm also the same. I was thinking that the people at Krishsarana were all a little more difficult, so maybe we're both the same. When you're far away, you lose sight of even the obvious things. Bery said with a troubled look on her face, taking Lila's left hand and slipping the lathered towel on it. I couldn't see even the trivial, obvious things, and my anxiety only increased. The human heart is vague and weak. There is a huge gap in years between Krishsarana and the kingdom, and I'm sure there are a lot of misunderstandings and assumptions because of that, but… Then she smiled a gentle, beautiful smile. What we aim for and what we seek isn't that different. Although I am just a servant, I am looking forward to the day when both countries face the same direction with smiles on their faces. Yes, thank you. That's what Krishkenta-sama intends to do, and Krishsarana has someone like Lyra-sama Fufu. That day may be closer than we thought. Even if it's just with my meager strength. Lyra also smiled and thought of the Queen's face. However, Her Majesty the Queen seems to be an intelligent person who understands reasons. I am sure that with Her Majesty's help, it will become a reality. I've also just been helped. I still have to learn from her. Are you going to learn from Krishkenta? Yes. When I look at Her Majesty the Queen, I feel embarrassed and wonder what I've done up until now. Even though I'm here as the representative of Krishsarana. Knowledge and intelligence that cannot be imagined from her age. The way she composes herself, the way she carries herself, everything about her was probably of a higher class. Queen Krishkenta, like Chris J, was also incomparable to ordinary people. But she was, according to Chris J, still her little sister. Considering her high level of ability, it's inevitable that it would be difficult to evaluate her. From my point of view, that's the kind of person she is. It is truly fortunate that I was able to have the opportunity to form friendships like this during the reign of Her Majesty Queen Krishkenta. I'm sure that someday, that person will become a great ruler who will leave her name in history, even though I am not a talented person, I too. That was when Lyra was about to say something. The sound of rough footsteps echoed beyond the dressing room, and Elvina's voice called out saying, "Your Majesty, please wait." However, the owner of the footsteps echoing in the changing room made a rustling sound, as if she was taking off her clothes. How cunning, Argan-sama, leaving me behind and taking a bath with Wani-sama first. The sound of the bathroom door being opened followed. I've been thinking this for a while now. You're seriously abusing your authority. You're abusing your position as a servant, stealing Wani-sama away from me. Standing boldly in the steam. When the mist cleared, a beautiful naked girl was reflected. Her golden hair sparkles with red, and her body was smooth. The person who appeared was the Queen of Albaran Kingdom, whom Lyra respected. Crescenta Fana Vera Albaran. Crescenta, you're behaving badly. The guest, Lyra, is here. Lyra looked on in shock. Bery held her face in her palm, and Chrisje glared at her with furrowed brows. The Queen remained stiff for a moment, then slammed the door shut. A moment of silence filled the place, and after a while, the door opened quietly again. Oh, Lyra-sama, welcome. Please take your time and relax. She hid her body with a towel and appeared with a nonchalant look on her face, just like a queen who just happened to appear in the bathroom. She replayed the performance as if the previous incident had never happened, and her appearance was exactly that of a dignified royalty, a perfect presence with no faults whatsoever. Why yes, thank you. Crescenta, Krishvi told you before, but you can't just barge through a door like that. And now, Krish-sama. She looked at her breasts, which were swaying in front of her again. That day, Lyra felt as though she had learned the true nature of a country covered in ostentation. Chapter 169, Giterns' Father and Daughter. It is rare to see such a healthy baby. It seemed that those who watched her being born repeated those words in their mouths. The room was filled with the sound of loud crying. Naturally, there was no memory of it. It was a baby. Apparently, the name was chosen quickly compared to the two older brothers. And, named after Arnelius, the goddess of spring. Among the gods, she is a particularly gorgeous, lively, and bright goddess, and it is said that she was the perfect match for the lively Anne, who was born during the thawing of the snow. After she learned how to crawl, she crawled around the mansion by herself, and when she was able to stand up, she ran out of the mansion and was taken home by a neighbor. Orn was said to have been a very energetic and curious child. Her parents thought it would be best to give their tomboyish daughter who had too much energy something to do as soon as possible. Her parents thought that way, and so they arranged for her to have various tutors in such subjects as etiquette, violin, and academics, but it was a very cramped life. Orn, who wanted to play around, had nothing but frustration, and it was impossible to motivate her to learn. Although she now understands her parents' reasoning, and thought that a child should have been allowed to grow up a little more relaxed as a child. Her two older brothers were certainly talented. Although it can't be helped to compare her with them, she was still able to do things on par with other people. They should have let her be a little more after all. One day, in the midst of such a hard life, a bard came to the mansion. Entertainment that descends into boring and cramped daily life. During his several days' stay, and remembers asking him to tell him stories over and over again. One of her favorites was the story of the princess and her servant. The servant she loved dearly was stolen from her by her evil mother, and she took revenge. That's the plot of the story, and the bard's good narration probably played a part as well. The servant tried to protect the princess from her evil mother's attempts to educate her, but she was unable to do anything and was killed. When the princess learns of this, she was furious and takes up the sword only out of love for her servant. It was a tragic love story, and the end of the story was so sad that she cried a lot. The story was so memorable that she still get teary-eyed when she thought about it. It was after that Anne developed a kind of longing for a servant. She puts a lot of effort into studying etiquette, and when she has free time, she helps the servants at the mansion and learns a lot. I'm glad that you're motivated, but you're imitating a servant in your own estate is. No, father. After all, I am still immature. I thought it would be better to learn from my mistakes while I am being cared for by my parents, rather than causing trouble after I went out. Recently, I have fewer failures and I am making good progress. Well, gosh. I don't really understand, but Anne is really motivating me to study in the future. Pouring cold water on it is, it's true that she haven't had many failures lately, and she's doing her best. Yumu. Mistaking them for weeds, she pulled herbs from her father's vegetable garden, wiping her paintings dry. Mistaking the pattern on the vase for dirt and polishing it until it was smooth. She made many mistakes in the beginning, but she learned a lot from the mistakes over the years, and despite some minor flaws, she had grown to the point where she could handle most things. I've asked the other side to take care of it, but the royal territory is under His Majesty's control. Try not to get carried away and do something unusual. There are many people in the royal mansion. Maybe someone who will like you. Yes, I will aim to be a splendid servant, Father Otusama. No, a servant is not what you should aim for. Please leave it to me. I will definitely meet Father's expectations. Now, Argosh, this kind of thing should come naturally, like it happened to me and you too. And is fine like this. Yuyumu. Her efforts were recognized and her parents encouraged her to move to the royal territory. Perhaps because of the efforts she had made up until then, life there was not that inconvenient. She was a little bored, but that was probably due to the fact that she had learned too much beforehand. The life in the royal domain was a glamorous one, but not a different one, as she welcomed guests and took care of them. She learned the rules of the royal territory and got used to life there. Although the life wasn't bad, it felt like she was immersed in lukewarm water. As expected from the royal territory, all of them were splendid servants, but she couldn't meet anyone who made her feel that person is the one. It's different from the ideal life of a servant that Anne had imagined. After all, longing is longing, and a story is a story. One day, while living with such resignation, I heard that the Margrave Christund will be welcomed here, and he will stay in this estate while he is in royal territory. That's rare. Margrave Christund. Don't tell me, you don't know? Of course I know. Giterns is also in the north. There was no one in the north who didn't know Bogan Christund, a hero of the kingdom who accomplished many military feats. He was originally a baron or a count of a castle, a genuine warrior who rose from a lowly nobleman to become a margrave, the pinnacle of military service, in his own lifetime. He now commands an army as a general in the northern part of the kingdom, is said to have taken further credit for preventing a major invasion by the Holy Empire in a recent war. He was popular among commoners and young nobles. However, it was rare for him to be assigned lodging in a royal estate like this. The royal estate was literally the king's garden. Even if the estate was used as a temporary place to change clothes, it was only guests from other countries or those who are members of the royal family that were allowed to sleep in the estate, and it was rare for a mere nobleman to be allowed to stay there, even if it's a margrave. As she was pondering just how much of a military feat it was, it seems like someone over there ordered it to arrange something like that. A colleague who listened pointed to the royal castle and announced in a low voice, "After all, it is the life of a member of the royal family. Be more careful than usual. In particular, Orthel-sama has told me to treat the servant Argan-sama as if she is the margrave's wife." A servant as the wife? Yes. It's a famous story, but don't you know it? Not at all. You really are. Margrave Christ and lost his wife several years ago. He was a great aristocrat with a great reputation. If that happens, he will naturally be approached by people from all over the place to find a new wife, but it seems that Margrave Christund continues to refuse all such offers. This was a strange story considering that he had no concubines and only had a daughter and an adopted daughter. It was not unusual for a woman to become the head of the family, but such cases were usually due to unavoidable circumstances such as the death of a brother. It is not very desirable for a woman who is at risk of dying in childbirth to inherit the family, and it is normal for a woman to want a new spouse in order to have a male child in her direct lineage. In such cases, it was common to choose a new partner either by marriage or from among the servants, but this narrowed the focus. The situation with the Christund family, despite its size, there was only one servant, the sister of the deceased Margrave's wife. She is in her mid-20s, but it is not as if she has returned to marry someone else, and is said to be a beautiful woman, much like the late Margrave's wife. Considering these circumstances, perhaps the younger sister would take the older sister place and become the Margrave's wife. That was apparently the rumor among the noble. You really know a lot about that kind of thing, hum. Knowing this kind of information is part of your job, and indulging in gossip isn't just laziness. No matter how she looked at her co-workers who usually enjoyed gossip, she couldn't describe them as anything other than slacking off, But that aside, you have to be careful, she continued. To be the only servant in a great noble house like Christend, she must be a very difficult person. She might be surprisingly jealous. I see, certainly. If you think about it honestly, it would be strange to have only one servant in the mansion. The work inside an estate is enormous. There's no way one could manage and maintain it by themselves, and normally other servants would be involved. If the Margrave Christand was not an extremely stingy person, he probably had his own reasons for not having any servants. It's quite possible that she doesn't like people, and it's also possible that she strongly dislikes her husband being leered at. What kind of person would it be? And nervously waits for that day. Please don't be so nervous. Krishsama doesn't really care about etiquette, and neither do I. It's fine as usual. In a way, it could be called love at first sight. A beautiful, silver-haired, fantastic young lady and a glossy, red-haired, ever-so-gentle servant. Her demeanor was graceful and lovely. She had both an enveloping atmosphere and a somewhat ephemeral beauty. Bery Argan, the servant she met that day, was exactly the ideal servant that Giterns had envisioned. From that day on, I aim to be a wonderful lady and servant like Argansama, father. I see. After the various confusions had calmed down a little, Giterns met and in a room in the estate, courtesy of Christand. He held his eyes shut as his beloved daughter told him endless stories about Giterns' past and future. Of course, this was not due to excitement, but from fatigue. How and where did I go wrong? Her daughter had gone off in some unknown direction, and his head was aching wondering what to do. Argosh had not sent Anne to the royal domain to help his daughter grow up to be an ideal servant. Both of his sons were married, both had grandchildren, and it was smooth sailing. Anne was the only one left to worry about. Personally, he would have been relieved if she had found a good partner in the royal territory and married into a family somewhere, but there was not even a hint of that. Even if the other party was not a noble, it doesn't matter even if it's a merchant gardener. He thought it would be fine as long as it made his daughter happy, but no love talk ever came out of Anne's mouth. He took a deep breath. He understood her words that Bery Argan is indeed a wonderful servant who can be respected as a woman, but that was a different story. Not as a noble, but as a parent, he was worried about his daughter's future. Thus, now, Argansama is the #1 servant in the kingdom who is deeply trusted by Her Majesty the Queen, and now I usually work as an attendant to Her Majesty, so my intuition was not wrong after all. I understand your point well. That's enough. Argosh waved as he drank the tea her daughter had brewed. Almost plain black tea without even a teaspoon of honey. This was probably done out of consideration for Argosh, who didn't like sweets. As expected, he would like some sweetness in the black tea, but to not notice such consideration made him truly feel her daughter hadn't changed since before. But, Anne, is that really okay? ? That's right. I think it's about time for you to think about marriage. Do you have a good partner? A good partner. Anne tilted her head and shook her black hair. I don't care who it is as long as it makes you happy. I'll welcome him even if he's not a noble. What do you think? Feel free to say it. At the moment there are no. She never expected to be asked such a question. That's the look on her face. Argosh also knew it well. Although she couldn't be called a gorgeous beauty, she did have a lovely face, similar to her mother. But why was there not even a single flirtatious story concerning her? Argosh was very doubtful. I had a busy life in the royal territory to begin with, and now it's even more so. Since I work as a servant, I shouldn't have such ulterior motives. I see. It was my fault. In the first place, the purpose of making her daughter a servant was for her to make connection and marry, but Anne's idea that she should be a servant was certainly not a mistake. Argosh also knows that she was strangely serious. She must have taken it in the wrong direction. He sighed, remembering that her mother was similar to her, improving herself as a servant. That in itself was not a bad thing. Her mother also used to be Giterns' servant. Although she was lacking in some way, Argosh falls in love with her sincerity and her calm and kind personality, proposes marriage, and they become husband and wife. Not a bad outcome if you think about it like that. But she was in Christand. The head of the family, Celine, a woman. Younger sister Chrische, a woman. Servants, 2 women. No butler. It's impossible to find a partner in Christend, where women live and not a single hint of a man, and if there was one, it's probably from the guest. However, the problem here was that Anne usually works alongside Her Majesty the Queen. That in itself was an honor, but it was unlikely that any nobleman would have the courage to approach, and the Queen's attendant looked like the Queen's attendant. Christend itself had become so prestigious that it is difficult for an outsider to approach its servant. His daughter's future marriage seemed to be in jeopardy. Even for a royal attendant, it was difficult to get married. It was not uncommon for a woman in such a position to remain single for the rest of her life, and there was a good chance that this would happen to Anne in the future. If that's the case, and why don't you get her permission and come back to home? To Peel's. It's not like I don't understand what you're saying about wanting to find someone to emulate as a woman and improve yourself. But if things continue like this, we won't even meet each other. What do you think about getting married in the future? Marriage. Argosh nodded and looked into her eyes. Yes, don't you want to be like your mother? You like children too, don't you want to see your own son or daughter? I respect mother, and I certainly likes children. I might be lying if I said that I don't have those feelings at all, but there are plenty of marriage opportunities, and I know many good young men. Why don't you meet them face to face? And tilted her head as if troubled. Compared to Argansama, I still have a long way to go. I doubt that I will ever catch up with her. But even though I am like this, I feel that I am thankfully needed here. There are only 3 servants, and although Argansama is a wonderful servant, she only has 1 body. Although she is by Her Majesty's side, she cannot take care of Selene-sama and Krish-sama. There must always be at least 1 servant by Kriskenta's side. Not only that, but even as her time were tied like that, the mansion as well as small chores work that should normally be done by a dozen people is now being done by Bery alone. She couldn't put any more burden on Bery. I'm glad to father's concern, but let's put that aside for now. You might say that, but if things continue like this, you might end up running late. How many years has it been since you went to the royal territory? About 5 years. Yes, time passes by in the blink of an eye. You're already in your 20s, it's about time you started thinking about things like that. You're stubborn, and I don't want to get into a fight like before. I won't force you, but please think about this once again. Argosh said to On and looked around the room. Even though it belongs to a great noble and was also where Her Majesty the Queen spends time, the furnishings were minimal. The room wasn't extravagant, but considering their position, it seemed simple. I understand that both Her Majesty the Queen and the people of Christend are kind and wonderful people as nobles, and I am glad that you are liked in this way. As the head of the Giterns family, I am honored that you are working like this. T.S. Father. However, as a father, I also want my daughter to have as much happiness as possible. If things continue like this, you may end your life as a servant of the kingdom. Of course, considering the situation in the kingdom, it's a hectic time right now, and I won't say it's going to happen right away, but you understand, right? Nodding deeply, Anne's eyes immediately moistened and she wiped it with her sleeve. What are you crying about, idiot? To think father would say something like that to me. What are you saying? Of course I'll nag you, but the reason I can't leave you alone is because you're my cute daughter. Argosh stood up, smiled bitterly, and gently stroked her trembling head. The reason why I was angry when you resigned from the royal territory is because I was worried about you. Above all, I'm glad that you're doing well now. But human beings are greedy, and when I see you in good health, I want to see what you will do next. How will you live your life from now on? Think about it again. Yes, father. I love you, Anne, as Argosh said that, and pressed face into Argosh's chest, wetting his clothes. There was a look in Argosh's eyes as he reconciled with his daughter, with whom he had a falling out. He tried his best to hold it back and massaged the corners of his eyes. His tendency to be easily moved to tears was one of the countless flaws that Argosh himself was aware of. Chapter 170, A Kind World. The silver-haired, fairy-like girl shamelessly rolls up the hem of her one-piece dress, showing the inside to the servant. Bery, what do you think? Does it suit Chrische? The black lace stood out against her white waist. From the waistcloth, which is too beautiful to be called a waistcoat, for sock clasps hang down, pulling up and securing the long socks that go all the way to the thighs. She was wearing very neat light blue underwear with a pink ribbon over it. Why yeah, it looks very good. Unbalanced? No, this in itself was a perfect harmony. Or rather, it looked much too perfect. It all started with Krish's waist belt. It all started when she thought about having a suitable belt made for her so that the belt she carried her sword on wouldn't rub against her waist and hurt her. She asks the tailor that Kreskenta uses to come along and ask to make Krish's underwear and socks, and she talks about this and that. The result was this waistband with a sock clasp, a garter belt. She thought this waistcloth, which also doubles as a garter to prevent long socks from slipping down, would be good for Kristje, who runs around a lot, but when she saw her wearing it in real life, it was quite something. What's wrong? And no. In terms of whether it suit her or not, it did. However, it could be said that she looked too good on her in a way that wasn't entirely preferable, and there was something criminal about the combination of her healthy, fleshy thighs, black socks, and garters. The situation where the hem of the one-piece dress was rolled up, exposing the lower half of the body and thus allowing Kristje to show herself off, was probably not good either. Coupled with Krish's expression of tilting her head curiously, she couldn't help but feel like she was looking at something worse than looking at a naked body. No, isn't the problem lies with me thinking in that direction? Bery's thoughts go round and round. Kristje was the same as always. She had no shame in this situation and is just reporting on the comfort of her underwear as usual. The only reason she felt as if she was doing something wrong was because Bery herself had an evil thought in her mind. But it was never her intention to do anything obscene to her, and it still is. Then she should have nothing to be ashamed of, and she should face it dignifiedly. However, the more she look at it, the more Bery feel an inexpressible guilt arises within herself. Maybe it doesn't suit Kristje. No, it's not like that at all. I was so fascinated by how beautiful it was that I was captivated with it. Hey, that's good. It's not too tight around the waist, so it feels good. The socks also don't slip. The sight of Kristje innocently swaying her hips with her hem rolled up was endlessly immoral. As expected, no matter how she tried to excuse herself, she was a devious person after all. Kristje seemed to like it a lot, and if things continue as they were, she would probably show it off to Celine and Kreskenta in the same way. Bery, who had been the cause of the incident, was sure to get a cold look. She swept her gaze, wondering what she should say, however without being able to tell a lie. Achgee. She heard a knock and she scrambled to her feet, sliding her body between the door and Kristje. Kristje tilted her head towards Bery and opened her mouth without hesitation. "You can come in, Anne." "Yes, please excuse me." It was Anne who entered the room. Kristje looked at Bery curiously as her face turned red and stiffened. Orn also looked at the admired servant who looked strangely panicked, and looked at her suspiciously. Anne's gaze then went deeper into the room. Just what were they doing? She moved her gaze to Kristje with the hem of her dress still rolled up, tilting her head. Anne's eyes widened as she immediately understood everything. And she instantly bowed her head. "My apologies, interrupting your enjoyment, Argansama. I'll come back. Please wait. It's a misunderstanding. This is not what you think." It's okay. I understand the relationship between the two of you very well, so probably I saw something I shouldn't have seen, and immediately left the room as if to run away, but her opponent was Bery Argan, the kingdom's most talented servant and a talented woman. Her physical abilities were on par with those of professional soldiers who use magical powers, and her quick judgment and reflexes were far beyond those of ordinary people. And started to run away, but Bery, as if a Suiko was eyeing their prey, easily apprehended her 2 steps away from the door, and she was immediately taken back to her room. I see, that's what you meant, so it's just myest conclusion. No. I hope you understand. It's also my fault for causing the misunderstanding. After that, Anne was made on a chair and Bery had a pasted-on smile on her face, giving a detailed and threatening explanation, such as, "This is the reason for this, and I was never doing anything obscene," and Anne nodded her head repeatedly to her words. As for whether her explanation was correct or not, it was really doubtful. Anne was well aware of the relationship between the two, so even if some perverted act was being carried out here, it wouldn't feel out of place, and the frightening thing was that she herself didn't even have any doubts about it. The beautiful Princess Christjay was extremely obedient to her, and would not hesitate to do whatever Bery desired. Even if it is an act that would make her blush just by imagining it, there was no exception to the rule, and when she thought of how Bery would felt being loved by such a princess, it would be no wonder if she was to succumb to the temptation. And had no intention of blaming her for that, and she had already accepted it. Various speculations about what was really going on here flashed on her mind, but at least she did not ask about it. Bery Argan, a respected servant who always showed calmness and composure, was distraught. The feeling of being seized in an instant was exactly like that of a rat being attacked by a cat. Even the dull and instinctively understood that there were certain things that she should not ask. The right thing to do as a servant was to keep it to herself, after all. Button's goal was to be a servant who takes it one step further. But, Argan-sama, don't worry. Even if this is not a misunderstanding, the fact that I respect Argan-sama will not change. Ansama, like I said, it's really... No. It's okay even if you don't tell everyone. I'm proud that the hardness of this An's mouth is better than diamond. The womanly, yet somewhat slender and petite body. As she hugged herself, her graceful face turned bright red, her eyes moistened, and her gaze flickered from side to side, like a young girl's. Even though she thought it would be rude of her to think her superiors as cute, sometimes she turned out to be incredibly cute. Why, you see. Yes. Of course, it would be a lie if I were to say that it was completely selfless, but really, what happened earlier was not what Onsama thought. Her voice was thin, as if she was confessing her sin. As she had watched their interaction on a daily basis, she couldn't help but wonder why, if there was still any need to be shy about it, but perhaps there was an important line that she drew that and didn't understand. Her face was dyed red enough to match her red hair, and makes a sincere face, nodded and tells to her, half moved by how cute she was. I understand, Argan-sama. On top of that, I will swear the same words as before this name, Anne. Please leave it to me. Bery sighed in resignation and sits down in the chair across from her. Christjay, who was supposed to be one of the party in this conversation, looked at the two of them curiously and tilted her head, wondering what they were talking about, but she quickly stopped caring. Naturally, she sat on Bery and begins to be pampered while laughing. Bery too being Bery, as expected, she embraced such Christjay tightly, and once again thought the line Bery's drew was really a mystery. Anne, has Marquis Giterns returned? Yes, earlier. When she is asked, and finally remembers the topic and stammered. Bery tilted her head. What happened? Being that depressed. It was said that they had a big fight when she left the royal territory and came to Christland. It had been a long time since they met again, and there will be plenty of talk to be had. Argosh sometimes seemed very nervous in front of Christjay, so she was considerate and left them alone, but Anne's face didn't seem that energetic. She wondered if it might have been a bad idea to leave them alone. Could it be another argument? No, that's not it. It would be a bit long if I talked about it, but... Anne looked at Bery inquisitively. Bery nodded with a wry smile. It doesn't matter. I've finished my work. Don't worry about it. Thank you. Anne explained the conversation she and her father had. The first thing I should talk about is why I decided to pursue the career of a servant. Yes. Not, but instead, she began to retell Bery what she had talked about with her father since the beginning. From Anne's birth. How she become a servant and how she get to where she was now. The words were strangely exaggerated and difficult to understand, like that of a bard telling an epic tale. Although Bery regretted it a little, she continued to listen to the story, giving a moderate amount of response. In addition to her beauty, Argan-sama is my ideal servant who had everything as a servant. It was as if I had been suddenly struck by lightning in a sunny day. Thank you. I understand how you feel, so please leave it at that. No, this has very important implications. Please listen to it. Bery had wanted to do something about the way she complimented her with fancy phrases, but it seemed to be something very important to her. For Bery, The collection of Anne's moving episodes tilde argan arc that was halfway a torture was truly half a koku. Only when Bery could no longer look up at her due to her embarrassment, didn't get over that part and get to the point. Chris J began to sleep quietly at the beginning of the story and was happily sleeping on top of Bery. I see, marriage is it? Yes, father told me that it was about time to think about it. Were all that preamble really necessary? She wondered so, but didn't show it. Bery was at least a person who could show that kind of consideration, and she would like to avoid repeating that experience. It's a difficult problem for a noble. As a member of the Argan family, I think it's natural to think about marrying somewhere else, having children, and rebuilding the family. Although the Argan family has collapsed, it's not like it had been cut off by the royal family, and the Argan name still exists as a noble with no real substance. The small piece of land she had been entrusted with managing as a noble was voluntarily returned to the kingdom as she was unable to manage it, and the debt was shouldered by the Argan family. As long as they didn't cause any damage to the kingdom, there was no reason for them to be punished. Father probably tried to recover from that point. Although he fell in the middle of his recovery, he surely thought that he would be able to come back again as long as the debt problem was solved. Now that the debt has been resolved, it would be relatively easy. For example, if another child was born between Bogan and her oldie sister Lazura, and if that child succeeded Argan and achieved some kind of accomplishments, it would have been easy to rebuild the family. Or if Bery do the same, or if they get a son-in-law. If she think about it in terms of inheriting her father's will, that should have been her first choice as a noble, but her older sister Lazura probably didn't have that intention either. Of course, she would have been happy if her child had wished for the restoration of the Argan family, and she would have intended to leave it to him, but she did not want a second child just for that reason. It was probably a matter of temperament. In other words, both Bery and Lazura were not sincere as nobles. Well, that's just in general, I think. I don't think I can say anything about that. What do you think about it, Ansama? I haven't thought much about it. I've never met a gentleman that made me thought like that. And said, glancing at Chrisje and her cheeks flushed. Bery looked at her curiously, and then shook her head in a panic. No. You are, but I do feel that a gentleman like Galansama has this kind of adult charm to him. Ah, Fufu, Galansama is certainly a wonderful person. Bery chuckled. She knew that and was very attached to Galen. If one say he was attractive, it's certainly true. Although he had a strict demeanor, he was a kinder man than one might imagine from his appearance. However, he's old. And she didn't think and meant it that way either. I like love stories, too, but when I put them in my own hands, I don't really feel it. Marrying a gentleman and had a child, of course, as you said, it's only natural. I guess that's true. If you say that there's happiness as a woman in that, then maybe that's also true. And said that and sighed. However, I doubt if I will be any happier than I am now. Serving Her Majesty the Queen, Celine Sama, and Krish Sama, and I have also learned a lot by living alongside Argan Sama. I'm more than satisfied. Bery couldn't say anything. She listens quietly, waiting for her words. When I think about the fact that many people are forced into arranged marriages, I am aware of how blessed I am. In the Giterns family, both of my older brothers are married and have children, so there is no particular problem with for the sake of the family, and father also said I don't have to think about the family either. Unen and tilted her head troubled. Even then father still told me to think carefully about how I should live my life from now on. On was deep in thought, and Bery was also wondering what she should do. But there was one thing she knew. You have a wonderful father Thinking of Ansama first. Yes, but I'm sure that he also wants me to get married and to see his grandchildren face. I think it's the right thing for to do as a good daughter. And lifted her head and looked straight at Bery. However, if I marry somewhere else, it will be difficult for me to work alongside Argansama, which is my lifelong goal, like I am doing now. I see. It was an itchy word for Bery, but she gave up, feeling like the more she interjected, the further they would get away from the main topic. She was happy for her feelings, but Anne was sometimes too direct and it's hard to react. Furthermore, considering what happened the other day and Her Majesty's position, where there are only a few people she can trust, it would be difficult to find someone to replace me immediately. Given the current situation, there's no need to think about it, but I see. She must be thinking about Chrystand and Crescenta's circumstances in her own way, and certainly had some flaws, but she was a thoughtful woman. Although her thoughts were sometimes too deep and often come out for the worse, Bery herself saw her as a hard-working, good-hearted, caring and good co-worker. Bery didn't think of herself a good enough person to tell her what she should do. If even then she need to say something to her, then what would it be? Bery think for a moment and opened her mouth. I think of it as something like a river. River? Yes. We are like leaves floating on that river, I guess. We are just floating, we are being carried away, we are drifting without knowing where we will end up. No matter how much we struggle or worry, we will eventually end up in the sea. Her sister said it was a fortuitous meeting, a fate. No matter how much you worry, you couldn't go back to the past, everything is irreversible, and things just flow. In life, the things we can choose are trivial. Should we go with the gentle current, throw ourselves into the rapids, or try to flow down to another tributary? In everyday life, in honor. Although the lifestyles may differ, what they seek were probably the same. Or maybe, accompanying the petals flowing by side. Bery smiled bitterly and tickled the tip of Krish's nose as she slept happily. She contorts her face, itchy, and Bery shakes her shoulders silently. In the end, I think what's important is whether the scenery you see is beautiful or not. Just because everyone follows the flow doesn't mean it's the right flow. I'm a very twisted person, so maybe that's just what I think. Bery chuckled and continued. What Ansama should care about is her own happiness first and foremost, rather than that of others. I am very happy and grateful that you care about me and Her Majesty the Queen. However, it seems like a waste to be caught up and swept away by your role and position. A waste? Yes. It's much more satisfying to choose where you want to go with the flow, rather than just proceeding with inertia. Even if you regret it later on, if it's the path you chose, you can at least be satisfied with it. The world will not change dramatically just by choosing something. The only thing that changes is the way it looks. And that's what choosing is for. Isn't that what Marquis Giterns said to think about? Bery said and looked at Anne. Her black hair was tied back behind her, unadorned. However, that kind of appearance was probably her charm. No matter what choice you make, I believe that someone like Ansama will be happy. Ansama has that kind of atmosphere that naturally makes people around her smile. It must be something she was born with. Bery lowered her eyes and smiled. At the very least it was something Bery didn't have. If you change how you look at the constraints that you think exist, they are surprisingly trivial and don't matter. Don't worry about it. As long as Ansama makes a choice that she thinks is good for herself, I will support it, no matter what choice you makes. I'm sure Oju-sama and Krish-sama will too. And when she looked up at her. So, please make the choice you want. Ansama. Anne, who was listening to her with a serious face, suddenly began to shed tears. Bery stared at her, shocked, and covered her face and shook her head. I am sorry. I was moved by something. I can't believe Argan-sama would say something like that to me. I didn't mean to say it with such a big deal. Both Argan-sama and father, to someone like me, when I think about how lucky I am, I feel. It was at such a time. Without knocking, the door gracefully opened and someone with golden hair that shimmered in red walked in. The queen is back, you know, Argan-sama, the tea. Crescenta, who entered the room with Elvina, looked at Anne, whose face was downcast with tears in the middle of her words, and then looked at Bery with a frown on her face. What happened? I wonder if Argan-sama finally couldn't stand Ansama anymore and gave her an ultimatum. And no. Crescenta-sama, you shouldn't say things like that. Who do you think you are, giving me an order? But I'm in a good mood today, so I'll forgive you. Elvina-sama, would you please make me some tea? Why yes, Your Majesty. While Elvina was concerned about the crying Anne, she hurriedly took the teapot from the desk and went to brew a new tea. Is there anything that makes you happy? It's Elvina-sama, she's very attentive. She doesn't talk nonsense like Argan-sama, and I guess she's comfortable. She reminded me of when I was with Nora. I think I should have Elvina-sama as my side servant from now on. Crescenta-sama. What a bad timing. As she expected, and stiffened her body, and Bery hurriedly tried to follow it up. Fua, that's no good, Crescenta. It's already decided that Anne will be by Crescenta's side after all. Did she wake up because of the noise in the room? Chris J, who was in Bery's arms, said sleepily to Crescenta while yawning. K Krish-sama. Anne looked up, her tears still in her eyes, her emotion in her eyes. I don't like it, Wani-sama. I would like to exchange Anne-sama with Elvina-sama. She froze again at Crescenta's words. Crescenta, there are such things as a fortuitous meeting in this world. On Crescenta's side is Anne, this is also another fortuitous meeting. Fua. Crescenta should be more grateful for meeting the servant named Anne. Right, Bery. Well, that's right. What a convenient way to use the word fortuitous meeting. Chris J, who shifted her position on Bery's lap and gave her a wake-up kiss, looked sleepy and completely unconcerned. Bery gives an ambiguous smile as if troubled. Krish-sama, thank you. ? Whatever the case may be, Bery couldn't say anything, seeing that Anne was overcome with emotion. After being thanked, Chris J tilted her head and told Crescenta while hugging Bery. Understand? Look, don't sulk, there. You. She beckoned to Crescenta, who was dissatisfied, and hugged her, patting her head. Anne, you're Crescenta's personal servant. Chris J will give you the day off today, so you'll have to work harder from tomorrow onwards. Yes. And wiped her eyes again at Krish's words and looks up at her with a look of determination on her face. Bery looked at her with an indescribable feeling and let out a sigh of resignation. Chapter 171, Trivial Days. It was that evening that the discussion known as the Christan trial was held. The person to be judged was Bery Argan, the accused, a servant and the founder of the Krishsama Cute Church, aggressive fundamentalism, paganism, who is the shadow ruler of Christand. The red-haired servant, who was skilled in intrigue and had won every political battle with her skillful words, sat in a chair in the center of the room, face down, looking like a prisoner of war awaiting her verdict. Or perhaps she thought that even with all her brains, a comeback from this point is impossible. She lacks her usual high spirits. At her front, sitting at a desk with her legs crossed and a sheet of underwear spread out in front of her was the chairman of the Christand Council for the Improvement of Public Morals, one member, only the chairman, and the kingdom's marshal, Serene Christand, the Inquisitor. She took a close look at the mysterious underwear that is the garter belt, and then she turned her gaze toward Chris J, victim, satisfied after the meal, the chairman of the after-meal discussion promotion committee, powerless, who was watching the situation while drinking tea next to her. Celine looked intently at her sister's face and closed her eyes. She said to Bery, showing off the garter belt in her hand, "What on earth were you thinking, trying to make Chris J wear something like this?" "Of course, it's for Krish-sama's sake, Oju-sama. Is there any other reason?" It all started after the dinner. Chris J said that her new underwear was very comfortable, as she immediately showed off her garter belt to Celine. It was probably due in part to the skill of the craftsman. The tailor was Ulrika Sarsburn, the third daughter of a great aristocrat. As a female tailor, she emphasizes comfort first and foremost when it comes to underwear and undergarments, not to mention the quality of the design. And that was also what Chris J looks for in clothing. She also received a Bery bonus, the most important evaluation point, because Bery went out of her way to order it for Chris J, so it was no surprise that Chris J was so pleased. However, Serene has a hard time accepting the fact that her beloved sister is suddenly flaunting some kind of indecent, look-like, underwear with such glee. It was also inevitable that she blamed Bery for taking advantage of Chris J obedience to her to lead her in a bad direction. The name Ulrika Sarsburn was well known. It seems that her tailoring business was not originally a business, but started as a hobby, starting with her own costumes and decorations. It seems that this was something that attracted the attention of noble women in social circles, and its popularity was due to its slightly mature and sexy design. The embroidery on this garter belt was also very elegant. She had no objection to the fact that it was really beautiful, including the design, but perhaps the purpose of this underwear was the same as the previous example, the sex appeal of women. This underwear was intended to please those who saw it, and one could catch a glimpse of such an intention. She couldn't believe that she made Chris J wore this kind of underwear. For Celine, who was usually defeated, this was the perfect material for blaming Bery. Really? I don't think so. How can you prove that there isn't some personal and devious desire involved? I don't really understand why I'm being accused like that. Are you doubling down on it? Doubling down? Isn't it Oju-sama who is saying strange things? Bery looked up at her and she smiled generously. It's just functional underwear, just a waist belt and a sock clasp. Do you think it's something obscene, Oju-sama? Well, maybe some young ladies would see this as something very obscene and questionable. To me, it just looks like a corrective device, no different from a corset. T.S. Isn't it because you're looking at it that way that you think it's obscene? Those who judge and those who are judged. This was a way to reverse the positions. Bery Argan's only move was to open up and replace her own weaknesses with those of her opponent. Don't try sophism with me. It's you who. Sophism? How can you say that? I'm just saying what I think. And I'm just worried about you, Oju-sama, treating Cliché-sama more than just your sister. I don't, you idiot. That's you, you coward. You keep making nonsense. Criticizing another character when you're cornered. It's even more suspicious when I see Oju-sama getting angry. Bery sighed, exasperated. And she was confident of victory. There was no doubt that Celine would blame herself when she sees this. That said, she could not forbid Chrisje to wear this underwear just because it was too mature looking, as Chrisje was very satisfied with the situation. Celine was a Chrisje fundamentalist. She didn't want to make Chrisje sad, and its original purpose was as a waist support for a belt, just underwear. There was no way she would show it to anyone even if she wore it, and she would feel sorry for not using something that was made for her because she thought it was visually inappropriate. She felt bad for Celine, but Bery could not back out any longer. In this case, I'm afraid that the one who should be judged is not me, but the Oju-sama. Please look at yourself. Which one is truly evil? I see, you're trying to say that I'm weird because this looks obscene. ? However, Bery frowned at Celine's words. All that was left for her to do was to wrap up the furious Celine. That was what she was supposed to do, but Celine, who was about to show her anger, turned around and glared at Bery in a calm manner. It doesn't look like that to you, and you are saying this is just normal underwear. Yes. I have been saying that for a while now. While answering, Bery's gaze wavered as she noticed that it wasn't going well. The initiative that was supposed to be in her hands seemed to be returning to Celine's hands before she knew it. Yes. Then Bery, maybe I was wrong. Celine smiled. But if it's that good, why don't you try wearing it too instead of just Chrisje? You seem to really like these underwear. Hey. Bery stiffened. It was a natural rebellion, to put it bluntly. Bery Argan had won too many victories. One-sidedly and completely, she achieved victory in every political battle. You could say that there was a certain kind of arrogance within her. She believed that Celine cannot win against her in an argument with her. Her absolute confidence in her own abilities. She, like Chrisje, is someone who doesn't understand the losing side's feelings. She was convinced that Celine had learned nothing from her previous defeats. But in order to beat her, Celine was examining the reasons why, alone, over and over again. Bery took the initiative by speaking some sophism, and then guided her thoughts by making her lose her composure. Bery's sneaky ways were always like that, and she always got her way by making Celine lose her cool. What should she do to win? Was his only one answer. Don't be fooled by nonsense, don't lose your cool, and make a move that your opponent won't expect. In this case, she should just follow the other side's logic. That's right. I think Bery would look great in mature underwear like this. This is a good opportunity, but I think Bery should try her hand at the latest fashions once in a while. I am a servant. You don't have to be so shy just because you're a servant. Well, as the head of the Christand family, I'd like to give this to you, too, for always doing your best. Celine stood up and approached Bery, unfolding the garter belt. Bery groaned as her face turns red and her gaze swam around. She was an extremely attractive woman, but Celine was also well aware that she was not as good at showing off her femininity as anyone else. Or is there a reason why you don't want to wear it? Could it be that you would make Chrisje wear something that you yourself would be ashamed to wear? Dear, that's right. Then there's nothing wrong with it. Isn't it nice that Chrische and Bery matches? Chrische, who was suddenly hit, thought for a moment and smiled. Hey, yes. Chrische think it will be good to have matching pair with Bery. You. For the most part, Bery probably gave up on persuasion because she couldn't bring herself to pour cold water on Krish's happiness. Celine too had thought she already given up on this and thought it was over. Anyway, Chrische liked it. It's already too late. However, she can't let something like this happen again in the future, and what she didn't like most is she being talked into doing whatever Bery wanted. She has to punish her and give her her due. Celine was currently working just for that purpose. If it's Krish's demands, Bery surely couldn't say no either. This was her closure. It was more of a draw than a win, but it was going to hurt Bery a lot. Unlike Bery, who only wanted to win, Celine had given up on winning from the beginning, thinking only of inflicting a blow on her. The result was as follows: even if she couldn't call it a win, she won the match. As if to prove that, Bery's face turned red with frustration and her gaze darted around her. There's a sense of contentment in her Celine, however. Wani-sama, please take a look. I'm matching too. Wearing a garter belt, with her body just in underwear. Hugged her sister in a good mood was the leader of the third force. The four now just wear matching pair with Wani-sama Alliance, Hedonism, leader Crescenta Albarinia, judge, satisfied after the meal. Ignoring Bery and Celine's silly exchanges, Crescenta was happy as Anne takes off her dress and quickly puts on a garter belt. She straddled herself on top of Chrische and she happily shows off her outfit to her sister. It suits you, Crescenta, how is it? This one's not so bad. The garter ring was a bit of a nuisance because of the way it squeezed my thighs. The garter ring, which held the long socks on the thighs, was somewhat inconvenient. If loosened, they were meaningless, but if tightened, they would bind the thighs and make them tight. In that sense, Crescenta was honestly impressed, saying that the idea of hanging it from the waist wasn't a bad idea. The hanging garter was a little annoying, but it couldn't be helped. Above all, it was important to Crescenta because it matches her sister. Hehe, I'm glad that Crescenta-sama liked it as well. You. Bery looked at the two of them, closes her eyes for a moment, and says so. Bery invited Crescenta to take a bath before Celine returned. Of course, it was to get her on her side. As expected, even if it's Bery, she didn't think she can attack Celine and Crescenta at the same time and gain the upper hand. If she was going to take them on, she was going to do it one at a time. She had correctly followed the basic principle of dispersing enemies' forces and had begun to take action. When Crescenta saw Chrische showing off her garter belt during the undressing process, she naturally bit Bery. However, she had nothing against Bery, who has the strength of pleasing Chrische. Actually, Your Majesty the Queen also received a free sample. What do you think? It will match with Krish-sama, and I'm sure Krish-sama is going to be pleased. Why not try it later? Same as the cliché. Chrische also rejoiced. Crescenta's killing words. Well, Crescenta also often wears long socks. She'll probably like it when she tries it on, right? Ahahe, it matches with Chrische. AA match. Yes. Crescenta hate matching outfits. I don't hate it. If Wani-sama says so then. From there, she lifted Crescenta mood so as not to upset her. The timing of the after-dinner try-on was all Bery's design. The outcome was already decided before the fight. The fight, which had started unexpectedly, was all in the hands of this servant. Celine bit her lip as she realized that she had been set up. But still, Celine has no intention of conceding the victory to her. But if you think you can escape from this, you're wrong, Bery. If this happens, I'll make you wear it, no matter what. Guess no helping it. The situation has taken a turn for the worse. I won't struggle any longer. If Crescenta had joined the fight a little earlier, she might have been able to wrap things up nicely this time as well. However, Bery sighed that everything is too late. She must had also looked down on Celine. However, if Krish-sama and Crescenta-sama, and even me, wear it then. T.S. Understanding this, Bery's eyes flashed with joy. Of course, the head of the Christend family, Oju-sama, not wear this. I don't think that would happen, right? Why even me? What's wrong with this situation? Maybe, Oju-sama, do you have some dissatisfaction with the underwear? Is there a reason why Oju-sama doesn't want to wear them? It was as if Bery was returning Celine's words. Bery said that with a malicious smile. Once she knew he couldn't win, she resorted to a scorched earth strategy. Even if she couldn't win the fight, she didn't lose the battle. She was a gentle, intelligent lady in disguise. Bery Argan was, in fact, a helpless woman. What do you think, Chris J? If this happens, everyone will match. Her questions would definitely be answered in the affirmative. Celine could only listen to this in shock, and glared at Bery in frustration. Giterns, onlooker, who was watching the fight while holding Crescenta's dress, watched with bated breath as she watched the stupid fight. With war on the horizon, even as the country was facing ruin, the Christ-and was peaceful. In the first place, Oju-sama, please, I understand. The sun had set, and Chris J and Crescenta were already sleeping in bed, hugging each other, and was also sent back to her room, and Bery and Celine were awake in the room. The elegant golden-haired young lady raised her eyebrows, glared at Bery while drinking Bogan's sake, and then attacked her. You don't understand. You're always trying to mislead me like that. Bery had already changed into her nightgown, and Celine also takes off her clothes and changed clothes. Meanwhile, Celine kept nagging her. Bery murmured with a wry smile that it can't be helped. Perhaps because she was so frustrated, Celine went to bathe in hot water, then came back with 2 of her sake bottles and started drinking. Chris J and Crescenta were allowed to sleep early, but Bery, of course, was still made to keep her company like this. Celine grabbed her drink and poured it into the Bery's empty glass, slamming it down in front of Bery. It's no use trying to run away, Bery. You don't want to drink your master's alcohol? I don't drink this kind of strong liquor. Drink. Bery took the glass with a sigh. The first glass was all ready, and her face was on fire. One of the bottles Serene brought was Bogan's favorite northern spirit. It was said that the island nation to the north of Anna has a thriving brewing industry, and it seems that Sake is drunk there on a daily basis. The amber liquid was flavored with herbs. It had a sweet scent, perhaps pyrim. Alcohol wasn't bad in that she could enjoy the aroma, but if she sipped it even a little, the alcohol felt like it was burning your throat. She covered her mouth and looked at Celine troubled. Oju-sama is strong. If possible, I think I'd prefer that, but... She points to the wine on the shelf. It was a nightcap that she always keep on hand for when she can't fall asleep. Celine dismissed it as no good. I'd like to see Bery drunk once in a while. You're just as normal as ever. Saying I'm a servant and taking a step back. That's not true. That's what it looks like, Celine said, standing up and sitting down on the sofa. Then she patted the area next to her. Bery complied with a sigh and sat down next to her. Celine laughed happily and leaned on her shoulders. I really hate that kind of mature attitude of yours. My, fufu, but in reality, I'm an adult compared to Oju-sama. I don't like that part. What kind of face do you have saying something like that? Celine took Bery's cheek in her hands and looked at her face. Bery's gaze darted around troubled no matter how Celine looked at her. Her face was like that of a girl's, calm yet childish. Celine pouted her lips. If you and I were to stand in silence, I'd definitely look older than you. It's just the way I looks. I'm sure in another 10 years I'll probably be a little more. I don't know. I feel like you'll always be the same. There are famous stories of people who look the same even after they're 50. Celine grunted as she let go of her hand and sank down onto the couch. And I'm sure I'll be the only one getting old. Ah, poor me. Even if you blame because of your imagination. No, I'm sure it will. Maybe you should apologize now and say I'm sorry for giving you trouble. Ha, my apologies. Hee, I forgive you. She happily wrapped her arms around Bery and rested her head on her shoulder. I will try my best and not make this apologize a loss. And then it drips down. Bery reached her hand to Celine's head and stroked her hair in a soothing manner. Did something happen? No. The strategy meeting was uneventful, and everything was going well without incident. It's so peaceful that I can have a silly chat with you like this. The days are full and smooth sailing, and I guess I'm happy every day. She held her tightly in her arms and pressed her cheek against her shoulder. But maybe that's why I keep thinking about things like whether I've overlooked something or whether I've really done what I was supposed to do. I see. A 15-year-old girl, the marshal of the kingdom. It was decided by the flow, and it was inevitable. However, that would be too big a responsibility. Bery turned to her and hugged her slender body. Originally, there is nothing we can do. We are in a hopeless situation, and the only thing we can rely on is Chris J. There is no way we can do such a stupid strategy. We're going to do something that even an amateur knows is impossible, fighting without losing against a force more than twice our strength 3 times. Pressing her face into her chest, Celine takes a breath. My job is to push such a big gamble like it's a well-crafted strategy and then sit back and laugh. I hate my own incompetence. Ferensama and the others have all put their heads together to come to this conclusion, right? Then, it is the best conclusion. It is not Ojusama's fault. Still, I wonder if there was something more I could have done. Rub her back and close her eyes. Bery chuckled. How I think it's. What? I guess the conclusion is that overstretching yourself is not good after all. Then she picked up Celine and stood up. She opened her mouth and laughed at Celine's moist eyes, and went straight to the bed where the two were sleeping. From today onwards, Ojusama will join us at night. What's that? Bery chuckled and sat next to Celine. She hugged her body. See, at least this gives you some peace of mind, right? Are you making fun of me? No. I recently realized that it's not a good idea to think alone, so I just thought I should tell Ojusama straightly. She looked up from Bery's breasts, her face sulking like a little girl's. Bery stroked Celine's cheek and smiled. Besides, it seems like Ojusama needs some time to relax. It's okay for Ojusama to be pampered without thinking anything, okay? Celine glared at Bery, her eyebrows furrowed angrily. How long are you going to treat me like a child? Hehe, you will always be Ojusama to me. I'm not like an idiot like Chris J. If you're so inclined, I'll make it so you can no longer treat me like a child. Celine grinned mischievously and reached her hand to her Bery breasts. Bery pressed her forehead against Celine's as she shyly hides her breasts. Geez, I have to stop letting Ojusama drink too much alcohol from now on. I have to protect her from bad alcohol after all. It's your fault for looking down me, Bery. If you continue to behave like that, I'll turn you into a bad drunk. I also know that you used comforting me as an excuse to get away from my drinking. Guess Ojusama sees through it. Of course, always making fun of me. Really, just who do you think you are? She chuckled, hugged her and closed her eyes. But Fufu. I love that part of you. Celine said in a whisper. I know. Rest well, Ojusama. Yeah. Good night. Bery also closed her eyes happily. Then, the two of them fell asleep hugging each other. Chapter 172, One Who Bears Their Fangs on Reason. Clear skies as far as the eye could see and a warm breeze that felt like spring. South of the kingdom, the Milhiria Plains. The invasion force formed by the Republic of Gulshan against Alberon exceeds 120,000 in total. And in this great invasion, 100,000 troops were gathered for this decisive battle that would determine the course of the entire campaign. Even looking at the history of Gulshan from the time when it was a kingdom, this was probably the largest number of soldiers to participate in a single battle. The Alberon army, which was positioned 1 RI, 400 m, away from the enemy line, could not possibly exceed 50,000 troops. Of course, it was a large force, but the difference was obvious. By laying out the battle line with fortified city of Nacria as the left wing, rather than the rear, Alberon was able to defend against Gulshan's extended right wing who had superior number. However, thanks to that there were 20,000 of Gulshan's troops on the far left, facing no enemy, and were free. If a detour or flanking attack were to take place, Alberon's right wing would be threatened not only from the front but also from the flanks once the battle began. In the end, it was just a small trick. Even if Alberon narrowed the detour to only one wing, with its inferior military strength, it would not be able to hold out for long. Moreover, Nacria probably had only the minimum number of troops left to defend itself. This arrangement was completely for defensive purposes. There was no way that an immobile city could mount a counterattack, and the enemy had completely cut off one wing against their superior forces. The right wing being pushed and the left wing unable to move. Alboran had no choice but to try to break through head-on, and that was impossible. The kingdom seems to be very determined, Commander Bilcase. When the young adjutant called out to him, Gal Bilcase, the commander of Gulshan's elite Earth Dragon cavalry, nodded. From inside the helmet that resembles a dragon's open-mouthed fangs lined up above and below, he turned his sharp gaze towards the Alboran soldiers directly in front of him. Ah, even like this they didn't run away. The soldiers of the kingdom are all warriors worth respect. Elka. The creature he straddled was a giant lizard. The sand lizard, also known as the Earth Dragon, was a fierce beast wrapped in a hard skin that could be called natural armor of brown color, and had a huge tail, sharp fangs, and claws. Although their legs were no match for horses or camels, they make up for it with their combat power, and at least this cavalry unit has never been defeated in a head-on battle. No, Gulshan's army was like that to begin with. By taming and employing beasts that transcend human beings, they supremely believe in a frontal attack to defeat the enemy head-on. Against cavalry, they use camels, which horses fear. Against skirmishers, they would set a swift and ferocious dog on them, and against the heavily armed infantry, they use beast with hard horn or tusk. The myriad of beasts, making full use of their power to overwhelm the enemy army. If you think about the number of beasts we'll use this time, that's right. If the number of soldiers had been reversed, it might have been a good battle as usual. Ever since Gulshan began taming beasts, they had never fallen behind on the plains against an opponent of equal or lesser size. Duglin Nakaru Dogarinia Garka. The fierce generals of Alboran, who have repeatedly held the brunt of Gulshan, understood this and always had more forces than them in battle against Gulshan. That was why he had continued to repel the invasion of Gulshan, but not this time. You could call it the fate of a country. No matter how good a general is, they can't reverse a diplomatic defeat. Elsren, Eldorant. This time, a temporary alliance was formed between the two bordering powers and Gulshan. What is most difficult in an invasion is not the destruction of the enemy, but national defense. If you just want to win the battle, all you have to do is send enough troops to break through the opponent's defenses. What is important is how to prepare for an invasion from another country so that the body that unleashed the spear is not targeted, and the alliance makes it possible to use the military force that would normally be allocated to the entire country without hesitation and to use it on the battlefield. Even a child who has not studied the art of war could understand the strength of being able to use defensive forces as invasion forces. If two people attack one person, who will win? Such thing is more a law of nature than an art of war, and is a simple and clear truth on the battlefield. Of course, battle was not that simple. It is not uncommon for a single genius to defeat a superior force of incompetence, but the one who leads the Gulshan army is the god of war Oregon, who was born into the royal family but stood on the side of the people and defeated them. Defeat was impossible, and what was about to begin was a predetermined and harmonious ending. Gal then looked up to his left. The line of battle on the right wing of Gulshan where Gal was, at the head of which was a man 20 shaku tall at the shoulder. Huge beasts with long snouts and tusks 60 brave war elephants were lined up, but only one on the left wing stood out. Its normally grey skin was dyed blue, and its body was probably twice the height of an average elephant. It was now a moving fortress, its gigantic legs trampling horses rather than kicking them away. With just a flick of its long snouts from side to side, it mowed down armored warriors. Fighting lines were meaningless in front of him. Alcazaris was a magical beast that was accidentally born in Gulshan during the breeding process. The monster, named one that lays waste to everything, carried a huge turret and soldiers on its back, and its eyes glared at everything in front of it as if they were pebbles. No matter what, this will be the last battle with Alboran. Yes, I consider it an honor to be able to participate in this battle by your side. Cuckoo. Those words sound like someone about to die would say. When Gal smiled bitterly, there was a murmur from the soldiers, and Gal turned his attention to where they were looking. Sitting on top of an elephant, heading towards the center, were Oregon and his right arm, Salvag, who wields a twin sword. And from the other side, astride a horse that looks like a puppy from an elephant's point of view, is Duglin Garka, And, is that Suiko? It looks like that to me. Green hair even for a tiger, it has a huge body. Walking leisurely with its long tail swaying from side to side was a Suiko, and the person sitting on top of it was a girl. Silver hair, black cloak. Someone who could be seen from a distance to be a girl was sitting on top of a magical beast that is said to never get used to humans. Albarinia of the kingdom. I heard that Christ and Mount was a Suiko, but it seems like that wasn't just a joke. Gal groaned and narrowed his eyes. A reinforcement from the center who takes command of Albaran's army along with Dugleen Garka, the royal family's cursed child who had had numerous rumors about her. She was known far and wide, even in Gulshan, as an insane genius and a deviant. She easily defeated the undefeated general Oragorn Hilkintos, and even the Black Lion Guildenstein, bringing an end to the civil war. Even as a beautiful girl, her swordsmanship was excellent, and had killed countless people. The reason why the invasion of Albaran was hastened was also said to be because she had made a pact with the ancient dragon Yarganauz and invited him to the royal capital. All of these stories were ridiculous, but if she could show herself in such a dignified manner, they wouldn't be able to dismiss those rumors as completely false. Gal wasn't young enough to underestimate others based on her appearance. He's proud of his trained physique and skills, but he also knew that there are plenty of talented people out there who could surpass him at a young age. It was instinct. The girl's figure reflected in the distance made him feel a sense of fear of the unknown. At the very least, his instincts told him that she was no ordinary opponent. Albaran's army placed her in the center, replacing the famous General Dugleen, who had repeatedly repelled Gulshan's invasions. Was it for political reasons, or was there some tactical significance to this? Whatever the reason, there was a strong feeling in Gulshan's army that she would not be as much of a threat as Dugleen. Therefore, everyone loudly shouted that putting pressure at the center, at Christstand was enough, and to defeat Albaran's right wing with their overwhelmingly superior left wing, defeating Dugleen as soon as possible. Dugleen Garka was a fateful opponent for Gulshan and its general, Oregon. Even if it was a bad tactical move, there were more important things for a warrior to focus on. Oregon told the soldiers that this battle will be the end of the long war with Albaran. If tactical convenience were to be added to the equation, there was no choice but to choose this option. However, the commander-in-chief of Gulshan's army, Oregon, placed his emphasis on Albarinia, rather than on Dugleen, with whom he had crossed swords many times. The atmosphere created by its foreignness, the inexplicable actions of their master, everything including these told Gal that he should not underestimate Christstand. Elka, there's a change of plans. Breaking through the enemy will be our top priority. Breaking through? It's a breakthrough. It's just a hunch, but it doesn't seem like it's a good idea to engage with that. Tell the flag bearer. Yes, sir. The Earth Dragon cavalry, who would run at the forefront with the elephants, were given a certain degree of discretion, and their role was basically to assist and replace the elephant soldiers. They would slip into the enemy lines disrupted by the elephant who were advancing through the midst of the enemy, with the aim of disrupting or expanding the breakthrough. This time, they were able to overwhelm the enemy with their military strength without overdoing it. He had thought that it would be enough to disrupt the enemy's line of battle, but that seemed to be too passive against this opponent. Something that only those who had spent many years on the battlefield possesses. Descended upon Gal and sent him instructions. What was the reason for challenging a battle on the plains instead of a siege against a force twice as strong? He had thought there must be some kind of strange plan. He thought it was nothing more than a desperate struggle of the cornered, but was it really true? Warning bells were ringing in Gal's mind, fearing that if he did something wrong, he would suffer a huge blow that he had never expected. In the center, the two generals finished talking and returned to their respective positions. Gal was staring at the girl, not at the enemy general, Dugleen, who was raising his voice in the front row. Without seeming to give any instructions, she passed in front of the troops while sitting on the Suiko. A flag with a crescent moon and a skull on it suddenly fluttered from the battle line. Several soldiers wearing black armor appeared, approached her side, and handed her a spear. When she received it, she stepped down from the Suiko in the center right in front of Alcazares, leading them, and swung her spear around. How brave. The general herself intends to defeat Alcazares? It seems barbarous to me. There was no one who was not afraid of Alcazar's gigantic size. Its tough outer skin was difficult to wound not only with arrows but also with spears. And it makes the earth tremble just by walking. A human being was a mere insect in front of Alcazar's huge body. She wanted to encourage the soldiers behind her who were still frightened. They guessed that that's probably why she intended to take the lead. Even if it's barbaric bravery, it's bravery that should be praised. I hear she's quite young, but she understands war very well. War is about morale. It is the will to fight that transforms men from cowardly individuals into members of an organization called soldiers. All tactics and techniques were built on this, and morale is the foundation of everything in war. Facing an enemy twice as many and a gigantic beast, no matter what words you say to them, it would be like throwing water on a scorched stone. A soldier who was forced to prepare for an unwanted death was infinitely vulnerable. Once the army falls into a disadvantageous position, it would easily collapse. What is required of a leader in such a situation was not deep intelligence or tactical insight, but the bravery to make the soldiers believe that they would do anything for this commander. Regardless of whether or not that attempt goes well, there was no doubt that her actions should be praised as a general above all else. And her appearance was good, too. Without her helmet on, her long silver hair swaying showing off her girlish appearance to the fullest, this was probably to instill in all of her soldiers the recognition that she was someone they must protect. He had wondered why would she wore a cloak even though she was on the battlefield, but he was convinced that it wasn't a bad thing if her aim was to inspire the troops. She used herself as a symbol, and in that way she was probably the person who controls the army. She must be proud of his sword and spear in his own way. The attempt itself is not bad. But then again, that's only if she could get through the battle at the head of the line and move to the rear. There's no way she will be safe, Commander Billcase. If she's seriously planning to charge at Alcazar's, she should have started at the side. The girl moved just as Gal was about to continue. There was a distance of 1 RI separating the two armies. From there the girl stepped forward and accelerated. She was holding a spear. He could understand what she's doing, but he couldn't read her intentions. Not only Garu, but everyone who was watching her furrowed their brows, wondering what the meaning of throwing a spear from that distance was. T.S. A beat later, the sound of crushing echoed across the battlefield. What kind of sound should one compare it to? Like a trebuchet crushing a castle wall, or the bursting of a strained fruit. After a while, the dull sound of rain echoed around them. Red rain mixed with solid matter, staining the earth. For a moment, Gal saw something released from the girl's hand a RI away. Although he half understood it, he couldn't accept it. Fearfully, he looks up to his left, Alcazar's. An obscene flower was blooming where her head should have been. A flower of flesh, luscious, glossy, and stained with fresh blood. The white reflection was probably the skull. Blood and flesh were spilling from the inside. A thick spear handle sticks out from the center like a pistol. The long, huge snout and fangs, and the huge body of the creature were barely a trace of its former self, but it was clear to everyone that it was no longer moving. The fantastic beast that lays waste to everything without fighting, tilted and collapsed like a puppet with broken strings. The earth shook, and with a rumbling sound, the dead soldiers who had been caught were heard. Numerous screams echoed through the air. Gal slowly, like a rusted machine, turned his gaze to the girl. The girl who jumped on the Suiko again was neither happy nor proud. She simply turned her back to them, as if she had just completed a simple task. The accompanying flag bearers waved their flags even louder, and the soldiers on their side shouted in a loud voice. After a moment of silence, a heaven-shattering cheer erupted from the enemy lines. In contrast to the soldiers of Gulshan, who were at a loss for words, Alberon's soldiers roared so loud that even the beasts were frightened, and raised their spears overhead toward the girl as if performing an offering. The girl then proceeds along the path made by her soldiers as if nothing had happened and disappears. Everyone in Gulshan who didn't know her understood in that moment. There was only one person in all of heaven and earth who twists and tramples upon reason, logic, and who was forgiven for doing so. That's Chrische Christand. She was the pride of the kingdom, Alberinia, a monster who, in spite of her human body, bears its fangs on reason, logic. Special Chapter Chapter 174, Magical Girl. Magical Bery Reincarnation. Author's note: due to the difficulty of describing war scenes and the fact that cruel scenes are not good for education, a girl's unwanted heroic tale has been discontinued. Please enjoy Magical Girl Magical Bery Reincarnation starting April 1st. It's a silly April Fool's joke. It's an autumn day just before the school festival. Celine was on her way home from the student council. Sparse clouds and a cold silver moon. After passing through a quiet, unpopular residential area, on her left she saw a park, thickly overgrown with trees, that looked a little eerie at night. She usually walked quickly through here every day, as she didn't like to walk through this place, but I am the one who will destroy the rampant evil. Magical girl, magical Bery present. Familiar voices and words. That was the reason why Celine went to the park that day. Magical girl magical Bery Reincarnation Prologue. On the carpet in Celine's room, sitting in Caesar while wearing a frilly pink gothic Lolita costume, was Celine's aunt, and also house helper, who worked in the house, Aga Bery, 28. In her right hand was what looks like to be a strange pink magical girl stick, and her skirt only reached above her thighs, a strangely revealing outfit. The cleavage peeking out from her ample bosom and her well-developed thighs might be looked at favorably by her big friends, but they are quite revealing, to say the least. It was a rather painful costume for someone who was close to turning 30 to wear. Oju-sama, I'd like to get changed for now. Just leave it until we finish talking. You're wearing it because you like it, right? You. Dressed in such a costume, her face bright red and her eyes moist. A pretty aunt who looks younger than Celine depending on how you look at her, but in truth she's 28 years old. No matter how favorably you look at her, she was not at the age to be allowed to dress up as a magical girl and play in the park. It was a grave situation. The thought of the neighbors seeing her strange behavior sends a chill down her spine. The sight of her running around the park waving magical girl stick and shouting magical spice and magical frying pan at the top of her lungs into the void of nothingness was nothing short of crazy. No matter how she looked at it, it was clear that her head wasn't in the right place. Bery, I too think I'm causing you trouble. Well, I'm sure you're stressed. I think it's my fault for relying on you for everything. She sighed and messaged her forehead. Bery became Celine's guardian after Celine's mother passed away at an early age. Celine also knew that this was the reason why she, who is at the age to find partner as soon as possible, had not had a boyfriend, nor had married. And I don't intend to criticize your hobby itself. Oju-sama. It was true that she had been spoiled by Bery's kindness. She was surprised that Bery would wear such a costume and played at being a magical girl to relax, but everyone has a secret or two that they can't tell others. She didn't scorn her for that, and it didn't change her feelings towards her at all, but say it honestly. Have you been posting weird pictures on your computer, or having your picture taken while being dressed like that? I didn't. That she wasn't satisfied with just having fun at home and then crossing a line. She was worried about that. Bery, who she looked up to as an older sister, was so stressed out that she might have done something irreversible. Really? On the computer? Scenes, SNS, that kind of erotic photo like that. I didn't. Oju-sama misunderstood. No, that's not true. It's really not like that. Hearing her denial, Celine looked straight at Bery. If it's not like that, then what is it? To put it mildly, Bery, what you were doing was insane. T.S. Bery's eye swam around, and as she looks into space, she begins to whisper to someone. Mr. Crescenta, are you sure? But, at this rate, I'm going to look like a pervert. Oju-sama is tight-lipped, so. This is really dangerous. Celine was convinced. After cosplaying and pretending to be a magical girl in the park, she now chat with imaginary friends. Perhaps, without Celine's knowledge, she had gone into territory that should not be entered. Various regrets crossed her mind. Why didn't I realize this earlier? Celine immediately hugged her body. Oju-sama. I'm sorry, Bery. I didn't know that I pushed you so hard. I'm so sorry. She's beautiful, cute, and the older sister she admired. She was surely the one who made her like this. Oju-sama, really it's a misunderstanding. It's fine. Look, I'll skip school tomorrow and go together with you. So let's go to the hospital together, okay? But that's... They say it takes courage to admit something like that, but it's okay. I'm on your side. We'll be together for years. As she spoke, a bright light filled the room. Celine closed and... What are you doing? I don't give you permission. But, Crescenta-sama, I'm really at my limit in this situation. What limit? It's the worst. I can't believe I'm showing my noble figure to such a lowly creature. When she opened her eyes, she saw a small butterfly, or rather, something fairy-like. Her small, palm-sized body was wrapped in a dress, and her golden hair sparkled red. The mysterious creature buzzes in front of Bery's face like a fly, raising her eyebrows and letting out a high-pitched voice as if she's having a tantrum. Bery, I am not cosplaying or pretending to be a magical girl. I am really a magical girl who fights evil. You said it. You broke your promise of absolute secrecy. You're disqualified as a magical girl. I won't forgive you at all, Mugu. Bery grabbed the fairy-like girl and sighed as she watched her flutter and struggle. Then she turned her gaze to Celine. It would take a little longer if I talked about it, but... The story goes back 14 years ago, right around the time Celine was born. When Bery was 14 years old, Crescenta, a princess from a fairyland, suddenly visited her. Bery was asked by her to become a magical girl in order to stop the ambitions of the demon king Gilgil, who planned to take the life of the fairy king and invade the fairy world and earth. After that, it was a long and hard battle. It was good that she managed to seal Gilgil with the magical power given to her by Crescenta, but a few days ago, Crescenta appeared before her again, this time as the queen of the fairy kingdom. It seems that the heart of evil is spreading in the fairy kingdom and the seal of the demon king is about to be broken. At the same time, demons born from evil minds began to appear in the human world again, and the cadres of the demon lord, the 7 pillars of evil, led the minds of the humans on earth to evil, and by their power, the seal of the demon lord was. That's enough. I'm kind of full. I'm not talking about this because I like it either. I mean, when I was 14, I did feel a bit of a sense of mission, but... Bery lowers her face in deep embarrassment and speaks in a voice that seems to be dying down. Fairyland, demon lord, seal, heart of evil. It was certainly an impactful word for a woman in her early 30s to say. All this is because you put the seal on randomly. It's all your fault. I'm sorry. This shouldn't have happened. A flying insect that went on a rampage and slipped out of Bery's hands. No, Crescenta, the queen of fairyland, said that. It was a bossy creature, as if showing she's angry. Well, putting aside whether I believe it or not, do you have any idea why the seal has been loosened? No. It's because some incompetent person with such big breasts cut corners. I have combined the powers of the people of the fairyland and sealed away the demon king Gilgil. Unless Crescenta-sama and I have an evil heart, the seal will never be broken. But... evil heart? Staring at Crescenta, Celine frowned. What is that? You're 100 years too early to be sneaking a peek at my beautiful face, you inferior creature. How rude. Rather, does this creature really have a heart of justice that does not tolerate evil? It may look beautiful, but there was an ugly creature there. No matter how she looked at this insect, it didn't look like a benevolent creature. What exactly is an evil heart? You see, it's so-called 7 deadly sins. Pride, anger, jealousy, laziness, greed, gluttony, lust. Magical Bery, I wonder if you still have more hospitality to offer to me than to talk about such nonsense. Sorry. Is this okay? Bery takes out a bag of homemade cookies from her pocket and hands them to Crescenta. Crescenta frowned displeasedly at her. Are you saying to cut it and eat it by myself? No. Bery broke a cookie that was bigger than her face into small pieces and placed it near Crescenta's mouth. Crescenta took it in her most grumpy manner, puffing out her cheeks like a hamster. Mugu, today is not too bad considering you are so incompetent. Hehe, that's good. Bery continues feeding, and Celine looks at the insect in astonishment. It seems very bossy, angry. It seems like she has a complex about her chest. She looks lazy. She is also a glutton. Also, tomorrow instead of hunting small fish, we'll go hunting for big game. It would be better if we reduced their strength a little more. The fairy broadcast I run will be on camera tomorrow. If we don't show some of your success, the sponsors won't give us the budget. I'm taking the trouble to use you as a magical girl, so I need to earn some money now. That is greed. Is there a camera again? To be honest, I get so anxious when they fly around my feet that I can't concentrate on the fight. What are you talking about? You're not the only magical girl. It's already been said that the seal is about to break due to the failure of Queen Alberon and Magical Bery. You need to add a little more sex appeal to attract people's attention to Magical Bery. It's just a showcase for your useless fat. Why you? I think I'll improve the magical battle dress a little more so it's more exposed. Crescenta-sama, if it gets too bad, I won't fight, okay? Pride, anger, envy, sloth, greed, and gluttony. The insect has 6 of the 7. Bery, isn't this child's evil heart a Richie? Richie, Mahjong turn 1 tile away from winning. Now that you said it. If we get rid of this kid for now, what was it? The evil something executives, won't they also disappear? Please don't say something stupid. Where is their evil heart in? In a panic, Crescenta jumped up to the ceiling in an attempt to escape. Celine, is Bery here too? At that moment, it was her stepsister, Chrisje, who opened the door and peeked in. She shook her beautiful silver hair and tilted her head, looking at her and then at Bery. And her gaze fell on Crescenta flying through the sky. She stared at Crescenta. Crescenta also stiffened and stared at Chrisje. Why, is Wani-sama? The winged insects were stunned. The look on her face was one of bewilderment. She had thought it looked like someone, but when she took a closer look, she saw that her face looked just like Chrisje, and Bery tilted her head to the side, looking at her face. And what did she mean by Wani-sama? And here Chrisje thought what the fuss is about. Chrisje, who was staring intently at the insect, clapped her hands and smiled. Wani-sama. In response, Crescenta flapped her wings wide and headed toward the Chrisje with her arms outstretched. Please wait a moment. Krish'll bring it right away. However, the door slammed shut in front of her. Crescenta crashes into her door and falls, clutching her forehead and rolling around on her ground. That could hear the pitter-patter of Krish's footsteps on the other side of her door. Crescenta, are you okay? In a hurry, Bery gently lifts her body with both of her hands, and Crescenta presses her forehead, revealing her confusion as her eyes water. Why is Wani-sama mixed in with lower creatures? Wani-sama, do you mean Krish-sama? That's her name here, isn't it? She's my estranged sister who was banished from the Fairyland. I never thought she'd be degraded and become a lower creature called a human. You've been making a fuss about lower creature for a while now. If you say that, aren't you just like an insect? Crescenta jumped from Bery's hands and glared at Celine with her purple eyes. I felt like I heard something that shouldn't have been said. Insects, did you say? Who else is there other than you in this room? Oju-sama, please calm down. Crescenta-sama too. Shut up, Magical Bery. I have to make this rude person understand a little more about her position. The wind swirled around Crescenta like a fan, and a kind of static electricity fluttered through the air. When Celine stretched out her fingers tingled a little. She stares at it in pure admiration, wondering if she can use something like magic, but before she can do anything, the door opened again. Oh, Wani-sama. Crescenta noticed this and panicked, stopping the wind and electricity, and looked behind her. Chrisje, holding a can, gazed at the insect that seemed to be her younger sister. It's a strange insect. There was no emotion there, and she was casual. She sprayed the insecticide she brought at the insects. And so the world becomes peaceful. Crescenta, don't you usually think about all kinds of nasty things? I didn't think about anything like that. How dare you ask a question to the Queen of Fairyland? You lowly no, you can't push that strange can. That's strange. The seal shouldn't be broken unless our hearts are filled with the 7 evils, but I have no idea either. Hey, what's wrong? Bery. No, but wait a minute. You're reacting very suspiciously. No way that would happen. This was the beginning of a long and painful battle for Celine and the others. I am the one who will destroy the rampant evil. Magical girl, magical Bery present. Magical girl, magical Christie present. Mamaho Shoujo, Majikaru Celine, present. Magical Celine, your voice is so small. How many times do you think I explained to you that the loudness of your shouting voice and your willpower change into strength? Shut up. You should just shut up. Krish's voice saying that she can't let Bery do such dangerous thing alone. As a result of this, Celine also becomes a magical girl. Ha ha ha. Are you guys the rumored magical Albaran? I'm one of the 7 sins, gluttony. Magical by Unbian. Goo. Oh Wani-sama, you can't do that. The rule is that you have to listen carefully when they say their name. Please stop the camera for a moment. Is that the rule? That's right. And if you don't make it look like you're struggling a little, the audience ratings. No, right, the final blow to this boss shouldn't be by a former fairy lady but the human magical Bery and magical Celine. Otherwise, it won't count as having defeated. It's kind of difficult. They decided to throw themselves into this harsh battle. Hey Bery, am I even needed? I heard that the sponsors would be more happy with a trio. I feel like destroying the Fairyland would bring us closer to world peace. Violent monsters that disrupt the peace of the world. Evil flying insects fly around their feet in search of viewer ratings. Then, gluttony, what was it, anyway for no magical big? What? Did something happen? Are you trying to catch us off guard? You've appeared, 7 sins. Yumu, well, whatever. Are you guys the rumored magical Albaran? The battle to pursue peace while maintaining viewership ratings has just begun. Not to be continued. End of Volume 7.